Late autumn is also the time for the last round of hunting. For the villagers of Tangxia village who rely on the mountains for food, this is the last chance to prepare winter supplies. All the strong men in the family carry homemade bows and arrows, ready to go hunting in the mountains. Ajun, come out quickly. We're going hunting, shouted Aunt Xiao loudly several times. When she saw no response from her niece, she was about to knock on the door. The door suddenly opened. Aunt, Xiaozhen said as she opened the door. She saw her usually sharp and capable auntie looking at her with suspicion and gave a somewhat awkward smile. Why haven't you changed your clothes yet? Everyone in the village is heading up the mountain, Aunt Xiao said, noticing that Xiaozhen was still wearing her plain dress and looked confused. She hurriedly added, Oh, if you're late, there won't be any game left. Hurry up and change your clothes and get your gear. Go up the mountain? Oh, Xiaozhen was momentarily stunned, then stiffly nodded and turned to go inside. Zhen, what's been wrong with you these past couple of days? Aunt Xiao followed her inside, skillfully taking down the bow and arrows hanging on the wall, then gathering some warm clothes into a bundle. What's wrong? Xiaozhen looked at her aunt for a moment and then sighed with a bitter smile. She knew she had died, but when she opened her eyes, she found herself back 10 years. For 2 whole days, she had locked herself inside her house, finally accepting that she wasn't dreaming. She had truly been reborn, back to her 18th year. At this time, she wasn't yet married to Han Ziran and they didn't even know each other. Perhaps this future powerful prime minister didn't even know her name, Xiaozhen. It's nothing. Are you really okay? Aunt Xiao looked worried. Xiaozhen was the only support of the Xiao family, going to the mountains to hunt, selling goods at the market, working in the fields. If she felt unwell, her heart would be worried all day long. It's fine, Xiaozhen said, brushing aside her confusion about the past 2 days caused by her rebirth. She smiled brightly as she usually did. Auntie, you rely on me like a son. How could I get into trouble? You child. Aunt Xiao rolled her eyes at her, but her worried heart finally calmed down. She handed over the bow, arrows, and a bundle. Get ready to go into the mountain. I've already prepared the dry food for you. It's in the yard. Xiaozhen took the bow and arrows, looked at her aunt's face, which was still sharp but now had some wrinkles, and her eyes slightly reddened. She stepped forward and hugged her. Auntie, you are the best to me. In her past life, her marriage to Han Ziran was arranged by her aunt through manipulation. Later, she saw that her life was not happy, felt very guilty, and due to overwork, she fell ill and died before turning 35. This became a deep pain in her heart that she could never forget. 2 days ago, she suddenly realized she had been reborn. She was in disbelief and could only hide alone in her house, with her aunt bringing her meals. Now, holding her aunt, she suddenly felt that being reborn was not so bad. Maybe she could make up for the regrets of her previous life. This child, who else would I be good to if not you? Aunt Zhao's eyes were full of love. Zhan was the pillar of the family. She had no children of her own, and her husband was weak. Although they were related as aunt and niece, she treated Zhan like her daughter and son, raising her with love. The Xiao family's house was made of mud bricks, with 2 rooms forming a right angle. Next to it was a small kitchen, and in front was a large yard. Inside the yard were a well, a bamboo clothesline, and some hanging pumpkins. The house was simple, but could still block the wind and rain. When Xiaozhen came out, she saw her only uncle chopping an old pumpkin to dry. Uncle Xiao was in his early 30s, but his temples already showed white hair. His furrowed brows looked worried. Seeing his niece, he said with concern, Zhen, I heard from the villagers that most of the game in the mountains has been hunted. You might need to go deep into the forest to find more. If you're not confident, don't go. As he spoke, he quietly touched his pants, which had a broken leg. Uncle Zhao's leg was injured during a hunting trip in the mountains long ago. Seeing her uncle, a wave of sadness rose in Zhen's heart. She quickly hid her feelings and said confidently, Don't worry, uncle. My hunting skills are truly learned from you and grandpa. If she hadn't lived another life, she might not have been so confident. In her past life, no one knew what she had been through or how she had changed. For example, she had worked hard to learn to read. She had read all the books in Han Ziran's study. She had served as a soldier for 7 years, fighting in battles. Even Han Ziran didn't know all of this. In her previous life, she just wanted to be worthy of her talented husband. Unfortunately, he never looked at her properly in that life. At this moment, a man in his 20s ran into the yard, shouting at Ajun, "Ajun, why aren't you coming yet? Our team is all waiting for you. Hurry up." This face looks familiar, but Xiaojun has forgotten this person's name. She knocks her bow and takes a deep breath. "I'm coming." In her past life, she was trapped in the Han family and her uncle and aunt didn't have a good life. In this new life, she has only one wish: not to die so early. Living a full life would be the best, and she also hopes her uncle and aunt can live well. Watching Xiaojun's figure disappear at the door, Aunt Xiao suddenly said, "Ajun is already 18. Other girls at this age already have several children. When she comes back this time, let's find her a good family. We can't let her be a burden anymore." Uncle Xiao, with a face full of experience, nodded. "Do you want to find someone in our village or outside?" Aunt Xiao squatted down and looked at her husband, excited. "Of course, in our village is best. What do you think of the Han family at the village entrance?" "The Han family at the village entrance? Not bad. Their second son hasn't married yet, and he's about the same age as Ajun. I've seen him. He's tall and strong, looks like a lucky person. I think the third son of the Han family is pretty good too. What's his name again?"
"Oh, Han Ziran."
Hearing this name, Uncle Zhao's mouth opened into an O shape. Then he said, "You're confused. That third son of the Han family is 2 years younger than Ajun. I heard they are still supporting him to study, hoping he will pass the exams. How could he be interested in our Ajun?" "That's true." Aunt Xiao also knew her words were a bit unrealistic. "I was just saying. The Han family has much better conditions than us. They have many people working, which is good for labor. Even their second son, I worry we might be aiming too high. You should go ask around if there are other girls being courted." Aunt Xiao nodded. Jinwan Mountain is a tall mountain reaching into the clouds. It is said that relying on the mountain provides for the people. The villagers of Tangxia have depended on this mountain for generations. Every spring and autumn, the villagers form groups to hunt in the mountain. This year's hunting is strange. It's almost dark, and we haven't caught a single prey. Really strange. It looks like we have to go into the mountain. The villagers, having climbed halfway up the mountain, started discussing how to enter the mountain. Xiao Zhan is young and the only girl in this group, so she only listens and isn't allowed to speak, and no one pays attention to her. Listening to these discussions and looking at these familiar faces, Xiao Zhan finally confirmed that she had met Han Ziran during this hunting trip and had saved him. Thinking of Han Ziran, a slightly cool but not distant face appeared in Xiao Zhan's mind. Suddenly, someone pushed her roughly on the arm. When Xiao Zhan turned around, she saw a man from the same village looking at her impatiently. "Xiao Zhan, let's go," said another man. "Okay." Xiao Zhan quickly followed and moved forward. "Such bad luck. Why is she always assigned to our team?" The man who pushed her earlier said with a look of annoyance. "I won't hold us back, and I won't need everyone to take care of me," Xiao Zhan replied. Since she started going up the mountain with villagers at age 8, she had never caused trouble for others. The man snorted coldly. "Stop talking and save your energy for the mountain," said Lu Cheng, the village chief's son, about 25 or 26 years old. He was tall and strong, already a good hunter, and a kind person. That's why he was leading the team. He looked at Xiao Zhan, who was stubborn, then at the impatient villagers nearby, and said, "Xiao Zhan's family only has her as a girl who can hunt in the mountain. We're all villagers, so if you can help, please do." Xiao Zhan shot a grateful look at Lu Cheng. Her family was poor and many villagers helped them, but there were also many who looked down on her family. Although she had a second chance at life, Xiao Zhan didn't think she needed to tolerate anything. If she needed to say something, she would. As they went deeper into the mountain, The path became narrower, the trees thicker, and it was more humid. She took a deep breath, smelling the decayed leaves mixed with soil, a strong scent that masked the fresh natural air and even made her cough. Finally, they reached a slightly open forest area. Lu Qing said, "We'll stay here tonight. There's still some time before dark. Everyone, split up and look for signs of prey. If you find something, don't attack right away. We don't want to scare off the game in this area. When you come back, don't forget to bring some dry branches for a fire." After a pause, Lu Qing looked at Xiaozhen and said, "Xiaozhen, just help me gather some firewood here." In her previous life, she didn't want to be looked down on by villagers, so she didn't agree to go find prey. That's how she met Han Ziran, who was being attacked by prey. When she returned, she didn't see Lu Qing and the others, so she had no choice but to support the injured Han Ziran back to the village. Although villagers in the countryside are not very strict about gender differences, rumors still spread. After hearing them, Annie caused a big fuss at the Han family. In the end, she forced Han Ziran to marry her to save her life. The Han family didn't care much about this, but to avoid affecting Han Ziran's future career, they agreed to let him marry her. The couple had been together for 10 years, but they rarely spoke. Sometimes, she wondered if Han Ziran even knew what his wife looked like. A forced relationship is never sweet, and forcing love often doesn't lead to happiness. In this life, she decided to give him freedom and also free herself. Thinking this way, Xiaozhen nodded and said, "Okay." She took out a sickle and started to cut some weeds around her. Her eyes then looked toward the direction where another villager was walking. In her past life, she had met Han Ziran by heading in that direction. Soon, an open space was cleared. Just as Xiaozhen sat down to rest, a sharp whistle sounded, signaling an emergency for hunters. Has a group of people run into trouble? Lu Qing looked at another villager. The whistle sounds like it's coming from 10 miles away. That's the team led by the eldest Han brother. Maybe they've encountered a wild animal. Let's go see, Lu Qing said, grabbing arrows and a sickle. He then turned to Xiaozhen and said, "Wait here for others to return. If we don't come back in an hour, you should bring them here." "I understand," Xiaozhen nodded. "Brother Lu, please be careful." Lu Qing nodded and disappeared into the forest with the villagers. Night fell deeper and the mountain wind grew cooler and more chilling than outside the mountain. Xiaozhen sat for a while before a few people returned. After relaying Lu Qing's words, she listened to their chatter. Besides her, the others were either neighbors or relatives, so she didn't feel lonely. She also had family members, but her family was too poor, so many connections had broken. A few good friends lived in other villages. Although she was familiar with these villagers, they didn't talk much normally. She just offered a small smile as a greeting. Due to gender differences, being too friendly might cause gossip. Xiaozhen could only quietly look southwest, thinking Han Ziran would be carried back from that direction. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard someone shout from the southwest, "Come help me. Someone's in trouble." The resting villagers quickly went over. Soon, a few people carried a bloodied young man over. "Quick, bring the mugwort that has been roasted over charcoal to stop the bleeding," one person said urgently. As soon as the person finished speaking, Xiaozhen quickly took some roasted mugwort. She didn't think much, and immediately applied the mugwort to the bleeding wound. "Isn't that Han Ziran from the Han family?"
someone exclaimed.
"How did Ziran come up the mountain? The Han family usually doesn't let him do rough work. Quick, check where he's hurt. Don't just stand there, bring out the medicine and clean water." Everyone suddenly became busy and flustered. Someone accidentally touched Han Ziran's wound while tying him up. Han Ziran suddenly opened his eyes, leaning slightly forward, gasping for breath. His cold eyes looked at the people in front of him for a moment, then he fainted again. Xiaozhen was momentarily pushed outside, but Han Ziran's waking scene caught her attention. Despite being 2 years younger than her, at 16, he already showed impressive self-control. His injury wasn't life-threatening, but pain was unavoidable. In her previous life, when she bandaged him, he sweat heavily on his forehead but didn't make a sound. Now, even if he fainted, he endured the pain silently, as if he could still control his willpower in his sleep. The Han family mother had 3 capable sons, and everyone in the village treated their family very well. Usually, if someone was injured, they would just clean the wound. No one would treat them as carefully as they did Han Ziran, giving water and medicine.
Check the wound.
Han's 3rd brother was probably hurt by the little bear. I didn't expect there to be bears here. Luckily, it was just a little bear. Where there's a cub, there's likely a mother bear nearby. Han's 2nd brother must have encountered trouble. Brother Liu just sent word that if he doesn't return in an hour, we should all go to find him. But we can't ignore Han Ziran's side. What should we do? Maybe we should take Han Ziran back to the village first. Who's willing to go back? Although everyone looked up to the Han family, if they returned to the village now, they would likely catch fewer prey. Although the village has rules that large beasts must be shared among the team, such incidents are rare, and the meat divided isn't much. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao. Even if I wanted to help, I don't have much strength. What if I encounter a wild animal on the way? Besides, men and women shouldn't be too close, Xiao said helplessly. In truth, since she didn't want any more ties with the Han family, she would never do the same things as in her past life. Her relationship with the Han family was limited to exchanging greetings when they met in the village. Thinking this way, she suddenly felt very relaxed, as if she had let go of something. The heavy burden from her past life, which had weighed on her for 10 years, disappeared instantly. While everyone else was worried, she lowered her head and smiled. In this life, she was determined to be herself again, someone who laughs openly and says whatever she wants, Xiao. Unexpectedly, her gaze met a pair of calm, cool black eyes. Han Ziran opened his eyes without knowing when, and the moment he did, he saw the girl a few steps away, smiling secretly. Her features were nice, but overall, she looked delicate and pretty. He remembered her as the niece of the Xiao family at the end of the village. Her parents had passed away early, and she was raised by her uncle and aunt. Her name was probably Xiao. What was she smiling at? And so happily? In this deep mountain forest, what could make her smile like that? Xiao retracted her smile and nodded politely at Han Ziran, not too warm but respectful. In her past life, her husband, this time, she decided to be a stranger she knew well. 3 days later, all the villagers returned from the mountain. This hunting trip was successful. They caught many small and large prey. Everyone's hands and bamboo baskets were full. Xiao also had quite a few, but fewer than others. With her current skills, hunting was easy. But if she caught too much, people might start to suspect. It was unlikely that her skills had suddenly improved overnight. Even so, the aunt and uncle from the Xiao family were all smiles, happily going to clean the prey. Although Xiao was a girl, her Aunt Xiao always raised her like a son. She never had to do housework. She just sat with Uncle Xiao, drinking a little wine and eating peanuts, chatting about everything under the sun. Xiao stretched lazily, smiling as she watched her aunt washing the prey by the well and her uncle happily munching peanuts. Her excitement from Rebirth was overflowing in her heart. Living again was really good. Having her family still here was really good. Her life didn't have to be so terrible anymore. It was really good. After finishing the peanuts, Xiao clapped the crumbs from her hands and said, "Uncle, Aunt, I plan to go back up the mountain tonight."
Why? Hunting.
When I came down, I saw some small animal tracks at the foot of the mountain. I want to check tonight. Maybe I'll find something. She couldn't openly go up the mountain during the day, so she had to choose nighttime. Hearing it was just at the foot of the mountain, Uncle Xiao nodded, not worried. "I'll sharpen your hunting knife for you. I'll prepare warm clothes for you for the night," Aunt Xiao said, wiping her hands and heading inside to get ready. On a late autumn night, the moon is always especially bright. Alone in the forest, Xiao shows no hesitation in revealing her strength. With over 10 years of hunting experience and 7 years of military service, she demonstrates her skills fully. The next day, before dawn, Aunt Xiao gets up to start her daily work. However, when she sees the game in the yard and some extra animals in the pig pen, her eyes go wide with surprise. Hey, hey, head of the household, come out and take a look. Uncle Xiao hears his wife's stammered call and thinks something has happened. He quickly leaves the house without dressing properly. When he sees the pile of hunted animals in the yard, his mouth drops open wide enough to hold an egg.
So many?
And some are still alive? Yes, indeed. We can easily make it until March next year. Especially these piglets. Raising them until then will bring in a good amount of money. Don't just stand there. Wash your face and sell some of them at the market first, Aunt Xiao says excitedly. Sell them? Uncle Xiao responds in surprise. You're so slow-minded. Didn't we agree to find a good family for Ajin? How will we get her a dowry if we don't have money?
Oh, right.
Sorry, I forgot. I'll go right now, Uncle Xiao says quickly and heads into the house. Keep your voice down, don't wake Ajin. She must be exhausted, Aunt Xiao finishes, rolling up her sleeves to start working. Perhaps because she has come to terms with past events, combined with the fatigue from a night of hunting, Xiaozhen sleeps deeply. She doesn't wake until sunset, feeling incredibly comfortable without any dreams. She stretches lazily in bed, thinking about her strict mother-in-law from her previous life, her posture, eating manners, and the rules for a wife not to chat casually with men at the table. She can't help but stretch a few more times, feeling very happy. Yawning, she opens the door to the room and sees her aunt has already prepared dinner. Seeing her, Aunt Xiao smiles brightly. You've hunted so many animals. You must be exhausted. Come, let's eat. Is dinner so early today? It's still half an hour before the usual dinner time. Aren't I worried you'd be hungry? Eating early is fine, Uncle Xiao says, bringing over chopsticks and bowls. I've heated some small wine and roasted rabbit meat for you too. Sit down and eat quickly. Wow, it smells so good. Xiaozhen couldn't wait to grab a piece of rabbit meat to eat. In her previous life, if she took a little more meat from Han's family meals, her mother-in-law's eyes would stare at her. She was a rough person, used to hunting since childhood, with high physical energy consumption, so her appetite was as big as a man's. The wives of Han's family were all gentle and refined, and looking at her was like seeing a monster. It's truly a miracle that she didn't starve to death. I and your aunt sold half of the game we caught, and today we made a full silver tail. A whole tail. Thinking about the morning's harvest, Uncle Xiao sipped his wine, still excited. That much? Xiaozhen was also a little excited. In the past, her hunting wasn't enough to eat, so how could she sell it for money? Yes, and if we save some silver, your dowry will grow. After pouring some wine for Uncle Xiao and Xiaozhen, Aunt Xiao also got excited and took a sip. Dowry? Xiaozhen was stunned. Yes, you're already 18. Look at the girls in our village. None of them are unmarried at 18. Some have already had 2 children. When she said this, Aunt Xiao felt guilty about Xiaozhen.
She
didn't want to marry, really didn't want to marry. But she also knew that not marrying was impossible. Even if she didn't want to marry, others would say she couldn't find a husband, that no one wanted her, or that she had some hidden illness. Rumors in the village would make uncle and aunt unable to step outside their door, just like in her previous life, when rumors forced the Han family to marry her. The delicious food now felt tasteless. Xiaozhen asked, Annie, have you thought of someone you like? First, tell me if there's a man you like, Uncle Xiao asked with concern. In her previous life, she was shy about marriage, but this time, she didn't even want to pretend. Xiaozhen shook her head.
No.
She paused and then expressed her thoughts directly. Just marry an honest person, or see if anyone is willing to move in as a son-in-law.
Move in as a son-in-law?
That's not okay, Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao said in unison.
Why?
Xiaozhen was surprised. They had no children, so she was essentially their heir. Why wouldn't it be good to move in? Moving in as a son-in-law would make the man look down on him in the village, and he might not treat you well either. In our village, isn't Dog's father a son-in-law? Look at how Dog's family has been bullied. Xiaozhen thought for a moment. It was true that Dog's family was often bullied. Her aunt and uncle's worries were not unfounded. Then I will listen to Auntie. As long as it's someone Auntie likes, I have no objection. As long as they're not from the Han family, social status really matters. Auntie and uncle exchanged a glance, and Auntie happily said, "Really? What do you think of Han's second son?" Suddenly, Xiaozhen spat out a mouthful of rabbit soup. "What's wrong?" Auntie quickly took a towel to wipe Xiaozhen's mouth and then used a cloth to clean up the surrounding soup. Han family? Xiaozhen felt like crying but couldn't. In her past life, she married Han's third son. Now, she was supposed to marry Han's second son? Her auntie really had a soft spot for the Han family. Yes. I asked around. Han's second son is 18 this year, the same age as you. Many people have come to ask for his marriage, but he hasn't chosen anyone. Han's second son didn't like other girls because he was waiting for the daughter of Zhang Yuanwei in town. Xiaozhen remembered clearly that he married Zhang Yuanwei's daughter at 19. Since then, his mother-in-law's expectations for her had grown higher. Han family is quite well off. Why would he like a girl hunter like me? Many matchmakers have come, but Han's second son hasn't shown interest. Maybe fate is with you. If you're willing, Auntie will even be brave enough to try talking to him. Auntie was quite fiery-tempered and had some reputation in Tangxia village. The Han family didn't usually like outspoken people, so if Auntie really went to talk, it could be dangerous. After thinking for a moment, Xiaozhen pretended to look sad and said, "When I went up the mountain this time, Han's second son was there too. I heard some bad things." "What did you hear?" Both auntie and uncle looked at her nervously. Xiaozhen lowered her voice and said, "I heard that Han's second son hasn't liked any other girl because he feels he can't be a proper man." A gasp. "Such a good boy, what a pity." Yeah, Han's parents must be very sad. In her previous life, Han's second son, Han Ziran, was quite good to her as a younger sister. Xiaozhen silently apologized in her heart and then ate her meal normally. Over the next few days, Xiaozhen often went hunting in the mountains, almost always returning with a full load. The villagers only saw the small game in her hands and didn't notice the bamboo basket, thinking it contained some wild fruits. They didn't find it strange because hunters often went up the mountain to hunt for fun. Annie Xiao gradually moved from being excited to being used to it. She picked out some good items to sell for money, and the rest she cleaned and stored for winter. Today, Xiaozhen had just returned from hunting. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw someone she thought she would never meet again in her life, Mrs. Han, Han Ziran's mother, her former mother-in-law from her previous life. Mrs. Han is the daughter of a teacher, with a graceful appearance and proper manners. Her neat clothing and gentle demeanor give a good first impression. She always smiles when she sees people, which makes it easy to overlook the subtle distance behind that smile. This trait was likely inherited by Han Ziran from his mother. Everyone only sees Han Ziran's good looks and refined appearance, but they don't notice the cold distance behind his gentle exterior. At this moment, Aunt Xiao was happily chatting with Mrs. Han, speaking loudly as if eager for everyone nearby to know that the Han family was visiting. Mrs. Han listened with a gentle smile. Xiaozhen's gaze fell on the eldest daughter-in-law of the Han family, who was the daughter of Mrs. Han's father's student. That student was a well-known scholar in the area, but because he liked the eldest son of the Han family and was childhood friends with Mrs. Han, he married his daughter to the eldest son of the Han family. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu, had a personality similar to Mrs. Han. Xiaozhen couldn't understand why her former mother-in-law and sister-in-law suddenly appeared at her home. At this moment, she saw Mrs. Han take a small basket of eggs from Lu, her daughter-in-law, and hand it to Aunt Xiao, smiling warmly. "My younger son was injured while climbing the mountain, thanks to the villagers who helped him at that time. I've already thanked everyone else, but my son said you, Xiaozhen, were also there. Please accept these eggs as a token of gratitude for taking care of my son back then." Aunt Xiao was surprised. "Oh, no need to be so polite. It's just a small matter. Why are you giving us eggs?" She paused and then asked, "Did you thank everyone who was there with eggs?" "Yes." "It's only proper to thank them. How much would that be worth? Your family must have so much money that you don't know what to do with it." The atmosphere froze. Even with her back turned, Xiao could almost sense the cold rejection hidden behind Mrs. Han's gentle smile. She quickly spoke up, "Auntie, I'm back." Zhan is back, and Xiao hurried out to greet her, happily taking the bamboo basket and the hunted game from Xiao and placing them inside the house. Mrs. Han turned around, smiling kindly at Xiao. "Thank you for taking care of Ziran when he was injured." Once again, Xiao thought she would feel nervous and tense like last time, but surprisingly, she didn't. It was as if the hunting in the mountains these days had swept away her past depression. Yes, she was reborn. Her previous life was no longer relevant. Thinking this way, Xiao smiled happily. "Actually, I didn't take care of him. It was the villagers who looked after him, so I can't accept these eggs." "How could you not have taken care of him? Ziran even asked about you," said her mother. "Asked about me?" Xiao was surprised. Yes, he asked who the only woman in the mountains was. "If you hadn't taken care of him, why would he ask me?" "Keep the eggs," her mother said, placing a small basket of eggs into Xiao's arms. "Is that really asking?" It was probably just a casual remark. But Xiao didn't refuse. Refusing again might feel awkward. "Thank you." Her mother smiled. "I'm leaving now." She then led her eldest daughter-in-law out of Xiao's house. When Aunt Xiao saw the basket in Xiao's hands, she smiled with squinted eyes. "Oh, I was really worried you wouldn't take them. Luckily you did. Not taking them would have been a waste. Today I'll give you some scrambled eggs." She happily took the basket from Xiao and went to add vegetables. Aunt Xiao's greedy personality made Xiao feel a bit helpless. Although she had only been reborn for a few days, the money she earned from hunting was enough for her family to live comfortably for 3 months, so they had no worries about food or clothing. Xiao thought she should plan for the future. She couldn't rely on hunting forever. After all, she was a girl. Living by hunting all her life wasn't sustainable. She didn't want to spend her whole life in this small village. A person should have some ambition. She also wanted her uncle and aunt to see the outside world. When people broaden their horizons, they become more confident and graceful, no longer fussing over trivial things. This winter hadn't even arrived yet, but the first snow had fallen. It wasn't heavy, but after a day and night of snowfall, the whole world was covered with a thin layer of white. Lying in bed on cold mornings was Xiao's greatest happiness. Sadly, early in the morning, her aunt made her change into a new silk dress and go out. As for what she was doing, Xiao sighed inwardly. She was going on a blind date. Tangxia village had about 500 households and was considered a large village in Ganlin town. If she wandered around, it would probably take half a day. The village had many things to do, and sometimes they even arranged marriages. The village built a small tea house in the center for villagers to drink tea and chat, and there were also vegetable stalls. Over the years, it had become a small market. At this moment, Aunt Xiao had pulled Xiao into the tea house and sat down in an unremarkable seat. "Zhan, just sit here. Later, Granny will bring over Zhang's young man. Take a look at him. If you're satisfied, just nod to Annie," Aunt Xiao said with a constant smile. "If not, just shake your head." Okay. Xiao had been mentally prepared for a few days. Since she had to marry, she wanted someone with the same spirit. After marriage, they would listen to each other and live a good life together. People kept coming into the tea house, making it lively. At Aunt Zhao's table, Granny brought a young man about 18 or 19 years old to sit down. When Aunt Xiao looked at her, Xiao shook her head. He was too weak, unable to bear the burdens of life. Although she hoped that her future husband would be strong and capable, she didn't want to marry a scholar. Thinking of scholars, Xiao's mind naturally thought of Han Ziran. Just as she remembered him, she overheard some gossip. That Lu Huai, relying on saving Han's third brother's life, insists that Han's third brother marry his sister. Can people really do such things? Han's family always values manners. Saving someone's life means they must repay the kindness. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao was choked by hot water and started coughing violently. Aunt Xiao, who was a few steps away and watching her, ignored Granny's words and hurried over to help her breathe. "Did you choke on the tea?" How could you be so careless? In her previous life, her aunt had forced Han's family to marry her after saving her life. This life, she didn't save Han Ziran, but unexpectedly, Han's family was still pressured into marriage. Too outstanding a person can be a burden. If she said she didn't mind her past life, that would be false. But now, Xiaozhen felt more sympathy for Han Ziran. Once Xiaozhen had calmed down, her aunt gave her a resentful look and softly said, "It would have been so good if you had saved Han's third brother that day. Otherwise, I would have forced the marriage." Xiaozhen trembled, almost dropping her teacup. In the following days, as winter arrived, Aunt Xiao was busy pickling various foods for the cold season and had no time to think about Xiaozhen's marriage. Sometimes, Uncle Xiao found it strange. Other villagers went hunting in the mountains, but rarely caught even a rabbit. How could Xiaozhen always come back with a full load? In the end, they could only attribute it to good luck. By the end of November, heavy snow fell, covering the world in white, stretching endlessly. Although the heavy snow was not disastrous, it still caused worry for the poor families in Tangxia village. In the past, the Xiao family was usually among them. This year, Aunt Xiao took out 20 taels of silver in front of Xiaozhen and Uncle Xiao. The three of them were so happy, jumping around. 20 taels in 3 months. That's a lot for villagers. 2 days later, the snow stopped. The beauty of the snow could only be described as grand and magnificent. Layer after layer, overlapping and stacking, distant and close, mountains and ridges, an indescribable scene. Xiaozhen happily built a snowman and jumped around in the snowy yard, playing like a child. When Aunt Xiao came out of the house and saw Xiaozhen, she exclaimed, "Zhen, don't get your clothes wet. We need to go out again later." "Where to?"
To the Han family.
Xiaozhen thought he heard wrong. "Where?" "To the Han family at the village entrance. I heard the mother there likes to eat pheasants, so I'm sending 2 wild pheasants I caught on the mountain." Aunt Xiao pointed to the 2 pheasants in the chicken coop. Xiaozhen felt a bad premonition. Seeing Aunt Xiao go inside, he quickly followed. "Why are you sending wild birds to the Han family for no reason? Last time, they sent us some millet." "Of course, we should send a gift back," Uncle Xiao said while cooking porridge. "Last time? Wasn't it eggs they sent?" "Speaking of that, I have to praise your aunt. She knows the Han family values manners. The next day, she sent some game as a gift. Gradually, they became familiar. Your aunt often visits them now. This isn't just about Azhen's marriage, is it? Last time, Azhen said the second son of the Han family couldn't be a real man. Coincidentally, 2 months ago, that second son got sick and called a doctor. I asked around, and the doctor said he has no hidden illness and can have many children." Aunt Xiao smiled happily. "I told Azhen. She shouldn't listen to rumors like that. Now that they're close, maybe there's hope for her marriage. The Han family came to thank them, so why send a gift back?" Xiaozhen was stunned. His aunt was trying so hard to please the Han family. After a while, he finally found his voice. Auntie, what's so good about the Han family?" "Everything is good. Look at their elders. They've all passed away, healthy and without illness. And look at their children, tall, strong, good at hunting. Their family values are good, children are filial, and the family is harmonious." Aunt Xiao counted carefully and suddenly said firmly, "There are so many good qualities. Azhen, you must marry into the Han family." Faced with her aunt's sudden determination, Xiaozhen found herself at a loss for words. Such a good family. How could they possibly like our poor family? Aunt Xiao's face gradually dimmed. Yes, how could such a good family be interested in our humble home? Sigh, it's all Uncle and Aunt's fault. If it weren't for us. Uncle Xiao also sighed. I didn't mean that. Xiaozhen secretly blamed herself for speaking too much and making her uncle and aunt feel uncomfortable. To Azhen, uncle and aunt are the best people in the world. Our family is poor. That's true. I understand what you mean, Aunt Xiao sighed, holding Xiaozhen's hand kindly. But our Azhen is a good girl. Aunt doesn't want you to suffer like this your whole life. The only way out for a woman is to marry a good man, so life can get better and better. A few days ago, Aunt asked a matchmaker, right? Maybe there will be news soon. The matchmaker's person, you've seen her. She's no match for Han's second son. No need for a matchmaker now. I've already taken back the deposit. I hear Lu Huai is still pestering Han's third brother. So, we'll also pursue Han's second son. I don't believe he won't be interested, Aunt Xiao said confidently. In her previous life, Xiaojin didn't see her aunt's persistence clearly. She thought her aunt was just forcing a marriage with the Han family at the first opportunity. Now it seems her aunt is determined to have her marry into the Han family. Xiaojin felt miserable and almost wanted to blood. After breakfast, Xiaojin was dragged along to the Han family. On the way, Aunt Xiao kept muttering nonstop, telling her to watch out for this and that, smiling without showing her teeth. Xiaojin felt her once free heart being chained again. She really hated this feeling of being restrained, yet she felt helpless. Aunt, can we not go? No, we can't. Oh, your worried face. If the future mother-in-law sees it, it won't leave a good impression, Aunt Xiao replied. Future mother-in-law? Xiaojin twitched her lips. Smile more. Girls should smile more to make people like them. Seeing Xiaojin still looking worried, Aunt Xiao hurriedly pinched her hard. Reluctantly, Xiaojin forced a smile, though it looked stiff. Don't embarrass yourself later, Aunt Xiao warned sternly. From the edge of the village to the end, even walking quickly takes about 2 incense sticks worth of time. Due to Xiaojin's slow pace, it actually took half an hour to arrive. Just as she stepped into the Han family's house, she saw a large crowd of villagers outside, with faint sounds of crying and shouting. Aunt Xiao quickly pushed through the crowd to see what was happening. Tell me, what kind of justice is this? The Han family's life-saving kindness is being played with? If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have helped Han Ziran that day, shouted Lu Huai, the man who had saved Han Ziran that day. Villagers, come and judge this. I, Lu Huai, put down my hunting and carried Han Ziran for a long way before saving him. Seeing he was bleeding badly, I carried him home and asked my sister to help clean his wounds. A man and a woman alone together. Does my sister's reputation matter anymore? The villagers looked at each other awkwardly, all knowing what Lu Huai's true intentions were. Since he carried the person down the mountain, just take him home directly. Why bring him back to clean his wounds? But some villagers who disliked the Han family immediately agreed that Han Ziran should be responsible for marrying Lu's sister. Among the crowd, Xiaojin watched this familiar scene. In her previous life, her aunt had caused a scene in front of the Han family's door. She avoided it, only to find that in this life, Lu's family was causing a scene instead. Could her fate be repeating with Lu's sister? At this moment, she heard Aunt Xiao say fiercely, Lu's family is really shameless, utterly disgraceful. Xiaojin looked at her aunt, but saw her expression was very different from her words. Was that envy and jealousy? Xiaojin felt both amused and helpless, then looked at the Han family members at the door, who were trembling with anger. Han's mother was so angry she couldn't stand steadily, leaning on Han's father. Han's father was honest, but at a loss for words. Han's eldest and second brothers were tall and strong, but they were reasonable and straightforward. When faced with rude people, they couldn't argue back or scold. For a moment, the two men just stood there, unable to move. Seeing the Han family silent, the villagers' voices grew louder. Even those villagers who had only been watching now started to criticize the Han family, saying Han Ziran should marry Lu's sister. Xiaojin suddenly felt some sympathy for Han Ziran. What a tough life for a talented person. Just when she thought Han Ziran would have to marry Lu's sister, a familiar loud and fiery voice suddenly rang out. Lu Huai, aren't you too shameless? If someone else was injured, you wouldn't help them? What if the injured person is an old man? Do you also want to force your sister to marry him? Xiaojin looked at his aunt in shock. His aunt stepped forward to Lu Huai, pointed at his face, and looked fierce and bold. Aunt, can we not do this? Xiaojin felt like vomiting blood. Do you have to show off in front of the Han family like this? Hearing this, everyone around burst into laughter. What does that have to do with you? Lu Huai said angrily. I, Aunt Xiao, just don't like it. You bring someone down the mountain and your family is still behind the Han family. Why go so far? It's obvious you're trying to trap the Han family. Exactly. Seeing someone stand up, many villagers agreed with Aunt Xiao, looking at Lu Huai with disdain. The third brother of the Han family is promising. Your sister can't even read a few characters. How can they match? Better to give up this idea. Seeing his aunt insisting so logically, Xiaozhen silently thought, Aunt, my cousin and the second brother of the Han family are not a good match either. Shut up. Lu Huai clenched his fist at Aunt Xiao. Oh, what's this? Wanna hit me? Oh, villagers, this is too much. Lu Huai wants to hit me? He might even kill me. Aunt Xiao suddenly sat on the ground and started acting out. Everyone pointed and stared at Lu Huai. You? Lu Huai couldn't keep his dignity. He just wanted to cause some trouble for the Han family, so they would be ashamed and marry his sister. He didn't expect someone to interfere. He was stuck, unsure whether to leave or stay. Enough, an old voice suddenly spoke. The surrounding noise stopped instantly. The village chief had arrived. Village Chief Lu had been the village leader for decades. The villagers respected him greatly. He was fair and just. Xiaozhen trusted him wholeheartedly. Lu Huai, whose family name was Lu, was related to the old village chief, although they were distant relatives. Even if they were just related by marriage, Lu Huai immediately went to the old chief. Uncle Lu, please help me explain. The Han family. Is your little scheme not embarrassing enough? Before Lu Huai finished, the old village chief scolded loudly. Uncle Lu, go home. The third brother of the Han family is promising. How can he let you cause trouble like this? The old chief struck his cane the ground. As the village leader, Lu Huai didn't dare to say more and had to leave reluctantly. Seeing that everything was settled, everyone dispersed. Xiaozhen saw Lu Huaizhen leave and muttered to herself, these words are useful for Lu Huaizhen. In her previous life, the old village had also told her aunt these things, but she ignored him and spread rumors in the village, forcing Han Ziran to marry her. Thank you, old village head. Han's mother quickly came over to thank him when things settled down. We are truly grateful to you. Old village head, please come inside and sit, Han's father said gratefully. No, I have other matters, the old village head smiled. These years, you've worked hard raising Ziran. I've seen it. Ziran is also doing well and is quite liked by the teacher. The imperial exam is at the end of the year. If he passes, it will bring honor to the village. The imperial exam? Xiaozhen suddenly remembered that in 2 months, the imperial exam would take place. Han Ziran was a successful candidate in this exam, and in her previous life, she married him 2 months before he became a successful candidate at the end of that month. Xiaozhen shook her head, feeling that her fate was different this time. She would never marry Han Ziran again. At this moment, the old village head had left. Han's mother was talking to Aunt Xiao, full of gratitude. Xiaozhen signaled with her eyes for Aunt Xiao to leave quickly. Aunt Xiao ignored her and suddenly said, this fuss has gone on until noon. His uncle is at the market and won't return until the afternoon. It's just me and a Zhen for lunch. Though it's only 2 of us. We still have to cook. What a bother. Xiao Zhen's eyes twitched. She heard Han's father say, since it's just Aunt Xiao and a Zhen, why not eat at my house? Han's mother looked at her husband, saw Aunt Xiao looking at her, and had no choice but to smile and say, yes, since it's only 2 of us. Just come to my house and eat. No, Xiao Zhen hurriedly waved her hand to refuse. But her hand was firmly taken by Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao smiled brightly at Han's mother and said, that would be too much trouble. Sorry to bother you. Then she pulled Xiao Zhen into Han's house. Han's mother looked at her honest husband and sighed, knowing she could only follow inside. People say that the furnishings of a home reflect the character of its inhabitants. Han's house was no different from others, but everything was neat, clean, and delicate. Even a set of bowls and chopsticks could be arranged in a way that brightened people's mood. Although the bowls, chopsticks, and even the square table were the same as others, in Han's house, they looked pleasing and made people feel happy. Xiaojun knew that all this was thanks to Han's mother's good management. Taking the yard at the entrance as an example, it is surrounded by a fence. Ordinary villagers use the fence to enclose their yards. As long as the fence is not broken or falling apart, they usually don't bother about it. But Mother Han is different. She plants wildflowers and herbs beside the fence. After carefully trimming them, the yard no longer looks plain. While busy preparing food, Han's eldest daughter-in-law saw Aunt Xiao and Xiaojun come in. She quickly greeted them. Although her mother-in-law didn't allow her to go out, she watched for a while at the door and naturally understood what was happening. Aunt Xiao, Xiaojun, please sit down, Lu Ruhui said as she added 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Old Lady Han, your eldest daughter-in-law is very beautiful. Not only is her cooking delicious, but she also makes everything look nice, Aunt Xiao said while looking at Han's eldest brother. Your eldest daughter-in-law married well. Han's eldest brother, Han Dalai, smiled shyly but secretly felt happy. Aunt Xiao, please sit. Xiaojun, you sit too. Sit down, Mother Han said with a cold smile. Xiaojun felt uncomfortable. In her past life, she was trapped in this family. Now that she had entered, she felt like she was with ropes, uncomfortable and restricted. Dad, the wine is warm, Han's second brother, Han Ziran, said as he hurried in with rice wine. Dad, I'll have a drink with you today. Mother Han glared at her second son. Second son chuckled. Mom, we have guests today. It's not right for you to stop us from drinking. Aunt Xiao, doesn't your family allow you to drink? Aunt Xiao asked curiously. No, Aunt Xiao. Not to mention the men in our village, even women can have a small cup. But my mother strictly forbids us 3 brothers from drinking, saying it's not a good habit, Han Ziran said with some grievance. Men don't drink. Aunt Xiao wanted to say something but was suddenly kicked by Xiaojun. She stopped and forced a smile, changing the subject. What's so good about wine? Men drinking wine often causes trouble. Mother Han smiled. I'll go serve the rice, she said, getting up and leaving. When Mother Han left, Aunt Xiao tugged at Xiaojun's sleeve and made a gesture toward the kitchen, indicating that Xiaojun should go help. Xiaojun pretended not to understand. Aunt Xiao became anxious and secretly pinched Xiaojun again. Xiaojun winced in pain and could only force a smile and say to everyone, I'll go help old Lady Han. Our Xiaojun is so filial, Aunt Xiao said to the 3 men of the Han family with a smile. At home, she handles all the chores. I just wait to eat and drink. In the future, anyone who marries into my family will be truly lucky. Xiaojun stiffened when she heard this. Really? Second brother Han asked curiously. I thought sister Xiao only liked hunting. Turns out she's also good at family matters. Xiaojun smiled awkwardly. After leaving the door, she could still hear her aunt praising herself in front of the Han father and son. The words made her blush. Inside the Han kitchen, Lu Ruhui, who was serving rice, saw her mother-in-law come in and asked, Mother, a few days ago, Aunt Xiao kept sending us things. She kept staring at second brother Han. It's obvious she likes him. Why did you still let her come to eat here? Now she even brought Xiaojun. Han's mother also felt unhappy. It was your father-in-law's idea. I couldn't stop it. She took 2 bowls of rice and added, don't get too close to them so they don't develop any wrong ideas. Lu Ruhui nodded. Aunt Xiao was known for her fiery temper in the village. She was unreasonable, and although Lu Ruhui hadn't seen her before, she saw her crying and wailing on the ground just now. She really had no sense of dignity. The Han family wasn't from a scholarly background, but except for the grandfather, everyone else was literate. Even if second brother's wife came from a poor family, she would still be expected to know how to read and behave properly. The standards for the third brother's wife would be even higher. Xiaojun was standing at the kitchen door, overhearing Han mother's last words. She wasn't angry because she was thinking, how can I stop Aunt from wanting her to marry into the Han family? Actually, there were ways. When Han's mother came out, she saw Xiaojun and paused, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She wondered if her words in the kitchen had been overheard. But seeing Xiaojun act naturally, she thought probably not. "Aunt asked me to come help," Xiaojun decided. She relaxed, smiled slightly, took the rice bowl from Han Mother's hand, and turned to leave. Lu Ruhui, who also took her bowl out, exchanged a look with Han Mother. "Mother, do you think she heard what we just said?" "It seems she didn't. Let's go." When Xiaojun entered, she heard her aunt still praising her. She saw the Han father and son all sitting silently. Her aunt. She could tell what her aunt's goal was. Anyone not foolish would notice. She put down her rice bowl and cheerfully said to Han father, "Uncle Han, I'll have a few drinks with you." She said this and took the empty cup that Brother Han had prepared for himself earlier. Ignoring everyone's surprise, she filled it with wine. "Jun, what nonsense are you talking about?" Aunt Xiao was stunned.
Drinking wine.
"I have a very good alcohol tolerance. 1 gene of wine is no problem. Come, I toast everyone." Saying this, Jun drank it all in one gulp. Han's mother and Lu's wife opened their mouths wide, as if they could swallow a big egg, and all the Han family members were shocked by Jun's sudden action. "Uncle Han, this wine is pretty good. It's been stored for at least 5 years, right?" Han's father nodded in surprise. Jun chuckled happily, poured herself another glass, and drank it all again. That felt great. Jun. Aunt Xiao was so angry she almost jumped up. "Aunt, you can't just keep saying how good I am. You should also talk about my flaws," Jun said casually. Aunt Xiao was so angry she almost exploded. "Today, the house is really lively," a cold voice suddenly sounded. That voice? Jun froze slightly while drinking. She had heard this voice all her life and knew exactly who it belonged to. It was Han Ziran, who should be studying in the countryside right now. Sure enough, Han's mother happily said, "Ziran, why are you back? In 2 months, there will be the county exam. Our teacher gave us 10 days off to go to the county for a study trip to broaden our horizons." "I came back to pack my things," Han Ziran said with a smile to his mother. Han's mother nodded. "I see. Han's younger brother is back," someone said. Han Ziran is 2 years younger than her, so calling him younger brother is fine. Jun looked at him confidently. The 16-year-old boy had very handsome features. They hadn't fully revealed his face yet, but once he did, his features would be even more attractive. His deep black eyes, clear yet cold like a lake, added to his charm. Using a word from her past life, he was handsome, stunningly so.
Azen?
Seeing who she was, Han Ziran was momentarily surprised. "Call me sister. I'm 2 years older than you." Jun stepped forward with a bright smile, refilled her wine glass, and held it out to Han Ziran. "Want a drink?" Aunt Xiao was about to burst with anger, but held it back. "What are you doing?" Han's mother's face changed. Jun from the Xiao family, the third brother, doesn't drink alcohol, Han's eldest brother quickly said. "Really?"
Azen chuckled.
"Then I won't be polite." She was about to take a big sip, but just as she brought the cup to her lips, a slender, bony hand took the wine glass from her. Jun was stunned for a moment. "I can drink," Han Ziran finished in one gulp, surprising Han's mother. "Ziran." Han's mother took a heavy sip and suddenly pushed Xiaojun away, looking angry at her. "Xiao family auntie, you can leave now. It's time to go." "Thank you, Aunt Han, for the good wine," Xiaojun said. She then pulled the already furious Xiao auntie, who was speechless with anger. As she crossed Han Ziran, she noticed that Han Ziran was slightly shorter than her at this moment. Feeling inexplicably happy, she remembered that in her previous life, no matter what she did, her former husband was always cold to her. She sneered at him indifferently and confidently left the Han family. That drink was truly satisfying. After a long while, there was a loud clink from the Han family. Han's mother suddenly slammed her hand on the table and said angrily, "Women like that are not welcome in my Han family." The Han family was shocked again. Even Han's father was startled. After so many years of marriage, it was the first time he saw his wife so angry. Usually, she was very gentle. Han Ziran looked away from the door and asked her mother curiously, "Mom, what do you mean by that?" Han's mother was obviously so angry that she said this. Hearing her, Han Ziran thought about her younger brother's behavior just now when he drank. She was furious and said, "Are you crazy? Xiao drank from that cup and now you do too. If others find out, what will happen?" Everyone finally realized what this meant. It was like an indirect, intimate relationship. They all broke out in cold sweat. Han's second brother said, "Luckily, it's at home. If we were outside, third brother, you'd have to marry Xiao. A woman who can drink like that isn't a problem, but she drinks like she's gulping water. It shows she's probably very bold." His tone carried some admiration. Under Han's mother's angry glare, Han's second brother quickly lowered his head and ate. Han Ziran looked at her wine glass and remembered Xiao disdainful look when she left. She felt a bit puzzled but smiled to herself. "Mom, I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat first." For 3 days straight, the sky was clear and the snow slowly melted under the bright sun, dripping from the eaves. Everything was calm and quiet, like a beautiful melody played by heaven and earth. Xiao auntie lay in bed under this peaceful music for 3 days. Until that evening, Xiao weakly called from outside the door, "Auntie, the bowls are all broken. If you don't get up, Uncle and I will have no food." Aunt Xiao let out a long sigh, thinking about how in the past 3 days, Zhen had cooked her food that even a dog wouldn't eat, and how she had broken all the dishes because she was not good at household chores. After hitting her pillow hard, she got up. "Aunt?" Seeing her come out, Xiao happily asked, "Have you forgiven me?" Aunt Xiao closed her eyes, then opened them and grabbed a broom from the corner, swinging it at Xiao. "Why are you hitting me?" "It's been 3 days since everything happened," Xiao shouted while running, though she didn't dare to really run, only pacing around the yard. "I planned everything so carefully for you, but you just threw away such a good marriage in one meal. You're really doing this on purpose." Aunt Xiao chased and hit her. Uncle Xiao sat at the door, smoking and clicking his tongue. After a while, he said, "Stop chasing her. The Han family is good, but maybe too good. If Zhen marries into them, they might look down on her. So, what if they look down on us? If life gets better, what does it matter if we're looked down on? As long as she has a son, they'll have to accept him, even if they don't like it. Aunt, stop always focusing on the Han family. There are many good men out there," Xiao said. "Many? Where?" "If you say there are many, then bring a few here for me to see," Aunt Xiao challenged. "Well, can't we just make our own life better? Why do we have to marry someone?"
What?
Saying such rebellious words? You can say that? I've really wasted my efforts raising you. Do you think you're worthy of us? Aunt Xiao said, then sat on the ground, crying loudly and sadly. Xiao and Uncle Xiao looked at each other and both sighed. Xiao walked up to Aunt Xiao, squatted down, and hugged her gently. "Aunt, you saw it too. The look in Madame Han's eyes. She's smiling, but her smile never reaches her eyes. Clearly, she doesn't like us. So, why should we keep pretending?"
Right?
"What do you mean her smile doesn't reach her eyes? Do you think you can see her smile with your eyes?" "Oh, what kind of brain do you have?" Besides, why do you care so much about her? When you marry into her family, just ignore her. Isn't that how mother-in-law and daughter-in-law usually get along?" Xiao. She touched her nose and said, "Anyway, I won't marry someone from the Han family." She could work in the fields, climb mountains, and endure all kinds of hardships, but she couldn't stand that feeling of rejection, polite rejection, that distant, smiling discomfort. In her previous life, on a lazy afternoon, she had calculated the words Han Ziran had spoken to her over 10 years of marriage. Only 108 sentences. It's hard to describe, frustrating. The weather was getting colder. As the new year approaches, everyone in the village begins to get busy. The pig farmers start slaughtering pigs, and the chickens and ducks are being prepared for butchering and processing. The village women are busy shouting and getting ready to go to town to buy fabric for making new clothes for their families. Xiao and Uncle Xiao are sharpening knives. These days, the weather is nice and sunny. Xiao plans to go up the mountain once more before the new year to hunt and earn some money. I think it's better not to go up the mountain, Uncle Xiao says worriedly. It's winter and there aren't many animals. We've saved enough money already for our lives. Anyway, there's nothing else to do. I'll just go and take a look, Xiaozhen replies, glancing at her aunt, who is busy cracking pumpkin seeds and still upset with her. Aunt, we should save a bit more money. After the new year, I want to go to town and see if there are any shops we can rent. Why do you want to open a shop? Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao ask together. Seeing Xiaozhen smiling at them, Aunt Xiao's face suddenly looks a bit serious. Come on, tell me, what do you want to do? Start a small business. I haven't decided what yet, Xiaozhen says. The Xiao family doesn't have any family secrets or special skills, so she can't think of what kind of business to start. A small business? Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao don't know much about this. They only know it costs a lot of money. How much would it take? I don't know either. When I come back from hunting, I'll go to town and look around. Aunt, please don't be mad at me. Aunt Xiao rolls her eyes and sighs regretfully. Han's third brother went to the countryside for exams a few days ago. By now, he should be back. The village head said he's very likely to pass the exam. If he does, the Han family won't have to pay taxes and the government might even give donations. If you become his second sister-in-law, life would be so much better. She sighs heavily, making Xiaozhen realize that no matter what she does, the Han family wouldn't agree to her marrying into their family. Xiaozhen just smiles foolishly, picks up her hunting tools, and straps her bamboo basket onto her back. Uncle, Aunt, I'm going up the mountain now. I might be back late. Don't wait for me. The day she married Han Ziran had long passed. Han Ziran was sure to pass the imperial exam and become a scholar, but that no longer mattered to her. Even if he later became a powerful official, it had nothing to do with her. Her fate has already changed. Uncle and Aunt Zhao's lives will only get better. The old worries from the past are gone. No regrets, no attachments, just a smile. Xiaozhen walks briskly toward the mountain. When she reaches halfway up, the clear sky suddenly starts to drizzle. She hurriedly takes shelter under an old tree. As she looks into the distance, she notices that over Tangxia village, the sky remains bright and clear. She murmurs to herself, it really is different weather just 10 miles apart. Xiaozhen crawled into the thicket of thorns, her gaze becoming focused and serious. Rainy days affect vision, but also make it easier to catch prey. For her shop and her bright future, it's best to catch a few live animals to sell today. The rain kept falling, growing heavier, and within an hour, it was pouring heavily. She would definitely get soaked going back, and she didn't want to return empty-handed. Nearby, there was a cave where hunters from the village often hid or rested during rain. Xiaozhen hurried toward the cave. By the time she reached it, she was already soaked through. Reluctantly, she took off her clothes, wrung them out, and was about to remove her inner garment when someone entered the cave. He looked at her, and she looked at him. They gazed at each other with deep affection. Wait, Xiaozhen didn't expect to meet Han Ziran here and now. Han Ziran's clothes were also soaked through. Han Ziran's usually cold face flushed slightly. He quickly turned away and said, just taking shelter from the rain. Then he stood straight at the entrance, with his back to Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen didn't feel as uncomfortable as Han Ziran. Her shyness and admiration for him had long been worn away in her previous life. She didn't blame him. She was broad-minded. She never thought they would meet here. It probably happened because he was returning from his exam and also caught in the rain. Do you have a firelighter? My clothes got wet, Xiaozhen asked. I didn't bring one. Han Ziran's voice was a bit rough, clearly going through a teenage voice change. Wearing wet clothes was uncomfortable. With someone else present and unable to take them off to dry, Xiaozhen could only sit quietly, lost in thought. The rain seemed unstoppable for a while. The wind and rain blew into the cave, making her shiver, but her body was strong, so she didn't mind. She leaned against a stone, watching Han Ziran's back. His back was tall and straight, but still showed the fragility of a 16-year-old boy. He was a bit shorter than his peers, but in less than 3 years, once he grew taller, he would have great strength. He would be much taller than others and even more handsome. His skill in hiding his cold heart behind a gentle appearance had reached perfection. She clearly remembered that, in her previous life, about 20 days before the new year, news arrived that Han Ziran had passed the imperial exam and become a scholar. The Han family celebrated enthusiastically, but they didn't tell her. They excluded her completely, even deliberately sending her back to her aunt's house that day. Were the Han family unkind to her? No, she was well cared for. Her clothing, her needs, all were provided without harshness. But the deep-seated dislike from her heart, the way they looked at her as if she were a plague, no one could understand how hurtful it is when someone despises another. Are you okay? A gentle voice whispered in her ear. Xiao saw Han Ziran looking at her with concern.
Concern?
This unpredictable man? Xiao squinted at him. Why do you look so much younger all of a sudden? What does it mean to look much younger? Han Ziran reached out and touched Xiao forehead, frowning. Where is that cold, indifferent look of yours? Xiao sat up straight, squinting at the man in front of her. She actually saw worry in his eyes? What a joke. Would this man really worry about her?
What?
Han Ziran was momentarily confused by her words. Unexpectedly, Xiao cupped his face with both hands and leaned in closer, her voice filled with confusion. Where did that gentle-looking face, which is actually colder than anyone's, go? Faced with a woman's face suddenly enlarged before his eyes, Han Ziran's youthful face turned slightly red and awkward. He quickly removed her hands. What are you talking about? You have a fever. You're the one with the fever. Your whole family has a fever. I know after I married you, your family wished I would die sooner. But I won't give you what you want, Xiao snorted softly, then added sadly, but I still died mysteriously when I was 28. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not joking. Your fever is getting worse, Han Ziran said, touching Xiao forehead again. Seeing her face growing hotter, he looked outside at the steady rain, then stood up and took a few steps into the cave. Inside, there was dry grass on the ground and a small stone stove in the corner, probably used by hunters to rest. He looked around but found nothing useful, not even a fire starter. He had no choice but to return to Xiao, squatting down to look at her with her eyes tightly closed, her face unusually red, her breathing rapid. Your clothes are wet. Wrapping yourself in them will only make you colder. If it gets worse, it will be bad. Everything today was done out of necessity.
Please don't take it the wrong way.
Xiao felt someone was removing her clothes and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Han Ziran in front of her, she panicked and quickly covered her chest with one hand. My mother said that when you turn 20, we can be together. Han Ziran was stunned. Together? The young man's pale expression cracked a little. If you don't take off your wet clothes, your condition will get worse. Don't take off my clothes. We can't be together right now, Xiao said shyly. The young man's forehead twitched. I'm just taking off your outer coat. It's wet and uncomfortable. If I don't, it might hurt your health. Xiao shook his head. The young man sighed softly. Fine, do as you want. Unexpectedly, Xiao suddenly reached out and held his hand, looking at it carefully. After a moment, he said with a pout, such beautiful hands. Softer than mine. In my past life, I never even got to touch them.
Han Ziran stiffened.
He tried to pull his hand back, but Xiao held it tightly. His face turned even redder. Let go. No, Xiao pouted, looking upset. Just looking at you makes your mother stare at me. If she catches me, she won't let go. Then Xiao kissed the back of Han Ziran's hand, looking satisfied. Han Ziran's face turned even redder, his neck also flushed like a cooked lobster. His voice was tense with frustration. Let go. You're a man and a woman. This isn't proper.
Brupe.
I'm your wife. Why can't I kiss you? Xiao said, giving his hand a few more kisses, then looked at him proudly, as if daring him to do something. Let me go.
No.
Let me go. I won't. Han Ziran felt more annoyed than ever in his life. His hand was turning purple from struggling but wouldn't free itself. How could this woman be so strong? He was at a loss, only able to endure her kisses on his hand. Xiaozhen was crying and laughing, feeling upset and happy at different moments. She looked quite unwell. Outside, the rain was still pouring heavily, with no sign of stopping. Just as Han Ziran was about to give up trying to free his hand, Xiaozhen suddenly pushed it away forcefully, glaring at him angrily. "This is too much. You passed the imperial exam, and your mother didn't even tell me. She sent me back to Auntie's house. So impressive, huh? The Han family just knows how to read a few more books."
Han Ziran.
"How can you treat people like this?" He sighed softly, realizing how confusing a woman with a fever could be. Could a high fever cause hallucinations? It was truly strange. "Han Ziran, do you like me?" Xiaozhen suddenly looked at him shyly. Han Ziran carefully protected her just-freed hand and took a few steps back. He didn't answer, but saw Xiaozhen's gaze again greedily fixed on his hand. He quickly said, "I like it. I like it very much. If he followed her, it should be fine, right?" "You're lying," Xiaozhen suddenly cried sadly. "You never liked me at all. The way you look at me is as cold as winter snow. Just because some scholar took you as a proud student, that's nothing special. I'm just a small woman. How could I possibly interfere with your future?"
What did you say?
Han Ziran looked at Xiaozhen with surprised, dark eyes. "How do you know?" How could Xiaozhen know he was recognized by Scholar Ren and became his apprentice? This was his good fortune, but he never told anyone about it. "I know everything. I know everything." Xiaozhen stopped speaking and looked like she was lost in a memory. Suddenly, her body fell into Han Ziran's arms. Seeing Xiaozhen's body, Han Ziran frowned and said, "Why is it getting hotter?" At this moment, Xiaozhen shivered several times and said, "Cold. I am so cold." Han Ziran quickly picked her up, but she was so heavy. It was hard to lift her, but he finally managed to place her on a pile of dry grass inside the cave. He looked at her clothes for a long time, but didn't take them off. Instead, he spread all the dry grass over her. But Xiaozhen still kept calling out that she was cold. The wind at the cave entrance blew in now, and then. The winter wind was cold, and the mountain wind from somewhere even colder made his bones shiver. Han Ziran felt his body couldn't take it anymore. His wet clothes clung tightly to him, and if he stayed like this, he would also start to burn with a fever like Xiaozhen. Looking at the graceful figure of the girl in the pile of dry grass, Han Ziran didn't know if he was really burning up or if it was just the subtle feelings between a man and a woman. His face felt hot too. Just as Han Ziran felt his head becoming dizzy, he heard Xiaozhen mutter again, "In this life, I want to cut off our bad fate. So I won't save you. That's why Lu Huai saved you. If I do that, my aunt won't be able to force you to marry me with her gratitude." "What? So cold, so cold." Seeing this, Han Ziran quickly gathered more dry grass and covered Xiaozhen's body. Now, Xiaozhen started muttering again, seeming awake but also a little confused. "Han Ziran, why do you look down on me? I hate the Han family. Andy, I don't want to marry someone from the Han family. I want to live well and make Han Ziran so angry he can't sleep, hee. Han Ziran, who was tidying up the hay, took a deep breath. "Han Ziran, we haven't even had our wedding night yet." Han Ziran blushed as she continued tidying the hay. "Han Ziran, kiss." Xiaozhen suddenly stood up, eyes wide as she looked at Han Ziran. "What are you going to do?" Han Ziran was startled by Xiaozhen's sudden movement. Seeing her face turn redder, she worriedly reached out to touch her forehead, then frowned. "Why is it so hot? What should I do?" "Dear, after you became top scholar, why did you take everyone from the Han family to the capital, but leave me behind? Do you really dislike me that much?" Xiaozhen whispered, seemingly looking through Han Ziran at another mysterious space. She kept murmuring, over and over, "You're so confused." Han Ziran moved to another spot. Sure enough, Xiaozhen was still whispering in the direction where he had been sitting. Han Ziran decided not to pay her any more attention. After a while, he suddenly stopped his work with the hay, looked at Xiaozhen in surprise, and listened to her constant chatter. He lost track of how much time had passed, but then he looked at Xiaozhen with a thoughtful expression. 2 days later. Xiaozhen woke up feeling sore all over, with a pounding head and weakness throughout her body. As she opened her eyes, she saw her aunt smiling happily at her. Seeing her aunt so cheerful, Xiaozhen felt like she was as precious as gold in her aunt's eyes. "Aunt, why are you smiling so happily? Is there some good news? Why do I feel so sore all over?" When Xiaozhen tried to get up, her aunt quickly helped her up. "You child, you've had a high fever for 2 days and nights. It worried me to death. Why does aunt look so worried? A high fever? How could she have a high fever when she was perfectly fine? She had lived 20 years, and this was the first time she had a fever. That's because you're a lucky person. But sometimes, fate is unpredictable. I didn't expect your marriage to be with the second son of the Han family. Why do you keep mentioning the Han family?" Xiaozhen paused, her mind recalling something. It was like she had met Han Ziran when hiding from the rain in a cave. The next moment she wondered, didn't I go hunting in the mountains? How come I'm back now? Isn't it raining? The rain is really heavy. It's lucky you met Han Ziran. And then, her memory slowly returned. Yes, she did meet Han Ziran, but after meeting him, her mind was strangely blank. Xiaozhen patted her head, and suddenly, the scene of Han Ziran taking off her clothes flashed into her mind. "Then I saw you not returning all night, so I went up the mountain with your uncle to look for you. Coincidentally, we met members of the Han family taking some villagers to find Han Ziran, who had just returned from the exam," Aunt Xiao said with a mischievous smile. A bad feeling grew in Xiaozhen's heart. She stayed calm and asked, "Aunt, can you tell me everything at once? We went up the mountain together to find you. We found the cave and saw you and Han Ziran sleeping together, embracing without clothes," Aunt Xiao continued, her eyes shining with excitement. "We saw it, the Han family saw it, and the villagers saw it too. Now, the Han family can't deny it anymore. Truly, your good days are coming." Faced with Aunt Zhao's excitement, Xiaozhen rolled her eyes and fainted immediately. What is fate? In the following days, Xiaozhen sat under the fragrant camphor tree in the village, pondering this question. The camphor tree was over 500 years old, protecting the village for generations. The villagers called it the goddess of the camphor tree. Every day, villagers came to burn incense and pray for safety. Even after Rebirth, Xiaozhen thought this might be a kind of destiny, not just fate. But now, she had to believe in fate. She tried every way to escape, but in the end, she was strangely entangled again with Han Ziran. A cursed relationship. The heavens once again tied her life to Han Ziran. Why did she need to be reborn? Nearby, a few people came to burn incense before the goddess of the camphor tree. Seeing Xiaozhen there, one of them asked curiously, "Young sister Xiao, such a good marriage. Why are you still praying?" "Exactly. That third son of the Han family, not just in our village but across the whole town, it's hard to find someone like him," another added. Xiaozhen forced a smile and turned to leave. From afar, she overheard their voices turning mocking. Xiaozhen is so shameless, doing such disgraceful things in the cave. If she hadn't seduced Han Ziran's third brother, how could she marry into the Han family? Exactly, I didn't expect her to be such a person. All the Xiao family members are no good. I feel sorry for Han Ziran's third brother. Such a good kid. Marrying someone like her, even if he has a bright future, will stain his reputation. Unable to listen any longer, Xiaozhen muttered as she walked away, "What's so good about Han Ziran? I wouldn't want him even if he gave himself to me." Suddenly, a female voice sounded behind her. "If you really think that way, then cancel the marriage." Xiaozhen turned around and saw a girl about 14 or 15 years old standing behind her. The girl had sharp phoenix eyes, her lips pressed tightly, and a slightly pointed smile that looked quite sharp. Her expression was unfriendly as she looked at Xiaozhen. This was Huang Yu, cousin of Han Ziran. Xiaozhen recognized her easily. She was very familiar. In her previous life, Huang Yu had annoyed her for many years. But now, Xiaozhen had to pretend she didn't know her. She asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Han Ziran's cousin." Huang Yu raised her eyebrows and said. When she mentioned Han Ziran's name, Her eyes showed a flicker of emotion. Xiao nodded and asked, "You just said you canceled the marriage.
How did you do that?
By leaving the village." Xiao chuckled softly. "You're overthinking." Huang Yu's face darkened. "Didn't you say that Cousin Ziran isn't a good person? Why should I leave the village where I was born and raised just for a man who isn't worth it?" Xiao crossed her arms and looked at her coldly. She wasn't polite to Huang Yu. "In my heart, Cousin Ziran is the best man. And what does that have to do with me? You? With your sharp tongue, no wonder your aunt doesn't like you. Do you think marrying your cousin will make you happy?" Huang Yu sneered. "My happiness won't come from a man. I will work hard with my own hands to get it." Xiao suddenly stepped forward, her face dark with determination. Huang Yu was startled by Xiao's sudden change in expression and took a step back. Then she angrily said, "This is nonsense." "What's nonsense is you, a girl who hasn't married yet, saying these things to me. Don't you feel embarrassed? Are you embarrassed? Now everyone in the village is saying you seduced my cousin. It's shameful." Xiao suddenly smiled, a bright and happy smile.
What are you laughing at?
Huang Yu felt Xiao was acting very strangely. "You say it's shameful that I seduced your cousin, but the one I successfully seduced is just a flirt," Xiao said. She didn't expect her words this time to be so sharp. In her previous life, to deserve Han Ziran, she quietly learned to read. She spent 3 years reading every book in Han Ziran's study. It seemed that marrying Han Ziran in her past life also had its benefits. "Who said cousin is just a flirt?"
You.
Huang Yu took a deep breath, feeling furious. Just as Xiao found her amusing, Huang Yu's face suddenly lit up with joy. She called out behind Xiao, "Andy, cousin, how did you come here?" Xiao's body stiffened, and her smile disappeared instantly. Huang Yu covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "It seems you still care about my aunt and cousin. I really thought you were so bold." As she spoke, Huang Yu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Xiao sighed inwardly. It was more of an instinctive reaction than genuine concern. After 10 years living in the Han family, it seems not so easy to truly let go. After Xiao left, from a corner nearby, Han Ziran, the eldest brother of the Han family, and his wife Lu Shi appeared. They frowned as they watched Xiao's disappearing figure. Lu Shi softly said, "Husband, you said that Zhao's girl seems kind, but she talks to you as if she's angry, and she also spoke harshly about third brother." "Yes," Han Ziran nodded. "Mother saw third brother and Xiao in a cave that day and fell seriously ill afterward. If she knew Xiao is still outside speaking about third brother like that, Lu Shi worried. Should I tell her today?"
Stop talking about it.
"Third brother marrying her is already decided," Han Ziran sighed. The whole family's hope was on third brother. They had saved and scrimped to support his studies, aiming for him to succeed and bring honor to the family. Marrying now was never considered, especially since the bride was illiterate and rough in manners. Is there really no room for change? Han Ziran shook his head. "You know they saw how they were dressed, all disheveled. Seeing how she and Yuer speak so confidently, I worry about how she'll behave after entering the house. I'm worried we won't get along." Lu Shi bit her lip, looking anxious. "As the eldest sister-in-law, I won't let her disrespect you. Besides, Mother hates her appearance the most. I will teach her carefully in the future," Han Ziran assured. Hearing this, Lu Shi nodded. "Let's go pay respects to Lady Zhang. I hope Mother's illness gets better soon." Since that rainy day, the weather had been clear and blue for several days, very comfortable. Xiao felt like the sky was against her. She heard that a huge storm had hit the Jinwan mountain that day, but around there, not even a cloud was visible. She sighed as she walked back home along a small path, afraid to take the busy main road. Since returning from the mountain, villagers had been pointing at her everywhere, calling her shameless. The worst insults came from Lu Huai, who once brought a crowd to scold her, but unfortunately, they didn't get to scold her aunt. Once inside the yard, Xiao looked up and saw Aunt holding a small basket of eggs, ready to go out. "Aunt, where are you going?" "Someone told me that my sister-in-law is sick. I'm taking some things to see her," Aunt said happily, walking lightly. And maybe it will make them hurry up and propose. The words propose and family became easier for Aunt to say. Xiaozhen felt a bit helpless. If you go to Han's house to see the doctor, maybe Mrs. Han will fall seriously ill. Don't go, Xiaozhen warned. But I have to. If she gets too sick, she'll still come to propose. It's been almost 10 days. This must be done before the new year. The girl's health is fragile, and if they try to delay, I'll block their way. Your going will only make them more upset, Xiaozhen said. Wow, you're already thinking about them before you're even married? Aunt teased. Xiaozhen held her aunt's arm. Aunt, but under her aunt's glare, she couldn't say the second word, not marry. In the end, she could only watch her aunt leave. Uncle Xiao came out of the house with a cane, sat under the eaves, smoked a few puffs, then patted the stone beside him, signaling Xiaozhen to sit. They sat quietly for a moment. After finishing his cigarette, Uncle sighed and asked, Zhen, if something like this happens, what will you do if you don't marry into the Han family? Xiaozhen stayed silent. If someone in society had been holding her that day was an old man in his 70s or 80s, she would have to marry him. Run away? Xiaozhen shook her head. Uncle, I haven't thought about running away. Aunt is here. Since I've decided to live a good life, I won't take Aunt and Uncle to live a wandering life. Avoidance isn't the answer. Uncle knows you're a good girl. I also know what you're thinking. When I was young, I didn't like your aunt either. Her words aren't nice, but after a long time, I understood. Think about it. Your aunt is hardworking and good at managing the house. She's better than lazy women, right? And she's healthy, unlike those with disabilities. When I think about that, I believe your aunt is perfect. Xiaozhen listened quietly and finally chuckled. It was the first time her uncle spoke to her like this. She always thought he was like most men, quiet and honest, never caring much about family matters. But now she saw he had his own thoughts. Do you think not marrying into the Han family is because the family isn't a good match? If you married someone from a good family, wouldn't your worries disappear? Family matters are all about daily chores and simple living. Our family is like this, and Han's family is the same. Other families are no different. It seems there is no real difference. Families that live sincerely find that whether they face worries or happiness, their experiences are quite similar. People live their lives by controlling each other. One pulls the other's leash, and vice versa. When one cheats a little, the other responds more strongly. If you're not happy, they won't be happy either. When someone offers you a bowl of sweet soup, you might give them some sweet fruit in return. When they smile at you, you smile back. When they help you, you help others. It's all about give and take in life. Xiaozhen nodded, clearly understanding this. To live happily, you must fight for it yourself. Happiness depends on you alone. When someone pulls your leash, stand firm. When they cheat you a little, respond more strongly. If you're upset, there's no need to endure it. But you must know your limits. The family you married into is one of the best in our village, even when compared to other villages. If you can't even manage to live well in a good family, how can you expect to live a better life? Xiaozhen looked at her uncle in surprise, as if she was seeing him for the first time. In her past life, her uncle had never spoken to her like this. Feeling her gaze, Uncle Xiao looked a bit uncomfortable. These words were spoken by your grandmother to your aunt before she died, but your aunt forgot them quickly. I think they make sense, so I wanted to tell you. I believe they might help you. After speaking, Uncle Xiao started smoking again. Xiaozhen was silent. If his previous words hadn't affected her, the last one hit her like a heavy stone sinking deep into her depressed heart. Yes, if she can't even manage to live well in a good family, how can she expect to live a better life? This thought shook her deeply. In her reborn life, she vowed to cut ties with the Han family. When fate again brought her and Han Ziran together, she momentarily thought about escaping. But escaping meant not only leaving the Han family, but also fleeing from her uncle and aunt, abandoning the responsibility she owed them for raising her. If she ran away, she might feel relief. But her uncle and aunt would bear the pain caused by her. Don't forget, they treated her like their own child. She would never run away. She knew her life was not just about the Han family, but about facing herself. Based on her past life and what was happening now, she needed to bravely face and resolve the obstacles and pain in her life. Just as Xiao made up his mind, Uncle Xiao, bored, was smoking and looking at the sky. Suddenly, Granny Lei, who was close to Aunt Xiao, hurried in and said, "Head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan is here too. Your wife is causing trouble at Han's house." Xiao Zhan smiled and said, "Got it, Granny Lei," but didn't make any move. Uncle Xiao took a few deep drags of his cigarette, his face showing some worry again. Sigh, his wife's temper really isn't easy to deal with, but at least she's better than those who lose limbs. You all? Granny Lei looked at the uncle and nephew with curiosity. Aren't you going to bring Aunt Xiao back? Usually, when they heard this, they would rush out immediately. Xiao Zhan smiled shyly and said, "I'm getting old, and Auntie might be anxious. Granny Lei, you go ahead and do your work. She should be back soon." Because of Aunt Zhao's fuss, the marriage was now settled. Granny Lei was silent. Why did Xiao Zhan's words sound so strange? Aunt Xiao didn't return until dusk, and she efficiently set the wedding date, before the new year. Counting the days,
Xiao Zhan was surprised.
that day was also Han Ziran's high school scholar exam day. As the weather grew colder, it sometimes snowed, making the New Year's atmosphere even stronger. Occasionally, children's firecrackers could be heard. Since the heavy rain on the mountain, Aunt Xiao hadn't let Xiao Zhan go up again. She spent her days happily preparing Xiao Zhan's dowry. They were moving carts of things into the house. Soon, the villagers, who had been gossiping about the marriage between the Xiao and Han families, were shocked to see how much dowry Xiao family bought for Xiao Zhan. It was even more surprising than when Xiao Zhan was going to marry Han Ziran. What kind of family was the Xiao family? They were the poorest in Tangxia village. Where did they get the money for such a big dowry? It turned out that Xiao family's wealth was hidden. No one expected that their family was so rich. Gradually, even relatives who had been ignoring the Xiao family started to get involved. The recent lively scene at Zhao's house was like a market. When Xiao Zhan returned home with some sewing supplies from Granny Lei, he saw Aunt Xiao smiling awkwardly while dealing with relatives who usually ignored them. "Ah, Zhan is so promising. I heard the village chief say that Han Ziran passed the scholar exam. From now on, Zhan will be the wife of a scholar, and the Xiao family will be very proud." That's right, that's right. Han Ziran also looks good. Together with Zhan, they look quite a match. If Aunt Xiao hadn't been active, would Xiao Zhan have had such a good marriage?
Right?
Hearing these sarcastic yet friendly words, Xiao Zhan thought about how harsh and mean those people had been to her family in her past life. She immediately didn't want to pay attention to them and decided to stay outside for a walk. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard someone say, "Aunt Xiao, I heard that Zhan's future mother-in-law is still sick in bed. If Zhan marries into that family, aren't you worried they might bully her? Same village, and she dares to bully Zhan? I'm not afraid to go to the Han family and cause trouble," Aunt Xiao loudly responded when talking about Zhan. Hearing her words, Xiao Zhan didn't know what to say. Whether in her past life or this one, her aunt went to great lengths to marry her into the Han family, relying on the fact they were from the same village. Did she really think she could take care of her? But what was the result? Thinking about the cold, elegant attitude of the Han family, Xiao Zhan punched her chest with her hand, feeling frustrated. Suddenly, she became curious about Han Ziran. How did he feel about their marriage? He disliked her very much, even hated her, yet in these two lives, she had never seen him resist. Xiao Zhan touched her chin and looked up at the blue sky, lost in thought. This life was different from the last. Things had changed. Her wedding was delayed. Would her and Han Ziran's future also be different? When she looked away, Xiao Zhan suddenly met a pair of beautiful, resentful eyes. The person quickly looked away and turned their face, walking away in a hurry. It was a young boy about 14 or 15, with a scholarly appearance. His elegant face looked delicate, almost refined. Xiao Zhan felt he looked familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen him before. She was sure, though, that he had been secretly watching her, his face full of dissatisfaction and strong opinions about her. Curious, Xiaozhen decided to follow him. The boy probably didn't expect her to chase after him. After turning a corner, he walked hesitantly, his delicate face full of sadness. With each step, he stopped and muttered annoyedly, "How could it be? How can he marry someone like her?" His eyes turned red as he said, "She doesn't deserve Ziran," and he stomped his foot angrily. Xiaozhen didn't catch what the boy was muttering but watched his actions with curiosity. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hua Qin, why are you so slow?" A little further away, 3 boys of similar age ran over. Their movements and gestures didn't look like those of rural children. They seemed well-educated. Looking at the 4 unfamiliar, yet not strange faces in front of her, Xiaozhen finally realized who they were: Han Ziran's classmates and friends. However, Xiaozhen's gaze fell on Hua Qin, who was not actually Hua Qin but Huaying, a girl disguised as a boy attending the private school. She had been classmates with Han Ziran for 2 years and liked him. The 4 of them were talking about something ahead. Xiaozhen faintly heard words like 2 people hugging in the mountains, shameless, and forced to marry her, and knew they were talking about her. It seemed they had come to see Han Ziran after hearing he was getting married, but didn't expect to hear such things. Seeing Hua Ying's angry expression, Xiaozhen understood that what they were saying about her now was even worse than what villagers might say. Scholars are always proud. But so what? In her previous life, she didn't have much contact with them, at most a few encounters. She barely spoke to Huaying, who disliked her. Her image didn't matter. Just as Xiaozhen was about to turn and leave, she caught sight of Han Ziran looking at her from not far away. He was clean, fresh, and a handsome young boy. Xiaozhen was a bit surprised. When had he been there? How long had he been watching? Thinking of his cold, distant gaze from her past life, Xiaozhen glared at him. At this time, Han Ziran was only 16. No matter how smart he was, he had only stayed in a small county. His outward gentle appearance and inner coldness and distance hadn't fully shown yet. He was still somewhat awkward and curious like a boy. Especially in front of the woman about to marry, and with Xiaozhen glaring at him so fiercely, Han Ziran hurriedly looked away from his beautiful black eyes. But after a moment, he looked back at Xiaozhen, feeling curious about her attitude. However, when he looked again, he saw only Xiaozhen's back as she turned to leave. When Xiaozhen returned home, her relatives from the Xiao family had already left, but her aunt's mother had come. They were talking in the yard. Since she was her aunt's mother, Xiaozhen was about to go over and greet her when she heard the old woman angrily say, "Since you have so much silver, why don't you take some back to help the family? Don't you know how badly your brother needs money? That Xiaozhen is just an outsider, yet you still prepared so much dowry for her." When others told me, I couldn't believe it was true. Aunt Xiao looked at her mother, who had long since cut ties with her. Usually strong-willed, she choked up and said, "Mother, our family was so poor back then we couldn't even afford a pot. I only borrowed a bushel of rice from you. Yet you and sister-in-law chased me away with brooms. Now you want me to return the money? Even if I treated you that way, you're still my daughter, breaking bones but keeping the tendons intact. But who is Xiaozhen? Why are you spending so much money on her?" The old woman looked very much like Aunt Xiao, with a sharp, clever face, but her eyes were slightly slanted, making her look a bit fierce. "Xiaozhen is my child." "Your child? She didn't come from your belly. You only raised a greedy wolf in sheep's clothing, my brother's child. That's your real niece, but I've never seen you spend a single cent on them. Mother, cutting off contact was your idea. You also disliked our family because we were poor. Now, the dowry I prepared for Azhen was earned by her own hard work. It's only right to give it to her. I'm not here to argue with you today," the old woman said impatiently. "Give me 10 taels of silver. Your brother has lost some money in his business recently." "What? 10 taels?" Aunt Xiao looked at her mother in disbelief, so angry she couldn't speak. After a long moment, she said, I don't have 10 taels of silver." "How could you not? I saw the dowry you prepared for Xiaozhen. Surely it's more than 10 taels," the old woman snorted when she saw her daughter's face turn pale. "If not 10, then 8 taels will do." The remaining 2 can wait until after the new year. Aunt Xiao clenched her teeth. No, not even 1 tael. When I married into the Xiao family, Mother took all my private savings and the bride price the Xiao family gave us. Not a single coin left for me. Now, how can she ask me for money again? Who else should I ask if not you? Your brother is in trouble. Selling land or property is what you should do. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, a small chair was thrown out of the house, breaking into pieces. Uncle Xiao appeared with a grim face. Aunt Xiao and the old woman were startled by the sound of the chair breaking. When the old woman saw Uncle Xiao, her face changed to one of disdain. Oh, look who's here? Grown brave enough to throw a chair at me? Our Xiao family owes you nothing. You leave, Uncle Xiao said angrily, pointing at the door with trembling hands. I won't leave until I get my money, the old woman said with her hands on her hips, looking confident. She believed the Xiao family wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Xiaozhen looked at her uncle and aunt, who were both angry yet helpless, with her mother and mother-in-law. Despite their poverty, her aunt was fiery but always endured silently when bullied by her family. Xiaozhen entered the yard and spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. Grandma, I have 2 taels of silver here. You can take it and use it first. If her aunt had children, she should call the elderly woman grandma, and Xiaozhen naturally followed this way of speaking. After saying this, Xiaozhen took out 2 taels of silver from her pocket and handed it to the old woman. The old woman's face was already not looking good. When she saw Xiaozhen, she thought about how her daughter had spent all her money on dowry, and her face grew even more unfriendly. But she didn't expect Xiaozhen to give her 2 taels of silver. She paused for a moment, then quickly put on a smile. Zhan is so generous. But 2 taels aren't enough, are they? Inside, she was calculating. She had come to see if Zhao's family was truly as wealthy as the villagers in Tangxia said. 10 taels was just a figure of speech. She didn't expect that a young girl who wasn't even married would give out 2 taels at once. It showed that Zhao's family was truly different now. 2 taels are enough for family's expenses for 2 months. When family members are in trouble, as a daughter, I should help. But more than that, I can't do, Xiaozhen said calmly. Help with a loan agreement? The old woman's face flickered with color, pale and green. Yes. Although Aunt is your daughter, she is married and has her own family. Helping her too much might make her family go hungry or cold. That wouldn't be right, Xiaozhen explained. Why wouldn't we have enough to eat or wear? I just looked at your dowry. You can't buy it without at least 10 taels of silver. Your dowry is so rich, so you must have tens of taels saved up, the old woman argued. Xiaozhen shot a sharp look at her angry uncle, then saw her aunt's sad face. She felt angry too, but kept her tone calm as she said, if a family has no savings at all, they will starve on the street. Grandma, do you want to see our Xiao family fall apart? The old woman pursed her lips. Besides, how much money Xiao family has saved doesn't matter to Grandma. As I said earlier, these 2 taels are a gift from Aunt to Grandma as a daughter's filial piety. If Grandma wants more, it means taking from Xiao family, and then we'd need a loan agreement, Xiaozhen continued. What are you? This is your aunt's family, not yours. Why are you telling us what to do? The old woman was losing face. Zhan and us are one family, Xiaozhen said to her mother. Her mother-in-law was both angry and frustrated, but could do nothing. Oh, now you're speaking nicely. 15 years ago, when she came to your house, you told me she was just a burden, and even said it would be better to abandon her to save food. Now that she's about to marry well, you act like a caring mother? When did I ever say that? Aunt Xiao looked nervously at Xiaozhen, afraid she would misunderstand. Don't listen to her nonsense. Nonsense? The old woman sharply replied, if I were lying, I'd be struck by lightning. Do you dare say that? Who was cruel enough to send Xiaozhen to hunt in the mountains at age 8? If Xiao heir hadn't been bitten by a wild animal and the family lacked workers, who knows how they would have treated Xiaozhen? Aunt Xiao's face turned pale. She couldn't argue against her mother's words. She hadn't expected her own mother to bring up old stories openly in front of Xiaozhen, clearly trying to make her family uncomfortable. She dared not look into Xiao Zhen's eyes or at her husband's face. Unknowingly, outside the Xiao family house, villagers had gathered to watch the scene. They pointed and whispered about the Xiao family and Aunt Xiao. Uncle Xiao couldn't believe what his mother-in-law was saying. It reminded him of events from over 10 years ago. When his older brother died, Xiao Zhen was only 3 years old. Although he loved her, he often went hunting in the mountains and came back late. Sometimes he noticed small bruises on Xiao Zhen but never doubted his wife. Until Xiao Zhen was 8, her foot was bitten by a wild animal, and his wife suggested she go hunting in the mountains. Even if she didn't catch much, villagers would give her a few small prey because she was young. He strongly disagreed, but surprisingly, Xiao Zhen agreed herself. In the first year, Xiao Zhen hardly caught any prey. Villagers used to pity her and would bring her small animals, but eventually that stopped. He noticed some scratches on her, but she never spoke about them. He was suspicious, but was also needing his wife's care, so he kept quiet. After Xiao Zhen turned 10, she started catching prey again. From then on, his wife's attitude toward her changed completely, and this lasted for 8 years.
Why?
I can't speak anymore?
Huh.
The old woman's lips curled into a proud smile. She didn't believe it. She was sure this remark would cause Xiao Zhen to become estranged from the Xiao family, possibly even breeding resentment. Since her daughter was an outsider in the Xiao family, once her heart was away, she would naturally turn to her maternal family. In the end, those money could only be transferred to her maternal family. Outside the Xiao village, more and more villagers gathered. Some pointed fingers at Aunt Xiao, others cheered for the Xiao family's good fortune, and some felt sympathy for Xiao Zhen. But no matter what, they were only watching. In the crowd, a few young boys whispered among themselves. One of them nudged a boy next to him and said softly, "Ziran, marrying a virtuous wife means choosing someone with good character and background. How can a girl like her be a match for you?" Han Ziran's cold gaze was fixed on Xiao Zhen, who remained silent in the yard. He looked at his classmate, smiled faintly, then turned his eyes back to Xiao Zhen and whispered, "I also want to know why I don't resist marrying her." Next to him, Hua Qin, originally biting his lip and clenching his fists in both anger and frustration, stared at Xiao Zhen in the Xiao courtyard with disdain. When he heard Han Ziran's whisper, he looked surprised. Suddenly, the crowd became noisy because Xiao Zhen suddenly knelt in front of Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao. "Ajin?" Aunt Xiao panicked. "What are you doing? Don't listen to her nonsense. All these years, I truly raised you?" Aunt Xiao's words stopped abruptly because Xiao Zhen firmly bowed 3 times to her and Uncle Xiao. Then she said, "Uncle, Aunt Xiao Zhen has grown up now. I can't tell if you treat me sincerely or just pretend. Today, in front of all the villagers, I want to recognize you as my parents. From now on, I will respect and honor you, serve you in old age, and care for you until the end." Everyone was stunned by Xiao Zhen's words. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao looked at her with joy. The old woman beside them looked uncertain, not expecting such a turn of events. Good, good, good," Uncle Xiao said repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Finally, his second son, Xiao, had a child. Asian daughter. Aunt Xiao quickly helped Xiao Zhen up, tears of excitement choking her voice. She had long felt the pain of not having children. Over the years, she had regarded Xiao Zhen as her own daughter, but because of her status, she had never mentioned it openly. "Mother, father," Xiao Zhen sniffed and called out loudly. After these 2 words, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. She realized she should have done this in her past life, acknowledging her parents in front of the whole village. In the future, when her uncle and aunt came to the Han family, they could do so openly, without feeling embarrassed because of their status as uncle and aunt. When she returned home during festivals with gifts, they wouldn't feel uncomfortable accepting them. Calling them mother and father changed not only her identity, but also her sense of doing things as it should be. At this moment, someone in the crowd called out, "Isn't that Han Ziran?" Xiao Zhen turned around and saw Han Ziran standing among the crowd. Although young, his tall figure and handsome face made him noticeable at a glance. When Xiao uncle and aunt saw Han Ziran, they felt nervous. It's said that family shame should not be exposed outside, but unexpectedly, their family shame was revealed in front of so many people, and Han Ziran, who was about to become her fiancé, saw it all.
But Xiao Zhen was very calm.
Seeing it was just like being seen by villagers, no different than being seen by him. She was about to look away when Han Ziran approached. What was he going to do? Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran with questioning eyes. Shouldn't a typical girl blush and lower her head at this moment? Even if not, she should at least show some girlhood shyness. They had a marriage agreement after all. Han Ziran noticed that Xiao Zhen didn't seem to have the usual modesty a girl should have in front of him. Do you need help writing a promissory note? Han Ziran politely smiled at the two elders of the Xiao family and asked. Promissory note? Aunt Xiao quickly looked at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen wanted to say she didn't need help and could write it herself, but then she remembered she was illiterate at this time.
She nodded and said, okay.
Then she asked the old woman of the Xiao family, Grandma, we can only borrow 5 taels. We need to pay it back within a year. Can you manage that? With so many people around, the old woman naturally couldn't say much. She nodded reluctantly. Xiao Zhen went inside and took out a piece of prepared charcoal and paper, handing it to Han Ziran. Is this okay? As long as I can write, Han Ziran replied politely. Come, I'll write on my back. A classmate of his stepped forward. Han Ziran's handwriting, like him, was beautiful but also carried a hint of pride. His writing seemed to improve as he grew older. Within a few years, it would become even more elegant, steady, and powerful. Seeing Xiao Zhen staring at his writing in awe, Han Ziran smiled faintly. Xiao Zhen looked a bit uncomfortable. She took the paper and handed it to the old woman of the Xiao family. Please stamp your thumb here. I didn't bring any ink. Mrs. Xiao looked at the IOU and felt extreme disgust for Xiao Zhen. She came to the Xiao family to get money, but had no intention of repaying it. It's okay even without the official seal, Xiao Zhen said. She then took a needle borrowed from Granny Lei from her pocket, grabbed Mrs. Zhao's index finger, and pricked it sharply. As the woman cried out in pain, she pressed her finger to leave a blood mark. Quickly and smoothly, Xiao Zhen finished, folded the IOU, and handed it to Aunt Xiao. The young boys were surprised, slightly opening their mouths. Wow, what a strong woman. This is 5 taels of silver, Xiao Zhen said as she pushed the silver into Mrs. Zhao's hand just as she opened her mouth to curse. Angrily, Mrs. Xiao flung her hand and left. For a moment, the villagers, having no more entertainment, dispersed. Suddenly, only Xiao family members Han Ziran and a few classmates remained in the yard. Huang said irritably, What are we still doing here? Let's go too. She wished she hadn't suggested coming to see this woman. Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao, seeing Han Ziran, didn't know where to put their hands, their faces showing excitement. Aunt Xiao quickly said, It's almost noon. Why don't Ziran have lunch before leaving? Since Xiao Zhen recognized them as her parents, Han Ziran was now their son-in-law, truly part of the family. Her son-in-law was so handsome, smart, and well-educated. Before Han Ziran could speak, Xiao Zhen said, Mom, haven't you seen his classmates here? I think the Han family has already prepared the meal. What Han family? That's your in-laws. Aunt Xiao glared at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen. She felt shameless. Huang thought angrily in her heart. Noticing Xiao Zhen's obvious dislike of him staying for dinner at the Xiao house, Han Ziran kept this in mind. Though curious, since the family had already prepared food, he said, My parents have prepared lunch for us. They should be looking for us now. Thank you, Aunt Xiao. We'll go first. Watching Han Ziran and the others leave, Aunt Xiao felt even more pleased. He's good-looking, educated, and respectful to elders. He's a good boy. But it's just a few words. How does that show respect? Xiao Zhen slightly complained. Aunt Xiao glared at Xiao Zhen. Then her eyes reddened, choking up. Ah Zhen, you are now my daughter. Mom, Xiao Zhen softly called, then looked at Uncle Xiao, whose eyes were also red. She called out, Dad, I'm hungry. All right, I'll go cook. Uncle Xiao happily went into the house. I'll cook your favorite rabbit meat. Aunt Xiao wiped away her tears and happily went into the house. Xiaozhen looked up at the clear blue sky, took a deep breath, and felt completely refreshed. He then jumped with excitement and went inside to help. At this moment, Han Ziran and his friends, who had left Xiao's family, couldn't keep their mouths shut. Although they knew they shouldn't talk about such things, they couldn't help themselves. One of them said, Ziran, Xiaozhen seems pretty fierce. Are you sure you want to marry someone like her? All the vows have been exchanged. How can I not marry her? Besides, the wedding day is almost here.
Yeah, Ziran.
I heard she was the one who tempted you up on the mountain? Their eyes all turned to Han Ziran, who hadn't spoken. Huang, being a girl, blushed at the comment, but she was also very curious. Seeing everyone expect a reply, Han Ziran shook his head and said, No, I took the initiative to hold her hand. A gasp went around.
Why?
She's really just an ordinary girl, someone asked.
Exactly. We saw how she acted just now.
That old lady was so rude. We also heard that her adoptive mother is a quarrelsome woman who even caused trouble at your house, another added. Yeah, and I heard your mother was so angry she stayed in bed for days after she came and caused a scene. Han Ziran, looking a bit embarrassed, said, No, my mother was upset because of me. I wasn't against this marriage. More gasps. What kind of eyes do you have? Huang bit her lip and stayed silent, looking quite sad. But I have to say, another person suddenly spoke up. Compared to someone who's unkind and fierce, I think she doesn't seem to like Ziran very much.
What? Really?
Han Ziran nodded at this point and said, I also think she doesn't seem to like me very much. More gasps. The master really likes you a lot, calling you a rare genius. Many girls outside the school secretly admire you. Yet she doesn't like you? And you still choose to marry her? That's really strange.
Han Ziran smiled.
The matter about the mountain cave was settled. Even if he didn't want to marry her, he had to. Though she didn't like him, he didn't seem to dislike her, so he thought it was better to follow his heart. No matter how much the Han family disliked Xiaozhen, they still followed proper wedding customs. With the new year approaching, the whole village was filled with happiness. Xiaozhen gradually understood the matter of her uncle and aunt recognizing her as their daughter, as well as how Aunt Xiao arranged for Han family to marry Xiaozhen. Over time, fewer villagers discussed these things. Instead, because the Xiao family had connected with the Han family, villagers became more polite to them. Plus, the dowry Xiao family provided impressed the villagers even more, so no one said much anymore. Although she was marrying the same person, for Xiaozhen it was her second marriage. She felt no joy at all. Even though some details were different this time, she had no expectations for life after marrying into the Han family. She was only thinking about how to earn money to rent a shop in town after the wedding. On the wedding day, Xiaozhen was pulled up early in the morning. Aunt Xiao helped her bathe, then several other women helped her dress in a bright red wedding gown. After all the dressing was done, more than an hour had passed. The Xiao family only set up 3 tables for the celebration. Aunt Xiao's relatives didn't come, only some good friends from the village. During lunch, Xiaozhen occasionally overheard whispers. She wasn't affected. Those who didn't come weren't worth her concern. Those who came, even if they weren't friendly, still maintained polite appearances. She made sure to be courteous. In Tangxia village, the custom was that when a man married, he only needed to pick up the bride from her home. But after arriving, he had to lead her around the village once to complete the ceremony. After lunch, Xiaozhen was about to go to the Han family. Usually, her mother and sister would be crying their eyes out at this time. Xiaozhen thought about her life in her previous 2 lives. Her aunt and uncle had been very unhappy, and her aunt had died 3 years after her marriage because she was upset over being abandoned by Han Ziran. She couldn't help but feel a little sad and wanted to hold her aunt's hand and say some comforting words. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her head. Aunt Xiao patted her excitedly and said, Zhen, you're finally getting married. Our girl is finally married off, and to the best man in the village. Oh my God, Han Ziran has become our Xiao family's son-in-law. All her sadness disappeared instantly. Hurry up, get into the sedan chair, and go to the Han family, Aunt Xiao urged. It's not the auspicious time yet, the matchmaker said nearby. You can just walk a little slower, Aunt Xiao added. The matchmaker hesitated. Xiaozhen wondered if her mother was rushing because she was worried the Han family might back out. She barely managed to leave home on time, feeling like her parents were as excited as if she were entering the palace to become a queen. It was really frustrating. She truly believed her marriage with Han Ziran was a doomed fate. The Han family lived in the same village, so the wedding carriage arrived almost immediately. When the firecrackers went off, the wedding carriage arrived. As Xiaozhen stepped down, she heard the surrounding people talking. The groom looks very handsome today. Yes, and the bride is so lucky. Is it really luck? Xiaozhen sighed silently as her wedding veil was lifted, and a pair of delicate hands reached out to take the wedding knot from her. She was then led by Han Ziran into the house to bow to the ancestors. Inside the Han house, some murmurs reached her ears. Why is only old Master Han here? Where is Lady Han? Without the elders, how can they get married? If they don't come soon, the auspicious time will pass. Don't you know Lady Han doesn't like this third daughter-in-law? Not long ago, the bride's aunt caused a fuss over the wedding. I heard Lady Han was so upset she fell ill and is now bedridden. If I were the groom's mother, I wouldn't agree to marry my son to someone like that. Xiaozhen rolled her eyes under the wedding cover. Han Ziran was forced to marry her, and she, Xiaozhen, married because her uncle and aunt wanted her to join the Han family. In terms of status and family background, it did seem Han Ziran was at a disadvantage, and she had nothing to say about that. But being forced into it, their futures would be separate. Only the official title remained. In her past life, Han Ziran quickly rose to fame and had a smooth career, while she stayed in the old house for 3 years, guarding it. Han Ziran and everyone from the Han family then moved to the capital for a better life. In the end, she had no money or food, and even had to disguise herself as a man to join the army just to survive. She felt wronged, thinking Han Ziran was the one losing out. The auspicious time arrived, but Lady Han still did not appear. The newlyweds could only bow to old Master Han to finish the ceremony. Lift the cover, an elder in the village called out. After lifting the cover, they would walk around the village and then pay respects to the lady of the fragrant camphor tree. Only then would the ceremony be complete. Just as Xiaozhen's red wedding cover was about to be lifted, a cold voice suddenly spoke. No need to lift the cover, and no need to go to the lady of the fragrant camphor tree. Since you've entered the house, just leave it as it is. It was Lady Han's voice. Through the wedding cover, Xiaozhen could hear her anger and disgust. Suddenly, the Han family fell silent. But the wedding cover was still lifted, and Xiaozhen looked up into a pair of cold, starry black eyes. The eyes were cool and calm, and her smile was gentle, the signature smile of Han Ziran. But in the next moment, his smile froze. His lips twitched a few times before returning to normal. Many people in the crowd gasped and stared wide-eyed at Xiaozhen. What kind of makeup is this? Why are there 2 big circles drawn on both sides of her face? And her eyes are painted too? It's quite funny. Her hairstyle is also so strange. Everyone's comments made Xiaozhen feel a strong urge to look in a mirror. The makeup on her face was done by a few aunts who were close to her mother. They told her that in their hometown, a bride must wear makeup like this to stay happy and healthy with her husband forever. At that moment, the aunt listening nearby quickly said, "Then maybe draw a few more circles? That way I can feel more at ease." Xiaozhen thought, so her mother was worried that she and Han Ziran wouldn't stay together forever? So, that aunt spent nearly an hour painting her face. Is it very ugly? Xiaozhen quietly asked Han Ziran. Han Ziran shook his head. No, just very special. The aunt who painted me is from the Li tribe. She said this kind of makeup helps the bride live long and stay healthy. Shouldn't it be about staying with the husband forever and being happy until old age? Han Ziran looked at Xiaozhen's bright, slightly teasing eyes. I read about the Li tribe's customs in a book. Xiaozhen was silent. Did he really have to look so surprised? Don't worry. Since I married you, I won't dislike you. You're overthinking. I've never worried about that, Xiao sneered. She really couldn't stand people who were so talented but had an overly high opinion of themselves. So, should the bride and groom go to worship the queen of fragrant trees? The village elder looked at Han's mother with a stern face, then at Han's father, who looked helpless, and finally at the couple who seemed unaffected by the atmosphere. Ziran, didn't you hear what Mom said? Han's mother looked at her son with a very bad expression. I heard. Han Ziran turned to his mother. Mom, today is my wedding day. Since we are married, we need to complete the wedding rites to make it complete. Please sit and wait for me and Xiao to finish and come back to serve tea to you and Dad. Then Han Ziran took Xiao's hand and headed toward Queen Fragrant Trees without looking back at her mother, who looked both in disbelief and shocked. Along the way, Xiao kept looking at Han Ziran with a surprised and unbelieving gaze. She knew that this life was a bit different from the previous one, but this difference was too strange. Han Ziran actually disobeyed his mother?
Why?
The cold and reserved Han Ziran would never do such a thing. His filial piety towards his mother is so strong that even lightning couldn't strike him down. Along the way, the villagers looked at the newlyweds with strange eyes, especially Xiao, whose makeup was quite odd. Han Ziran acted as if nothing was wrong. He turned his head confusedly and looked at Xiao, who was staring at him with a shocked expression. Why are you looking at me like that? I should look good now. Xiao hesitated and asked, if you say that, your mother might get so upset she could fall ill. Since I married you, my mother has to accept you, right? Aren't you worried about your mother getting sick? I'm worried, but I can't let that worry make others look down on you. If they look down on you, they're really looking down on me.
Huh?
What? How could I be looked down on? Xiao looked at Han Ziran, who was seriously answering her. He was really different from before. After paying respects to Lady Xiangzhang, they had to walk around the village once. This was a tradition that everyone followed. Every daughter-in-law had to do it after moving into her husband's home. But because her mother-in-law disapproved, her own wedding ceremony wasn't completed. If people found out, they would gossip, think she was easy to bully, and believe she wasn't well-liked in the Han family.
Wow, she was really deep in thought.
But what he said made sense. Xiao almost got caught up in Han Ziran's reasoning. Are you doing this for my sake? What else? But Han Ziran looked her up and down. You and your mother-in-law are really different. If you had even half her sharpness, you wouldn't have to worry about anything in this life. Xiao was silent. Sharp? Why did Han Ziran seem to admire her mother so much? Seeing that Xiao didn't say anything more, Han Ziran glanced at her, but didn't speak. Instead, he held her hand tightly. Xiao walked quietly. On her wedding day in her past life, she didn't speak to Han Ziran, not even exchanged a glance. And certainly not during the ritual to pay respects to Lady Xiangzhang. Now, Han Ziran was speaking to her kindly and with concern in his words. It felt like a dream. No, it was like she was dreaming. Had she just delayed the events, and that caused such a big change? Could that be true?
Haha.
Some children and adults who liked excitement followed behind them. The children occasionally came to ask for candies. In poor families, the only thing to share was a handful of puffed rice. The Han family wasn't poor, so they probably had candies, but clearly, Han's mother hadn't arranged for that. Xiao thought Han Ziran would feel embarrassed, but he unexpectedly took out a small bag from his pocket and gave it to one of the children. There are candies inside. Go share and enjoy them. The children cheered and hurried forward to share the candies. Han Ziran pulled Xiao along as they moved forward, saying, I saved up money from buying paper to get these candies. There are 2 left. This one is for you, and this one is mine. Looking at the candy Han Ziran handed her, Xiao felt mixed emotions. She didn't really want to eat the candy anymore. Definitely eat it. Only when you eat the candy can you live a sweet and happy life together, Han Ziran said, peeling the wrapper and offering the candy to Xiao. A sweet and happy life? Xiao murmured. Is that for her and him? Yes. That's a tradition of the Li tribe. Since you've painted the Li tribe's makeup, you should also carry on this tradition. Looking at his young, handsome face, still with a bit of childish features, his signature smile was still a bit shy, but it reminded her of his past self. His coldness, his ignoring her, his abandonment, all vividly remembered. And now he was talking about living a sweet and happy life together? Thinking about it feels a bit sad. Of course, she couldn't believe those words, and she wouldn't. Since her rebirth, she had believed in ghosts and gods. Even though living happily with Han Ziran was impossible, she didn't want to make her future worse than her past by not eating this candy. There was no harm in eating it anyway. Thinking this way, Xiaojun opened her mouth and put the candy in. By eating this candy, I just hope my future will be sweet and happy. Even if he abandoned her in the end, she didn't want to suffer the same heartbreak as before. The young man smiled silently. The fragrant camphor tree had been around for 500 or 600 years. Its leaves were lush, but one branch had broken off, leaving a large black hole. It was said to have been struck by lightning 100 years ago. At that time, the villagers thought the tree might die, but surprisingly, it not only survived but grew even more lush. Xiaojun knelt in reverence, bowing 3 times to the camphor goddess, and made a beautiful wish for the future. When she opened her eyes, she saw Han Ziran also looking at the goddess with respect. She was shocked again. She remembered that in her previous life, Han Ziran never believed in these things. Even when accompanying Han's mother to burn incense, he never knelt, standing coldly on the side. When Han Ziran stood up, he saw Xiaojun staring at him with a shocked expression. He touched his face, puzzled, and asked, "Am I that scary?" "Yes." Xiaojun looked around at him with a bit of helplessness. Her mind was so tired from thinking, and she wondered what Han Ziran's situation really was this time. "Since when did you start worshipping Lady Xiangzhang?" Xiaojun asked curiously.
"Today."
"Aren't you usually skeptical about these things?"
Han Ziran smiled softly.
"Since my wife is so sincere, I should take it seriously too." Xiaojun chuckled softly. On the way back, Xiaojun didn't speak again. She just lowered her head and walked, thinking about all the differences between this life and the last. Han Ziran suddenly stopped walking. Xiaojun habitually looked up at him, then remembered that Han Ziran was now a few centimeters shorter than her, so she lowered her gaze.
Han Ziran sighed.
"Why are you so frustrating? Why aren't you walking?" Xiaojun asked. "Nothing." Han Ziran replied gloomily, pulling her along as they moved forward. Holding hands was part of the ritual, symbolizing the blessing from Lady Xiangzhang. No, from her. It had to be done properly. They were almost at the Han family now. Xiaojun thought that if Madame Han saw them, there might be more trouble. Letting go might be fine, so she said, "I'll walk by myself." "Finish what you start," Han Ziran said. Just then, firecrackers sounded at the Han family gate. While Xiaojun was still surprised by his words, he had already pulled her into the Han house. The first cup of tea for the bride was served to the parents after worshipping Lady Xiangzhang. Although Madame Han looked very displeased, she didn't make things difficult for Xiaojun at that moment. Looking at Madame Han's unpredictable expression, Xiaojun thought that Madame Han was probably regretting stopping Han Ziran from worshipping Lady Xiangzhang earlier. The Han family always valued dignity, and Madame Han had high standards for herself. She wanted everything to be perfect, so her sudden outburst was likely just a moment of impulsiveness. Just like on her wedding day in the last life, Madame Han had stopped all the rituals and was worried about gossip afterward. After finishing the tea, Xiaojun was covered with a red veil and taken into the new room. Han Ziran was taken away to drink wine. Once the door was closed, Xiaojun removed her veil and looked around this familiar room, her home for 3 years in her previous life. Apart from the double happiness characters on the wall, there was nothing else decorated. There was a table, 2 chairs, and an oil lamp, clean but cold, matching Han Ziran's personality. On the bed, there were symbolic dates and peanuts, melon seeds, representing hopes for early childbirth and a fruitful marriage. At this moment, Xiaojun felt a bit stunned. Actually, more often than not, when she saw something identical from her memory, she would feel a sense of unreality. After thinking for a moment, She reached her hand under the pillow and indeed found 3 books. These books were filled with notes written by Han Ziran. Han Ziran had a habit of annotating her favorite books. She flipped through the pages, and on each edge, Han Ziran had written words. Soon after, she would add her own thoughts about the book on each page. At this time, the door of the new house was pushed open. The Han family members came in. Rather than saying they entered, it was more like they hurriedly followed behind a furious Han mother, looking tense. When they saw Xiao, who had removed the wedding cover, Han Ziran raised an eyebrow. "Young sister-in-law, how could you tear off the wedding veil?" The eldest sister-in-law, Lu Ruhu, exclaimed in surprise. The veil was supposed to be lifted by the groom for good luck. Removing it secretly was not proper. She didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Xiaozhen took a deep breath inwardly and thought to herself, since it's already like this, I should go with the flow. Even if she felt resistance toward the Han family, she must follow the rules she was supposed to. She couldn't lack in courtesy.
People should have standards for themselves.
If she lacked manners, she would only cause trouble for herself. Thinking this way, Xiaozhen calmly smiled and said, feeling bored. Then she called out, "Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother," and when her gaze fell on Han Ziran, she spoke very naturally, "Husband." Calling him so confidently? Hadn't she always been quite resistant to him? Strangely, Han Ziran's ears turned red. But this was supposed to be a very intimate way of addressing someone. Why did it sound like she was calling a stray cat or dog when she said it? Han Ziran thought he might be overthinking. Earlier, Xiaozhen hadn't looked at Han Mother closely. Now, upon a clear look, he noticed that Han Mother looked much thinner, and her face was very haggard. Han Mother looked coldly at Xiaozhen, who appeared very calm, and sneered, "Your Xiao family used despicable means to marry Ziran. How can you look at me so calmly? Aren't you shameless?" "Mother," Han Father looked worriedly at his wife, "don't speak to your daughter-in-law like that now she's in the house." "Why shouldn't I say it? I will never admit she's Ziran's wife." Han Mother took a deep breath and sternly said to Xiaozhen again, "From now on, don't call me mother. Do you hear me?" "I hear you." Xiaozhen nodded obediently, looking a bit uncomfortable. The discomfort was not pretend. No matter how much she tried to accept it, being spoken to like that was truly upsetting. Han Ziran was surprised by Xiaozhen's obedience. He always thought she wasn't the type to listen carefully. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Mom, I told you before. It was my fault in the cave, not Xiaozhen's." "Shut up," Han's mother said angrily, glaring at her younger son. "You're still helping her? After all the effort we put into raising you, is this how you repay us? You're only 16. Even if you marry, you shouldn't marry someone like her." Xiaozhen reached up to scratch her forehead, then lowered her head again. "Before you turn 20, you two will sleep separately. You sleep in the study," Han's mother told her younger son. She gave her son's main house to Xiaozhen, but he was reluctant. Still, he had to focus on studying, so this was the best way for now. The other members of the Han family looked at each other silently. Since Han Ziran was only 16 and had heavy schoolwork, sleeping separately was the best choice. Lu Ruhui looked at Xiaozhen with sympathy. "Mom, I won't delay my studies," Han Ziran said, showing a bit of determination on his young face when talking about studying. Seeing Xiaozhen just bow her head silently, Han's mother grew more annoyed with her. Thinking about Xiaozhen's family and that her younger son had married her, she felt a deep, unspoken hatred. "Xiaozhen, if I find out you're deliberately approaching Ziran, I won't forgive you," she said coldly. "I understand," Xiaozhen nodded. Even if Han's mother didn't say anything, she had no intention of approaching Han Ziran. She acted obediently, but Han's mother snorted coldly. Seeing Han Ziran still standing in the new room, she said sharply, "What are you still doing here? Go to the study." Han Ziran looked at Xiaozhen, who was just acting obedient under his mother's angry scolding.
He was still surprised.
He always thought she might talk back a little. Remembering he had some books to read, he left first. Once the Han family members left, Xiaozhen finally had a moment of peace. She lay flat on the bed, relaxing. She looked at the wooden ceiling for a while, feeling as if she had forgotten something important. No matter how she thought, she couldn't remember. Maybe she was tired because she fell into a deep sleep. Though winter nights were cold, the moon was surprisingly bright. Mother Han looked at her young son under the moonlight. At 16, he hadn't fully grown, but his elegant aura hinted at a nobility not from this place. It was a deep inner glow, buried in the earth, that would shine once he grew up. Thinking about the marriage, she felt a lump in her throat. But the decision was made. She had no choice but to speak coldly. Tomorrow, you'll go back to your teacher. I've already prepared everything for you. Mother, maybe Xiaojun isn't as bad as you think, Han Ziran said softly. Mother Han looked at him coldly. She's an orphan, relying on her hunting skills to support her uncle and aunt. That shows she's kind-hearted. So what? Can't you get along with her?
No. Han Ziran hesitated.
Our family has worked hard to send you to a private school, hoping you'll make us proud and bring honor to the family. We also want you to leave the poor countryside and have a bright future. But you married a country girl who doesn't even know her letters and has no shame. Do you deserve each other? When you succeed, she might become a burden or a stain on your reputation. Knowing his mother wouldn't calm down soon, Han Ziran could only smile faintly. Today, you didn't listen to me. You tore her veil and even took her to worship Lady Xiangzhang. Mother Han still felt heartbroken when she thought about it. I thought you'd be happy I did that. Otherwise, the villagers would say Xiaojun isn't suitable and accuse you of mistreating your new wife. You've always cared about your reputation. Han Ziran knew his mother well and understood her character. Sure enough, Mother Han only shot him a stern look. You can't let her affect your future. Understand? Han Ziran nodded, knowing what was important. It's late. Rest early, Mother Han thought to herself, relieved. Ziran had been a reliable child since he was young. He always kept his promises. When he entered the study, Han Ziran turned to his mother and said, Mother, after I leave, please treat her kindly. Seeing her face turn stern again, Han Ziran quickly went inside and shut the door. The next day, Xiaojun was awakened by the loud sounds of drums and voices. When she woke up, she realized she had fallen asleep in her clothes. She hurried to change out of her wedding dress, washed her face with the water prepared for her last night, and then went outside. As she opened the door, the cold winter air hit her face. Before she could shiver fully, she saw the courtyard filled with people, and the sound of drums echoed from time to time. Everyone in the village was congratulating each other, and villagers kept coming in one after another. When Xiaojun heard the word Xiaocai, successful candidate, she immediately knew what had happened. No wonder she felt like she had missed something yesterday. According to the timeline from her previous life, yesterday should have been the day she learned that Han Ziran passed the Xiaocai exam, but it was unexpectedly delayed by a day. Xiaojun looked at the villagers who were congratulating Han's parents and then headed towards the kitchen. She was hungry and decided to eat breakfast first. Before entering the kitchen, the smell of steamed buns wafted out. Xiaojun took a deep breath and quickly stepped inside. She saw Han Ziran taking steamed buns, wrapping them one by one, and placing them into a cloth bag on the table. Seeing Xiaojun, Han Ziran gave a faint smile as a greeting. Xiaojun simply pursed her lips, then took a bun from the cage and, out of habit, grabbed some pickled vegetables and radish from a cupboard to sit and eat at the table. Han Ziran looked at her with mild surprise. He didn't know what was in the kitchen, but she seemed to know everything. She didn't say anything, just focused on eating. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After packing some buns for the road, Han Ziran was about to leave. Then he paused, looked at Xiaojun, who had already started on her third bun, and thought, she can really eat. I passed the Xiaocai exam. Xiaojun didn't lift her head, just nodded while eating her bun. You will be the wife of a Xiaocai. Cough, cough. Xiaojun accidentally choked, looked up at Han Ziran, and then, imitating his calm smile, said, Yes, I am. Aren't you happy? When he said this, Han Ziran's ears turned slightly red. I am happy. But she didn't seem happy at all. Han Ziran felt a strange sense of disappointment. After all, she was the woman he married, and he cared somewhat about her feelings and thoughts. Xiao lowered her head to continue eating her bun, feeling that Han Ziran was quite strange today. Not only today, but yesterday as well, which made her feel inexplicably uneasy. He should be the most detached observer, right? Every month I will go home for 3 days. Xiao nodded. Why did she need to be told this? Besides, the new year was coming soon, and she thought she would be able to return home quickly after the academy visit this time. Mother's words last night were just her anger. Don't take it to heart. After finishing her 5th bun, Xiao felt full. She looked up, gave Han Ziran a small glance, and lightly hummed. In her previous life, she took those words to heart and ended up hurting herself. This time, she wouldn't make the same mistake again. Why did you eat so much breakfast? Han Ziran was surprised by Xiao's appetite. Of course, eating well is necessary for going to the mountains to hunt and to earn money. Xiao naturally wouldn't tell Han Ziran. Are you worried I'll make your family go hungry? No, she replied. She remembered how difficult it was to carry her out of the cave, and no wonder she was so heavy after eating so much. Just as they were talking, the eldest sister-in-law, Lu, came in. When she saw the two of them, her eyes widened. You guys. We met at breakfast, Xiao quickly said. She didn't want any misunderstandings.
Han Ziran glänzte her.
Lu smiled, and then noticed that many buns in the pot were gone. She asked curiously, third brother, did you take so many buns? Xiao wanted to say she ate some, but Han Ziran said, I was a little hungry, so I took some and packed them in my bag. Lu nodded. Third brother, Mother asked you to go to the yard and talk to the villagers before going to school. Got it, Han Ziran replied, picking up his bag and leaving the kitchen. Big sister-in-law, is there anything I can do for you? Xiao also stood up. Her previous sister-in-law Lu was quite nice to her, or maybe she was generally kind to everyone. Lu looked gentle and virtuous on the surface, but was actually quite soft-hearted. I don't know. Mother will talk to you, Lu said, then started doing housework. Her stomach was full, so Xiao simply left the kitchen. She needed to think carefully about how to spend her days from now on. Seeing Xiao leave, Lu wiped the table and muttered, third brother passed the imperial exam and became a scholar. So, his wife is now a scholar's wife. Even if mother doesn't like her, she's married now. Sigh, I never expected third brother to marry into such a family. How should I get along with his wife in the future? While she was thinking about the scholar's wife, Xiao was about to go into her own room when she heard a familiar voice shout, Oh, isn't that our scholar's wife? Xiao's mouth twitched, and she mechanically turned her head. She saw her parents walking toward her with big smiles, their faces wrinkled from smiling. Their loud voices also drew the attention of the villagers who came to congratulate her. Xiao felt like crying. Did they have to draw so much attention? She asked Dad, Mom, why are you here? Such a big happy event. How could we not come? Look at you. You're so excited you're almost crying. Aunt Xiao said, her eyes almost closed from smiling. She looked her daughter over and thought she looked like a scholar's wife. She wasn't just excited. Xiao quickly said, Dad, Mom, you should go back now. Our family isn't busy. Aunt Xiao said, her eyes brightening, everyone, let's talk. Ara Zhen is truly lucky to have good luck with her marriage. She just married in, and her son-in-law already passed the imperial exam. She then deliberately looked at Mother Han, who was stiffly smiling in the yard. The yard was very quiet. Soon someone echoed, yes, yes. That's right. Just after the daughter-in-law married in, her son-in-law became a scholar. It must be good luck. Mother. Big brother Han and second brother Han saw their mother clenching her fists tightly and trembling. They exchanged glances, feeling helpless. Seeing that the Han family didn't speak, Aunt Xiao went over to Han Zhen, who was looking at Xiao with a serious face. Wow, this kid is getting more and more handsome. Son-in-law, tell me, doesn't Xiao have good luck? Before Han Zhen could say anything, Mother Han said, Zhen passed the exam because he studied hard. It's all thanks to our Han family's efforts. In other words, it had nothing to do with Xiao at all. Aunt Xiao was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Of course. But, to be honest, if Zhen hadn't married Xiao Zhen, maybe he wouldn't have passed the exam this time. Haha, no one knows what will happen, right? Xiao Zhen closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them and pulled her parents' hands, walking outside. Ah, Zhen, what are you doing? Aunt Xiao shouted. I haven't finished talking. But she couldn't give her aunt another chance to speak. If she kept talking, her days at the Han family would only get worse. Xiao Zhen pulled her parents harder until they were a little away from the Han house, then let go. The sky was clear and bright, though cold enough to cut to the bone.
It was a rare good day.
In the distance, villagers were working on the farm. After walking such a long way, Xiao Zhen no longer felt cold. She looked helplessly at her parents. Dad, Mom, I hope you don't get too close to the Han family.
What are you talking about?
Aunt Xiao glared at her daughter. They are our relatives. But the Han family doesn't treat us like relatives. They don't like me, and they don't like you either. Relatives are relatives. Even if they don't like it, we have to accept it. Aunt Xiao muttered. Besides, there's nothing wrong with Xiao Zhen. Uncle Xiao sighed nearby. Some things just couldn't be explained to her mother. In her mother's mind, as long as she married into the Han family, that was her achievement and a glory for the Xiao family. She didn't understand concepts like reason or rightness. As long as Xiao Zhen could live a comfortable life, everything else didn't matter. Xiao Zhen no longer wanted to argue about this topic. In the older generation's thinking, it was considered pointless to discuss further. Anyway, life depends on oneself. Thinking this, he took out 25 taels of silver from his chest and handed it to his aunt. Where did you get so much silver? His aunt asked in surprise. Xiao Zhen smiled and said, I hunted and sold some game earlier to earn money. I was worried that if I gave it all to you, it would become my dowry, so I kept some. Oh, since you kept some, you can use it as your secret savings. His aunt quickly put the silver back into Xiao Zhen's hand. Having your own money gives you confidence when talking at your husband's house. They won't look down on you. This 25 taels of silver is for you to help me check if there are any suitable shops to rent in the county. If it's not enough, we can talk about it later. In the county? Isn't it supposed to be in the town? Uncle Xiao asked puzzled. Xiao Zhen smiled silently. Her goal was the capital city. She didn't want to be limited to a small place in her life. She wanted to broaden her horizons and also help her uncle and Aunt see more. Once their view expanded, her parents' ideas would change. She didn't want to argue with her parents over this, but she believed she could gradually change their minds. Right? However, telling them now wouldn't help because they wouldn't understand. She said, I've been thinking these past few days and the town is too small. All right, I will ask around in the next few days if any ox carts are coming into the city from neighboring villages. As soon as I find out, I'll go check. No need to ask, Xiao Zhen said, taking out a small bag from her pocket and handing it to Uncle Xiao. I still have 5 taels of silver here. Seeing the two elders looking at her puzzled, Xiao Zhen said, Dad, Mom, our village and 2 nearby villages are big villages, but only 1 ox cart can go to the city, and it doesn't go there often. So, these 5 taels of silver are for Dad to buy an ox. If it's not enough, Mom, you can add some. To buy an ox just to go to the city? That seems unnecessary, her aunt said, her eyes brightening. Are you saying that in the future, our family can use this ox to earn some travel expenses? Xiao Zhen was surprised at her mother's insight. She hadn't expected her mother to guess so accurately. Mom is so clever. Her aunt's eyes lit up at the idea of making money. Hearing Xiao Zhen say, our 3 villages are all big villages and many people go to and from the city daily, but most walk. It takes a whole day to walk there. If we have a dedicated ox cart for the city, more people will come and go. Plus, Dad's legs are not convenient, and he has nothing to do at home. Pulling a cart doesn't require much movement and can make money. It's a win-win situation. This idea has been in her mind for a long time. Uncle Xiao heard this and was very excited. So, that means I can go back to work now. Zhen Xiao nodded. Ah, Zhen, even after you got married, you still think about the family. Aunt Xiao said, starting to choke up. Mother, didn't you say? You raised me both as a daughter and as a son. Since I am like a son, How can I not think about the family? Zhen Xiao thought to herself with a little smile. Once her parents had things to do, she wouldn't have to worry about her own matters. However, she really had no money at all. Thinking of this, Zhen Xiao felt a bit sad inside. When they returned to the Han family, everyone had already left. Han Ziran had gone back to school. The men of the Han family had gone to work in the fields. Lu Shi was sweeping the yard, and Han's mother was hanging clothes to dry. When she saw Zhen Xiao, Han's mother suddenly dropped her clothes on the ground. Mother? Han's eldest sister hurried over to pick up the clothes, brushing off the dirt, and then signaled to Zhen Xiao to quickly apologize to her mother. I'm back, Zhen Xiao simply said. Back? This is not your home, Han's mother replied coldly. Are you going to kick me out then? Han's mother sneered. She really wanted to do that, but because of Han Ziran's reputation and the Han family's name, she had to hold back and tolerate Zhen Xiao staying at Han's house, take all the bedding out to dry, and starting tomorrow, all 3 meals for the family will be prepared by you. You will also wash the clothes. Lu Ruhuai looked at Zhen Xiao with sympathy. The Han family had many members, and they hadn't divided the household. There was too much to do. Earlier, she and her mother-in-law worked from morning till night. Now, all these chores were handed over to Zhen Xiao. Could she manage? Knowing how much Han's mother disliked her, she didn't actually mind doing housework. But Zhen Xiao honestly said, I don't know how to cook. What? Han's mother looked at her with mockery. Lu Ruhuai also looked surprised. Besides wealthy young ladies, are there women who don't know how to cook? My mother never let me touch the stove, Zhen Xiao explained. She was earning money to support herself. Her mother had raised her like a son since she was 8. She didn't learn anything a woman usually would. Seeing Han's mother and eldest sister's disbelief, Zhen Xiao smiled awkwardly. What can you do then? Lu Ruhuai asked instinctively. Hunting. Hunting? There are only a few seasons for hunting throughout the year. You don't need to go to the mountains often. What do you do on the other days? Lu Ruhuai asked curiously. Zhen Xiao thought for a moment. Plowing fields, drinking, chatting. During the farm work in Shiaon, I sat with my father eating peanuts and drinking small wine, chatting about things from north to south. I noticed my sister-in-law's mouth was wide open, as if she could swallow a goose egg, and Han's mother's angry eyes grew fiercer. I felt that maybe I looked a bit unacceptable to others. Oh, suddenly, the second brother of the Han family interrupted. Isn't this a man's day when my sister-in-law is here? Zhen Xiao turned around and saw the 3 Han family men coming back from the field with hoes. I wish I had called my sister-in-law to work in the fields earlier this morning. Maybe we could finish faster. This comment was like adding fuel to the fire. I looked at Han's mother, who was clearly very upset. I could almost guess what Han's mother was thinking. She was upset that her favorite son married a woman who didn't know anything. And now, this woman couldn't do anything either. She probably didn't want her to be around men all the time. What would the villagers think? Besides, the Han family wasn't short of men. For some reason, now that I've started to understand, I actually sympathize with this mother-in-law's feelings. Father, brother Lei, second brother, why are you back so early? Lu Ruhu hurried to greet them. There isn't much work in the fields. We just pulled some weeds and that's it. Han Zilei, the eldest son, put his tools by the chicken coop. Seeing his third sister-in-law standing silently, scolded by her mother, I remembered how she looked that day at Xiangzhang Yangyang's place, completely different from now. I thought her personality was quite changeable. Han's mother took a deep breath, then another, to calm her anger. I don't expect you to be very virtuous, but at least you should take care of Ziran's clothes, food, and shelter. I nodded obediently. Seeing my obedient look, Han's mother felt even angrier. Finally, she stormed into the house. Han's father also sighed and followed her inside. Seeing me keep my head down, Lu Shi wanted to comfort me, but didn't know what to say. She just looked at her husband. Han Zilei also didn't know what to say. It was no wonder that a woman who couldn't do basic housework was so irritable. Thinking this way, I felt my wife was very kind. I looked at Lu Shi with more tenderness. It's almost noon. Let's prepare lunch. In the afternoon, my father and I will go to the mountain to cut some firewood. Lu sure blushed and wondered what was wrong with her husband. Why was he looking at her with such eyes outside? It was so embarrassing. She hurried to prepare lunch. I waited quietly until everyone left. But just as I looked up, I saw Han Ziran staring at me with curiosity. What's so interesting? According to tradition, she should call him second brother. But since they are close in age, and even considering the months of birth, Han Ziran is still younger than her. She simply couldn't bring herself to call him that. Really can't cook or make food? Han Ziran asked curiously. There's no need to hide it, Xiao nodded. My third brother is so pitiful, Han Ziran sighed and left. Xiao frowned, wondering, did he stay just to say that to her? Inside the house, Xiao lay on the bed lost in thought. Since she married into the Han family, she couldn't think of separating herself from them. Not to mention her parents would oppose it, and the Han family wouldn't allow it either. The most urgent issue wasn't those thoughts, but that she had no money left. Thinking this, Xiao realized earning money was the top priority. She had many things to do, and the last thing she wanted was to spend her life stuck in a small village. Just as she was pondering how to proceed, the door was pushed open. Han's mother appeared with a cold face. Xiao hurried to sit up.
Madame Han.
Since she wasn't allowed to call her mother, she still had to address her somehow. Who told you to sleep during the day? Han's mother was annoyed upon seeing Xiao's face. Even if you can't cook, you should be able to do chores like sweeping and laundry, right? I'll go sweep now, Xiao said, about to leave the room, but Han's mother added, after sweeping, wash the big cabbage. Understood. The Han family grew a lot of cabbage, and Xiao took some time to carry all of it to the pond outside the village. Old Han and the eldest son wanted to help her because the cabbage was heavy, but seeing Madame Han's angry look, they gave up. Old Han sighed and said his mother, she's married into the family now. If there's anything she doesn't understand, just teach her. As long as she's taught well, that's enough. I don't even want to see her, Ah Hui said quickly. Mother, is there anything wrong? Lu Ruhu asked. From now on, she can do all the rough chores around the house. You don't need to do them anymore, Han's mother said sharply, then looked at her husband and two sons. Anyone who helps her again will not speak to me. It wasn't exhausting for Xiao to do a little work. In fact, she was quite eager and stretched her limbs happily while working. After washing several large baskets of cabbage, it was past noon. Xiao entered the kitchen and saw that there was no food on the table, not even any leftover rice. She sighed softly, expecting this. So, she stretched her waist and started rinsing rice to cook. For her, eating was very important. Without food, there would be no strength to work. The clattering sounds in the kitchen quickly attracted the Han family members. Seeing the messy kitchen and Xiao lighting a fire, Han's mother sternly asked, "What are you doing?" "Cooking," Xiao replied calmly. "Cooking what?" "It's already past lunchtime." Without saying much, Han's mother got even angrier. "You all have eaten lunch, but you left nothing for me." "I have to cook myself," Xiao said, glancing at Han's mother, whose face was turning dark with anger. Lu, who came in, quickly looked into the rice jar and exclaimed, "Third sister-in-law, how much rice did you cook? Why is half of it gone?" 3 bowls. Xiao then silently scolded herself. When she was eating, she was thinking about her parents needing food too. She instinctively filled 3 bowls, completely forgetting she was now in the Han family, where she was only cooking for herself. Now she cooked too much. 3 bowls? Lu was surprised. That's enough for 3 days' food. This month's silver is almost gone. Hearing this, Han's mother's face darkened even more. "Then go and fetch some more rice," Xiao suggested strangely. "If there's no rice, just buy more. Isn't that normal? The villagers grow their own grain, so they don't worry about staple food. There hasn't been a famine in recent years, and their harvests are good. They can eat plain rice every day, which would be better for the Han family." She hoped they had plenty of grain, not none. Third brother passed the imperial exam, and mother bought some things in town to deliver to the teacher. "This month's silver is almost gone," the new sister-in-law explained. not understanding that the mother plans their monthly expenses carefully. With just 3 bowls of rice, how could they afford to buy more? Besides, we usually don't need so much rice for cooking. We often steam taro, pumpkin, and sweet potatoes together. At this moment, Han's mother rushed to the wooden kitchen, opened the door, and took out some sweet potatoes, glaring at Xiao as she said through gritted teeth, "You act like we mistreat you. Isn't this leftover for you?"
Huh?
She suddenly threw the bowl of sweet potatoes at Xiao. Xiao didn't expect Han's mother to lose control like this. She couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the forehead by the sweet potatoes. It didn't hurt much, but the feeling inside was really unpleasant. Xiao knew that taro and sweet potatoes were steamed with rice to be eaten as meals, but in the Han family, her parents always only gave her plain rice. Taro and sweet potatoes were either for her parents or for her to take to the mountains to fill her stomach. Now she realized that her parents only gave her plain rice because they loved her.
Get out. Get out.
Han's mother pointed fiercely at the door. Xiao had to leave. She exited the kitchen and saw old Han and her 2 brothers, holding hoes, about to go out. They all looked at her. "Father, elder brother, are you going to work in the fields?" Xiao greeted with a stiff smile. Unexpectedly, the 3rd daughter-in-law also greeted her. Old Han nodded and went out. "Why didn't you say hello to me?" "I'm your 2nd brother," Han Ziran said unhappily as he approached Xiao after her father and brothers left. Xiao ignored him. "You're really something." Usually, if a daughter-in-law is spoken to like that by her mother-in-law, she would cry and run back to her family. "But you're fine?" Han's 2nd brother thought her heart was quite big. "If I cried and ran back home, I'd just have to come back with my tail between my legs. That would be even more embarrassing," Xiao said before going into her room and closing the door. The weather in the afternoon was quite nice. The men from Tangxia village were working in the fields, while the women stayed at home drying things and weaving. Although Mother Han was in a bad mood, Xiao knew she couldn't really argue with her. So, after the men left, Xiao calmed herself and started drying grains in the yard. After finishing, she also dried the quilts. She worked like this all afternoon. "Oh, isn't that the talented lady? First day in the new house, and she's already working?" Neighbor Granny Wei was passing by, picking some fresh vegetables. Seeing Xiao drying quilts, she wanted to come in and chat. "Doing some work, or else it's too boring," Xiao replied with a smile.
Boring?
"During the first 3 days of marriage, you don't have to do anything. Just wear new clothes and visit neighbors to get familiar. That's the rule in Tangxia village, you know," Granny Wei suddenly whispered. "Is your mother-in-law telling you to do this?" Seeing Granny Wei's curious look, Xiao chuckled. "No, I want to do it myself." "You're really diligent," Granny Wei looked her over. "Why aren't you wearing new clothes? Didn't your aunt make you any?" "How could I not? I was afraid of getting them dirty," Xiao said as she changed the quilt to dry it again. "Auntie, I've already recognized my uncle and aunt as my parents. Please don't call them wrong anymore." Yes, I'll remember," Granny Wei hurriedly said. Then she looked around and asked, "Why isn't your eldest sister-in-law helping you? So many quilts to dry. It must be hard work." "Elder sister-in-law has other things to do." Xiao didn't want to talk more. She picked up the grains and was about to go back inside when she saw Mother Han coming out with a sickle.
"Hello, Aunt Han.
You really married a good wife. On the first day of your wedding, she's already helping you with chores." Seeing Mother Han, Aunt Wei chuckled as she said this, and then left. Mother Han just nodded stiffly, and after Aunt Wei left, she looked coldly at Xiao and said, "Our Han family doesn't tolerate troublemakers. You'd better behave yourself and not go around spreading rumors like your aunt." "I haven't said anything wrong," Xiao replied, knowing her mother was outspoken, but feeling uncomfortable under Mother Han's words. "And I've already accepted Aunt Wei as my mother." "Don't get it wrong, Aunt Han. That's none of my business. Just don't bring any dirty habits into our Han family," Mother Han snapped. "Should I argue back?" Xiao sighed inwardly, seeing Mother Han's angry face that didn't seem to soften. At this moment, Mother Han threw a sickle at Xiao's feet. "Go cut 2 baskets of grass for the rabbits to eat. Now." The sun is almost setting. Xiaojun looked at the evening glow.
Why?
The family isn't back yet and you're already thinking about dinner? Mother Han sneered. She was indeed a bit hungry, having not eaten much at noon, but Xiaojun still said, I'll go now. Then she sighed inwardly, thinking she had promised not to be suffocated by the Han family's rules anymore. She wanted to speak her mind freely, but when it came down to it, she still couldn't do it. Walking with a basket in each hand, Xiaojun muttered, In the end, I am just a kind person, respecting elders, honoring in-laws, doing whatever is asked. I've lived through 2 lifetimes, but I still can't change this nature. How can I be so kind? As the sun set, old Han and his 2 sons watched Xiaojun, who had taken 2 baskets and was heading out. Big brother Han asked curiously, Isn't it the basket for grass? It's late, and your wife still needs to go cut grass? She's so diligent? Second brother, Han looked puzzled as well. Cutting grass was simple work, but Xiaojun went out too late, and by the time she returned, it was already night. The colder winter nights made the moon shine brighter. The bleak mountains and roads made the whole world look especially clean and quiet. Since it was late, Xiaojun decided to walk home slowly, thinking about getting up early tomorrow to check the traps she set on the mountain. If she was lucky, she might earn some silver. Back home, only the main house and Brother Han's room had a faint light. The other rooms were completely dark. Han family had already finished dinner and didn't wait for her. This was exactly what Xiaojun expected. When she entered the kitchen and opened the stove, she saw the sweet potatoes left for her. She found some pickled vegetables and radish and ate happily. When you're hungry, anything tastes good. After washing her face, she went to bed. The next day, before dawn, Xiaojun got up, took her hunting tools from the bottom of her dowry chest, and left the Han house. For 2 days, Xiaojun worked hard at Han house, getting up early every morning to go up the mountain and check if any animals had entered her traps. The 3rd day was the day of returning to her family. According to the village custom, on the 3rd day after a daughter gets married, she should visit her parents and relatives. But Han Ziran was at school, so only Xiaojun went back. Usually, the husband's family would send a gift with the new bride when she visits home. But at Han house, they didn't do that, nor did they say anything caring about her family. In the main house, old Han looked at his wife, whose smile disappeared after the new daughter-in-law entered. He was quite upset, leaning more toward his wife and feeling annoyed that the new daughter-in-law had caused chaos at home. But once she was inside, what could he do? On this day of returning home, Ziran is studying, and only the 3rd daughter-in-law is going back. We should prepare some gifts for her, he said. What does that have to do with us? Han's mother threw the clothes she was folding onto the bed. She is still Ziran's wife. She's come into the house. What can we do? So, what if she's in the house? Look at her. She doesn't deserve Ziran, Han's mother said, feeling that her son was wronged and choking up. Old Han thought the same, but he wasn't one to argue, so he just said, What else can we do? It's not that we can't, but I won't smile kindly at her, Han's mother said angrily. She opened the door and saw the eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Shi, standing outside. Startled by her mother-in-law suddenly opening the door, Lu Ruhu quickly said, Mother, I've already cleaned the beans. Also, my sister-in-law has gone back to her family. 3rd daughter-in-law went back so early? Old Han came out. Lu Shi nodded. Look at you, Old Han said helplessly to his wife. Going back like this, I don't know what kind of words the relatives on her side will spread. I'm not afraid of what they say, she replied. Mother Han, with a serious face, took the beans from her eldest daughter-in-law and went into the kitchen. Today's weather was not very good. It was unusually cold. Xiaojun looked up at the gloomy sky, thinking about whether she should go up the mountain again. After all, she didn't need to stay at the Han family's house today. Over the past 3 days, she had only caught some wild rabbits and the like, not many. As the weather got colder, it became harder to hunt for game. She touched the silver coins in her pocket. Earning 5 taels in 3 days was already quite good. Thinking this way, Xiaojun decided not to go up the mountain and headed home. She believed that only 2 people should go back to their parents' house. Xiaojun didn't rely on anyone else, or rather, she didn't want Han Ziran to accompany her. On the way, she met a few villagers who looked at her strangely. Some older women greeted her. "Isn't this Xiaojun? Are you going back today?" "Yes," Xiaojun replied. "Is third son Xiao not coming back?" "Yes, he's busy with his studies." Villagers often greeted Xiaojun along the way. She answered their questions the same way, but no matter what she said, they looked at her with pity. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Xiaojun sighed silently. When she reached her house, she hadn't even gone inside, yet when she smelled the aroma of meat, the smell was much better than what she had been used to over the past few years. For Xiaojun, who had been eating sweet potatoes at the Han family for a few days, this was an irresistible temptation. She quickly ran into the yard. "Mother, I'm back." "Back." Aunt Xiao happily came out. When she saw Xiaojun, her eyes squinted with happiness. Before she could say anything, Xiaojun rushed to the stove under the eaves, reaching out to open the porcelain pot steaming with meat.
"No, an Xiao scouti."
"Why not?" Xiaojun asked. When she opened the lid, the aroma of meat wafted out. She took a deep breath, ignoring everything else, and grabbed a piece of meat to put in her mouth. "Ouch! It's hot," and Xiao hurried over to help on it. Seeing her daughter-in-law eating so eagerly despite the burn, she rolled her eyes and said, "You're married now, and you still eat like this. No more. Wait until the son-in-law from Han comes, and then we'll eat together." Hearing the word son-in-law from Han, Xiaojun almost choked. She quickly said, "He's studying at the county school and is busy.
He won't come back."
Last time at the Han family, your father asked about the son-in-law. He said that his studies are no longer busy. Coincidentally, your father has already looked at some cattle in Huangjia village near the county, and today, while buying cattle, he also brought the son-in-law back," Aunt Xiao said happily. Seeing how eagerly her daughter was waiting for Han Ziran's arrival, Xiaojun didn't know what to say. The meat in her mouth lost its flavor. Her parents' enthusiasm might not be appreciated by Han Ziran. "When did father leave?" "He left early this morning." "He should be back soon now," Aunt Xiao said, looking at Xiaojun. "Shen, why aren't you wearing new clothes? Aren't these clothes still okay to wear?" "I don't want to wear new clothes. You're now the new wife, and Han's family doesn't need you to go hunting anymore. You're also now the wife of a scholar. You should dress up a bit."
"Got it, Mom."
"Are the Han family good to you?"
"Yes."
"I'm now the wife of a scholar. How could they not treat me well?" Xiaojun smiled. Aunt Xiao stopped flipping the meat and looked at Xiaojun with a stern face. "In the same village, don't I know what the relatives have done to you?"
"Everyone is talking about it."
"What are they saying? That I am shameless and used mean tricks to marry Han's most promising son? That I deserve to be bullied by Aunt Han?" She had heard these words many times. "What do you mean by mean tricks?" "Ziran and you hugging in the cave. That's the truth." Talking about this, Xiaojun also looked troubled. In her past life, she saved him, and rumors spread in the village. Her mother took that chance to force Han Ziran to marry her. This life, Han Ziran saved her again, and her mother used the same method to make him marry her. Ah, what a cursed fate. Seeing her mother's angry face, Xiaojun took the shovel from her hand and stirred the meat to prevent it from burning. "Mom, you don't need to worry about these things. They're just rumors. There's no need to believe them." "What rumors?" "I saw it with my own eyes. The relatives forced you to wash clothes, do chores, and pull weeds. Did your mother come to see me?"
"Of course I did."
"People are saying so. How could I not come to see? You and Ziran are destined to be together. You know what fate is, right? How can the relatives make you do so much work every day? At home, I wouldn't even let you do so much." Xiaojun smiled. "Aren't the other village women doing the same?"
"Think about it.
"Other women have to work in the fields, but I don't. Father, elder brother, and second brother do all the work in the fields." "But you've only been married for 3 days," Aunt Xiao said angrily. Faced with her mother's anger, Xiaojun smiled helplessly. Just then, Uncle Zhao's happy voice came from outside. "We're here. The cart is bumpy. Ziran must be tired sitting. Mom, come out quickly. We're back." The originally angry Aunt Xiao suddenly burst into a bright smile, quickly pulling Xiao Zhen out of the house. As they stepped outside, Xiao Zhen's gaze fell on the cow that Uncle Xiao had bought. The cow was strong and looks like a good one. Xiao Zhen felt quite pleased. The cart still needed some fixing, but she believed that in just 2 days, the cow would be ready to use. Then, Xiao Zhen's eyes turned to Han Ziran. Coincidentally, he was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Han Ziran slightly looked away, feeling a bit awkward. He had fair skin, handsome features, and a tall, straight figure. Although he seemed a little cool, his scholarly air made him look noble and very likable in the eyes of villagers. For such a promising young man, her parents surely treated him like a treasure. Xiao Zhen closed her eyes with a headache. She was also a bit surprised that Han Ziran had come back with her father. Sure enough, just a few steps into the yard, her parents had already greeted Han Ziran several times. Their eager attitude made her feel like they were holding something precious in their hands or savoring something sweet in their mouths. Han Ziran responded politely to each greeting, making him seem very familiar and natural. Zhen, you walk around with Ziran. Look everywhere. Lunch will be ready in about an hour, Aunt Xiao said excitedly as she went inside to cook. I'll go get the cart. Ah, Zhen, don't argue. Walk around with Ziran. If you get tired, sit inside the house, her father said. Dad, I'll help you, Xiao Zhen quickly offered. Uncle Xiao waved his hands hurriedly.
No, no.
You're just a girl. How can you do these rough jobs? You're so small and weak, he said with a forced smile to Han Ziran. Zhen never does rough work. Then he hurried away. Xiao Zhen thought, she can't do these things? She's so weak. She's never done rough work? Her parents really say anything to protect her image. Everyone in the Han family already knew what she was like. Suddenly, she saw Han Ziran smiling faintly. His young face showed no anger or signs of distance. Seeing Xiao Zhen glaring at him, Han Ziran said, actually, even if Dad didn't bring me back, I plan to come home today. Dad? She said, surprised. Come back for what? Isn't today the day of the family reunion? Of course, I should come back with you, Han Ziran replied. Xiao Zhen stared wide-eyed, wondering, you want to go back with me?
Han Ziran nodded.
Are you okay? Xiao Zhen asked in disbelief. She found it harder to understand Han Ziran than before.
I'm fine.
Xiao Zhen still stared at him strangely. Han Ziran couldn't help but think about what happened that day in the cave. Although he kept a normal face, his ears turned a little red. He quickly said, aren't you going to take me around to look? Even though it's the same village, I haven't been here many times. Standing like this was a bit awkward, but there wasn't much to see around. Also, Xiao Zhen didn't want others to know Han Ziran came to her house today. If Han Mu found out, there would be trouble. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhen said, I'll take you to see the foot of the mountain. Okay. Her tone was so cheerful. Xiao Zhen squinted and looked at Han Ziran. She felt that Han Ziran's personality this time was a bit strange. No, it was odd. Especially when they looked at each other, like now, she looked at him, and in his clear eyes, there was a hint of shyness. Shy? Han Ziran saw her blush. Xiao Zhen shook off such silly thoughts. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Zhen keep staring at him, Han Ziran's face turned slightly red. It's nothing. Xiao Zhen hurried to walk toward the foot of the mountain. The weather wasn't very good, a light breeze. Before the new year, there wasn't much work in the fields, so there weren't many people around the ridges. They walked one behind the other. Han Ziran kept looking at Xiao Zhen in front. In his clear black eyes, there was a subtle, hard-to-read change. Xiao Zhen suddenly stopped and turned around, staring at him. What's wrong? His stare made Han Ziran's embarrassment and shyness even more obvious. The gentle wind blew softly. She remembered the first time she truly looked at him in her previous life. Her eyes couldn't look away. Back then, she didn't read books, but she thought he looked very fair and handsome. Later, she learned to read and read many books. If described in writing, he would be beautiful and elegant with a fair face. After a few years, when his appearance changed, his aura was even more noble, like a timeless elegance. Perhaps that's how it felt. She hoped to see him every day, but instead, he kept distancing himself from her again and again. It was frustrating. This time, she would definitely not let that happen. I find it strange. That day in the cave, even if I had a high fever and burned for hours, I wouldn't have died. Even if I was freezing cold, I wouldn't have frozen to death. Why did you have to hold me? Why be so kind? Do we even know each other? Are we that close? Xiao sneered. With Han Ziran's cold personality, he wouldn't have any feelings for her at all. Although they are from the same village, they have rarely met since childhood, no more than 3 times, and they don't really know each other. Villagers say that when they see them, both are often dressed poorly, and there are some rumors that are quite embarrassing. But of course, that's not true. I really don't understand why you did that. You are the one who behaved that way, but I am the one who gets criticized and talked about. I didn't want to marry you either. I was forced into it. I know you couldn't marry anyone else either. But no matter what, you shouldn't have done nothing and let your family target me everywhere, Xiao Zhenhan said, looking at Han Ziran with anger. Does my family target you everywhere? Han Ziran replied seriously, looking back at Xiao Zhen. Do you think they would treat me kindly? That's not the point. The point is, I don't like you, Xiao Zhen said. He didn't think this would hurt Han Ziran because he didn't like her either. I only married you because my parents liked you, and because there were too many harmful rumors about our Xiao family. Rumors can hurt deeply and even ruin a family. She had experienced so much pain from rumors in her past life, so she couldn't escape. She had to marry him again. Han Ziran suddenly fell silent. Xiao Zhen sneered, You don't like me, do you? You even dislike me, right? Even though we are from the same village, you're so excellent, and your mother is well-educated and cultured. Naturally, she wouldn't like me. I'm not good-looking either. So why did you do that? I didn't hug you.
What?
Xiao Zhen looked at him impatiently. I didn't hug you in the cave, Han Ziran said softly, looking at Xiao Zhen. Then he added, but you're a girl, and outside, you need to consider your reputation. I just said I hugged you. If you didn't hug me, why would the villagers say we were hugging and dressed badly? Xiao Zhen found his words amusing, thinking he cared about her reputation. Was he that kind-hearted? Then she seemed to remember something, her eyes widening. You said you didn't hug me?
Han Ziran nodded.
He didn't hug her, but the villagers said they were hugging with their clothes messy. Thinking about this possibility, Xiao Zhen's face turned pale. If he really didn't hug her, the only explanation was, Did I hug you? This time, Han Ziran's ears and face turned slightly red. He nodded gently. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhen really wanted to say, This is impossible, but she knew that Han Ziran had no reason to lie. She took several deep breaths and asked, So you wouldn't push me away? You could push me away. Can't push you away. You're too strong. Xiao Zhen's body stiffened, and she suddenly felt as if her head was hit by a large stone, causing sharp pain. She wanted to say something, but felt as if her throat was blocked. All that was left was her staring at the young man in front of her. Yes, she was very strong. But in this situation. So, did she forcefully hold him? Even if I am strong and you can't push me away, why are we both half-dressed? I only took off your outer coat because it was too wet. The clothes underneath are a bit damp, but I didn't move them. Thinking about what happened that day in the cave, Han Ziran looked more and more uncomfortable. You said you like me. What? That's impossible, Xiao Zhen said angrily. You said it, and you even said, Han Ziran's face surprisingly turned red. What else did I say? Xiao Zhen suddenly had a bad feeling. Surely not, it couldn't be. You said you wanted to share a room with me. After saying this, Han Ziran turned his face away, and his ears were already red. Let a thunderbolt strike her down. That's what Xiao Zhen was thinking at this moment. Unfortunately, although the sky was dark and gloomy, there was no lightning or thunder. Sharing a room with Han Ziran? She must be crazy. But she knew Han Ziran wouldn't lie about these things. What was his purpose? So, was it her who forcefully held him that day in the cave, asking to share a room? Oh, she couldn't take it anymore. Xiao Zhen turned around and walked away, hitting her chest with her hand as she went. She felt so upset, so very upset. Where are you going? Han Ziran followed her.
Don't come with me.
Of course, she wanted to be alone and calm down. She wanted peace, so she wondered, what was the point of climbing that mountain that day? It was so reckless. I haven't finished talking, Han Ziran suddenly said loudly. I don't want to hear it. She didn't want Han Ziran to follow her anymore. He walked straight to Xiao Zhen and blocked her way. Xiao Zhen glared at him coldly. I said I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know what happened in the cave. The more she knew, the more upset she felt. She was so angry with herself, she thought she might die. We're married now, and you're still so annoyed with me? Han Ziran said gloomily.
Yes.
Since we're married, isn't it a bit bad to always dislike each other? That's right. We're married, and if I still dislike him, how can we live together? This sentence she also wanted to ask him, to ask the him from a past life. It's funny that these words might come from Han Ziran. I just dislike you. Can't you change that?
No. Why?
Xiao Zhen closed her eyes, then opened them with a cold snort. Because you look good, because you read a lot, because you have a bright future. So, in front of him, his family, and the whole village, she felt more worthless, more inferior to him, more unworthy of him. Because of this reason, the Han family abandoned her. He abandoned her. After everyone from the Han family went to the capital, she was left alone in the village, watching her aunt die sadly and seeing herself change from a kind-hearted person into someone just like the sharp-tongued women in the village. Han Ziran suddenly took a step back because at that moment, Xiao Zhen's gaze made his heart shake. There was strong hatred in her eyes. So, don't always appear in front of me. Haha, anyway, we don't have many days to see each other, Xiao Zhen said, then turned and left. Just a few steps away, Han Ziran blocked her again. What are you doing? Maybe you were forced to marry me, but I am not. Xiao Zhen frowned and looked at him. Thinking about how Xiao Zhen had just looked at him, Han Ziran hesitated for a moment but then said firmly, I didn't marry you because I couldn't do better. Under Xiao Zhen's gradually widening eyes, Han Ziran's fair face showed a hint of innocent shyness, but he still said confidently, I married you willingly. Rumors can't hurt me, and my parents can't stop me. If I want to marry someone, it must be because I want to. His words were calm, but his gaze was intense. After speaking, he let out a breath and looked at Xiao Zhen calmly. Somewhere in the sky, it started snowing. Large snowflakes, big enough to see their beautiful shapes with the eye. It's snowing. Han Ziran looked at the snowflakes, then saw Xiao Zhen still staring blankly at him. Slightly shy, he said, Dad and Mom are calling us for dinner. Let's go. He reached out and took Xiao Zhen's hand. But in the next moment, Xiao Zhen pulled away, looking at him with complex feelings. Don't pull me, she said. Then she walked away quickly. We are already married, Han Ziran said with a bit of helplessness and disappointment, then followed her. One day passed quickly. Since noon, the snow had been falling and hadn't stopped. By the afternoon, the ground was covered with snow. Originally, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao wanted their son-in-law to finish dinner before sending him back to the county, but seeing the snow falling heavily, they worried the road might be slippery. After lunch, they chatted for a while, and Uncle Xiao then took his son-in-law back to the school. Watching their parents see Han Ziran off, it didn't seem like they were just seeing him away. Even when sending off their own son, it looked the same. Xiao Zhen felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling. Although he had no connection to his past life, he remembered what Han Ziran had said today. I married you willingly. Rumors can't hurt me, and my parents can't stop me. If I marry someone, it's because I want to. Willingly? No one forced him? Could Han Ziran really say such words? I forced him into a hug and asked to share a room with him, so he married me willingly? Xiao Zhen muttered, then sneered. Is that even true? It's more ridiculous. I feel like something else might have happened. What are you mumbling about? Aunt Xiao entered the yard and saw Xiao Zhen talking to himself with a strange look. Your man is leaving and you don't even go out to see him off. Is it proper for you to stay alone in the yard? I am seeing him off in the yard, Xiao Zhen replied. You should go out and see him off properly, even walk a few miles with him and show some reluctance. Otherwise, how can Ziran have you in his heart? Aunt Xiao said with some frustration. As a woman, you should act more affectionate. Cry a little, say you're sad to see him go. That will really win a man's heart. Xiao Shun quickly changed the subject. Mom, when are we going to the shop? In a couple of days. But Ajun, have you told your in-laws about this? Aunt Xiao looked concerned. The money is mine. I don't need to discuss it with them, Xiaojun replied. Once it involved her in-laws, she wouldn't have much freedom, probably wouldn't even be able to make her own decisions. If they find out later, will there be trouble? Although her daughter taking care of the family was a good thing, she was now married and part of the Han family. It's bought in my parents' name. Nothing will happen. Even if something does, we'll deal with it then. I'll stay here for dinner before I leave, Xiaojun said, and went inside. She needed to plan her future carefully, what exactly to do with the shop once she rented it. There was one more thing she was very interested in. Having lived through a previous life, did she have an advantage in making money now? After dinner, Xiaojun stayed a little longer before returning to the Han family. The Han family members go to bed early, so she can return late without running into anyone. Sure enough, when Xiaojun entered the Han house, only her parents' room was lit. The rest were dark. She quickly went to her own room, didn't turn on the light, and lay down. There were only 5 or 6 days left before the new year, and there wasn't much to do. She just needed to do her part. The next day, news spread that Zhao's family bought a cow, and soon everyone in Tangxia village was excited. Previously, Zhao's family's dowry for Xiaozhen had made villagers look at them differently. Now, with the cow, people wondered where they got the money. Everyone had different opinions. But Zhao's family ignored the gossip and focused on their cart business between the county and their home. Of course, this caused some fuss in the Han family as well. Sister-in-law, I heard your family's ox cart goes to the county every day to pick people up, Lu Shi said, seeing Xiaojun busy hanging clothes, and went over to help. Xiaojun nodded. Since her mother-in-law did all the chores at home, Lu Shi only took care of meals and had little else to do. Now that she came to help, she must have a reason. Sure enough, Lu Shi asked, how much does it cost to go to the county and back? 10 coins. That's not expensive, Lu Shi thought to herself. If 10 people went back and forth, that would be 100 coins. She heard that Zhao's family had already filled the cart on the first day in town. Over a month. What would happen? If my sister-in-law wants to go to town, just tell my mother. I won't charge her. That's not right. I'll pay whatever others pay, Lu Shi said with a smile, but she became more eager to help. Look at your hands, they're frozen. Let me help you hang the clothes. No need. If Mrs. Han sees, she'll say something, Xiaojun replied, smiling. Lu Shi also seemed eager to visit the town. Xiaojun chuckled, not expecting so many people to go to town. Maybe because their cart business wasn't expensive and the trips were easier, more people started going. She had worried whether she could recover the costs. Grandmother went to her sisters in the neighboring village and won't be back soon, Lu Shi was saying when her mother-in-law came out of the house. Just as she was about to call Lu Shi's older brother to see her mother at the yard gate, she shouted, Mother, weren't you going to your younger sisters? Why are you back so soon? Lu Shi stiffened while helping with chores, then turned to see her mother-in-law standing in the yard, looking at her coldly. She was so frightened, she dropped the clothes she was holding. Mother, how come you're back so quickly? Eldest daughter-in-law, do you treat my words as mere wind? Since Xiaozhen entered the door, Mother Han's usually kind face has never looked gentle. She always has a serious expression, and now her gaze is even more angry and stern. No, nothing. Lu's hands nervously fidgeted, not knowing where to put them. Mother, why did Hui make you angry? Brother Han walked over to his wife and looked at his mother's reaction with surprise. Since his wife entered, Mother Han had always liked her, but she had never been so harsh before today. Do you know which of the 7 mistakes you made? Mother Han asked sharply. 7 mistakes? Xiaozhen was speechless. Lu's face instantly turned pale. Her mother-in-law had even mentioned the 7 mistakes, showing her anger. She had thought that her mother-in-law was just upset with Xiao these days and would accept her over time, since she had married into the family. But she never expected her mother-in-law to dislike Xiao so much. She secretly blamed her own meddling and hurriedly looked at her husband for help.
Hubby.
Mother, don't scare Ahui with your words. You know she's timid and can't handle being frightened, Han Lei said, confused by his mother's anger. Timid? Disobedient to parents and still timid? How did she disobey you? I was just helping my sister-in-law hang out the laundry, Lu said tearfully. Hearing his wife's explanation, Han Lei didn't know what to say. He had some opinion of Xiao at first, especially after the impression she left in front of Lady Xiangzhang. But after she entered, she didn't cook, but she was polite, obedient, and took on the household chores. He thought she was quite good. But whenever her matters involved the family, it caused trouble. Today, his mother's anger was all directed at Ahui, which made him feel uncomfortable. He looked at Xiao, who was just lowering her head without saying anything or defending herself, which made him even more dissatisfied. Thinking of this, Han Lei said to Lu, "Just mind your own business. Why did you make Mother angry? She's old. Can't you let her be a little happier?" "I know I was wrong," Lu said, frightened by her mother-in-law's mention of the 7 mistakes. In her mind, once a woman was accused of making 7 mistakes, she would be dismissed. "Mother, why are you back so soon?" Outside the yard, old Han's voice was heard. He and second brother Han had just brought back a few baskets of oranges. "Why is big sister crying?" Second brother Han saw Lu crying and noticed their mother's stern face. Their younger sister lowered her head, understanding what was happening. Little sister made Mother angry again? Why is big sister crying?" "I told you already. From now on, let those who can't even cook do all these chores," Granny Han said coldly before going into the kitchen to cook. Han Ziran held his wife's hand and said, "Listen to your mother more in the future. Don't do things that make her angry." Lu hurriedly nodded. I'll help your mother with the cooking," she said, wiping away tears and carefully entering the kitchen. Old Han looked at Xiao but said nothing, then went to the backyard to repair tools. "You're really careless. You keep making your mother angry every few days," said Han's second brother, walking up to Xiao with a sigh. "Our family used to be so happy and peaceful. Since you arrived, everything's been chaotic. Is it really my fault?" Xiao asked quietly. "Of course. Before you came, our family was very happy," Han's second brother said with clear dissatisfaction. "When I was at my parents' home, I also lived happily and protected." Xiao looked up coldly at Han Ziran. "But since I married into your family, I work hard like an ox and still get scolded."
What?
"Ever since I married in, your family has been chaotic. Are only you feeling bad?" "My mood is also bad, but I never show it," Xiao said, sighing as she looked at Han Ziran. "Are you pretending?" Han's second brother stared wide-eyed at Xiao, who just moments ago looked like a timid little wife afraid to speak, but now she was different. She wasn't overly aggressive, but she was definitely not the type to be bullied.
Pretend? How?
Pretending to work hard washing clothes, chopping wood, sweeping, and cutting grass? Why don't you try pretending for a few days?
What?
You don't like chaos, I don't like it either. To keep everyone peaceful, I can only stay silent. That's called patience. People say, patience has its limits, but I say I've reached my limit and am enduring again, Xiao said coldly, staring at Han Ziran, who looked stunned. "So, can you stop meddling now?" "What do you mean, reached my limit?" "It sounds like our family is bullying her." "And what does he mean, meddling?" Han Ziran was about to ask clearly when Xiao picked up the dirty clothes from the ground and hung them up. Han Ziran said in disbelief, "These clothes are dirty, and you just flicked them twice and hung them up? Aren't they dirty? Hey, isn't this my clothes?" Such small matters as a man, you shouldn't fuss over them. After hanging up the last piece of clothing, Xiao leisurely returned to her room to rest, leaving brother Han looking at her back, not knowing what to do. The day before the new year, because Han Ziran was coming back, the Han family woke up early. Usually, since the journey was long, Father Han would go to town early in the morning to pick up Ziran. Take these snacks for the road. Ziran loves to eat them, Mother Han said, placing some chopped meat into a bag. It's cold, so don't let Ziran catch a cold. Also, bring this coat.
Got it.
Is there anything else you want to buy in town? Father Han asked. Mother Han thought for a moment. Most of the New Year supplies are ready. Ask Ziran if he wants to buy any books. Father Han nodded. With his younger brother coming back, Mother Han's face rarely showed a smile. She turned around and saw Xiao peeling vegetable leaves. Her expression darkened again. Xiao looked up and just happened to see Mother Han coldly staring at her. She didn't get upset, but continued her work. Suddenly, she heard Mother Han say coldly, shameless. Xiao put down her work, thought for a moment, then picked it up again, and kept working, enduring. In another half-year, on the summer solstice next year, Ziran would go to the capital to take the imperial exam. If he passed, he would become a top scholar and enter the court's great scholar's household. From then on, he would rise quickly, and the Han family would move to the capital. At that time, she would be free. Life is unpredictable. In her previous life, she longed for the Han family to take her to the capital. This life, she actually hoped they would leave early. Yawning, Brother Han of the Han family came out of his room and saw the scene in the yard. When he saw Xiao suddenly put down her work after her mother said that harsh word, as if she wanted to say something, he hesitated, wanting to see if Xiao dared to defy her mother. But Xiao didn't say anything and started working again. Ziran muttered, such a two-faced person. After lunch, it started snowing again. Within an hour, the snow grew heavier. Mother Han paced anxiously in the yard, watching the village road outside. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu, carried a small coal stove to warm her hands and handed it to Mother Han. Mother, it's cold outside. Hold this to warm your hands. Mother, it's just a little snow. The road shouldn't be slippery, Han's eldest brother said, noticing his mother watching the snowy road. Don't worry, father and third brother should arrive home before the snow gets too deep. But I'm still a bit worried. Zile, can you ask Zineng to go to town with you? If they come back early, you might even meet them on the way. Mrs. Han spoke to her eldest son as he just stepped out of the house. All right, Han Zile nodded. Lu looked around at the wet, slippery yard, wanting to say something, but seeing her husband had already agreed, she held back. Just as Han Zile was about to put on his raincoat and go out, they heard a cow's moo at the door, followed by a few voices. Dear father-in-law, why don't you stay for lunch before leaving? It was old Han's voice. Yes, Dad. It's snowing so heavily. Let's rest at home this afternoon, said Han Ziran. The people in the yard exchanged glances and quickly left the courtyard. They saw old Han, Han Ziran, and Uncle Xiao jump down from the ox cart. You're back? Mrs. Han's happy expression faded a bit when she saw Uncle Xiao.
Yes.
Thanks to dear father-in-law, or we'd still be walking in the snow, old Han said. Mother, go prepare some dishes. We want to invite dear father-in-law to lunch. Eat lunch? Mrs. Han looked very reluctant, showing no effort to hide it. Uncle Xiao understood her expression clearly. She was showing her displeasure. If his wife were here, she would probably be polite and stay for lunch, but he didn't want that. It would embarrass Zhan. He quickly said, no need. My wife is at home alone. I'll go back and keep her company. Dad? Hearing the cow's moo, Xiao also came out. She was surprised to see her father, and happily asked, why are you here? Zhan, I brought your husband back. I'm leaving now. Before Xiao could say anything, Uncle Xiao jumped onto the ox cart and left. Xiao watched her father's figure disappear, feeling an overwhelming sadness she couldn't put into words. Why couldn't they just eat a meal at her husband's house before leaving? She had overheard the conversation earlier between the Han family and her father. When she came out, she saw Aunt Han's expression, clearly refusing to let her family in. Is it cold? Aunt Han approached, brushing the snow off her younger son's clothes, and looked him over with a smile. Studying is hard, huh? You've lost some weight. Since Xiao came out, Han Ziran's gaze had been fixed on her. But seeing her now, She seemed to ignore him completely, as if he didn't exist. Not hard, Han Ziran said with a smile. Xiao withdrew her gaze, feeling a bit upset as she returned to the yard. At that moment, a woman hurried over and said, "Hey, where's old Xiao? I still owe him 10 coins for the cart. I heard the cow cart, so I came home to get the money. But he's already gone?" "Yes," old Han nodded. Mrs. Na saw Han Ziran and smiled, saying, "The scholar's back?" "Oh, Ziran is really lucky. He passed the exam, and every time he returns to the county town, there's a special ox cart to pick him up."
Han Ziran smilet på lite li.
Han's mother coldly said, "There's no special ride. Today is just a coincidence." She glared at Han's father. "Wasn't it the ox cart from the Xiao family that picked up Ziran and Xiaozhen that day?" Mrs. Na asked curiously. "What are you talking about? Ziran was studying that day. He didn't come back," Han's mother said firmly. She was very unwilling to have her younger son involved with the Xiao family, even just in words. Yes, everyone in the village saw it. "Well, since old Xiao has gone back, I will send the money this afternoon," Mrs. Na said, and went home. At this moment, everyone's eyes focused on Han Ziran and Xiaozhen. After Mrs. Na mentioned this, Xiaozhen knew things would get worse, and it was her, not Han Ziran. "Did you come back on the day of the family reunion?" Han's mother asked in disbelief.
Han Ziran nodded.
"On the day of the family reunion, I couldn't let my wife go alone. Besides, it's almost New Year, and my studies aren't too heavy." "Wife." When Xiaozhen heard this, her legs went weak, and she almost fell. When did they become so close? Han's mother seemed angry at her son's way of calling Xiaozhen wife. She couldn't speak for a moment, only trembling with her hands. Big brother Han frowned and said, "Mother, didn't you tell him to focus on his studies? In half a year, you'll be going to the capital for the exam. How can you delay studying because of a family reunion?" "Don't worry, big brother. I won't delay my studies," Han Ziran said calmly, then looked at Xiaozhen, who was staring back with a blank face. You. Han's mother suddenly hit her chest hard, as if something was suffocating her. This scared the Han family. "Mother?" Han Ziran hurriedly helped her. "What's wrong? You're going to make me angry? As long as you focus on your studies, what else do I need from you? Who are the Xiao family? What is your status? How can you?" Han's mother was so upset, she didn't know what to do. "How can you hurt my heart like this?" Xiaozhen couldn't stand it anymore. She rolled her eyes and was about to go back to her room when Han Ziran said, "Mother, I have already married Xiaozhen and they are her parents. I will naturally respect and honor them." Xiaozhen looked back at Han Ziran, who had a serious look on his young face. "Shut up." Mother Han shouted angrily. "This is a fact. Why won't you admit it, Mother?" "Admit what?" "The way they forced you to marry using despicable methods. Do you forget? Your bright future." Mother Han choked. "Whether you pass the imperial exam or not, your future wife should be a noble young lady. How can you marry someone with such dirty thoughts and bad character? How does she help you?" Suddenly, Mother Han looked at Xiaozhen with a look full of hatred. This time, Xiaozhen did not lower her head but looked back calmly. "Seeing her face makes me angry. Seeing her eyes, I wish I could drive her out of the Han family. If not for your reputation." Before Mother Han finished, Han Ziran suddenly said, "Mother, I married Xiaozhen because I want to. You know that, right?" Mother Han widened her eyes in shock. Big brother Han and father Han also looked at Han Ziran in surprise. They didn't know this. Even Xiaozhen took a deep breath. What is wrong with Han Ziran? Why is he defending her like this? At this moment, Father Han exclaimed, "Mother," and saw that big sister Han was so angry she fainted. The Han family was in chaos. No one ate lunch that day. Everyone was nervously waiting outside Mother Han's room. The village doctor said she fainted from anger and stress, but after resting, she would be fine. The Han family finally relaxed, and Xiaozhen also felt relieved. Mother Han was the backbone of the family. If something serious happened to her, the family would surely blame her. Then, Mother Han slowly woke up. Her eyes fell on Xiaozhen, and suddenly her anger flared again. She sat up and pointed at Xiao, saying, "Get out! Get out! Who allowed you to come in?" Feeling disliked and coldly stared at by everyone, Xiao felt very uncomfortable. She opened the door and left. It was snowing heavily, swirling in the air, covering the ground with a thick layer. Xiao sighed and took the broom by the door to sweep the yard. Snowflakes fell on her head and in her hair, some even playful and sneaking into her collar, making her feel cold to the bone. Being disliked like this was still uncomfortable. Although she repeatedly told herself not to care, she had cared for a lifetime in her past life, resenting for a lifetime. She had already let go in this life. But when things really happen, she couldn't fool herself. It hurts. It's so frustrating, really frustrating. Without thinking, Xiao looked up and saw Han Ziran standing quietly at the door of the main house. He had come out at some point without her noticing. He stood there calmly, with a slender but tall and upright figure typical of a young boy. Through the snow, they looked at each other, and Xiao saw the apology in the boy's eyes. She should have smiled coldly like before, but she didn't. Instead, her nose felt a bit sore. In her past life, she had hoped for his attention and protection for a whole lifetime, only to be abandoned. Although there was no formal divorce paper, being left alone in the countryside felt even worse than a divorce, causing her more pain. Stop getting emotional. Why think so much? Xiao took a deep breath. Some things are destined, even if she lives again. The differences in family background, education, and ideas between the two families will always exist. These things won't change just because she was reborn. Inside the main house, Han's mother called out, sounding anxious. After brushing off the snow roughly, Xiao turned back to her room. It was snowing heavily and very cold. She decided to take a nap. Han Ziran rarely got angry. Almost since he was born, it was hard to see him angry. When he did get angry, he just looked at people with cold eyes, which was quite similar to Han's mother. So, when Han's mother saw her youngest son's cold gaze, her heart skipped a beat. But then she remembered that her favorite youngest son had just chased after Xiao right after she left, which made her so angry she almost fainted again. Han Lao, Han's eldest brother, Lu Shi, and the second brother of the Han family, who had just returned from outside, were all surprised to see their third brother's stern face. It was the first time he had been angry with their mother. Usually, although he was not very lively, he was a filial son and listened to his mother. Now, he had openly opposed an elder for a woman? Did you think about how your mother feels when you chase her out like that? Han's mother scolded angrily. And what about all those people ignoring her? Did you think about how Xiao feels? Han Ziran asked coldly.
What? You.
Han's mother trembled with anger. I raised you with so much effort. Is this how you talk to me? Seeing her so upset, Han Lao said, Ziran, how can you talk to your mother like that? Are you trying to make her faint again? It's what she taught me to say, Han Ziran replied.
What?
Han Ziran's face still carried a bit of childishness, but his serious expression showed some steadiness. Mother taught me that as long as you believe you're right, you should speak up so others understand. Maybe if you explain clearly, they might accept your ideas. Shut up, Han's mother said coldly. No matter how much you talk, I won't like her. She's not worthy to be my Han family's daughter-in-law. But I already married her. She is my wife, Han Ziran's wife. Han's mother looked at her son for a long time, then suddenly her eyes turned red. She pounded her chest in pain. Mother? Han's father quickly stepped forward to pat her chest and scolded Han Ziran. Ziran, say less. Third brother, do you like Xiao? The second brother of the Han family asked boldly. Everyone looked at Han Ziran. Han's mother felt a heavy weight in her heart. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Han Ziran's gaze was clear and cold. He simply said, Dad, Mom, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, I have married Xiao. Xiao is the only wife of my life. Please treat her well, and her family too. Xiao fell asleep quickly that afternoon. Although she didn't have lunch, she didn't feel hungry at all. When she woke up, she happily snuggled into the soft bedding. In her previous life, Her parents were poor, and they didn't have such good cotton quilts. So, during winter, she never felt warm. Now, everything was different. She slept soundly every day, and each morning she would cling to the bedding before reluctantly getting up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiaozhen looked up at the door. Since she married into the Han family, no one had ever knocked on her door before. She couldn't guess who it was.
Come in.
It's so cold. She yawned, quickly dressed, and opened the door. She stared wide-eyed. Han Ziran was stunned to see Xiaozhen, who had messy hair, disheveled clothes, and a lazy look. His throat moved. Time to eat. Looking clean and fresh, she should have appeared cold, but now she looked like a young person shocked by something. Xiaozhen yawned again, sniffed, and said, "It's really cold. Just leave some sweet potatoes for me." Sweet potatoes? Xiaozhen nodded. Oh, has the snow stopped? She saw that the ground and roof were covered with a thick layer of snow. In the distance, the mountains were blanketed in snow, looking poetic and picturesque. The world looked clean and pure, almost inviting someone to step on it. How can sweet potatoes be food? Han Ziran asked curiously. Whatever your family gives me, I eat. I can't fight for it. Xiaozhen didn't think she needed to give Han's mother any face. After all, it was a fact that they shared a deep mother-son bond. Even if Han's mother acted overly proud, Han Ziran was still a very filial son. Han Ziran paused for a moment. Are you going out like this? Like this? What's wrong with it? Xiaozhen pointed to her hair, then suddenly untied the band, letting her black hair fall like a waterfall. Han Ziran's cold black eyes blinked, and he stared blankly at her face, which looked completely different after her hair was let down. But after a moment, Xiaozhen quickly tied her hair into a bun again. She hadn't looked in the mirror or done her makeup. She looked messy, but very casual.
Done.
Do you always dress like this? Han Ziran felt as if her previous appearance with her hair down was still lingering in his mind. But upon thinking carefully, he realized that since he knew her, she had always been this casual. He remembered that when they were young, he had seen her sometimes tie her hair up in a similar way, almost like a man. It's quite convenient. Han Ziran didn't say anything. Suddenly, he pulled Xiaozhen's hand and led her toward the kitchen. What are you doing? Xiaozhen asked curiously. In the kitchen, everyone looked surprised, especially Han's mother, whose face darkened. Han Ziran pointed to the stool beside him.
Sit down and eat.
She had only just arrived for a day. What was she up to? Xiaozhen looked at Han Ziran strangely, but the delicious food in front of her was tempting. Tonight's meal was really rich. She obediently sat down. At this moment, sister-in-law Lu placed a few sweet potatoes in front of Xiaozhen and exclaimed, "Little brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Han Ziran took the sweet potatoes and placed his own bowl of rice in front of Xiaozhen.
Eat.
Xiaozhen glanced at Han Ziran, then sneakily looked at Han's mother and others. Han's mother's face was clouded with gloom. Han's father also looked unhappy. The eldest brother of the Han family looked worried, and the second brother kept glancing at her and Han Ziran. Even the eldest sister-in-law looked strange. Her envy and sympathy in her eyes were confusing. Are you really going to eat? Xiaozhen didn't quite understand what Han Ziran was thinking. It seemed unlikely he would disobey his mother, especially for her. Han Ziran nodded softly and was about to pick up the sweet potato to eat. But suddenly, Han's mother stood up quickly, snatched the sweet potato from her younger son's hand, and placed her rice in front of Han Ziran. She coldly said, "I'll eat the sweet potato."
Mother?
Han Lei and Han Ning said in unison. "I'll eat it." Han's father pushed his own bowl of rice in front of Han's mother and took the sweet potato from her hand.
Give me some to eat.
Mother, just give it to me.
You eat rice.
Big brother Han and Lu also hurriedly said. Second brother Han looked at the sweet potato in their father's hand. Since you all are talking about it, I want to eat too. Is it really necessary to do this? Xiaozhen was truly speechless about this family. She felt sorry for her younger son eating sweet potatoes, but although it's not very tasty, it's not harmful enough to be a big deal. So, should she eat this bowl of white rice or not? If she eats it, her days at the Han family might become even harder. If she doesn't, honestly, she won't have much connection with the Han family in the future. Why should she care so much about their feelings?
Xiao, it's just a bowl of rice.
Why are you so conflicted? Xiao placed the bowl of rice in front of Han Ziran, took the sweet potato from their father, and cheerfully said, I'm used to eating this. It fills my stomach. I'm not used to rice, so I'll eat this instead. She took a bite of the sweet potato and then picked up a vegetable to eat. Although she couldn't eat rice, being able to enjoy such good dishes was still nice. Honestly, Han's mother's cooking was quite good. Han Ziran watched Xiao eating happily, then got up from the stove, took a bowl, divided the rice into 2 bowls, pushed one in front of Xiao, and then took the sweet potato from her hand, broke half of it, and bit into it directly. Xiao stared blankly at him. Eat, Han Ziran said softly, continuing to eat. This dinner was the first meal Xiao had at the Han family since she married in. It was exciting but also a bit overwhelming. After dinner, the snow started falling again. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It seems the heavens want to use snow to create a festive atmosphere for everyone. Until the last oil lamp in the Han house went out, Xiao stepped out of the room. Covered in snow and under the bright moonlight, even the corners of the yard were clearly visible at this late hour. Xiao put on her coat and sat on the porch, gazing up at the falling snow, lost in thought about what had happened during the day. She understood that Han Ziran was protecting her, but why? Given Han Ziran's personality in her previous life, this was impossible. Could it be that she was reborn and Han Ziran's personality had changed too? That didn't make sense either. Her parents, Han father, Han mother, and her 2 brothers, were no different from the previous life. If anything was to change, it couldn't be just Han Ziran. Really making me feel jealous, Xiao sighed. After the new year, when Han Ziran left, she wondered how Han mother would treat her. Suddenly, Han Ziran's voice sounded beside her. Why hold on to such hatred? Xiao looked up and saw Han Ziran walking out of the study. Under the moonlight, the young man looked like a painting. As she watched, a hint of shyness and embarrassment appeared on Han Ziran's face. Xiao stood up. Aren't you asleep yet?
Can't sleep.
What about you? I slept too much this afternoon.
Oh.
They looked at each other in silence for a moment. After a while, Han Ziran asked, Are you worried that after I go to school, my mother will treat you badly? It's not just worry. She's always been like that. Xiao replied with a smile, noticing a hint of helplessness and concern on Han Ziran's cold face. But that's all. It's nothing. Indeed, she was such a kind-hearted person. Xiao thought to herself, if it were an ordinary person reborn, they probably wouldn't be so kind to him. They might even cause chaos in the Han family.
Sorry, Han Ziran suddenly apologized. Ha!
Xiao thought she heard wrong. Today, I caused your father to suffer. My father-in-law sent me home, but as a family member, he didn't even offer us tea, not to mention a meal. It was our family's fault. As a son-in-law, I didn't invite him to stay either, which was unfilial. I know my mother's worries, and I was afraid that my father-in-law would feel uncomfortable eating here, so I didn't keep him.
Don't worry about it.
It's nothing. Just forget it, Xiao said with a gentle smile. Don't worry about it?
Yes. Why?
Aren't you angry? My parents, I will naturally take care of them. I shouldn't make demands on others, Xiao said calmly. Her hope placed on others was a foolish thing she would never do again. If her parents suffered injustice, it only meant she wasn't strong enough. Others? Go to sleep, Xiao said, not wanting to talk more with Han Ziran. They would part ways someday, and tonight's conversation was too much, mostly nonsense. Wait a moment, Han Ziran suddenly stepped closer to Xiao. Xiao turned around. Is there something else? They were only a step apart. Han Ziran realized they were too close, and hurriedly took a step back, a bit shy. Because they were close, Xiao clearly saw the blush and shyness on his face. She felt strange. Why was he blushing? But he seemed taller now. She remembered the last time they met, they were at eye level. It had only been a few days, and he had already grown taller than her. "I tell you the truth," Han Ziran said. Han Ziran took a deep breath, his clear and cold gaze like moonlight directly fixed on Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen blinked, confused. "The words I said that day in Gui Ning were all from my heart." Gui Ning that day? Xiaozhen thought carefully, then looked at him with a dismissive expression. So what? So what? Don't you believe me? I believe. Xiaozhen truly believed. In her understanding, Han Ziran had never lied to her, nor did he think of lying. But at the same time, she also didn't care much and didn't take it seriously. "But what you said doesn't change anything."
Seeing Han Ziran staring blankly ahead, Xiaozhen sneered.
"Do you like me? Have you fallen in love with me?" It was quiet, very quiet. After a moment, Han Ziran turned his face away slightly. She had let go of the worries from her past life. Although her anger still flared when facing Han's excessive behavior again, she didn't want to hurt the young Han Ziran now. But she still needed to clarify things clearly. At this moment, Han Ziran said, "We are already married. In this life, we will live together."
Yes.
That's right. We will live together in this life. Living in the same house, whether you're in the capital or I'm in the countryside, it's still living together. There's no difference. What do you mean? Young scholar, one day, you will become successful, while I remain a humble girl from the countryside who hunts. Our distance, what's that if not like the Milky Way? When you become a high official, surrounded by many women who can match your status, why would you care about me from the countryside? This was true from her past life. Saying it out still made her heart ache slightly. Xiaozhen took a deep breath. "I won't abandon you. I believe." Seeing Han Ziran's eyes brighten, Xiaozhen continued, "You really think that now, and you're sincere."
What?
Xiaozhen sighed and said, "Actually, your mother really wanted you to divorce me. But because of face and your reputation, she had to give up. You understand this, right?" Han Ziran was silent for a moment and nodded. "In the future, if you pass the imperial exam and become the top scholar," Xiaozhen cleared her throat under Han Ziran's puzzled gaze, correcting herself, "That's just a hypothetical. If you do become the top scholar for your career, you wouldn't possibly divorce me. So, I will disappear, taking my parents away from Tangxia village, and I won't appear in front of the Han family anymore. And you will be free." "What? What?" Han Ziran's cold eyes showed disbelief. He stared at Xiaozhen in shock. "This is my honest words, both now and in the future." She had already planned this, so she asked her parents to run a shop in the county town. "It's getting late. Go to sleep." Xiaozhen didn't look at Han Ziran again and went inside to sleep. On New Year's Eve, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Firecrackers could be heard non-stop. The snow had stopped, but the snowdrifts were now half a leg high, showing how heavily it had snowed last night. Like usual, Xiaozhen got up early, first clearing the snow from the yard, then chopping firewood and fetching water. Today, she didn't need to do laundry. As the weather got colder, she washed fewer clothes. The villagers didn't have many customs, so they didn't need to bathe every day. Life was quite easy. Just as she stretched her arms, she saw Lu Shi and the eldest son of the Han family come out of the house. Since the day she was scolded by Han's mother, Lu Shi dared not greet her when she saw her. She would lower her head as if she hadn't seen her. But Xiaozhen still greeted her. "Big brother, sister-in-law, waking up so early." Usually, Han's eldest son would reply at least a little, but today, he didn't respond at all. Xiaozhen didn't mind and was about to leave when Han's eldest son suddenly said, "Third sister-in-law, go wash the vegetables we plan to cook today." Lu Shi softly said nearby, "I've always washed the vegetables." The family's meals, especially the vegetables, were never handled by the third sister-in-law, as Granny from the kitchen said she wouldn't wash them properly, and she was worried she wouldn't do it well. "It's cold," Han's eldest son gave his wife a subtle look. Feeling the husband's care, Lu Shi felt warm inside. Thinking about the cold water, she shivered. She decided it would be better for the third sister-in-law to finish washing first, and then check her work. With that thought, she nodded. Their interaction didn't escape Xiaozhen's notice. but she didn't mind. She just smiled slightly and said, okay. Since they washed the vegetables with well water, which stayed warm underground, it didn't feel cold. After washing all the vegetables, Xiaozhen put them in the kitchen. By then, Lu Shi had already steamed some buns. The Han family's breakfast was simple, porridge and buns, with some cured meat and pickled vegetables. Xiaozhen usually took a bun and some pickles and went back to her room to eat when Han's father and mother weren't in the kitchen. At this moment, she took 3 buns from the steamer and was about to leave with some pickled vegetables when Lu Shi suddenly said, "Third sister-in-law, Mother said you should eat with us these days."
Xiaozhen nodded. All right.
Knowing that Mother Han would say such things must be because of Han Ziran. Mother Han cares about her son and naturally doesn't want to cause trouble between her and Han Ziran. At this moment, a sweet voice sounds from the yard. Cousin Ziran. Xiaozhen is about to go and see what's happening when she hears Lu Shi say, "It should be Annie and Yue cousin coming. Uncle is working as a laborer in town. I heard he won't come back this year." So Annie said she wants to bring Yue here to celebrate the new year.
The way?
Xiaozhen remembers from her previous life and the events under the fragrant camphor tree. Yue is not an easy person to deal with. Although young, she likes to stir up trouble. But Xiaozhen looks at Lu Shi and asks, "Does sister-in-law dare to talk to me again?" Lu Shi smiles awkwardly. "We are family after all. How can we always be like that? Besides, your little brother treats you quite well." "Is that so? From what I see now, it seems pretty good." Xiaozhen smiles indifferently. At this moment, more sounds come from the yard. "Scholar cousin, this is the purse I embroidered myself. Congratulations on passing the imperial exam. Can a girl who embroidered something like this give it away casually? Besides, her little brother is already married." Lu Shi glances at Xiaozhen, thinking Xiaozhen might be a little displeased, but Xiaozhen's expression remains completely normal. "Big sister-in-law, do you need help? Maybe you can help me set the dishes on the table. I'll go call Dad and Mom to eat," Lu Shi says, and leaves the kitchen. Xiaozhen arranges the steamed buns and porridge on the table, then takes out some pickled vegetables. Just as she picks up her bowl and chopsticks, a pink figure enters the kitchen with a teasing voice. "Oh, who might this be? Isn't this Xiaozhen?" Xiaozhen glances at Yue, dressed in pink, with a carefully made-up face. Yue is quite pretty, and her outfit makes her look even more beautiful. Unfortunately, her chin is too pointed, giving her a slightly sharp look. Seeing that Xiaozhen ignores her, Yue makes a few snide sounds. "I heard you haven't been doing well at my cousin's house? Having food and a place to sleep. What's not good about that?" Xiaozhen replies coldly, not even bothering to put on a facade for Yue. "Really? I heard that Annie doesn't let you call her mom, and she even doesn't let you sit at the table?" Yue holds her small purse with both hands, looking at her innocently. "You'll find out soon enough whether that's true or not," Xiaozhen says. Just then, the Han family members come in. When Han Ziran enters, his gaze immediately falls on Xiaozhen. Remembering what she said to him last night, he is momentarily at a loss for words. The yellow jade goose called everyone sweetly. When she called Han Ziran, her eyes were full of gentle affection, and it was easy to see what she was thinking. Unfortunately, Han Ziran didn't notice at all. "Ziran is really impressive," said Mother Huang with a smile, praising Han Ziran. But her gaze at Han's mother was a bit resentful. Although Han's mother and Mother Huang are sisters, Han's mother is a bit thinner and more attractive. Mother Huang, while not bad-looking, has a more ant-like appearance compared to Han's mother. Han's mother smiled and said, "Sit down and have breakfast." "So this is Ziran's wife. On the day of the wedding, our family was busy, so we didn't come. She looks like this?"
Haha.
Mother Huang's words sounded friendly, but the last part carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "Auntie, your porridge." Xiaozhen responded with a smile, placing the prepared porridge in front of Mother Huang. She was about to sit next to Han Ziran, but before she could sit down, Yellow Jade Goose plopped herself into the seat. Mother Huang kept smiling, but said nothing. The Han family seemed to ignore her. Xiaozhen didn't mind at all, but since it was just a small family table with limited seats, now that 2 more people had arrived, even if they squeezed in, it would be tight. Probably no one wanted her to squeeze in. Xiaozhen was about to take her steamed bun and leave when she saw Han Ziran stand up and say to Yellow Jade Goose, "Cousin Jade, I am already married. The person sitting next to me should be your sister-in-law Xiao. You're not young anymore. You should understand the proper way." Yellow Jade Goose pouted and coquettishly said, "Third cousin, I've sat next to you since I was little. I feel uncomfortable not sitting beside you. I believe third sister-in-law can understand that, right?" She looked innocently at Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen didn't understand. She wanted to reply, but decided against it. She was just passing through Han's house, so she nodded lightly and said, "Guests are welcome.
I'll eat outside."
Then she took her bun and left. Yellow Jade Goose raised her eyebrows triumphantly. "Cousin, where are you going?" Han Ziran took a few buns and some vegetables in a bowl, then carried them out of the kitchen. Seeing her younger brother follow Xiaozhen out, Han's mother's smile faltered slightly. "Zining, go call Ziran," she paused and stiffly said, "and Xiaozhen to come back and eat. Isn't there enough space?"
Got it.
Han's second brother went out to call them. Mrs. Han finally looked at her niece, Huang Yui, and said with a smile, "Yui has grown up and should understand that boys and girls are different. Since your third cousin is already married, you can't act like you did when you were little anymore."
Why not?
Third cousin didn't say anything, Huang Yui muttered, feeling a bit wronged. She was also confused. Why was her mother saying that Auntie disliked Xiaozhen so much, but then defending him? Ziran didn't say anything, but you should understand these reasons too. As you grow up, you need to learn to avoid trouble. Mrs. Han's tone remained gentle. But Huang's mother, standing nearby, was unhappy. "Sister, you're joking. When we were young, I saw Ziran and Yui get along so well, wishing they could be together every day, calling it childhood sweethearts and innocent love. That was in the past.
But now?
Last year, I've even talked to you about arranging their marriage, but you refused," Huang's mother said, still feeling regretful. "Look at Ziran, so promising. If Yui married Ziran, she would be a talented wife." Huang Yui bit her lip tightly. Why bring up old stories now? Mrs. Han's smile was starting to fade. Seeing her sister's unhappy face, Huang's mother didn't dare say more and, feeling a bit resentful, tore off a piece of steamed bun skin and stuffed it into her mouth. But at this moment, Huang Yui choked out, "Andy, weren't you the one who loved me the most when I was little? Didn't you like me the most? Were those feelings all fake?" Hearing this, Han's second brother, who had just entered, impatiently raised his voice. "It's the new year.
Can you stop crying? Are you here to eat or to cry?
If you want to cry, go outside and do it. Zineng, you child. Yui has played with you since she was little."
How can you talk like that?
Huang's mother couldn't bear to see her daughter being spoken to like that. Since Ziran didn't work out, she had focused her attention on Han's second son. But her sister just pretended not to hear. Seeing that Yui was about to turn 17 after the new year, she couldn't help feeling anxious. "Then don't cry so much," Zining, who had disliked his cousin since childhood because she was too quick to complain and tell on others over small things, said. He had suffered from her bullying many times when they were young. Huang Yui really didn't dare to cry anymore after hearing him. In Han Mu's heart, as Huang Yui said, she does like her niece very much. Since she is her sister's child, she also thought about marrying her to Qin Jin. But as Ziran grew up and became more outstanding, Yui felt she was less suitable for Ziran. Plus, Yui's temper is too petty, always arguing over small matters, which made Han Mu like her less and less. She only thought of Xiaozhen. No matter how bad Yui is, she is still better than Xiaozhen. "Where's Ziran?"
Why isn't she coming in?
Han Mu asked when she saw Zine didn't call Ziran inside. He said he'd be outside eating, and that's fine, Zine replied as he sat down and started eating eagerly.
He was starving.
Han Mu closed her eyes, losing her appetite. Outside. Xiaozhen didn't expect Ziran to follow her out. Under Xiaozhen's gaze, Ziran sat beside her and handed her a dish from her bowl. "Even if you come out to eat, you should bring some food," Ziran said. "Thank you," Xiaozhen replied, not knowing what else to say. "I've thought about it." Ziran looked at Xiaozhen eating eagerly. After a while, when she didn't hear any sound, Xiaojun turned to look at him. "What have you thought about?" she asked, noticing Ziran staring blankly at the bun in her hand, which she had bitten into, taking a big chunk. Xiaojun cleared her throat and said, "Most women in this world eat like this."
Really? Ziran asked.
"Of course," Xiaojun said confidently. Ziran blinked. "My mother and sister-in-law don't seem to eat like that." "Your mother and your older sister-in-law are quite special," Xiaojun said, then picked some pickles with her chopsticks and took another big bite of the bun. Ziran quickly looked away. "I've thought it over. Since you don't trust me, let time prove that I only have you as my wife in this life." Xiaojun nodded. "So there will be many concubines, right?" Ziran asked. Ziran was stunned. "No, of course not."
How could that be?
"I mean, I will only have you in this life." Xiaojun stuffed the last piece of bun into her mouth. In 3 bites, she finished the large bun that was as big as her palm. Ziran's throat moved, and he took a deep breath. "I am telling the truth."
"So, don't think about leaving," he said.
If she hadn't had her previous life, if she wasn't reborn, would she be moved by his words? Xiaojun looked directly into Han Ziran's clear yet shy black eyes. Han Ziran has a pair of eyes that can make girls fall for him. They are not overly romantic, and in their coldness, there is even a hint of restraint. But since he is young and has not yet experienced the ways of the world, he still appears a bit shy and reserved under her gaze. Xiaojun regretted saying those words to Han Ziran that day. She thought that, given his personality, he would agree happily. Was it because he was still too young, so his cool demeanor hadn't fully formed? Well, it makes sense. People's true personalities take time to develop. "Why are you not speaking?" Han Ziran suddenly felt nervous under her gaze, his ears turning slightly red, yet he was reluctant to blink. This woman's face wasn't the most beautiful, but strangely, he just wanted to keep looking at her. Maybe because her black and white eyes looked so honest and open. Nothing. Xiaojun decided not to say anything. She thought she would wait until he became top scholar before talking more. She remembered that a few days after he achieved that, his personality changed a lot. What kind of answer was that? Han Ziran felt a bit uneasy. After waiting a while and seeing Xiaojun still silent, he knew she didn't want to talk about it anymore. After hesitating, he asked, "I heard that wives usually go back to their parents' house on the first day of the new year." "Yes, that's right." "Then I will go with you tomorrow." "Do you need me to bring anything?" "No need.
You don't have to come with me."
"That won't do. I am their son-in-law." Besides, no wife would want her husband not to accompany her back, Han Ziran said a little sadly.
Wife.
That term sounded so strange to him. "This request might seem a bit odd to you, but I think it's good for both of us." Han Ziran looked at her with confusion. "Privately, call me older sister."
"No."
"Why not?"
"Because I said so."
Han Ziran's face showed a mix of grievance and annoyance, but he didn't want to be angry at her. How can a married couple call each other older sister?
"Of course they can, you just don't know."
"No, I won't allow it. You are not my older sister. You are my wife. Don't call me wife." "Wife, wife, wife." Xiaojun pretended to hit him. Han Ziran quickly got up and ran away. Xiaojun chuckled, watching him run off. For a moment, she felt a bit dazed. Was the young man in front of her really Han Ziran, the person she knew? Is this world really the same as the one she knew? The Han Ziran now is truly different from the one in her previous life. At this moment, Han Ziran, who had already run behind Xiaojun, looked at the woman standing in the yard, gazing into the distance where she disappeared. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and warmth shone in his eyes. Neither of them noticed that Han's mother had already come out of the kitchen. She watched her younger son talking with Xiaojun, feeling very happy. Then she saw Xiaojun pretend to hit Ziran, causing Ziran to run away. He ran behind Xiaojun and looked at her back with a smile. Han's mother staggered slightly. When the eldest son of the Xiao family came out of the kitchen and saw her, he hurried to support her. "Mother, what's wrong?" he asked. He also looked up and saw the third brother, Ziran, smiling as he looked at Xiaojun. Seeing her youngest son's increasingly outstanding appearance, Han's mother clenched her fists tightly. Ziran, could it be? No, impossible. On New Year's Eve, other families are full of happiness, but the Han family no longer has that joy. After dinner, everyone does their own thing. Firecrackers crackled loudly, starting from mealtime and continuing nonstop, making a lively scene. Most families, after eating, go out to visit neighbors. Even just chatting, drinking tea, or playing cards late into the night, they still set off firecrackers. Many visitors came to the Han house, but they didn't stay long. Most just chatted briefly, and then left. Actually, the Han family's way of talking is quite different from the village's usual style. Maybe that's why visitors don't stay long. They can't get used to it. As it grew late, Xiao was thinking about whether to visit home when she suddenly heard a loud bang outside. She quickly opened the door and saw Han's second brother had already kicked open the kitchen door, shouting, "Auntie, I will never marry Cousin Yui." His loud shout made Han Ziran and Lu Shi, who were already in the house preparing to rest, come out. The study door also opened, and Ziran came out. "What's wrong with Yui? Why doesn't she match with you?" Han's mother was shocked by Han's kick. Now hearing this, she got angry too. Her daughter was so good, yet the Han family rejected her twice. It was embarrassing. "She's good everywhere. I just can't match with her, okay?" Han's second brother said irritably at the door. "Shut up," Han's mother scolded. "Mother, even if you agree, I won't marry my cousin. She told me off so many times when she was little. Now just seeing her makes me sick," Han said angrily, and he wasn't pretending. Xiao. Memories from childhood still linger. I didn't expect second brother Han to hold grudges like this. Maybe I should be more careful when talking to him in the future. That was when I was a child. Now Yui has grown up and learned manners, Mother Huang hurriedly said. Manners? Or is she just sharp and harsh? You? Anyway, I won't marry my cousin. Auntie, just give up on that idea. Mother Huang was so angry her chest heaved, and her temper flared. She said to Han's mother sister, "Is this how you raised your good son?" Even if Yui and Zining didn't get along when they were young, that was a long time ago. Now, as you can see, Yui is a lovely girl. Han's mother felt overwhelmed and took her sister's hand, saying, "I understand, but sister, Yui and Zining really aren't suitable. You wouldn't want children to marry and constantly argue, would you? Big sister, do you secretly look down on Yui and me? Is that it?" Mother Huang shook off Han's mother's hand and sneered, "Yes, you've been clever since childhood, good at everything, while I, despite having a father who is a teacher, can't even read properly. Deep down, you look down on me, your sister, and that's why you won't let Yui into your home." What nonsense are you talking about? Fine, if that's nonsense, then let Zining marry Yui. Marriage is a serious matter, not a game. Are you trying to cut ties with me? What did you say? Han Ziran, seeing things might get worse, shouted, "Annie, don't threaten my mother like that. Does Yui really have to be with a man to survive?" "Hey, what did you say?" "Boy, say that again?" Mother Huang was furious when her beloved niece spoke so disrespectfully about her daughter. Enough. Suddenly, Yui appeared in the yard, tears filling her eyes. Her gaze shifted from her mother to Han Ziran beside her, then she glared bitterly at Xiao before covering her face and running away. She thought, why am I caught in the middle? What does this have to do with me? Xiao rolled her eyes. Yui. Mother Huang quickly went after her daughter. The Han family fell silent, so quiet you could hear their breathing. Why are you just standing there? Zilei and Zining, go check on Auntie and Yui and send them home, Han's mother said tiredly, massaging her temples.
Okay.
Han Zilei also went after them. Although Han Ziran was not happy, he was still her uncle. Since it was dark at night, and he didn't want anything to happen to her, he had no choice but to go along. There was nothing to watch, so Xiao turned and went inside. Although Han Mu's sons were not all outstanding, they were tall and looked good. Especially Han Ziran, who was very handsome, which was why many girls liked him. Thinking of Han Ziran, Xiao looked toward the study. Han Ziran was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and he gave her a faint smile. Xiaojun looked away without showing any emotion and went back inside to sleep. The next day, the sun did not come out, and the snow hadn't melted much. On the first day of the new year, most people slept in late. One reason was the fireworks the night before, and the other was that they didn't visit relatives much on this day. Xiaojun, out of habit, woke up early. Though she was yawning all the time, she put on clean, tidy new clothes. Today was the day she visited her family. While washing her face, she saw the door of the eldest brother's house across the street open. He and Lu Shi came out. Xiaojun wanted to say hello, but seeing them tiptoe quietly and look cautious, she decided not to say anything. "Dad and Mom aren't up yet," Lu Shi said. "Then I'll go get some things and bring more back," the eldest brother said, carrying 2 large bags of stuff out of the house. "Let's go to my mother-in-law's house." Lu Shi nodded excitedly, feeling she had married a good husband in her life. Watching the 2 leave Han's house like thieves, Xiaojun was puzzled. She didn't understand why they were sneaking around in her own home. Isn't it normal for the older sister-in-law to bring things back from her family? She thought. Then she suddenly realized that the older sister-in-law probably brought some things back to her family to avoid her mother-in-law's scolding. Maybe that's why they were so secretive. Should I buy some things to take back too? She wondered. Of course you should. How can someone who's married go back empty-handed? Unexpectedly, Han Ziran's voice sounded behind her. Xiaojun was startled and turned around. Han Ziran was standing behind her, neat and tidy, looking like a picture. It seemed he had already gotten up. Getting up so early? Xiaojun felt a headache just seeing him.
Han Ziran nodded.
He looked worried and said, "I'm afraid you'll go back to your family alone and leave me behind." She really thought so. Xiaojun honestly admitted in her heart, "You've been studying at the school, and you don't spend much time with your parents. Take this chance during the new year to spend more time with them. It's just one day, it's not a problem." Why was this person so clingy? Xiaojun didn't want to say much more. Since he wanted to go, he should go. "I need to go to town to buy some things for my parents." Han Ziran nodded, a hidden happiness in his eyes. The village road had already been swept clear of snow. The snow piled high on the sides, and people walking in the middle of the path gave a picturesque feeling. There were few people along the way. It seemed many hadn't woken up yet. Xiaojun felt her hand warm suddenly when Han Ziran unexpectedly took her hand. "What are you doing?" Xiaojun tried to pull away, but Han Ziran held her hand tightly.
"Why?"
she asked. "Because we're married. Of course I can hold your hand while we walk," he replied. "I don't like holding hands while walking." "Just get used to it," Han Ziran said softly. "Let go." "Can I not?"
"No."
Xiaojun hesitated, then said helplessly, "Han Ziran, why have you become like this? Do you really know me well?" Of course, her past self was cold and almost heartless. Xiaojun couldn't say that. If she talked about past lives or reincarnation, Han Ziran might tell the villagers she was a demon, and she could end up burned alive. She could only reply vaguely, I don't know much about that. You don't need to know my past self. Just understand who I am now, and who I will be in the future, Han Ziran said softly. When he saw Xiaojun no longer refused his hand, a faint smile appeared on his lips. But when he touched her rough hand, his dark eyes dimmed. His wife must have suffered a lot as a child, which made her so independent. In the future, he would cherish her even more. Gonlin Town was a large town, and since it was the first day of the new year, it was very crowded. Xiaojun didn't look at anything else, and went straight into a jewelry shop. "Welcome. Are you here to buy jewelry for your younger brother?" The shopkeeper immediately greeted them, excited about the first sale of the new year.
"Yes."
"She's not my older sister," Han Ziran and Xiaojun said in unison. The shopkeeper was surprised, looking back and forth at the two. What did that mean? "He's my younger brother. She's my wife." Xiaojun and Han Ziran looked at each other. One frowned in displeasure, the other stubbornly returned the gaze. "You two are quite playful," the shopkeeper said happily with a smile. "Whether you're siblings or a married couple, you're all guests here. What would you like to buy today? Our store offers the best jade, gold, and silver. I want to buy a pair of jade earrings for my mother. Do you have any good recommendations?
Show me everything you've got, I said.
Yes, yes. The shopkeeper quickly brought out several new items. These were just brought from the capital before the new year. They are the popular styles this year. Take a look. Xiao picked up one piece and examined the jade carefully. Han Ziran listened nearby, his gaze fixed on Xiao. He noticed how detailed her questions were, quite different from her usual carefree attitude. After a moment, his eyes shifted to her ears. Xiao didn't have pierced ears. Most girls either get their ears pierced at birth by their parents or around age 10. This woman not only had no pierced ears but also no jewelry on her body. She was very clean and simple. At this point, Xiao had negotiated the price and bought a medium quality but quite nice jade earring. Do you like this one? Han Ziran suddenly asked. When Xiao was about to answer, he quickly added, take a look first. Not wanting to make a fuss like before, Xiao looked around at everything in the shop. Han Ziran softly said, don't look so casually. Look carefully. Xiao had no choice but to look again, this time paying real attention. She pointed to a strange little lock in the corner. That one. Good eye, girl, the shopkeeper smiled. That's a lock called the heart lock. Though it's called a lock, it's actually a small, lightweight stone pendant. I bought it because it looked nice, mainly for decoration. But I heard from the merchant who sold it that this lock isn't carved by hand. It's naturally formed. It's one of a kind in the world. The shopkeeper was honest. Xiao secretly thought that if most people saw someone like the stone, they would inflate the price. Although Xiao said she liked it, her eyes didn't seem very happy when looking at the stone. The shopkeeper smiled and said, if you like it, I'll sell it to you for just 1 string of coins. 1 string of coins? Xiao raised an eyebrow. This broken stone is only worth about 10 coins. Like you said, it's just for decoration. Who would buy a stone to hang on themselves? She turned to Han Ziran and said, let's go. If you like it. Han Ziran was about to say something, but Xiao pulled his arm and started to leave. Seeing them about to go, the shopkeeper hurriedly called out, Miss, 15 coins is a bit high. I'll sell it to you for 15 coins. All right, I'll take it, Han Ziran said, running back to pay the shopkeeper with 15 coins. All right, I will give you a waist cord. Although it's just a stone, it will look good when worn around the waist. Thank you, shopkeeper. Xiao helplessly watched Han Ziran hand her a matching lock, his eyes full of joy and hope that she would accept it. It made her feel that refusing would be like bullying a child. I must say, 16-year-old Han Ziran is very young compared to her, who is 28 and has a mature soul. This was the first gift Han Ziran ever gave her. Xiao felt a mix of emotions. She pushed aside complicated thoughts and hung the lock on her waist. Is this money saved from your usual allowance?
She asked. Han Ziran nodded.
My mother usually gives me some pocket money. I don't have much to spend. I just passed the imperial exam, and the court has already sent a reward. It should arrive in a few days. When it does, I'll buy you something nice. Xiao knew the court's reward was coming soon and was quite generous, more than what most other scholars received, because Han Ziran had a famous teacher. But these rewards had nothing to do with her. All of it was kept by Han Ziran's mother. Thinking about her past life, Xiao coldly said, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll miss lunch. Seeing Xiao suddenly look cold, Han Ziran wondered if he had said something wrong again. Early in the morning, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao started preparing food. This New Year's Day was the first time their daughter had married and returned home with her husband, so they prepared everything carefully, bringing out all the best. Once everything was ready, they looked out from the yard, waiting eagerly until they saw 2 familiar figures on the village road. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao exchanged happy glances and hurried outside to greet them. When Xiao saw her parents, she ran over. But before she could call Mom and Dad, Han Ziran happily called out, Mom and Dad, we're back. Xiao was speechless. What dad? Shouldn't he call them father-in-law and mother-in-law? It sounded too familiar, as if he was their son. But from Han Ziran's expression, she couldn't see any pretense. He called them sincerely, but it was really annoying to hear. Sure enough, the elderly couple was overjoyed. Aunt Zhao's hands, which had gone to greet Xiao Zhen, immediately turned toward Han Ziran. "Oh, son-in-law, you've had a long journey. Come inside quickly. Your father specially brewed some hot tea for you."
Really? Dad really understands me.
Uncle Xiao was already laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth, and his gaze at Han Ziran was full of love. Zhen Xiao sighed. After some warm words, Uncle Xiao gave them some firecrackers. "There's still some time before dinner. These are for you two to play with." Ziran Han looked excited. "Dad, how do you know me so well? I love setting off firecrackers the most, but unfortunately my mom never lets me." Zhen Xiao sighed. "I don't want to see such childish behavior." She said, "I'm going to help Mom cook." As soon as she entered the kitchen, the smell of meat wafted out. Zhen Xiao took a deep breath. Since Han Ziran returned, she could sit and eat with the Han family, but whenever she reached for meat, Han's mother's cold stare would come over. She didn't mind, but she still didn't eat the meat. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of chicken, and put it in her mouth. Ah, so fragrant. "Really, you're still like a child." Aunt Xiao, who was cooking, rolled her eyes at Zhen Xiao, and then looked at her belly, saying, "Zhen, when will you give your mother a grandson?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhen Xiao almost choked. "Ziran has been studying outside. When he comes back, you need to seize the time, okay? Maybe in a few years." After a few years, she planned to find a good man, live happily, and give her parents a big grandson. In a few years? You're already 19, Aunt Xiao looked at her with some dissatisfaction. Women find it hard to have children as they get older. "Yes, I understand," Zhen Xiao nodded. She was 19, and Ziran Han was 17. This July was the day he went to the capital for exams. Thinking about the time she and Ziran Han had spent together, those days would soon be gone. Shaking off her thoughts, Zhen Xiao took out a pair of jade earrings she had bought and handed them to Aunt Xiao. "Mom, this is a gift from your daughter." "What is it?" When Zhen Xiao opened the wooden box, Aunt Xiao almost exclaimed, "Such beautiful jade earrings. Oh my, how expensive are these? Where did you get the money?" Then, she was both happy and angry, saying, "Did you go up the mountain again?" "No, I just set a few traps at the foot of the mountain. I check every day to see if there's any game." Zhen Xiao said, "Mom, let me put them on you." She took out the earrings and helped Aunt Xiao wear them. "Are they pretty?" Aunt Xiao was so excited that she didn't know where to put her hands, and her eyes were moist. Throughout her life, she worked hard for her family's livelihood. She rarely even looked in the mirror, let alone dress up. Now, her daughter had bought her such expensive earrings, and she was so happy she immediately went to look at herself in the mirror. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Seeing her mother's excited expression, Xiao Zhen's nose felt a bit sore. From now on, she must make her life better and better. She wanted her parents to live a good life. Even if it meant wearing gold and silver all over her body, she wouldn't cry from being touched. Just as Xiao Zhen silently made this vow and felt a bit sad, the firecrackers outside suddenly burst loudly. Uncle Xiao came in, pulling her to go outside. "Child, your mother is enough to cook the meals. Go play with Ziran and set off firecrackers." "Dad, I'm already grown up. I don't want to act like a kid," Xiao Zhen said unwillingly. "I still want to say some sweet words to Mom." Meanwhile, Aunt Xiao, who was happily looking at herself in the mirror, quickly responded, "When can we not talk, just as mother and daughter? Of course, spending time with Ziran is more important. Hurry up, and if you have anything to say, just tell your dad to pass it to me." "Pass it? How far does that have to be?" Xiao Zhen had no choice but to leave the kitchen. Outside, she saw 17-year-old Han Ziran setting off firecrackers like a child, completely losing his usual cold demeanor. Seeing him like this, Xiao Zhen only felt she had more brain work ahead. The first time she saw him after Rebirth was on the mountain. At that time, Han Ziran still looked cold. Even if he was injured by a beast or his wound was touched when he woke up, he would only groan in pain. His restraint was intense. That version of Han Ziran was definitely the Han Ziran from her past life. What was going on with the Han Ziran in front of her now? It was really headache-inducing. Xiao Zhen felt she had been obsessing over Han Ziran's changing personality for too long lately. Playing happily, Han Ziran saw Xiao Zhen. When he saw her coldly glaring at him, he quickly ran over and handed her a firecracker, happily saying, "You can set it off." Xiao Zhen sneered, "You're really childish." Of course, New Year's should be happy. It doesn't matter if you're an adult or a kid, Han Ziran said confidently. Stop acting so serious. What did you say? Did he really call her old-fashioned? Just now, Dad told me that every New Year, you even sleep hugging firecrackers, afraid someone will steal them, Han Ziran said with a smile, handing another firecracker to Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen quickly took the firecrackers and snorted coldly, saying, "Since I bought these fireworks with my own money, I will set them off myself." As soon as she held the firecrackers, Xiao Zhen felt much happier. Forget it, just like the young man said, celebrating the new year should be happy. She decided to put aside everything and enjoy setting off the fireworks happily. After a short while, Aunt Xiao called everyone to eat. At her own home, Xiao Zhen didn't have to do any chores. Her life was mainly about drinking, eating, going hunting in the mountains, farming in the fields, and chatting with her father. All housework and family matters were handled by her mother, Aunt Xiao. Seeing a table full of delicious food, Xiao Zhen was happy. She sat down at the table, poured wine for Uncle Xiao, and then poured some for herself. "Dad, today we drink until we're drunk, no stopping," she said softly. Her voice lowered when she saw her mother's sharp gaze like a knife directed at her. "Not proper. What kind of girl drinks wine?" "Go serve the food," Aunt Xiao said with a smile. Then she happily scooped a piece of chicken into Han Ziran's bowl and kindly said, "Ziran, eat more meat. Don't be shy. This is your home." "Mom, I won't be shy," Han Ziran replied, serving a piece of meat to Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao. "Mom and Dad, you should eat too." Xiao Zhen looked on with a cold gaze at Han Ziran. Her obedient and flattering manner made her feel a bit upset. Seeing Xiao Zhen secretly pouring herself more wine, Aunt Xiao quickly snatched the wine jug from her hand and scolded, "Hurry up and serve the food." Xiao Zhen was unhappy. "Mom, everyone in the Han family knows I can drink. Do you forget that I drank a big bowl when we ate at the Han house that day?" "That child." Aunt Xiao was about to speak when Han Ziran smiled and said, "Mom, just give her some to drink." Then he added to Xiao Zhen, "You can only have a little. Girls shouldn't drink too much. It's not good for your health." "During the new year, having a couple of drinks is fine," Uncle Xiao said happily. Then he cheerfully told Han Ziran, "This wine has some Xiao Wu that a Zhen picked from the mountain. It tastes great. A Zhen likes to add honey to it. If you like it sweet, you can add some too." "Good," Han Ziran replied happily. Aunt Xiao playfully patted Xiao Zhen's forehead and scolded with a smile, "Ziran really spoils you." Xiao Zhen was speechless. Han Ziran smiled brightly, looking like a blooming chrysanthemum. The first day of the new year passed just like that. By the time she reached her second year of middle school, it was naturally time to visit relatives. Just as Xiao Zhen thought she would be busy starting from this year, for 4 or 5 days, no relatives from her village or her maternal family, the Han family, came to visit. Not a single person from her maternal relatives appeared. However, before Xiao Zhen could figure out why, on the 8th day, the court's official documents and rewards for Han Ziran arrived. The many gifts amazed everyone in Shun County. On that day, the county magistrate personally visited the Han family and praised Han Ziran as truly exceptional. The scene was so grand that it was hard for the villagers to describe. All day long, people kept coming to congratulate them. Only late at night did the crowd gradually leave. That night, the Han family didn't have time to count all the rewards. Instead, they prepared a feast for the next day. Since their son had gained the title of Shiozai, a scholar, and the court had given so many rewards, it was only right to invite friends and relatives. From that day on, Xiao Zhen could sense that Han's mother looked at her with even more disdain. It seemed she thought Xiao Zhen, a simple girl, was not worthy of her talented son. It made her feel very upset. During the 2 days of the feast, Xiaojun felt relaxed because the village women came to help, so she didn't need to do much. Han Ziran was busy dealing with relatives from all sides and had no time to bother her. Xiaojun enjoyed her leisure time. She stood in a nearby poultry grove, feeding the chickens and feeling sad. She was married to this man, her husband, but now that he was a Xiao, she couldn't share in his glory. So, you see, a person shouldn't rely on a man, right? If you have some money, at least you won't be completely helpless and end up hating yourself, Xiaojun said to the chickens. The chickens ate happily, ignoring her completely, not even giving her a glance. He might become very successful in the future, but I feel I won't be too bad either. Xiaojun chuckled to herself, feeling quite good. Just as she was thinking about how to improve herself, she saw a group of strange-looking people approaching from a distance. She recognized their attire. These were officials from the palace, commonly called eunuchs. It seemed the court had issued an imperial decree to Han Ziran. Soon, Xiaojun heard the cheers of "Long live! Long live! Long live forever!" She remembered that in the imperial decree, it was said that Han Ziran was a rare, talented student. Because of this, the emperor granted him special favor, allowing him to skip the usual exams and go straight to Beijing in July to take the top imperial exam. They even prepared his travel expenses. Such kindness was rare in history. For a moment, Han Ziran became very famous, and stories about him spread even in the capital. While scattering grain for her chickens, Xiaojun muttered, "Some people are just so lucky." Han Ziran's good fortune was undeniable. He met a high-ranking official who became his teacher, and this special favor was arranged through the official's request to the emperor. And what about her? She had to work hard for everything, even to buy a cow, which took a lot of effort. As she continued feeding her chickens, she sighed. Suddenly, a curious voice asked, "What are these? Are they chickens and ducks?" A young official, about 12 or 13, appeared behind Xiaojun, looking puzzled at the poultry. The young official had a red face and white teeth, very adorable, especially his lively eyes. Although dressed in official robes, his delicate appearance was obvious. Xiaojun nodded. She was a girl, just wearing official clothes. In her previous life, she had disguised herself as a boy to join the army, so she could tell at a glance what was going on. Not cute at all. The young official pouted, then looked at Xiaojun again.
Who are you?
Everyone else is receiving the imperial decree up front. Why aren't you there? If you're deliberately not going, that's a serious crime. The decree? I didn't see it from back here. It's not intentional.
Who are you?
Xiaojun asked curiously. In both her past and present lives, she had no memory of this person. When she received the decree before, was she not paying attention, or was this person not there? The young girl's eyes twinkled. I am a palace official sent by the court. Xiaojun nodded, not planning to expose her. Hello, little official. This is so boring, the young official sighed. When she saw the grain in Xiaojun's hand, she snatched a small basket and said, "Let me feed the chickens." But as she reached for the grain, she suddenly cried out, "Ouch, that hurts." The small basket with grain fell to the ground, scattering grains everywhere. Seeing this, the chickens and ducks quickly ran over to eat. The young official started shouting again, "Go away, go away. Oh my, why do they smell so bad?" Xiaojun was speechless. Although the rice grains were small, they were rough and pointed. If she grabbed them like this, it would naturally hurt, but it shouldn't be so painful. The garden had chickens and ducks, so it would smell bad. Had she not noticed the smell when she entered? There's blood. Oh my, there's blood. The little official looked at her hand, tears welling in his eyes. Xiaojun hurriedly reached out and took his hand to check. Sure enough, small blood beads were rolling out from her palm. Her hands were soft and smooth, like fat, clearly well cared for, which explained why the rice grains had pricked her. "Do you have a handkerchief?" Xiaojun asked. "Yes, I do." The little official quickly took one from his pocket. Xiaojun wrapped the handkerchief around her injured palm. "It's nothing serious. Once the bleeding stops, it will be fine." "It hurts so much," the The little official's tears began to flow. Suddenly, Xiaozhen thought of the phrases like a flower with tears and pitifully charming. The little girl looked like that now, and when she grew up, she would be even more stunning. It will stop hurting soon. Really? Xiaozhen nodded. While they were talking, frantic voices called out from nearby, "My little ancestor, where are you?
Come out quickly."
Hey, where did this person go? In just a moment, where did they disappear? What are you all looking at? The voices grew closer. Xiaozhen looked at the little official and asked, "Are they looking for you?" "Annoying," the girl said impatiently. She took a few steps out, then turned around, her eyes sharp as she looked at Xiaozhen with a scrutinizing gaze. After a moment, she left. It was hard to tell if the chickens and ducks could still run out from the crowd of officials to play. The girl was delicate and spoiled. Xiaozhen watched her leave, thinking of her past life and trying to recall anyone in the army camp who might be her. But she simply couldn't figure out who she was. No matter who she was, this girl was either wealthy or noble, with a high status. That glance she gave before leaving was the look of someone who had been in power for a long time, full of evaluation and scrutiny. Once the envoy left with the imperial decree, the Han family became lively again, as if an explosion had gone off. For several days, people kept coming to the Han family's door. Even strangers from far away brought gifts, taking the opportunity to build connections. The Han family, eager to support Han Ziran's career, naturally welcomed these visitors. Especially some wealthy families from the town, and Han's mother personally went to visit and return gifts with Han Ziran, establishing good relations. Recently, the Han family has been very proud and popular wherever they go. The Xiao family also gained more visitors because of Han Ziran. Some people who couldn't get close to the Han family even sent valuable gifts to the Xiao family in hopes of building connections. When Xiaozhen found out, she told her parents to refuse the gifts. However, most of their distant relatives and friends who had been distant before have now started to visit. Xiaozhen doesn't care much whether they visit or not, but she feels happy seeing her parent happy. After the 12th lunar month, fewer people came to the Han family. Their daily routine returned to normal. In 3 days, the Lantern Festival will be here, and after that, Han Ziran will go back to the county to study. One morning, Xiaozhen finished chopping firewood early and was in the backyard feeding the new chicks and ducklings with broken rice. Over the past few days, many visitors had come, and they had used up all the poultry raised by the Han family. Just as she was feeding the animals, her sister-in-law Lu hurried over and said, "Xiaozhen, come quickly." "What's wrong?" Xiaozhen asked, noticing Lu looked a bit upset. "Your grandma and uncle have come." Grandma and uncle? Xiaozhen hadn't expected who they were until she saw her Aunt Zhao's mother and brother in the yard. She wondered why they had come to the Han family. Han's mother looked displeased and coldly stared at Zhao's grandma. "My Ziran just passed the imperial exam and became a scholar. We don't have such connections. Madame Fong's request probably can't be granted." Zhao's maternal grandmother's family name is Fong. Grandma Fong smiled and said, "How could that be? I heard that just a few days ago, Master Dong brought a big gift to congratulate Ziran. He also said if there's any trouble, just go talk to him." "Mother, the third sister-in-law has arrived," Lu announced. Han's mother's gaze sharpened like a sword, directed at Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen felt a shiver, but had to greet them. "Grandma, uncle." "Oh, isn't this my granddaughter and scholar's wife?" Grandma Fong hurried over, holding Xiaozhen's hand with a loving look. "Shun, you're truly lucky to find such a good family." Yes, her uncle from the Fong family also nodded flatteringly. They seemed to have forgotten how they used to bully the Xiao family. Now, they looked so caring that it seemed they truly loved Xiaozhen. "Why did Grandma come here?" Xiaozhen asked with a forced smile, feeling no fondness for her grandma. "It's not your uncle's business. I heard the Hu family is hiring long-term workers and paying well, so I came to ask Ziran for help." Grandma Fong looked at Xiaozhen kindly and said, "I think my nephew-in-law, Ziran, probably won't refuse to help, right? He will definitely help. Right, Zhen?" Uncle Fong looked at Xiaozhen with admiration, like she was a hero. For the Han family now, this is a small matter, but Xiaojun knew they wouldn't help. Also, she was tired of her grandma's family. Still, if she had the ability, she would help, not for anything else, but because they are her mother's family. However, it would be hard if the Han family had to do the work. Sure enough, Han's mother coldly said, "I don't think Xiaojun can decide this."
Why not?
Uncle Fong looked at Han's mother, and then at Xiaojun with flattery. As long as Zhun talks to Ziran, it will work. It's a small matter, right, Zhun? It's not up to her to decide about the Han family. Han's mother suddenly raised her voice. Grandma Fong and Uncle Fong were both surprised. Why can't Zhun decide? She's the wife of a scholar, Grandma Fong, who is usually not very kind, now begged Xiaojun softly. Seeing Han's mother's attitude, her voice also grew louder. So what? The Han family hasn't split yet, so there's no reason for a daughter-in-law to decide, Han's mother said coldly. Zhun, your mother-in-law is clearly trying to intimidate you. If you go along with her now, how will you have a good life in the future? Grandma Fong stepped in front of Xiaojun, tugged her sleeve, and lowered her voice. Seeing Grandma Fong's seemingly protective expression, Xiaojun knew it wasn't true. She wanted to say that she had never had a good life in the Han family. If they kept pushing her, life would only get harder. At this moment, Lucier said at the door, "Third brother? Aren't these friends of Ziran?" Xiaojun looked over and saw Han Ziran just returning from outside, followed by a few classmates from before. She recognized Hua Qin and two others named Luo Hao and Bai Hao, if she remembered correctly. "Mother, are there guests?" Han Ziran first glanced at Xiaojun, then looked at the two people in the yard. "Oh, nephew-in-law, we meet again." Grandma Fong eagerly walked over, inspecting Han Ziran from head to toe, her smile sweet as honey. "Isn't that Grandma?" Han Ziran remembered the old woman. Last time, she borrowed money from the Xiao family, and she seemed quite assertive. Hua Qin, Hua Ying, and the others also remembered this old woman. Thinking about her character, the three of them looked a bit disdainful. Yes, your nephew-in-law has a good memory." Uncle Fong quickly introduced himself. "I'm Zhun's uncle. Your nephew-in-law is really handsome." Han's mother didn't expect her son to recognize these two people. Her face darkened, and she glared sharply at Xiaojun. The Xiao family has a bad reputation, and the Fong family isn't much better. But strangely, the Han family was related to both families. Grandma Fong explained her purpose and looked at Han Ziran with a flattering smile. "Ziran, do you think you can help with this?" "I'll try," Han Ziran agreed readily. "If the Hu family still needs a long-term worker, I think I can help." Grandma Fong and Uncle Fong's faces lit up with happiness. They praised and complimented him a bit more before leaving. Han's mother was so angry her liver hurt. How could her son agree so easily to help these people? They should be turned away. Since there were guests, she forced a smile and said, "It's cold outside. Kids, go inside quickly." Xiaojun wanted to thank Han Ziran, but he had a classmate with him, so it didn't seem appropriate. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Hua Ying glaring coldly at her. When their eyes met, Hua Ying quickly looked away. Xiaojun rolled her eyes and went back to her room, thinking silently about how much longer she could stay at Han's house. She calculated that it was only about 5 months until Han Ziran passed the imperial exam and became a top scholar. Thinking this way, Xiaojun felt much more at ease. Spring would arrive after the 15th day of the lunar month. When the weather warmed up, she could start hunting. In these 5 months, she could go into the mountains several times, enough to save money to buy a house in the county town. As for what she wanted to do, she had a vague idea, but wasn't sure if she could make it happen. She decided to take it step by step. She was just waiting for Han Ziran to abandon her. Then her uncle and aunt wouldn't have any reason to keep her hanging on Han Ziran anymore. Once her uncle and aunt's wishes were fulfilled, she could also start her own plans, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While she was lost in thought, the door was pushed open. Xiaojun looked up and saw Han Ziran. He was bright and handsome, sunlight streaming through the door, casting his figure long and tall. He stood at the door, smiling shyly at her. It had been a year, and he had grown taller. Now he was almost half a head taller than her. Xiao Zhenxi was attached, eating the same rice, yet he didn't seem to grow taller. Beautiful people are often treated especially well by heaven. Are you going to spend time with your friends? Xiao Zhen asked. You don't seem happy.
Yeah.
I don't really like Grandma's family, and today when they came, your mother liked me even less. Xiao Zhen quietly thought, being honest like this, is it really okay? Maybe there's nothing wrong with it, since he already knew. If you had the ability to help them, would you?
Yes.
Han Ziran smiled faintly. Thank you. Xiao Zhen said awkwardly. I haven't helped yet. Besides, you're my wife, so helping your relatives is what I should do. This woman was always cold and distant towards him, so he felt a bit nervous every time. He didn't quite understand how she truly felt about him, but he couldn't help wanting to get closer to her. Go spend time with your friends. They're coming to play. After the Lantern Festival, we'll go to school together.
You don't need to tell me that.
But I want you to know. Looking at Xiao Zhen's face, which didn't seem upset, Han Ziran felt a bit uncomfortable. We haven't spoken for quite a few days. Recently, the Han family had been very busy, and naturally, he himself was busier. They hadn't spoken for several days. Xiao Zhen nodded. We don't have much to say.
How could that be?
I have plenty to say. Xiao Zhen looked at him. I don't understand what writers say.
Han Ziran blinkade.
What I said is all human words. Xiao Zhen. Clearing his throat, that Hua Qin. Where is he from? Seems to be from the county town.
Seems?
Aren't you good friends? She remembered they had been classmates for 2 years, and were good friends. He didn't seem to know. Just ordinary classmates. But Bai Hao liked him a lot, so he often took him to play. Han Ziran said, I don't know much about him. But why are you asking about him? Because she liked you. Xiao Zhen naturally wouldn't say that. It's nothing. A 16 or 17-year-old scholar, usually unable to distinguish gender clearly, and Huang was a year or 2 younger than Han Ziran, so no one would suspect her gender. Han Ziran was puzzled in his heart. Why only ask about Hua Qin and not others? Ziran, what are you doing? Just as they were talking, Hua Qin, also known as Huang, called from outside the door, asking as he entered. Han Ziran quickly blocked him outside the door, joking, This is my wife's private room. How can another man come in? Even I have never been in before. Why won't you let me in? Hua Qinqi asked curiously. This is my wife's room. So what? Hua Qinqi suddenly seemed to realize something and said sharply, I don't care to go in anyway. Don't stand here. Come with us to have fun. I heard the town is already preparing lanterns. Han Ziran turned to look at Xiao Zhen and asked eagerly, Wife, come with me to see it? Xiao Zhen wanted to refuse. After all, she was already 28 years old, and her interest in the Lantern Festival lanterns had faded into indifference. But when she saw Hua Qinqi suddenly stand beside Han Ziran, glaring at her with anger, her beautiful eyes showing clear jealousy. A 15-year-old girl who can't even hide her feelings. Surprisingly, Xiao Zhen had a mischievous thought and smiled brightly at Hua Qinqi, agreeing, sure. After the New Year, the Lantern Festival became the first lively holiday. For the people of Gonlin Town, it was a big celebration, so everyone, young and old, got busy making decorations, turning the entire town into a beautiful scene. Although the Lantern Festival was still ahead, every household's door was already decorated with lanterns. Some were sticking paper and painting on them at the door, while others filled the front yards with budding flower pots. Han Ziran's classmates thought Xiao Zhen was uneducated. Even though she was Han Ziran's wife, they didn't chat warmly. When their eyes met, they only exchanged polite smiles, with a sense of distance in their expressions. But seeing Han Ziran hold Xiao Zhen's hand constantly since leaving home, everyone was feeling suspicious. Luo Hao nudged Bai Hao's arm and asked, Do you think Ziran might like this woman? Is that strange? Bai Hao replied casually. That's his wife. Someone he plans to spend his life with. How could he not like her? That's true. They're not a good match, Hua Qinqi said unhappily. A woman who can't read or write, doesn't understand manners, and can't help Ziran. How can they have anything in common? How can they live together? I think so too, Luo Hao agreed. Didn't you see that Ziran cares a lot about his wife? They've been holding hands the whole time. It must be that shameless woman, Hua Qinqi said angrily, clinging to Ziran. Ziran has no choice but to do this. White Hao looked helplessly at Hua Qin, a hint of deep affection in his eyes that most people couldn't see. It seems like Ziran is clinging to his wife, he said softly. Nonsense, Hua Qin snapped, glaring at White Hao. Hey, stop talking. Both Ziran and the others have already gone far, Luo Hao called out as he hurried after them. The vendors' shouts echoed one after another, lively and continuous. Children played nearby, chasing and laughing. Young women browsed makeup stalls, choosing their favorite blushes. Passers-by hurried past. Looking around, the bustling street was fully in view. Han Ziran held Xiao Zhen's hand as they walked, secretly observing her. Seeing that she kept her gaze straight ahead, seemingly unaffected by everything around her, he paused. Xiao Zhen looked at him. Han Ziran took out a jade pendant from his pocket and, to Xiao Zhen's surprise, placed it around her neck. What's this? Xiao Zhen asked, not knowing much about jade, but recognizing its fine color, crystal clear, with a green hue that was vivid in the sunlight. This was a gift from the court. I kept this jade for myself. I'm sorry, Han Ziran said sincerely. Why are you sorry? Xiao Zhen asked curiously. All those gifts were locked away by my mother. I should have kept some for you, Han Ziran explained, full of regret. Xiao Zhen was his wife. Although the Han family didn't split, some of those gifts should have been reserved for her. The boy's face showed a mix of helplessness and guilt. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and took the jade from her neck, returning it to him. I can't accept this. It's too valuable. We're married. What's mine is yours. Besides, I gave this just for you, Han Ziran insisted. I can't take it. You must keep it, Han Ziran said firmly, his cold voice tinged with stubbornness. He redraped the jade around her neck and tucked it inside her collar. You already gave me the love lock, Xiao Zhen pointed to the stone lock on her waist. That's different. I bought that lock with my mother's money. But this jade is something I earned myself. Xiao Zhen was surprised. Han Ziran seemed to care a lot about her, and she didn't know what to say. She could only accept it for now. On Lantern Festival, we'll go out again. I'll take you somewhere special, Han Ziran said excitedly. Even though he usually kept a cool demeanor, he was so excited that Xiao Zhen couldn't help but nod. Not far away, Hua Qin bit her lip as she watched Han Ziran place the jade pendant on Xiao Zhen. She was so angry, she turned to leave, but saw White Hao looking at her with a complicated expression. After lunch, a light rain began to fall. For the approaching spring weather, this drizzle felt colder than winter snow, making people shiver. Since the day of the imperial decree, Mother Han had been in a very good mood, her face full of happiness. She had shaken off her previous sadness, tidied up the kitchen, and then went out. When she saw the sudden cold weather, she quickly returned to her room to put on some clothes. When she came out, she saw Ziran's classmate, Hua Qin, who seemed to be staring absent-mindedly at Ziran's study. Hua Qin noticed her and greeted her. Child, what are you looking at? It's true that people of similar nature gather. Ziran is good-looking, and his classmates are all handsome young men. The one in front, Hua Qin, is even more striking, red lips, white teeth, smooth skin, tender and delicate. If he were a girl, he might be even more beautiful. Uncle, aunt, Hua Qin saw it was Mother Han and quickly withdrew his gaze, smiling brightly. I was thinking about Ziran and his wife. When mentioning Xiao Zhen, Mother Han's expression darkened slightly. Hua Qin continued, I thought Brother Ziran would be uncomfortable marrying so early, but I didn't expect them to be so loving. It's really enviable. Seeing how affectionate they are, I even want to get married. While speaking, Hua Qin observed Mother Han's expression. Affectionate? Yes, they hold hands wherever they go, as if everyone should know they are a married couple, Hua Qin said with a smile. Hold hands everywhere? That's not like Ziran's usual nature. I find it strange too. Brother Ziran has always been cold. So cold, Auntie. I'll go back to the next room first. We promised to go out again during the Lantern Festival. I don't want to catch a cold. Is Xiaozhen going too? Mother Han's face darkened. Of course, Hua Qin said with a smile. I think I heard Xiaozhen invite Brother Ziran. Lately, she had been paying close attention to Xiaozhen and knew that Xiaozhen was not well liked by Mother Han, or rather, her attitude was very obvious in her disdain for Xiaozhen. Indeed, what does Xiaozhen have? She can't even read or write, and the Xiao family's reputation is poor. If she hadn't used some sneaky tricks, how could Ziran have married her? As soon as they left the Han household, Hua Qin saw Bai Hao holding an oil umbrella standing outside. He had been there for a while, without moving. Hua Qin blinked and called out, Bai Hao. A flash of nervousness crossed her mind. Did Bai Hao hear what she just said? Bai Hao held the umbrella over Hua Qin's head and said, Let's go. It's getting colder. Go back inside and put on some clothes. The Han household didn't have many rooms, so they arranged for a few classmates to sleep at the house next door, just a few steps away from the Han home. How long have you been standing here? Just arrived. Bai Hao looked directly at Hua Qin's slightly flickering eyes and spoke softly. Hua Qin let out a small sigh in her heart and smiled at him. Let's go. Unlike the cold outside, Xiaozhen, who was chopping wood in the shed, was now sweating all over. The room was filled with firewood that had been used up, so she had to chop more. This task was easy for her. Normally, she would have chopped at least half a room full. But today, her progress was slow because her mind was full of thoughts about Han Ziran inviting her to visit during the Lantern Festival. At this moment, the door of the shed was pushed open. Han's mother appeared at the door and coldly called out, Xiaozhen.
Madame Han.
Xiaozhen put down her axe and looked at her. It was strange. Madame Han rarely approached her first. Her eyelids twitched, sensing that something was wrong with Han's mother. She was very angry, visibly trembling with rage. It was clear that Han's mother was trying to hold back her anger. Madame Han, what's wrong? Xiaozhen asked, confused. Had she done something to upset her? The anger seemed directed at her, which puzzled her. Ever since you married into the Han family, I thought you were honest and decent. I believed you were a good person. But I never expected. Han's mother paused, furious. Never expected you to pretend one thing in front of people and do another behind their backs. What did I do? Xiaozhen asked, puzzled. Had she done something recently to make Han's mother dislike her? Why are you always clinging to Ziran?
Why?
Clinging to Han Ziran?
Who told you that?
Is there a need to ask? Every time you go out, you're holding hands with Ziran, worried others might not see that you're his wife. Do you want to use Ziran's reputation as a scholar to make yourself look good? I didn't. You didn't? Everyone saw it. Don't you feel ashamed? Han's mother gritted her teeth. On the day you got married, I told you if I ever found out you were deliberately approaching Ziran, I wouldn't forgive you. You promised me then. Xiaozhen took a deep breath and said, First, I am very ashamed. Second, I didn't deliberately approach Han Ziran. And third, it was Han Ziran who held my hand. With a soft sigh, Xiaozhen told herself to be generous and not to argue with Mother Han. She said, No matter what excuse you find, I have never taken the initiative to hold Ziran's hand. Really, a daughter is just like her mother. Your mother caused trouble at our house and insisted that Ziran marry you. And you? You know Ziran is talented but still cling to him shamelessly, Mother Han said, trembling with anger. Madam Han, why do you have to bring my parents into your scolding? I know you hold resentment, and if you want to scold me, go ahead. But please don't involve my parents. I also think it was too much when my mother came to cause trouble at Han's house. She was wrong, Xiaozhen said calmly. So, no matter how you treat me, I have never spoken back. This was also why she could stay calm in this life. In her previous life, her ending was partly her mother's fault. Although she resented the Han family, she still kept her clear sense of right and wrong. Mother Han pursed her lips tightly. I know Ziran is very talented. I don't think we are a good match, and you don't think so either. But Ziran is at home now, and I see him often. It's hard to avoid him. But I promise, I have never clung to him. Mother Han squinted at Xiao, seeming to guess how much of her words were true. Xiao looked honest. In her heart, she thought, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I believe what I believe. I don't think I'm unworthy of Ziran. I sit upright, do everything honestly, and everything I do is earned through my own effort. Nothing's shameful, very straightforward. The idea that we are a good match is just a different opinion. So, there's no need to argue with Mother Han. You haven't clung to Ziran. Could it be that Ziran is the one clinging to you? Is that possible? He's now a scholar and favored by the emperor.
And you?
What are you? Mother Han's tone was full of sarcasm. On Lantern Festival, you weren't allowed to go out. If I find out you walk with Ziran again, Xiao, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Mother Han left angrily. Xiao closed her eyes, picked up a piece of wood from the ground, and sharply chopped it with an axe. I want to be more generous. She took another piece of wood and chopped it down fiercely. Be more generous. I won't argue with elders. Endure until I can't anymore, then start again. But there's a limit to patience. If you keep pushing me, I won't hold back anymore. After chopping for more than 20 times, Xiao panted, feeling the anger inside her finally release. Let's just peacefully get along for a few more months, since there aren't many left. The light rain kept falling until the Lantern Festival day, as if it knew people were celebrating. Surprisingly, the rain stopped that day, and the sun shone brightly. Xiao left early in the morning, carrying her hunting tools, and went up the mountain from the Han family's place. She checked a few traps and had a small harvest, then sold her catch in town. Thinking spring was coming and animals would start to come out, she bought more traps and set them up on the mountain. Because the weather was so nice, Xiao stayed on the mountain all day. She returned home late at night, happily carrying her hunting gear. Everyone at the Han family was already asleep. Xiao looked at the study room. It was dark, so it seemed Han Ziran was already asleep. She planned to wake early the next day to go to school, so she tried to sleep late and avoid meeting him. She didn't want Han's mother to suspect her of making her life difficult. Thinking of Han's mother made her feel upset. Xiao washed her face with well water, then quietly went into her room and gently closed the door. Where did you go? A cold male voice asked. It sounded worried but calm, not frightening in the quiet night. Xiao quickly turned around and saw Han Ziran standing inside her room. The moonlight shone through the window, casting shadows on his face, making him look worried. What are you doing in my room? Xiao patted her chest. You almost scared me to death. Where did you go? Han Ziran stepped closer, his voice tense with concern. I went up the mountain. Until so late? Xiao nodded. Han Ziran looked a bit angry, but also a little sad. Why didn't you tell me when you went to the mountain? Do you know how worried I was? I even went to your house, thinking you had gone back to your family. Xiao blinked and said calmly, didn't you go to see the lanterns? They must have been beautiful today.
No. Huh.
I was worried about you, so I looked for you all day. That's why I didn't go see the lanterns. Han Ziran lowered his head and looked out the window, trying to hide his sudden sadness. After a moment, he looked at Xiao and asked, Are you doing this on purpose? Xiao looked away from his gaze and chuckled. No, I saw the weather was good and thought some animals might come out, so I went up the mountain. You know, I used to be a female hunter. Liar. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After a moment of silence, Han Ziran said, Don't do that again. When you go out, tell me. Even if you don't tell me, just tell others where you've gone. It's enough for me to know your whereabouts. Also, don't go up the mountain alone. And even if you do, don't come back so late. Xiao looked at him and asked, Han Ziran? Even if you ignore my worries, you should think about your parents. They worry about you more than I do. The boy's dark eyes looked sad, but more than sadness, they showed concern for her. Xiao felt that Han Ziran like this was both frustrating and touching. Being cared for, worried about, and missed, this feeling was really nice. She wasn't a stone-hearted person, but, where did things go wrong? What exactly happened to Han Ziran in this life? It was your mother, who didn't let me go out with you to see the Lantern Festival, Xiao honestly said. Han Ziran was surprised for a moment. She continued, she said if she saw me with you again, she wouldn't be nice to me. I was really scared.
Han Ziran.
This is why I left. What should I do? Your mother always thinks I'm not good enough for you and doesn't want us to be together. But I feel like you also want that, Xiao said quickly. No. Xiao quickly turned her face away, and it was a bit hard to say this face to face. I really want to be with you. Being the wife of a talented scholar is a. Her voice suddenly stopped. Han Ziran suddenly cupped her face with both hands, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Tell me the truth. Xiao knew Han Ziran was handsome, but she had never looked at him so closely before. Eyebrows, nose, eyes, lips. Whether she looked at them separately or together, they were as delicate as finely carved art. Being stared at so directly, Han Ziran's ears turned red, and his face also flushed. He hurriedly let go of her. Say something. Want to, Xiao replied simply, but that was her real thought at the moment. She couldn't help but like this Han Ziran. She couldn't help but be moved by him. Any woman would probably feel the same, right? But then she thought again, this Han Ziran was only the current him. The real test for both of them had yet to come, right? She couldn't be as foolish as she was in her past life again.
Dream on.
Being that foolish again would truly be her own fault. A blush appeared again on Han Ziran's face, and then he looked directly at her. Have you tried?
What?
Trying to be with me, trying to get my family to accept you. How do you know I haven't? In her past life, she tried not to care too much, but after trying for so long, what did she get in return? What kind of effort? Is it silent sacrifice? Enduring her mother's harshness without complaint? Never discussing anything with me? Thinking that leaving is your way of showing love? Xiao stared blankly at him, agreeing with his words. Tell me, how exactly are you working hard for our future? How hard? How can she work harder? In her past life, just like now, she did almost all the housework besides cooking. Yes, she quietly endured everything, never fought back. When faced with Hanmu's harshness, she tolerated it, thinking that if she kept silent and patient, Hanmu would see her kindness and accept her. In her past life, she only spoke 108 words to Han Ziran over 10 years. Her suffering, her pain, her love for him, she never told him, or rather, she never even thought of telling him. What could she say? Wouldn't that be indirectly telling Han Ziran that his mother was mistreating her?
Oh.
But this time, it seemed she told Han Ziran everything about how Hanmu mistreated her. To her surprise, he believed her completely, even though everything she said was true. Do you think I don't know what you've been doing these days? While others are still sleeping, you've already gotten up to chop firewood, fetch water, wash clothes, and even cut grass in 2 big baskets. Even in the coldest weather, your hands frozen and unable to move, you've never complained. Han Ziran's eyes showed deep pain, but also anger towards her. Your mother's cold looks and harshness, your father and brother ignoring you. You endured it all. Even if your meals are just sweet potatoes, you accept it happily. That's how hard you work, right? Isn't that right? Other women. Aren't they all doing the same? Yes, you're right. You've done very well. But has my mother ever treated you kindly? Have my father and brothers acknowledged you? Even the kind sister-in-law, has she ever helped you once? Did you marry just to suffer under the Han family's treatment? Of course not. Xiao stared blankly at him. Han Ziran, 2 years younger than her, now looked at her with full pain and sorrow, tears flickering in his eyes. Have you ever thought about how your parents, who raised you, would feel if they saw you like this? Wouldn't their hearts ache so much they could die? Yes, they would. In her past life, her mother died from worry over her. That pain of watching loved ones pass away still haunts her now. Don't do this, please don't do this. I don't like it when you act like that. Your husband is a scholar. He has the ability to support his family and to obey his relatives. I study not to bring honor to my ancestors or to our family name, but to let my family live more comfortably. I want that when my parents are sick, we don't have to worry about money for medicine. I married not to be treated coldly or harshly by my family, but to have a caring partner for life.
Han Ziran.
I can't help you with everything. My parents' kindness is greater than a mountain. I can't let my parents be upset about everything. I also don't want to hurt my parents' feelings. But your frustrations should be known to them. Since I married you, and you share the responsibility of caring for my family, your thoughts, your temper, your frustrations, and your anger are things they must also share. Xiao was stunned. These words left her speechless. She wanted to say something, but had no words. She didn't know that Han Ziran thought this way. She didn't know that Han Ziran cared for her so deeply, to the point of encouraging her to oppose his parents. Yes, in her previous life, she didn't understand this. But in this life, she had realized it. As Han Ziran said, since they are married, she also bears the responsibility of caring for Han's family. But equally, she must also share her anger and everything else with the family. However, in this life, she didn't plan to stay with Han Ziran. Really, she had no such plan. She would marry him again, partly to fulfill her parents' wishes and partly because it didn't conflict with what she wanted to do in the future. But she couldn't deny that she still had some feelings for Han Ziran, and his thoughtfulness almost made her reconsider her decision. Was Han Ziran too smart or too mature at 17? Most boys at 17 don't think this much. Xiao sighed inwardly. What are you thinking? Seeing Xiao just stare at him silently, her gaze making him feel uneasy, Han Ziran looked away and then, not willing to give up, looked back at her. You're right. I was wrong, Xiao admitted honestly, acknowledging her mistake from her previous life. Such a frank admission? Han Ziran was a bit puzzled. And then, nothing. Just as before.
Why?
Han Ziran asked anxiously. Do you enjoy being treated harshly? Of course not. Who enjoys being so controlled? Xiao smiled and said, Can you stop worrying so much? The imperial exam is coming soon. Instead of wasting time on me, you should read some books. Maybe you could become the top scholar. Anyway, he was sure he would be the top scholar. I won't change my mind, Han Ziran suddenly said.
Ha!
Even if I become the top scholar, I won't change my feelings. Xiao was surprised. Even if I work in the capital, I will take you with me. I won't leave you in the countryside, Han Ziran said confidently. Xiao eyes widened.
What are you talking about?
Did he know what she was thinking? How did he know she was worried he might change his mind? And about working in the capital and not staying in the countryside, these things from their past lives. How could he know? No, how did he find out? Mother said we're not a good match, so are you worried about these trivial things? Han Ziran asked. Xiao moved her lips, then asked after a moment, Is it because Lady Han said so that you think this way?
Yes.
Otherwise what? Do you really think like that?
Han Ziran snotted, feeling vrångjedd.
Do you think I'm that kind of person? Yes. Seeing Han Ziran glare at her, Xiao quickly said, Of course not. He's so clever that he guessed right away. I'm serious. No matter what you're worried about, it won't happen. I will only have you in my life, Han Ziran promised again and again. Are you so sure that I'm worried about these trivial things?
Yes.
Han Ziran nodded. Xiao rolled her eyes. Where do you get your confidence? Have you seen anyone better than me? This person really hasn't. In their 2 lifetimes, she truly hasn't seen anyone more outstanding than him. Xiao thought for a moment. No, there were actually 2. Really? Seeing her expression, Han Ziran squinted and leaned closer. Aren't you tired? Xiao suddenly smiled mischievously. Want to sleep here tonight? Husband. Han Ziran was startled and took a step back, covering his chest with his hands.
No.
He quickly passed Xiao and left the room. After stepping out, he leaned in again and said, Don't forget what I said tonight. Then he immediately left. The room suddenly became quiet. Xiao's smile gradually faded. She lay on the bed, staring blankly at the bedboard. Her heart was wavering, faintly holding a bit of hope. It was wrong. She shouldn't be falling for the same man again. 10 years of pain was enough for a lifetime. But this life, Han Ziran, is truly different from the last one. The words Han Ziran said kept echoing in her mind. Yes, you did well. But did my mother treat you kindly? Did my father and brothers acknowledge you? Even the weak sister-in-law, did she ever help you? Did you marry into the family just to endure the Han family's anger? Don't be like this, don't. Your husband is a scholar, capable of supporting his family and obeying his relatives. I study not to bring glory to my ancestors or to shine the family name, but to make life easier for my whole family. To avoid worrying about money when my parents are sick. I married not to be looked down upon or mistreated by the family, but to have a partner who understands my feelings. Even if I pass the imperial exam and become top scholar, I won't change my heart. Even if I become an official in the capital, I will take you with me and not leave you in the countryside. Xiao covered her ears, not wanting to think about these words or about Han Ziran. But the more she tried to stop herself, the more these memories flooded her mind completely. It wasn't just these words that moved her. This life, Han Ziran was truly very good to her. I'm going crazy. I don't want to think anymore. I'm going to sleep. Xiao quickly pulled the blanket over her head. The next day, the weather remained beautiful. Xiao didn't get up to see them off. She thought all night and her mind was more confused, so she didn't want to see him for now. Until she heard the reluctant goodbyes from the Han family, she finally opened the door. As soon as she stepped out, she saw the Han family standing in the yard, coldly watching her. Second brother Han said the person who usually gets up earliest is deliberately sleeping in today. Third brother won't be back for a month. You won't see him during this time. You should at least see him off. Seeing Han old man also looking at her coldly, she remembered that although he usually didn't speak to her, she could at least get a response when she called him father. After thinking, Xiao said, I got up early, but I was worried I wouldn't be able to bear seeing my husband leave, so I didn't come out. Is that so? Han old man nodded. She thought so too. Her younger brother was so good, and since they often separated more than they were together, as a wife, she naturally couldn't bear to part. Han's eldest brother and Lu Shi didn't say anything. Just do what you need to do, Han's mother said coldly. Don't worry about other things and don't even think about it. Faced with Han's mother looking at her with contempt and mockery, Han Ziran suddenly thought of something Xiao said. Have you ever thought about how your parents would feel if they saw you being so obedient to them? Would their hearts ache so much that they can't bear it? Yes, even if she was only temporarily staying at the Han family, if her parents knew how she was living there, they would be heartbroken. Seeing Xiao staring blankly at her, Han's mother frowned displeasedly. What are you still standing there for? Go chop firewood and fetch water. Xiao blinked, still staring blankly at Han's mother. Didn't you hear what I said? Han's mother snapped angrily. Han's second brother quickly tugged at Xiao's sleeve. What are you looking at? Are you deaf? Xiao nodded and slowly walked toward the firewood shed, stopping after a step. She turned to look at Han's mother and asked, Aunt Han, am I your third daughter-in-law? No, I have never acknowledged that, Han's mother squinted and said coldly. Han's father glanced at his wife, sighing inwardly. His wife still hadn't come to terms with it. He didn't want to say anything. Han's eldest brother and Lu's wife seemed unaware of the situation. Han's second brother was anxious inside. Why does Xiao keep bringing up these topics? Why ask about this? Isn't she just asking for trouble? Oh, last night, his third brother had secretly asked him to take good care of Xiao. His mother was so domineering. How could he take care of her? It was already lucky that his mother didn't come to trouble him. Since you have never acknowledged it, why should I do so much work at the Han family? Everyone looked at Xiao together. So you want to leave the Han family? Han's mother sneered. According to my eldest sister-in-law, chopping firewood and fetching water were always done by the eldest and second brothers. So what if they did? You said that you can't cook, so you have to do heavy work. Do you want to do nothing? Even if I am asked to do it, I hope Aunt Han won't speak to me in such a commanding tone. I am not a servant bought by the Han family. Also, I want to share household chores with my sister-in-law. If I don't understand something, I can learn, Xiao said firmly. I don't want to teach you. No need for Aunt Han to teach me. I can learn by watching a few times. Even if Aunt Han disagrees with sharing chores from this moment on, I will only do my part. Han's second brother gasped. Wow. Third sister-in-law dared to argue with their mother? Lu's wife looked worried. Since third sister-in-law moved in, she only had to take care of 3 meals a day, and sometimes her mother-in-law cooked those. Life was so easy and comfortable. If everyone really shares the household chores, then she will have to start doing laundry, weeding, and feeding the poultry again. Her hands are just beginning to become soft and smooth like a young girl's, and her husband even praised her last night. Mrs. Han just found it amusing. If you want to do these things, don't talk about eating. You won't even have sweet potatoes to eat.
I can go home to eat.
Do you dare? If the villagers find out that Han's third daughter-in-law always goes back to her parents' house for meals, they will surely talk behind her back. Ridiculous. Han's eldest brother looked at Xiao with displeasure. As a new daughter-in-law, how dare you speak to your mother like that? If she shares the chores, Ahui will have to get up early again. Since his wife is weak, she should rest properly. It was only because she was unable to do so before that she worked so hard. Now, if someone else can do everything, he naturally won't let his wife suffer anymore. Didn't Mrs. Han just say earlier that she has never acknowledged me as her third daughter-in-law? Earlier, Xiao was hesitating whether to make things so tense. Now, she thinks it's ridiculous. She should have known that her patience wouldn't make those who dislike her start to like her. It would only make them dislike her more. Especially those who never ask anything of themselves but have high demands on others. Those who only care about their own benefits and never consider others' feelings. Mrs. Han, Han's eldest brother, even Han's father, all give the impression of being very kind at first glance. Only after getting to know them do you realize what kind of people they truly are. No matter whether mother admits it or not, you are already married here. Whatever she asks you to do, you have to do it. Han's eldest brother became more assertive. I think that's not very fair. Han's second brother touched his head and deliberately looked away. Mrs. Han's eyes flicked over. What did you say? Nothing. Han Ziran cleared his throat. So, you're deliberately bullying me? Xiao narrowed her eyes. So what if we are? Since the situation had already been exposed, Mrs. Han naturally wouldn't hold back anymore. Xiao blinked, not appearing angry. The next moment, she stamped her foot and shouted, I'll tell my mother to come and decide for me. My mother will make sure everyone in the village knows how my mother-in-law is bullying me. What? Hearing this, Mrs. Han's cold expression faded. Thinking about Aunt Zhao's mouth, Mother Han felt a lingering fear. Ziran just passed the imperial exam and received the emperor's favor. It wouldn't be good if the Xiao family damaged his reputation. Seeing Xiao staring blankly at her, Mother Han suppressed her anger. There's no need to tell your in-laws about such small matters. From now on, you and Ru Hui can share the household chores. Second brother Han. Is this really okay? Could it be that Aunt Xiao is like a mother to him? Mother? Big brother Han was anxious. Mrs. Lu bit her lip tightly, unwilling in her heart, but feeling helpless. Perhaps Mother Han was truly worried about Aunt Xiao. Over the past few days, although Mother Han was cold to Xiao, there were no other issues. Although Mrs. Lu helped with chores, she was no longer as quick as before, sometimes doing nothing, sometimes doing a little. Xiao could clearly see that Mrs. Lu was trying to be lazy. She found it funny. This person was so strange. When no one helped, she was very diligent. Once someone shared the work, she started to slack off. Xiao had a good impression of her sister-in-law in her previous life and earlier, but now she realized Mrs. Lu's little tricks were many. Sometimes, she even seemed to have a strange hostility towards her. That day, Xiao was washing vegetables when she heard Mrs. Lu shout from the front yard, Third sister-in-law, your mother is here. Xiao quickly put down her work and went to the front yard. Sure enough, her mother had arrived, carrying a small basket of eggs in her left hand and holding a chicken in her right. Mother, why are you here? Xiao hurriedly took the things Aunt Xiao was holding and handed them to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu, while exchanging polite words, accepted the items. At this moment, Mother Han also came out of the kitchen. Seeing Aunt Xiao, her face stiffened as she glanced at Xiao Zhen and then forced a smile, looking at Aunt Xiao. Mother-in-law, why are you here? Since you came, why did you bring so many things? Wu Hui, how could you accept this? Mother Han scolded Mrs. Liu and tried to return the gifts to Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao naturally refused repeatedly. It's only proper. Ziran helped my brother with something. My family should come to thank him. Since they couldn't come now, they asked me to do it. These are small gifts. Please accept them, dear in-laws. Did Ziran already help his uncle? Xiao Zhen looked at Mother Han and saw her face was not happy. Although she tried to hide it, her disdain was still somewhat visible. Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly. If Grandma and her uncle truly wanted to thank her, why wouldn't they come? It was obvious they didn't want to thank her. They simply didn't want to give this small gift. But how did her mother know about this? Mother Han no longer bothered with polite words. She simply forced a smile, accepted the gift, and used being busy as an excuse to leave. Xiao Zhen called her mother into her room, sat on the bed, and asked, Mom, how do you know that Ziran helped Uncle? Aunt Xiao sighed. This has been bragged about by your grandma in the village. A few days ago, a friend from your maternal family visited and told me. Honestly, I really can't face you. Mom, what are you talking about? Your in-laws look down on us, and your grandma. Did the Han family give you a hard time? Xiao Zhen shook her head quickly. No, they are kind to me. Even though they aren't, they still pretend to be good. Sigh, it's really enough. Aunt Xiao smiled bitterly. Zhen, taking care of the family is one thing, but now you're even taking care of your maternal family. I don't know what to say. Isn't that what I should do? Mom, Xiao Zhen took her mother's hand and said, I am your daughter. If I have the ability, I should take care of Grandma and them. But you haven't had a good time at the Han family. It's thanks to Ziran that you're treated well, Aunt Xiao sighed. You know Grandma doesn't treat you well. If I could choose, I really want to cut ties with them. But, Mom, it's okay, Xiao Zhen said with a relaxed smile. Grandma wants to cut ties, but they keep trying to get close. Anyone would find that disgusting, but it's beyond our control. Aunt Xiao nodded. By the way, Mom, how's the ox cart business? When talking about the ox carts, Aunt Xiao's bad mood disappeared, and she happily said, It's only been a few days, and we've already recovered half of the costs. More and more people go to the county every day, and the ox carts can't keep up. Besides these 3 villages, even people from outside the 3 villages come. Xiao Zhen squinted and lowered her voice. Mom, I have a better idea. Do you want to hear it? Quick, tell me. Our 3 villages have over 1,000 people. The ox carts definitely aren't enough. So, we should buy another cart and put it in the neighboring village. That way, people from the 3 villages and outside can reach the county from 2 stations. Xiao Zhen shared her idea, which she had been thinking about for a long time. That's good, but if we buy another cart, who will drive it? Hire someone. Aunt Zhao's mouth formed an O, and after a moment, she said, That means more expenses, right? Xiao Zhen nodded and said, It's the same as hiring workers for the master. Then she carefully explained her plan. Aunt Xiao was stunned, because Xiao Zhen's idea was so big, something she had never even thought of in her life. But she was sure this plan could make money, and a lot of it. She looked at her daughter with excitement. When did her daughter, who only used to hunt, suddenly become so good at business? Xiao Zhen reached under her pillow and took out a small bag of money, placing it into Aunt Zhao's hand. She chuckled and said, Mother, this is 10 taels of silver. It's my share from the partnership. Aunt Xiao snapped back to herself and quickly pushed the bag of money back into Xiao Zhen's hand. What partnership? All the money we earn is yours, isn't it? Keep this money for yourself. We still have enough to buy a cart.
Take it.
From now on, I'll split everything 50-50 with you and Dad. Aunt Xiao was angry. Child, how can you be so careless after getting married? Mother, don't be angry. Listen to me, Xiao Zhen said with a smile. Father and mother are the only family I have. Naturally, everything from the Xiao family will be left to me. But I've married now, so I can't always be at home to serve you. I need to keep some money on hand. If something urgent comes up, I won't be able to help if I don't have money. Being well prepared makes everything easier. Aunt Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. You make a good point.
Let's do as you say.
Outside, Lu's wife kept peeking out from the kitchen to see if Xiaozhen's door was open. Seeing that a stick of incense had burned down, but the mother and daughter still hadn't come out, she couldn't help but ask Han's mother, Mother, what do you think they're talking about? Why are they taking so long? Han's mother's expression had been tense since Aunt Xiao arrived. She looked at the stove and said, Watch the fire. Don't let it go out. It's burning well. Mother, do you think third sister-in-law is saying something bad in front of her mother? That Aunt Xiao's mouth can't be shut. Lu's wife cast a quick glance at Han's mother. Han's mother froze, then slammed the lid onto the stove. What could she be saying? Does our Han family lack food or use? No, Lu's wife was startled and didn't dare say anything more. Suddenly, they heard a voice outside. Mother-in-law, sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. You're busy, no need to see me off. Take care, mother. Han's mother and Lu's wife didn't go out to see her off. Even when Xiaozhen came in, they didn't look at her. When lunch was ready, the 3 Han brothers returned home. However, the eldest brother of the Han family was helped back, with blood still flowing from his leg. Despite being injured, he couldn't hide his excitement. Really didn't expect someone to set a trap in the Iron Ridge area of Jinwan Mountain, old Han said, placing a live wild rabbit, 2 pheasants, and 2 young wild boars into a cage. Although Urge was hurt, compared to these, his injury is nothing. Lu Shi hurried to bandage her husband's wound. Though she felt sad for his injury, she was happy to see so many live animals, especially the 2 young wild boars, which could fetch a good price. Second brother Han washed his face and said, The Iron Ridge area is quite steep and dangerous. Usually no game appears there and not many people go. If big brother hadn't seen a Lingji vine and wanted to dig it up, he wouldn't have gone into Iron Ridge. I think there are still traps inside. And those traps seem quite clever, not like the ones ordinary people set, big brother Han added. Dad, maybe we should go see again next time. I think there might still be game caught in those traps. Old Han shook his head. If there are traps, it means someone set them. If it's someone from our village, that wouldn't be good. We should just take what we need this time. Jinwan Mountain is our village's mountain, not anyone's private land, big brother Han said nonchalantly. Listening to the conversation, Xiaozhen almost spat out old blood. Seeing these animals, she felt heartache and stomach pain. Her heart ached for the meat. The traps in Iron Ridge were set by her, using the method she learned during her military service to set traps. Naturally, they worked much better than ordinary ones. Besides her, hardly anyone went there, since there were cliffs everywhere. Who would risk their life hunting there, especially before spring? But she never expected the Han family to find out, and Xiaozhen felt heartbroken as she looked at the little pigs. They were worth at least 2 taels of silver. 2 taels. Second brother Xiao from the Xiao family looked strangely at Xiaozhen, who was full of pity for the wild game, then asked Han's mother, Mom, when will you go propose at Zhang's house? Last year, you promised me that as soon as third brother passed the imperial exam, you would go propose. Xiaozhen looked at second brother Han. Zhang's daughter? Yes, this year Han Zi will marry Zhang's daughter. Why rush? Han's mother rolled her eyes at her second son. We need to prepare first. It's just a bride price. Just pick some things from what the emperor gave third brother, he said. Han Ziran muttered as he spoke, whether you go to propose or not, someone else will take her away. Next to him, Lu Shi suddenly looked at Xiaozhen. That brat, does it have to be Miss Zhang? Of course. Miss Zhang is talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My mother likes a wife like that, Han Ziran said happily. And she looks just like my mother, dignified and gentle. Xiaozhen curled her lips. The Zhang girl does look dignified and gentle, but as for being skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, well, haha. Thinking of Zhang's arrogant attitude last life, Xiaozhen looked at her second uncle with sympathy. Should she warn her? But even if she did, with Han Ziran's current infatuation, she would be the one to suffer. Hearing her son praise her, Han's mother held back her laughter and said, "I've also seen Miss Zhang. She looks quite good. With our Han family's current reputation, proposing marriage shouldn't be rejected. Mom, when will you go to propose?" Han Ziran asked nervously. Han's mother thought for a moment. "In 6 days, it's an auspicious day. We can also prepare during these days." The weather gradually warmed. Although it wasn't spring yet, sunny days already saw some young women wearing light spring clothes. Xiao also took off her padded coat, but she wore a slightly thicker long gown instead of a light spring shirt. Her long hair was at the waist, with a belt around her waist, and she rolled up her sleeves while working. Seeing Xiao collecting the dirty clothes, Han Ziran approached her and hummed a few times. "Third sister-in-law, are you a woman?" he said, pointing at her outfit. "Look at your dress. From behind, I'd think you're a man. If third brother sees you like this, even if he likes you, he won't have the heart." Xiao put the dirty clothes into a basket. Today was warm, and she planned to wash them in the pond outside. She didn't intend to pay attention to Han Ziran's words. She picked up the basket and was about to leave. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Han Ziran stepped closer and blocked her. "I told you, after your second sister-in-law gets married, you can't treat me like this. It'll embarrass me." Xiao rolled her eyes. "Got it, second brother," she said, then turned and walked toward the pond. Han Ziran was stunned, watching her back and muttering, "She calls me second brother. This is the first time third sister-in-law has called me like that. Why is she so obedient today?" Xiao walked away shaking her head and sighing from the Han family's house. She felt sorry for her second brother, who had always hoped to marry a gentle, talented woman skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But she didn't expect that. The days of hardship would begin. It was still early, so there weren't many people at the pond. The pond below the village was quite large, and the village was prosperous. They built a border along the edge and stairs for villagers to wash clothes. Xiao rarely came here since her family lived at the end of the village, far from the pond, and there was a small pond nearby. After marrying into the Han family, during cold weather, she mostly washed clothes with warm well water and rarely came to the pond. She chose a good spot, poured out her dirty clothes, and started scrubbing while thinking about her second brother. Should she stop him? Stopping him was impossible. Maybe just a reminder. Whether in her past life or this one, her second brother in the Han family was genuinely kind to her and often helped her. Miss Zhang from the Zhang family had a very good reputation outside, thanks to her father, who liked to boast to help his daughter marry well. As for her personality, it was better not to say anything. Talking about it only brought tears. Suddenly, Xiao Zhen's eyes sharpened. As she washed her clothes, her hand suddenly shot back. But when she saw who was behind her, her face quickly returned to normal. It was Huang Yui standing behind her, one hand extended forward as if trying to push her into the pond. Huang Yui looked at Xiao Zhen in horror, as if she had seen something terrifying. "What are you doing? Trying to push me into the pond?" Xiao Zhen squinted and looked at the frightened person. "Your eyes just now were so scary," Huang Yui said, retreating a few steps with lingering fear. "It looked like you wanted to kill me. You saw it wrong, I was just a little angry. Why would I push you into the pond?" Xiao Zhen snorted coldly. "Don't talk nonsense. I just came to say hello," Huang Yui stammered, thinking about Xiao Zhen's fierce eyes just now. Was it really just a little anger? Xiao Zhen let out a cold sigh inside. In her past life, she went to the capital to find Han Ziran but ended up on the battlefield for 7 years due to a mistake. The hardships sharpened her sense of danger. Just now, she sensed a dangerous aura behind her, combined with her thoughts about other things, so she instinctively acted. If she hadn't stopped quickly, Huang Yue's hand might have been injured. Thinking about her time in the army in her previous life, although it was hard, it also made her very skilled. Now she suddenly feels nostalgic. However, in this life, she has no chance to be in the military anymore. Xiao Zhen no longer plans to pay attention to Huang Yui and continues to squat down, washing her clothes. "You really don't deserve Brother Ziran," Huang Yui suddenly said behind her. Besides that, do you have anything else to say? When Brother Ziran becomes successful, he will definitely leave you. Even if he leaves me, he won't marry you, Xiao chuckled, turning to look at her happily. And you know how much your aunt values face. Even if she abandons me, she won't let Brother Ziran leave me. You're talking nonsense. Brother Ziran has received the Emperor's favor. Maybe in the future, he'll marry a noble lady. Then, they won't allow you to stay. Xiao suddenly froze. In her previous life, she wasted 10 years. Although Han Ziran ignored her, he didn't marry anyone else. Did he marry someone only after becoming a prime minister? Xiao shook her head. It probably wasn't. Seeing Xiao suddenly silent and looking quite strange, Huang Yui thought she was frightened by her words and sneered proudly. What?
Scared now?
Xiao, lost in thought, was brushing her clothes with a stick and completely forgot about Huang Yui. It wasn't until cold water suddenly splashed on her that she snapped back to reality. She saw Huang Yui glaring at her with resentment, one hand raised to splash water again. But this time, Xiao dodged. Huang Yui, don't go too far. Your brother Ziran has already married me. Calm down. Huang Yui clenched her teeth and looked at Xiao with hatred, as if she were looking at an enemy. She had liked Brother Ziran from the beginning. Not just in their village, but even in Shim County, only a few people were as handsome as Brother Ziran. After he passed the imperial exam and received many rewards from the emperor, her admiration for him grew even more. But it's all Xiao fault. If it weren't for her, she might be the one married to Brother Ziran now. You don't deserve him. You don't deserve to be with him. You won't be happy, never happy, Huang Yui shouted angrily and ran away. How many people in this world hope she and Han Ziran can be happy? Xiao shook her head indifferently. She didn't care about others' opinions. She was too busy living her own life. Gradually, more people gathered at the pond. When her aunts and elder women came out, the pond became like a marketplace, full of noise. When Xiao saw Han Ziran, everyone was talking about her. They said she was lucky, blessed, and that her silver could be used comfortably. Xiao laughed politely and tried to get along, usually just smiling to handle the situation. She only left quickly after washing all her clothes, finally feeling at peace. Today was very hot and sunny, and Xiao was already sweaty. Back at the Han family, she saw the basket at the door was still there, which meant Lu was probably still out cutting grass. The chores were divided clearly. If Lu was cutting grass, Xiao would do laundry, sweeping, washing dishes, and cooking. They took turns. Today she cooked, tomorrow Lu did. In the past few days, the eldest sister-in-law had become a bit more diligent. It seemed that people really need to work every day to stay active. After hanging the clothes, Xiao went to the backyard to find Han Ziran. Whenever she came here, he was chopping wood. Han Dage and Han Leoi had already gone up the mountain to cut wood. In the wood shed, Han Ziran was happily chopping wood. Seeing the shed full of chopped wood, Xiao thought that being happy really made people feel good. She decided not to say too much. But honestly, she felt a little uncomfortable inside. Third sister-in-law, are the clothes washed?
Han Ziran saw Xiao.
Xiao nodded and thought for a moment before asking, Second brother, is Miss Zhang really that good? Do you have to marry her? Han Ziran was not used to Xiao calling him second brother so politely, but when he heard about his beloved woman, he proudly said, Of course. The woman I like can't be any worse. Are you really sure about what kind of person she is? How could I not know? She's gentle, kind, and beautiful. Maybe you should go find out more about her? What do you mean? Han Ziran looked at Xiao with suspicion. We haven't even married Miss Zhang yet, and you want to talk badly about her in front of me? That was a bit too harsh. Xiao rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. That's good. Han Ziran continued chopping wood, then looked at Xiao's disappearing figure and muttered, Third sister-in-law isn't someone who talks badly about others. After leaving the woodshed, Xiao sighed. She had said what she needed to, saying more might cause suspicion between her and Han Ziran. Just as she was thinking this, she heard Lu's voice from around the corner. Brother Lei, Tomorrow Mother will go to Lord Zhang's house to propose marriage for second uncle's son.
Yes.
Once the second brother is married, we will have one more person in the family. This made the eldest brother of the Han family quite happy. I heard that Mother prepared many dowries, all taken from the rewards given by the emperor to the third brother. Zhang's family is wealthy and has only one daughter. When we go to propose marriage, we can't be too shabby. Otherwise, we won't be able to marry Miss Zhang. Lu Shi didn't speak for a moment, then softly asked, "Do you think the third sister-in-law might have her own thoughts?" After all, the dowry from second uncle was taken from the third brother. All these things belong to the third brother. They are from our Han family. Who does she think she is to claim them? The eldest brother of the Han family scoffed. Are you saying that from now on I have no right to talk about my own things? Lu Shi said with a bit of grievance. Look at you. Of course, my things are your things. You're different from the third sister-in-law. Mother likes you very much. Besides, our two families have a special relationship, right? Lu Shi nodded softly. But Miss Zhang is gentle and kind. You two will definitely get along well. Now that you mention it, I really hope Miss Zhang can come into the family soon. Their voices faded as they walked away. Xiaozhen finally came out and watched the two go inside. Their conversation didn't concern her much. Actually, it had almost nothing to do with her. Xiaozhen had never thought about taking anything from the Han family. However, she touched her chest and felt upset after hearing such words behind her back. With the Han family's current reputation, it was natural that Han's mother would go to Zhang's residence to propose marriage. The Han family was no longer what it used to be. If Han Ziran became a top scholar again, their future glory would be obvious. For Han's mother to go and propose marriage was already a great honor in Zhang's eyes. After returning from the mountains, Xiaozhen heard villagers talking about the marriage between the Han and Zhang families. They even said the wedding date was set for 2 months later. It seemed that not only was Han's second brother in a hurry, but the Zhang family was eager too. When Xiaozhen entered the Han house, she saw her mother had arrived. She was sitting in the courtyard chatting with Lu Shi, who was hanging clothes. When she saw Xiaozhen, Aunt Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Han family is so refined. It really suffocates her. Aunt Xiao went over, took down the grass basket on Xiaozhen's back, and asked, "You went out to cut grass so early? With such a heavy basket, how can your shoulders handle it?" "It's fine." Cutting grass was just a cover. Early in the morning, she went into the mountains to dismantle all the traps and move them elsewhere, so the Han family wouldn't come back to pick up the game and sell it in town. She made quite a bit of money today. Xiaozhen washed her face and smiled at Lu Shi, saying, "Sister-in-law, I told my mother about the situation." Then she pulled Aunt Xiao into the room. Lu Shi, who was hanging clothes, glanced at the mother and daughter and muttered, "Why are there so many private talks? So strange." Before Lu Shi finished her muttering, she saw Mother Han returning with a red paper. "Mother, you're back? Did the fortune teller say anything?" "Indeed, fate is destined." The fortune teller said she read many people's birth charts, but she has never seen such a perfect match. Mother Han said happily, "Really?" Lu Shi looked at the birth charts on the red paper, which listed many details about Miss Zhang and second uncle's son, but she couldn't understand them. Mother Han nodded. "By the way, when I came in just now, I heard you muttering. What were you talking about?" Third sister-in-law's mother came.
What?
She came again? Why is she here? When mentioning Aunt Xiao, Mother Han's joyful expression immediately disappeared. Lu Shi shook her head. "I don't know." After they arrived, they went into the room and locked the door tightly. Mother Han snorted coldly. "Later, don't tell them I came back. I don't want to see their faces." In early spring, everything was coming back to life, and the weather was getting warmer. That day was the day Han Ziran returned home. Early in the morning, Mother Han went to the town to buy chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. She bought side dishes, as if celebrating the new year. Since her beloved youngest son was back, Lu Shi and Xiaozhen didn't need to cook. They just watched from the side. Since the day Xiaozhen said she wanted to tell her mother about her life at Han's house, Mother Han hadn't really made things difficult for her, though her expression was still unfriendly. Whenever Xiao thought of this, she wanted to laugh. In fact, she was just scaring herself. She wouldn't really say anything. Besides, she wasn't a vengeful person. If things went smoothly, she would let them go. She had too many things to do to fuss over such small matters. In her past life, she was always caught up in trivial daily matters. After marriage, she forgot how to laugh, and her life became very miserable. This time, she wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Just as Xiao was thinking this, she heard her second brother in the yard shouting anxiously, "Mother, come out quickly." Mother Han hurriedly put down the vegetables, wiped her hands on a cloth, and went outside. When Xiao and Lucia came out, they saw Aunt Han, who had arrived unexpectedly, holding a basin of water and pouring it on Han's second brother. He dodged but was splashed all over. "What are you doing?" Mother Han looked at her sister in shock. Huang Yui, who was following her mother, also stared in surprise. "What are you doing?" Mother Huang angrily laughed. "Sister, do you really look down on me, your younger sister? Because our Huang family is poor, you always refuse to let Jade Goose marry into the Han family. Is this how a sister should behave?" Xiao immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that this aunt knew about Han's second young master's marriage, and since she thought her daughter couldn't marry into the Han family, she came to cause trouble. Sure enough, seeing that Mother Han remained silent, Mother Huang's face turned pale with anger. She grabbed whatever was nearby and started throwing things, quickly turning the tidy courtyard into a mess.
Stop.
What are you doing? Mother Han hurried over to stop her sister. You're causing trouble in our house. What kind of behavior is this? What kind of behavior do I need? My only sister treats me like this. What else should I do? At this moment, Han's second young master suddenly kicked the bamboo basket at his feet and angrily said to Annie, "Annie, I never said I liked Jade Goose cousin. In fact, I've always said I disliked her. How could I marry her? Jade Goose hasn't done anything wrong to your Han family. Why do your family members treat her like this?" Mother Huang felt wronged and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Jade Goose Huang clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anger as she stared at everyone in the Han family, including Xiao, but she didn't step forward to stop her mother. Mother Han quickly approached her sister. Don't do this. Let's talk nicely. Come inside and discuss, okay? Aren't you afraid of losing face? I'm not, Mother Huang shouted. It was lunchtime, so there weren't many people outside. Despite the lively commotion in the Han household, no one came to watch. Still, Mother Han felt anxious inside. Suddenly, the voice of old Master Han rang out, and Han's oldest brother Han Ziran entered, followed by Uncle Xiao. Apparently, Uncle Xiao had brought Han Ziran back again. "Dad?" Xiao ran over happily and called out. Although she could often see her mother, she hadn't seen her father in a long time. Uncle Xiao also looked happily at his daughter. "Father, how have you been lately?" Good. How's Niao?" "Good, very good." Uncle Xiao smiled broadly when talking about Niao. Next to them, Han Ziran looked unhappy as he watched his wife run to the first person, not himself. The second person to greet her was not him either, it was the cow. This made him feel very upset. But soon, he looked toward Mother Huang in the courtyard. "Our Jade Goose's life is so hard." Huang mother shouted even louder. At this moment, Huang Yui's gaze had fallen on Han Ziran. Her eyes were blank, and in the next moment, tears began to fall one by one. She hadn't seen her cousin for a month, and he had become even more outstanding. Such a cousin made her more reluctant to part with him. "Ridiculous, truly ridiculous," old Han kept saying. But the Han family showed no sign of retreating from Huang mother. Xiao finally understood why Han mother was so cautious about her own mother. Old Xiao suddenly lowered his voice and said to Xiao, "Compared to your mother, this aunt from the Han family is still far behind." Xiao nodded in agreement. "If it were my mother, the second brother of the Han family would have been taken by now." Next to them, Han Ziran remained silent. While the Han family was unsure what to do, Xiao had no intention of intervening. When Uncle Xiao was about to leave, Huang Yui suddenly said, "Mother, The person I like is not second cousin, but Ziran cousin. Everyone looked at Huang Yui. You girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Ziran is already married, Huang mother said. Han mother's face also looked a bit uncomfortable. Although she had watched her daughter grow up, such words were too shameless. Han Ziran also pressed his lips tightly, hurriedly looking at Xiaozhen. She was also looking at him now, but her eyes showed no anger, only mockery. Han Ziran felt a bit annoyed. This woman, her man being thought of by another woman, and she didn't seem worried at all? Yes, even if Ziran is married, I like Ziran. Second cousin is just a rough country bumpkin who would like someone like that. Stop talking, Huang mother snapped. A young lady, secretly thinking of a married man. Wasn't that just humiliating herself? Aunt. Huang Yui wiped her tears and looked at Huang mother as if she had made a firm decision. Please, Ziran cousin, accept me. The courtyard fell silent, as if even the wind had stopped. Everyone thought they must have heard wrong. It seemed Huang Yui really liked Han Ziran. Xiaozhen muttered to herself, otherwise, she wouldn't say such things. Just then, a warm hand suddenly grasped her. It was Han Ziran. Xiaozhen looked up into a pair of eyes that carried a hint of shyness, but remained clear and calm. Has this boy grown taller again? His features seemed softer, and he looked even more handsome than before. And could he stop grabbing her hand so often? Xiaozhen wanted to shake him off but didn't manage to do so. Oh, Jade Goose, what are you talking about? What do you mean by accepting him? Mother Huang couldn't believe what she was hearing. Mother Han looked at her in shock. I'm willing to be Cousin Ziran's concubine, as long as he accepts me, Jade Goose cried, tears streaming down her face, looking very pitiful. Lu took a sharp breath. This isn't something a proper girl should say. Second brother Han immediately felt that this cousin was too shameless and lacked shame. Mother Han regained her composure. Jade Goose, let's pretend I didn't hear what you said today. Water of One, what are you standing there for? Hurry, and take the children back. Mother Huang was also stunned at first, but quickly understood. Yes, Ziran is so talented. If he really becomes top scholar in the future, even if she's just a little girl, she can still enjoy wealth and honor. Thinking this way, Mother Huang hurriedly went to Mother Han. Sister, I agree too. Since Jade Goose no longer cares about her status, let her be Ziran's concubine. Father Han and elder brother Han were still stunned. Even Father Xiao was taken aback by these words. Water One, what are you saying? Mother Han didn't know what to say anymore. Sister, my good sister, Jade Goose grew up watching you. She often stayed at your house when she was young. You can say she's no different from your daughter. She will be filial and obedient to you.
That.
Seeing her sister's pleading face, Mother Han truly couldn't refuse. Sister, if you don't agree, I won't leave the yard, Mother Huang said, then sat down firmly. Ziran frowned, knowing he had to speak up now. But before he could, a loud, rough voice shouted in. Do you all have no shame? The Huang family is shameless enough, but I say, mother-in-law, you haven't even spoken up. How can my daughter marry into your family, and now you want my son-in-law to take a concubine? Uncle Xiao had arrived unexpectedly and stormed into the courtyard, pointing at Mother Han. Mother? Xiaozhen was stunned. Xiao uncle and Ziran both let out a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from their foreheads. Their mother-in-law had arrived just in time. Mother-in-law? Mother Han was overwhelmed upon seeing Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao ignored Mother Han and walked over to Jade Goose, scrutinizing her closely. I've seen many shameless women, but someone as thick-skinned as you, a girl who can even make a pig blush, is the first time I've seen. Where do you think you're getting at? Xiaozhen will marry her cousin. Isn't it because of your troublemaking? Huang Yui was so angry at Aunt Xiao's words that she nearly spat blood. But at least my daughter is the legitimate wife. Do you know what that means? The legitimate wife is officially married. Concubines are considered low and disgraceful. Huang Yui trembled with anger. Don't speak about my daughter like that. Mother Huang stood up quickly to protect her daughter. Your daughter isn't a good person either. She was the one who lured Ziran into the cave, which is why Ziran married her. Aunt Xiao suddenly turned around, picked up a water scoop from the ground, and poured water from the jar onto Mother Huang fiercely. The movement was quick and smooth, so fast that Xiaozhen almost couldn't stop her. Xiaozhen closed her eyes and sighed up to the sky. No, Auntie. Han Ziran pulled Xiaozhen to the middle of the yard. Looking at Mother Huang with a serious face, he said, "Marrying Xiaozhen was my own choice. It has nothing to do with others or the cave."
What?
Mother Huang and Huang Yui looked at him in surprise. "Since I have married Xiaozhen, there will only be her in my life. I won't take any other wives." "Impossible, impossible." Huang Yui shook her head, tears in her eyes. "Cousin, you're so outstanding. Why would you willingly marry someone who is nothing?" "Yui, I am not as perfect as you think, and my wife isn't as bad as you say." Then Han Ziran looked at Xiaozhen and smiled lightly. "She serves her parents-in-law at home, is dedicated, and never complains even when wronged. Outside, she never speaks ill of others or judges right and wrong blindly. Such a wife, how could I bear to see her suffer?" Xiaozhen looked at Han Ziran. "Is she really that excellent? She didn't even know herself." "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." Huang Yui suddenly pushed away her protective mother and hugged Han Ziran tightly. "Cousin, take me, take me." Everyone gasped again. If outsiders saw this, she would be forced to marry him anyway. Before Han Ziran could break free, Xiaozhen stepped forward, pushed Huang Yui away with more strength, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, looking quite embarrassed. Han Ziran watched Xiaozhen with a hint of joy in his eyes, but quickly hid it. "As long as I live, don't even think about touching my man." Xiaozhen looked down at Huang Yui. "Huang Yui, stop fixating on Ziran. You're a good girl, and many people would be willing to marry you. Why do you have to humiliate yourself like this?" After saying that, Xiaozhen suddenly felt a headache. What was she doing? She seemed to care too much about Han Ziran. At this moment, Han Ziran bowed to Mother Huang. "Aunt, even if my mother agrees today to let you take my cousin as a concubine, I will never do that. Please take your cousin back." Outside the Han family courtyard, people had started to arrive one after another. Some familiar faces entered the yard, asking what had happened. The Han family members didn't speak. It was not so much that they didn't speak, but they hadn't yet recovered from what just happened. Seeing that Mother Huang was still there, Aunt Xiao was about to speak and ask her to leave, but Xiaozhen stopped her. At this moment, Mother Huang, with a pale face, helped her equally pale daughter to stand up and slowly left. "Son-in-law, you're great." Aunt Xiao was very pleased with this son-in-law, so much so that she couldn't find words to praise him. Uncle Xiao also nodded repeatedly nearby. Han Ziran felt a bit embarrassed. Xiaozhen took her mother's arm and moved aside, slightly dissatisfied, saying, "Mother, you went a bit too far just now. After all, that person is my aunt's sister. How could you splash water on her? That was just a moment of anger. Who made them say those things about you? I also regret it a little now." "I shouldn't have been so impulsive," Aunt Xiao said. "Actually, at the Han family, I have restrained myself quite a lot. If it were before, Mother Huang wouldn't have been so easy to deal with." Xiaozhen. "Really, Mother, do you think what I did will make your mother-in-law have opinions about you?" Aunt Xiao now started to worry. Of course, she would have opinions and quite strong ones. But the more Mother Xiao caused trouble, the better it was for her. After all, Han Mu was most afraid of someone like her mother. But Xiaozhen naturally wouldn't say this out loud, to avoid her mother becoming even more aggressive and not knowing how to end things. During this lunch, the Han family members had very little appetite. Not only because the woman from the neighboring village came to cause trouble, but also because Han Ziran called the two from Xiao's family to eat together. Compared to the silent Han family, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao ate happily, especially Aunt Xiao. Looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, she wondered why the food made by Mother Huang was so delicious and beautiful, even though they were the same dishes. Just as Mother Huang and Aunt Xiao reached for the same piece of food, Mother Huang suddenly put down her chopsticks and they made a loud bang on the table. "Mother?" Lu Shi hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "Mother-in-law, what happened?" Aunt Xiao also asked curiously. You were eating nicely. Why did you suddenly get angry? All the members of the Han family looked at Aunt Xiao, except Han Ziran, who was quietly eating his meal. What could be going on? Han's mother didn't want to eat with her parents. Xiaozhan was thinking this in her mind. Then she scooped some food into Aunt Zhao's bowl and said, "Mother, you should eat quickly. The weather is so nice today, we need to make a few more trips." Hearing Xiaozhan, Aunt Xiao looked at the sky outside and said, "Yes, after being troubled by the Huang family, we've lost quite a bit of money." She then urged Uncle Xiao to eat faster, while she ate quickly herself. Soon, Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao left. Seeing her parents leave like that, Xiaozhan felt a little sad. She married Han Ziran, so this place was her home, but she hoped her parents would leave quickly, even wishing they wouldn't come at all. Just as Xiaozhan sighed in her heart, Han's mother suddenly burst into loud tears. "Madam?" Han's father was worried. "You are just fine. Why are you crying?" Since his wife married into the family, she had been working hard to take care of the household. The Han family was getting better and better, and Han's father loved his wife dearly. He wouldn't let her cry or suffer any small grievance. Han's mother was pounding her chest desperately. "I feel upset. When did I start living my life by other people's rules? My sister was splashed with water right in front of me, and my son, whom I raised with care, is actually helping outsiders speak against us." She spoke tearfully, word by word. Han's older brother and second brother looked at Han Ziran. Despite their mother crying like that, Han Ziran put down his bowl but remained calm. His expression was gentle but cold inside. Xiaozhan also watched him quietly. This was the Han Ziran she knew, the same Han Ziran from her past life. No matter what happened, he always looked like this. You could never see any other emotion on him, not even towards his own mother who raised him.
Disobédience, knäll. Hannes fatter skolded Han Ziran.
Han Ziran knelt on the ground. "Apologize to your mother." "Father, mother, what did I do wrong?" Han Ziran looked up, gazing at his mournful mother and furious father.
"What?"
"Annie asked me to take Yui Goose as a concubine, but I haven't even been married for half a year. If I really took a concubine, it would be disloyal to my wife."
Han Ziran spoke calmly.
"So, you just watched as people from Zhao's family bullied your aunt?" Han's mother trembled as she spoke. "Father, mother, when Annie said she wanted me to take the jade goose, and when she begged you, did you stand up for Xiaozhan?" You, no." Mother didn't even refuse in her heart, did she? The mother-in-law only has Xiaozhan as her daughter. She was angry for her daughter. To her son, that shows how much she cares. If Xiaozhan were your daughter, mother would do the same. You're always siding with the Xiao family? Are you really trying to make mother angry? Mother Han looked at her younger son in disbelief.
"No."
"But mother, if I don't speak up for Xiaozhan, then it means our family of 6 is bullying her, and Xiaozhan is my wife, my closest family member, so it's like my own kin is bullying me."
"What?"
Mother Han pounded her chest desperately, so angry she couldn't speak. Rebellious son, just wait. I'll break your legs," said Father Han as he reached for a stick. "Don't hit Ziran." Mother Han stopped him, crying out, "Is it right to hit a scholar like this?" Father Han had no good way to respond. "Your surname is Han, not Xiao. I gave birth to you and raised you for 17 years. And now, you're helping outsiders bully your mother? Are you still Han?" Mother Han cried so hard she almost fainted. "Third brother, say less," said second brother Han, looking at their mother's heartbreak. He kicked Ziran lightly. "I've never seen mother cry like this, and so sadly. Mother, I started learning when I was 3. My thoughts now, though mostly learned from books, are mostly based on what I learned from you. Are you going to ruin all the lessons I've learned in 17 years just because of this one thing?" Mother Han looked at her younger son in disbelief. "Yes, you're right, but I just dislike Xiaozhan. Over the years, your father, your elder brother, and second brother have earned money to support you. You are the hope of our Han family. We all look to you to succeed. Xiaozhan is ignorant and unwise, and she doesn't deserve you. Mother, I already married her and you agreed. Why does he treat her so well? Why does Ziran treat her so well? Watching Ziran argue with Mother Han, Xiao felt confused. Huang Yu Goose was his childhood sweetheart. If he could be so indifferent, what about Xiao? At most, they were just villagers. Does Ziran love her? No. She couldn't tell he loved her much. Since they married, their relationship was more like siblings or ordinary friends, nothing more intimate. She thought that Xiao's words to Han Ziran were mostly because he married her, so he felt responsible for her. But even if he was responsible, was he being too diligent? When the Han family members weren't paying attention to her, Xiao quietly left and locked herself inside the house. She couldn't understand. Why was everything completely different after her rebirth? This question had troubled her for a long time. When Han Ziran first stepped forward to help her doubts began to grow. After some time, the door was pushed open, and Han Ziran came in. Seeing Xiao sitting on the bed lost in thought, he asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Xiao looked at him with a strange expression.
Who are you? What?
Who exactly are you? She moved closer to him and examined him carefully. I'm Han Ziran, your husband. Being looked at so intently, Han Ziran felt a bit awkward and shy. Could he be a reborn soul like her? No, that was impossible. If he was truly reborn, he wouldn't look like this. Could it be another kind of spirit or soul? Since her rebirth, she had become very superstitious. If he was another spirit, Xiao wasn't sure. After thinking carefully, she believed it probably wasn't. The same face, the same features, even the coolness beneath his gentle surface was the same. Han Ziran's eyes were always clear and cold, as if that chill was innate. Whether he was happy or upset, that coolness never disappeared. How could a soul be so similar? You. Han Ziran cleared his throat and made a pushing gesture with his hands, signaling her to stay away from him a bit. You're standing too close. Close enough to make his heart feel a little unsettled. You don't need to treat me so well. Xiao took a few steps back and looked at him. Good. She was really starting to feel attracted again. It was hard enough to suppress her feelings for him. You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Xiao didn't know how to respond to this. Actually, I have a purpose for treating you well, Han Ziran said with a faint smile. I hope you can be more tolerant of my mother and of everyone in the Han family. Last time, you told me to say whatever I wanted and not suffer any grievances in the Han family. You said I didn't need to endure. So, are you thinking of changing your mind? No, of course not. Seeing him get a little anxious, Xiao chuckled. I know what to do. Really?
Yes.
Mrs. Han had already moved on from those past issues. She wouldn't dwell on things she could laugh off. The harsh treatment she endured was still within her limits. After being reborn, her heart became much broader. Now, what she couldn't accept was whether Han Ziran was doing well. Madam is such a sensible child, Han Ziran thought with relief. Even though he was studying in the county, he always worried about his family and Xiao. You're only 2 years younger than me, right? And Xiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Are you really going to have only me in your life?
Han Ziran nodded seriously.
I'm serious. One woman was enough to give him a headache. If he married again, it would probably be a big mess. Even if you become an official in the future, will it be the same? As soon as she asked, Xiao regretted it. How childish it sounded. Could Han Ziran really promise the future? Han Ziran replied very seriously, no matter how long it takes, I will keep my word now. Xiao felt her heart flutter again. She couldn't stop her heartbeat from speeding up. Why was he so serious? It made her blush. Could she really trust him again? Could she truly trust him once more? Thinking about how kind he had been to her these days, Xiao sniffled, feeling a bit emotional. She hadn't made a decision yet, but suddenly, her hands reached out and hugged him. Han Ziran blinked, his ears turning red, gradually spreading to his face. His skin was fair, and a little blush made his whole face red, but Xiao didn't see it. His hands quietly wrapped around Xiao's waist. Did this woman accept him now? If you betray me, I will beat you up badly, he said sincerely. I understand, Xiao replied with a smile. Han Ziran also smiled, and the coldness in his eyes seemed to lessen. Later, I will teach you to read and write. Learn to read? Xiao blinked. Could she tell him that she not only could read but also write beautifully? In her previous life, during the 3 years she was sent to the countryside, she had frantically searched through all the books in his study.
Yes.
That way, I can write you letters and you can reply to me. That sounds wonderful. It's a deal, Xiao happily agreed. Mrs. Han was sick and so angry that she refused to take her medicine. During the 2 days Han Ziran stayed at home, he kept by her bedside, showing filial piety, and didn't sleep well for 2 nights. Seeing her mother bedridden for 2 days without improvement, Han Ziran decided to ask her husband for a half-month leave. When Han's mother heard about the leave, she was so frightened she drank 2 large bowls of medicine, and she recovered on the same day. After all, Han Ziran was preparing to take the imperial exam in July, and studying could not be delayed even for a day. Even though she was angry, Han's mother still carefully reminded Han Ziran when seeing him off, telling him not to think too much about family matters and to study hard. In her heart, Xiao actually admired Han's mother a lot. A mother who understands that studying can change her fate is truly great. Both Han's older brother and second brother had attended school, though they were not as successful as Han Ziran. They could read, which was rare in the countryside. Once Han Ziran left, the Han family returned to their usual life. Though everything seemed the same, Xiao knew that Han's mother disliked her even more now. You could tell from her eyes. The Han family began preparing for Han's second brother's marriage. Soon, the household became busy. After spring started, the village had organized the villagers to go hunting deep in the mountains. Usually, Han's older brother went alone, but since Han's second brother's wedding was coming, if they could hunt some game and bring it back, it would save a lot of money on meat. So, Han's father and the 2 brothers went to the mountains. All the labor force of the Han family went into the mountains, leaving only Han's mother, Lu Shi, and Xiao at home. Xiao also wanted to go. She was short of money, and such an opportunity could not be missed. But Han's mother would definitely not agree. Plus, she had promised Han Ziran to be more tolerant of her mother. After thinking for a moment, Xiao had to give up. That day, Xiao was washing and drying the quilts when a woman in her 30s entered the Han household. Lu Shi, who was preparing vegetables, asked sister-in-law, "Who are you looking for?" The woman was quite fat, with narrow eyes caused by her plump face, and she looked a bit sharp. Her gaze was unfriendly as she stared at Xiao, who was hanging the quilts outside. "I am looking for Xiao." She looked familiar, but Xiao couldn't remember who she was at first.
Who are you?
"I am your second aunt." Second aunt? Xiao looked at this woman who pretended to be superior, almost sneering at her. She finally had a vague impression. She was her mother's second sister. Her mother had 2 sisters. The eldest sister married far away, but she was the best to Xiao's family. The second sister married nearby, but they had never had much contact. "Xiao, we are relatives. How can you not even help your cousin?" The woman's tone was sharp. "Cousin? Who? Her second aunt's son? But does she know him? It's just pulling an ox cart, and you leave your own family members unused, yet you still hire outsiders?" The woman stood with her hands on her hips, ready to argue loudly. Xiao finally understood why her second aunt suddenly visited. It was about the position of the driver for her father's second ox cart. That position was given to an honest man from the neighboring village, who was well known for his honesty in 3 villages, and his wife was also a straightforward person. That day, she told her mother she hired that honest man as the driver for 6 coins a month. Lu, standing nearby, found it strange. Why hire an outsider to drive the cart? Could it be that the Xiao family's ox carts couldn't find someone to do the job? At this moment, Han's mother came out from the backyard, looking coldly at everything happening in the yard. "Second aunt, has cousin been resting at home all this time?" Xiao asked. "Yes," the woman snorted. "I didn't know that," Xiao replied. "It's okay if you didn't know. Now, just change the driver and let your cousin go," the woman said. 6 coins a month is the same as paying a regular worker. I was very interested when I heard that, Xiao said. But that's not right. People are already working. How can we just change them? Why not? We're relatives, close ones, the woman argued. That's what you say, but back when our Xiao family was so poor we couldn't even afford rice, we borrowed from second aunt, and she just turned us away. Does that sound like close kin? Well, she's not your biological sister. If she were, she wouldn't hold grudges over old issues. She'd help us before even asking. Just tell me, will you change the driver or not? The woman couldn't understand her sister's thoughts, treating others' children like treasures, yet not daring to make decisions, living so helplessly. Xiao wouldn't want to change the driver, but since her second aunt came to her, her mother probably didn't refuse outright. Maybe they just couldn't decide, or perhaps they wanted her cousin to be the driver, but were afraid she wouldn't agree. Even if her family treated her that way, her mother still had feelings for her. Second aunt. The driver has to work every day, exposed to sun and wind. It's a hard job, and I think cousin might not be able to handle it. How about this? Let him learn from the driver for a month and see if he can keep up. If he can, then when my parents buy the third ox, he can drive it. What do you think? Xiao suggested with a smile. What? Your family is going to buy a third ox? The woman looked at Xiao in surprise. How did the third sister suddenly become so rich? People are saying that Xiao family's first ox cart paid back most of its cost in just 1 month. If it was 3 oxen, then third sister's family would be rich. Thinking of her younger sister, whom she has always been afraid of, the woman felt jealous and annoyed. How much did you get in that month? 3 coins. The woman was unhappy but thought it was only for a month, so she said, "You do have some conscience." She left without even greeting Liu and Han's mother. Xiao felt a bit headache. When the family was poor, there was no peace, not even a fly. But once they had some money, all kinds of troublemakers came wanting a share. Third sister-in-law, Liu put down her vegetables and walked over to Xiao, surprised, and asked, "Did your family buy 2 ox carts?"
Yes.
Are you hiring a driver for the second one? Xiao nodded. Seeing Liu's surprised face with her mouth wide open, she couldn't help but smile. If sister-in-law wants to go to the county, she doesn't need to pay for the cart. She can just ride in her ox cart. Liu's face lit up with happiness. She remembered that her third sister-in-law had said the same thing before. But then her expression darkened. She didn't have time to go to the county, and her mother-in-law wouldn't allow her to ride in Zhao's ox cart. Still, she was more curious about one thing. Did you come up with the idea for the ox cart? Xiao, while drawing the quilt, said, "Not exactly. My parents only have me, their daughter, so they like to discuss some things with me. I can't really make decisions." Liu nodded, feeling a bit envious of Xiao. Her parents treasured her, and her uncle treated her very well. Unlike herself, even though her parents were kind to her, she still had a younger brother, and everything was reserved for him. Her husband also loved her, but he would never go against his mother for her. This month, Han Ziran did not come back. He said a very talented teacher had arrived in the capital, and he wanted to focus on learning from the teacher. He would return next month. A very talented teacher? Xiao thought about it, and remembered something. Last time, she heard Han Ziran tell his mother that the teacher was very impressive and had benefited him a lot. Thinking of Han Ziran, Xiao still felt a little uneasy, but mostly she was hopeful. Whatever happens, what is meant to come will come. She thought there was no need to worry too much. Even if Han Ziran passed the imperial exam and changed, she had prepared herself. Even if he was so kind to her now, her sadness should be limited, right? This time, the Han family did the most hunting, and they also bought some of the village's game to keep in their enclosure, preparing for the day when the second son of the Han family gets married. One day, Xiao went into the mountains, but she didn't have much luck, only catching 2 wild chickens. She didn't plan to sell them but took them directly to her parents' house. She also wanted to have a good talk with her parents about her relatives. Just as she arrived at the gate of the yard, she heard voices arguing inside. When Xiao entered, she saw relatives from the Xiao family and her maternal family all gathered at her house, and they were arguing fiercely. Old Xiao, your second son has a broken leg. What ability does he have to earn this money? All this money was earned hard by my little daughter, so naturally, she should take care of her family more. Your daughter earned this? My brother Xiao has been hunting day and night to support this family.
Is it easy?
Now that he has some money, he should take care of his own brothers. All the wealth of the Xiao family today was earned by my third sister. Nonsense. A woman can't earn that much money. The relatives on both sides argued fiercely, even almost coming to a fight. Xiaozhen hurried to find her parents. She saw her mother standing aside, wiping tears, and her father sitting by the well, sighing sadly. Xiaozhen clenched her fists, angry as she looked at these so-called relatives. Hey, isn't that Xiaozhen back? Someone saw her. Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao looked up and saw their daughter standing in the yard, with a serious face, looking at everyone. Ah, Zhen is back. Uncle Xiao quickly stood up. Aunt Xiao wiped her tears and forced a smile as she walked to Xiaozhen. Han family's side must be very busy, right? Why did you come back? Faced with her parents' forced smiles, Xiaozhen closed her eyes and said, Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. Without greeting the relatives, she went inside and closed the door when her parents followed.
Azen?
Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao looked at her with confusion. Mom, Dad, where's this place? Xiaozhen asked with a bitter smile. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao looked at each other. Aunt Xiao quickly said, This is our home. Our home.
Really?
But to others, it seems like it's not our home. They discuss our family's money in the yard, even decide how we should use it. Is this really our home? They are our relatives, Uncle Xiao said shamefully. Relatives? Have they ever helped us when the Xiao family was in trouble? Now that we have some money, they are coming, and even if you can't see their true intentions, you can hear them. The relatives who truly helped us when we were in trouble are our eldest aunt, the second aunt, and the younger aunts. The people we should be most grateful to are them. They supported us when we were very poor. But when we had a little money, did they come to ask for anything? Father knows, Xiao Shizi sighed. Aunt Xiao didn't say much, although she knew that her real helpers were her eldest sister and the two distant married aunts. She gets along well with her eldest sister, but has many conflicts with the younger aunts. Whenever they bring something over, she doesn't look pleased, thinking their brother is tightly controlled by her. That can't be true. They are family after all, Aunt Xiao said softly. Mother cares about blood ties, and that's not wrong. But, Mother, you can't let those people, your relatives, make us suffer. What about your fiery temper? Your quick words?
What?
When I was 8, I went into the mountains and shot a wild rabbit. But the villagers stole it from me. Mother went to their house to cause trouble, and the rabbit was returned to us. She also went to the village chief's house to complain, saying I was young and should be cared for more because I entered the mountain village. It was an unreasonable demand, but because of Mother's fiery temper, the village chief agreed.
Azen?
Aunt Xiao had never seen Xiaozhen look so disappointed. Our marriage with Ziran was also because of Mother's influence, wasn't it?
But
Aunt Xiao couldn't find words. Parents care about family ties and can help with money. If they ask for something, as long as we can give it, we should. But we must not let these so-called relatives manipulate us. To me, anyone causing trouble in the Xiao family is just an outsider. Xiaozhen's voice grew colder. Since Xiaozhen could support the family, Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao treated her like the head of the household, listening to her in everything. For over 10 years, they had never seen Xiaozhen like this, so they didn't say much. Xiaozhen continued, Father, Mother, everyone is changing. Whether it's for better or worse, the outcome is in our hands. I am already married, and I can't always protect the family. If you and Dad can't even protect this home and yourselves, then sell the 2 ox carts and go back to our poor days. Hearing this, Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao were both shocked. Kavish, what? Is it really that serious? Those people came to cause trouble. Isn't that serious enough? After saying this, Xiaozhen slammed the door and left. Of course, she wouldn't ignore her parents. She also believed that relatives are still relatives, and compared to others, they usually have more feelings. She knew she couldn't be completely indifferent in handling matters, but she had to keep her boundaries. She said this hoping her parents would make the decision, rather than letting others take advantage of them. For her mother, this must be very difficult. Her mother fears her grandmother and her second sister. Just like before she was 8, she was very afraid of her mother hitting her. When she recognized her parents, her grandmother said things that she still remembered, how her mother used to hit and mistreat her before she was 8. She was so afraid of her mother then, afraid she would be beaten or not given food. So when her mother suggested she go hunting in the mountains, she immediately agreed. Later, when she managed to catch animals, her mother's attitude toward her improved quickly. In summer, when there were mosquitoes, her mother would fan her while happily watching her eat. Once, her foot was injured by metal, and her mother carried her everywhere to find a doctor. Whenever they had a little extra money, her mother would only buy her new clothes. This kindness continued and has lasted until now. While Xiaozhen was thinking about her childhood, the second brother of the Han family spoke up ahead. Third sister-in-law. What a coincidence. Xiaozhen looked up and saw Han Ziran walking from the village road. From afar, he looked a bit like Han Xiao, but Han Ziran was taller and more muscular. Did you leave the village? Han Ziran nodded. Want to know what I was doing outside? Not interested. Something related to you, Han Ziran said mysteriously with a smile. Related to me? What is it? Xiaozhen thought for a moment but couldn't figure out what it had to do with her. That day, you told me to go find out about my future wife before I marry her, remember? Does that have anything to do with her? Xiaozhen looked at him for a long time. Did you really go find out? Han Ziran nodded. So obedient? Xiaozhen also became interested. How did it go? Han Ziran proudly said 1 word. Good. 2 words. Perfect. The people in town are saying Miss Zhang is gentle, kind, and virtuous, a rare good woman. Xiaozhen. Really, every year during the temple fair, Miss Zhang would give porridge to the poor and do many good deeds. Thinking about marrying such a wife, Han Ziran couldn't help but smile almost to the point of losing his composure. As he walked, he swayed slightly. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something and looked down at Xiaozhen, who was lost in thought. He said, Third sister-in-law, why do you want me to go ask about Miss Zhang again? Being cautious is not wrong. You know about Ziran and me, Xiaozhen replied, making an excuse to avoid unnecessary suspicion. However, this excuse made Han Ziran sigh deeply. Ziran really made our mother very angry. It's strange. You girl, what qualities do you have that make Ziran treat you so well? Maybe because I was born beautiful, Xiaozhen confidently said. Han Ziran twitched his mouth. Can you speak properly? Xiaozhen chuckled foolishly. Everyone has their place. Anyway, I just have good eyes for Ziran. Han Ziran thought for a moment and agreed. So, does that mean I and Miss Zhang are also a good match? Xiaozhen looked at her second uncle, who was about her age, with a comforting expression. I think your match might be a bit small. What do you mean? Third sister-in-law. That comment of yours makes me feel uncomfortable, Han Ziran said, feeling annoyed. Just then, he saw his third sister-in-law stop and call out Mother Han. Han Nian was nearby, watching them, so she hurried over. Mother, what are you doing here?
Han Nian lukade uppsett.
She glanced at Han Ziran, her eyes cold as they fell on Xiaozhen, then looked at the villagers around who were all watching their family. She then headed back inside. Xiaozhen and Han Ziran quickly followed. Facing Mother Han, Xiaozhen felt worried. She had a good relationship with Ziran, so she needed Mother Han to change her opinion of her. She didn't expect her to like her, but at least she shouldn't dislike her so much. That would be enough, right? But it was really difficult. Inside the Han family courtyard, Mother Han said to Xiaozhen, Come with me to the kitchen. Okay. At this moment, Lu Shi was preparing lunch. Seeing her mother-in-law and Xiaozhen come in, she hurriedly said, Mother, you're back? I can handle things here. Third sister-in-law, go wash some vegetables. Mother Han ignored Lu Shi and suddenly raised her hand, slapping Xiaozhen's face. Of course, the slap didn't land because Xiaozhen grabbed her wrist. Lu Shi was startled and dropped the water scoop into the tub. Xiao looked at Hanmu with a confused expression, not understanding why Hanmu suddenly wanted to hit her. When Hanmu's hand fell, her years of alertness made her instinctively defend herself, almost kicking out her foot. Fortunately, she restrained herself, and the force wasn't strong. Wow, that was dangerous. Hanmu stared wide-eyed at Xiao. Just as she was about to slap her, she seemed to see a trace of hostility in Xiao's eyes. But when she blinked, Xiao was just looking at her blankly. Was it her imagination? Madam Han, are you going to hit me? Xiao asked, more surprised than angry. Even in her previous life, Madam Han never had the habit of hitting people. Hanmu shook off the strange feeling in her heart, annoyed as she pulled her hand away from Xiao and scolded sharply, Xiao, it's one thing to be ignorant, but do you not even know the difference between men and women? Don't you understand to avoid trouble? Xiao was stunned for a while before she understood that Madam Han was talking about her and second brother Xiao. She hurriedly said, second brother, and I just met on the road. That doesn't mean you should walk so close together, Hanmu snapped angrily. She knew her second son was kind to Xiao, but seeing them walk and talk happily made her furious. This woman had already taken her youngest son, and now she wouldn't leave her second son alone either. It was too hateful. It's not that close, Xiao replied, thinking for a moment. There's a distance of 1 or 2 steps between me and Uncle Air. That's just what you say. The marriage is about to be arranged, and Ziran isn't even at home. Xiao, Ziran is your second uncle, not your brother. You're shameless. Our Han family still has dignity. Madam Han, I think there's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding?
Ha!
You're 2 years older than Ziran, and he isn't often at home. You and Ziran are about the same age. Do you think the villagers won't get the wrong idea if they see you walking together like that? Look at Ahui. Has she been so close to Ziran since she moved in? As Hanmu spoke, her anger grew stronger. Xiao felt angry inside, but at the same time, whether Hanmu's words were true or not, some villagers with ill intentions might spread rumors. I understand. I'll be more careful in the future, Xiao replied. Also, from now on, when Miss Zhang enters the house, watch your words. If I find out that your words cause trouble and discord in the family, Xiao, even if Ziran pleads for you, I won't forgive you. What did I say? Xiao asked in surprise. What did you say? Who told Ziran to go find out about Miss Zhang's character? If it weren't for Zining speaking up that day, I wouldn't have known that you, who seem honest, are actually biting people with your words behind their backs. Mother Han was so angry, she kept hitting her chest repeatedly. Mother? Is that true? Lu hurried over to comfort Mother Han. Can I make up such a story? Mother Han said angrily. Seeing Xiao not speak, Lu looked surprised. She couldn't believe that the third sister-in-law would say such things to the second uncle. It was clearly meant to cause trouble. Xiao inwardly cursed Zining's big mouth, but she sincerely said, It's my fault. I won't say such things again. Xiao, if you cause more trouble, I won't forgive you with just a slap. Xiao remained silent.
Go out.
I don't want to see you. Mother, please sit for a while. Lu quickly helped Mother Han to sit down. After leaving the kitchen, Xiao sighed heavily. She saw second brother Han standing inside, smiling at her with apology. That day, I accidentally let slip what I shouldn't have. But I know the third sister-in-law didn't mean any harm. Do you want me to say, it's okay, I know you didn't mean it? Xiao sneered.
Can you say that?
Second brother Han asked expectantly. No, and it's all because of your big mouth that this trouble started, Xiao said, then went into her room and closed the door. She was holding back her anger, thinking about Mother Han's fury and the disgusted look she gave her. But her words were justified. For the people here, the strict separation of men and women was harsh, but she also knew Mother Han was deliberately making things difficult for her.
Ha!
In the next half-month, Xiao was very obedient, not even going up the mountain. She didn't speak a word to second brother Han, not even making eye contact. Of course, her family had become more active. Since her stern face that time, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao naturally dared not ignore her, and Aunt Xiao became quite formidable. The relatives also became more restrained. Aunt Xiao also gave her family 5 taels of silver for free, but they mocked her, saying she had earned money and forgotten her roots. The 3rd ox of the Xiao family was bought using the silver Xiao Zhen asked Aunt Xiao to run a shop in the county for. Now Xiao Zhen couldn't think of what to do with the shop, so she temporarily decided to invest the money in a cart. As for the driver, Xiao Zhen was unhappy with her second aunt's son. She followed the second cart driver for a month and found him lazy, but Aunt Xiao couldn't stand her second sister's fuss and agreed. But there are only 3 ox carts, which can be said to have covered the transportation costs for 3 villages and some neighboring ones. For a while, the Xiao family's reputation soared. Just 2 days before Han's second brother's wedding, villagers started to come help, so the Han family already had 3 or 4 tables of guests 2 days in advance. The day before the wedding, Han Ziran returned, bringing someone with him. At this moment, Xiao Zhen was pulling feathers from poultry when she heard the commotion. When she heard the villagers talking about the future top scholar returning, she felt happy and quickly ran outside. The young man, like Jade, stood gracefully. This describes Han Ziran perfectly. In just 2 months apart, Xiao Zhen noticed that Han Ziran had changed a lot. She couldn't quite explain how, but she felt his eyes looked colder than before, and his aura was more striking. It seemed like the distance between them had grown. Also, was he taller again? Who is this person? How can he grow so fast? Perhaps because she was busy today, Xiao Zhen wore a rough cloth dress and an old, dirty apron. Since there were many people in the yard, Han Ziran didn't see her and instead talked directly with Han's mother, who came out to greet him. Who is this person? So noble-looking. I've never seen someone so handsome in my life. Is he brought by Han Xiaozai? Is he his classmate? Doesn't look like it. He should be older than Han Xiaozai, right? The villagers' chatter made Xiao Zhen's gaze fall on the man beside Han Ziran. When she saw his profile, her eyes nearly popped out.
Emperor teacher ke Fengming.
This fairy-like person, like a star, appeared right in front of her. Xiao Zhen never expected to meet such a legendary figure from her past at this moment. Oh, wait. According to the timeline, Che Fengming is not yet the emperor teacher, but only the teacher of the prince. At this moment, Han Ziran seemed to be introducing Che Fengming to Han's mother. Han's mother was very excited, and her eyes looking at Che Fengming were like she was seeing a deity. Indeed, Che Fengming was a top scholar at just 15 years old, 2 years earlier than Han Ziran. Later, he was personally appointed by the current emperor as the teacher of the princes. Now he had come to Han Ziran's home, indicating a special relationship with him. No wonder Han's mother was so excited. However, Xiao Zhen found it a bit strange. She remembered that in her previous life, she didn't recall this happening. When did Han Ziran meet Che Fengming? After Han Ziran brought Car Fengmingli into the study, everyone in the yard dispersed to start preparing dinner. Xiao Zhen crouched down again to pluck feathers. Just as she was tidying up, Lu Shi approached quietly and whispered in her ear, "Mother is in the main house. You need to go there." "What's the matter? Why is she calling me now?" Lu Shi shook her head. Xiao Zhen took off her apron, washed her hands, and then headed toward the main house, wondering what it could be about. When she pushed open the door to the main house, she already guessed roughly what was happening. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, Hanmu looked at her coldly and said, "You should go back to your family now. You can only return after Ziran's teacher leaves. Someone ignorant like you only embarrasses Ziran at home. I can leave, but only if Ziran tells me so himself." "What are you saying? I am your mother-in-law. On the first day we married, you told me you wouldn't acknowledge me as Ziran's wife, and you said I couldn't call you mother. Did you forget that, Aunt Han?" Not everything should be decided by Hanmu. Xiao Zhen thought it was funny. Some things she could accept, but this was too much. She didn't see reason to give in, and she didn't want to. Moreover, in this life, she wanted to hold tightly to Ziran and not let go. He had been good to her. Do you know who Ziran brought back? That is the teacher of the prince. How lucky Ziran is to meet such a person. If he finds out Ziran married someone like you, it could hurt his future, Han Mu said angrily and anxiously. Ziran's future won't change because of a woman. If it did, I would be too great. Also, and Han, I won't leave. I am Ziran's wife. Since he married me, my ignorance is something he must accept. If he can't accept that and can't bear it, then he's too weak. Xiaojun finished and turned to leave. She left Hanmu looking pale and angry. Today's weather was very nice, neither cold nor hot. Such good weather suggested that the days after tomorrow wouldn't be too bad. After Hanmu's words, Xiaojun decided not to do anything else. She went to the backyard, lightly jumped onto a pile of dry grass, and basked in the sun. Ignorant and unwise? Hanmu had called her that several times already. She was no longer the same Xiaojun who couldn't read or write in her previous life. But inside, Xiaojun also wondered if Ziran thought the same. Did he also think she was not suitable for him? Currently, Ziran hadn't been to the capital. His gaze was still limited to Shun County. In her past life, she had traveled to the capital and became the top scholar. Suddenly, everything changed. Was it because her horizons widened, and she felt she was not worthy of him, which made her treat her indifferently? Xiaojun wondered if she should tell the Han family that she could read, but how could she explain how she learned? Even if Madame Han knew she was literate, their relationship probably wouldn't improve. Madame Han wanted a woman with a noble background to be Han Ziran's wife. Additionally, Xiaojun thought that even if Han Ziran became the top scholar and returned, knowing she was literate and had read books and still didn't abandon her, where would that leave her in this life compared to her past self? She married Han Ziran, who treated her kindly and thoughtfully and wanted to spend her life with him. That was enough. But she would never allow her past self, filled with insecurities, to be used to flatter him out of fear that he might leave her. Han Ziran, you're dreaming, Xiaojun said through clenched teeth. Suddenly, Han Ziran's innocent voice sounded beside her. Madam, did I do something wrong? She quickly turned around and saw Han Ziran standing with the future imperial tutor, Che Fimingliang. Han Ziran looked innocent, while Che Fimingliang was smiling calmly at her. Xiaojun stared blankly at Che Fimingliang. He was so handsome, gentle as jade, like someone out of a story. She had seen him many times in books, but always from afar. Now he was standing right in front of her. She chuckled softly, feeling a bit silly.
Han Ziran.
He also looked at Che Fimingliang, his face darkening. He wished he hadn't brought this person along.
Che Fimingliang.
He knew women liked his looks, but being stared at so openly was new. The wife of the scholar. He should be more reserved. Didn't her husband look annoyed? Che Fimingliang cleared his throat. Madam, you staring at me like that is quite overwhelming. His voice was so pleasant and warm. Xiaojun snapped out of her thoughts. She wasn't embarrassed at all. If Han Ziran turned back into his old self, she wouldn't go to the capital to find him, nor would she join the army. Without the army, she wouldn't see Che Fimingliang. So it was okay to look a little longer now. People have faces, don't they? Isn't it normal to be looked at? Xiaojun said casually, flicking her hand. Don't mind it.
Che Fimingliang.
Han Ziran looked aggrieved and said gloomily, Madam, why are you here? I have been looking for you. Why are you looking for me? At this moment, Han Ziran respectfully bowed to Che Fimingliang and said coldly, Please, master, step aside. I have been apart from my wife for many days and have many things I want to tell her.
Che Fimingliang twitched their mouth.
So, why did you bring him out? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the study? But it's strange. This scholar's wife isn't particularly beautiful, and she can't read. She's just a village woman. Yet, she manages to hold Ziran's heart tightly. She's much smarter than those stunning women in the palace. Seeing Xiaojun watching Che Fimingliang's back as she leaves, Han Ziran cups her face in his hands and gently pulls her toward him, looking a bit aggrieved. Are you deliberately teasing me? We finally came back, and you're only looking at other men. Since when did he become your master? Xiaojun asked curiously. In the past life, was there such a thing? You're saying that as if you know him well. Xiaojun blinked. It did sound like they knew each other well. She quickly said, I mean, when did you change masters? Big sister-in-law said your master is quite old. Last month, someone brought a message saying a very talented master had come to the capital. That was him. Xiao remembered. Yes, that was true. It also happened in her previous life, but she was sure that Han Ziran never brought Che Faming Liang back to the Han family in that life. Does it hurt to keep looking at my face like that? Xiao pushed away his hands. Han Ziran's hands were warm, with slender, well-defined joints. Holding her like that felt quite nice, though her neck felt a little uncomfortable. Han Ziran crossed his arms and looked at Xiao. Earlier you said, Han Ziran, dreaming. I want to know what that means. You heard wrong. Is it because my mother made things difficult for you again? My second brother told me that just now, mother called you to the main house. Han Ziran looked a bit worried. You brought back such an excellent master, and my mother asked me to stay at my parents' house for a few days to avoid embarrassing you, Xiao said directly, without hesitation. Not wanting to see Han Ziran's proud expression, she said, most men wouldn't believe their wife when she says such things about their mother. They might think their wife isn't generous enough. But I believe you. Am I not good? This point. Xiao thought carefully, and it was true. She had told him several times how his mother treated her. He had never gotten angry, not even questioned or shown any protectiveness. Instead, he simply said, you're really not a good son.
Han Ziran.
Next moment, Xiao heard him say, you are very good, truly very good, and strangely adorable, especially when he looked at her with a bit of grievance. Adorable? Xiao was a bit stunned by this description of Han Ziran. She shook off her thoughts and said, even if you don't believe it, I will say it. What Aunt Han said really hurts. Why hide it from her and let me bear this pain alone? She didn't think she was so great to hide the hurt caused by others. She already had a big heart for Aunt Han. You're right, Han Ziran nodded. Xiao felt speechless. That's how she felt now, completely speechless. But I still hope you can get along well with my mother and be more tolerant of her. Don't argue with her. Han Ziran's expression carried a gentle warmth typical of a young boy who didn't quite know how to express himself. Why should I? Because a mother's hope for her son is very deep. Just like that day when my mother-in-law poured water on my aunt to defend you, that's her way of showing her care. No matter how bad my mother is, it reflects how much she hopes for you. She's old now, and many of her ideas are hard to change or persuade. That's why you've suffered some grievances. But I promise, I will treat you well. Xiao looked straight at him. Seeing her gaze, Han Ziran's face turned slightly red, and he nervously said, am I wrong? You're right. You're well-educated and can speak so many reasonable words. Seeing Han Ziran still looked a bit uneasy, Xiao smiled softly. What Aunt Han says and does, I have never fully trusted. Really? Han Ziran's eyes brightened. Xiao nodded. What she cared about was his attitude toward her. There were only 2 months left before heading to Beijing. When Xiao and Han Ziran were joking and walking to the front yard, they saw a group of people gathered together, constantly discussing something. Why did Han's eldest sister-in-law suddenly faint?
Exactly.
Was she too tired? This morning, she just washed some vegetables. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Xiao and Han Ziran exchanged a quick glance before pushing into the crowd. They saw Lu Shi faint in Brother Han's arms. Brother Han looked very worried, and Han's mother was nearby, already anxious and unsure what to do. Che Faming was checking Lu Shi's pulse carefully. Your husband studied medicine, Han Ziran whispered softly to Xiao. Che Faming knew medicine well, and Xiao was aware of that. But why did Lu Shi faint? Things were really different in this life compared to the last. At this moment, Che Faming stood up and smiled as he told Han's mother and Brother Han, don't worry, Madam Han is pregnant.
What?
Brother Han was stunned. He had been married to Lu Shi for years, but she had never been pregnant.
He was quite anxious about it.
Hearing that his wife was pregnant, he was overwhelmed with surprise. Han's mother was excited and said, really? Oh my, this is double happiness. Everyone started congratulating them. Lu Shi was pregnant?
Why now?
Xiao looked a bit strange. In the last life, Lu Shi's pregnancy was only after Miss Zhang joined the family for 2 months. Big sister-in-law is pregnant. That's wonderful, Han Ziran said happily. Brother, congratulations. Mother, you're going to be a grandmother. Yes, Han's mother said, overwhelmed with joy. Her second son was married, and now his wife was pregnant. How could she not be happy? Xiao also felt relieved. It seemed she couldn't judge this life by what happened in the last. Does this mean her and Han Ziran's future will be different too? Zhang's dowry, though not a long procession through the town, was still the talk of Gonlin town for over a month. The Zhang family started by selling rice, and after they gained some money, they became very generous. Every 3 days, they would give porridge to the poor on the street. So, although they were merchants, the townspeople saw them as kind-hearted. Miss Zhang, Zhang Xinhua, was said to be beautiful, kind-hearted, gentle, and talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Because of this, the Han family was very pleased with her. On the day of the wedding, the main meal included 3 extra meat dishes, prepared by a chef from the county town. Many well-known people from the town also attended, making the event very grand. Han Ziran's study was temporarily set up with 2 separate tables of wine, arranged for some important guests. Che Faming was naturally included. During the meal, Mother Han was supposed to share sweets with her daughter-in-law, but Lu was resting because she was pregnant. Xiao Zhen and Mother Han didn't want her to show up, so they simply sent her away, not even allowing her to sit at the study's wine table. Eating should be enjoyed happily. I really have no opinion about Mother Han's actions. Sitting at the table with the visiting parents, chatting and laughing, looks just like relatives coming to eat at the Han family. Did the Huang family, the Yugus family, not come? Aunt Xiao looked around and asked. No, they didn't come. With everything that's happened, how could they come? The Huang family and the Han family are no longer related. As for other relatives of the Han family, they all came to flatter them. Xiaozhen doesn't have much contact with them, but overall, she feels the Han family is much kinder than the Xiao family. What about Grandma's family? Why didn't we see anyone from Ziran's maternal family? Hearing this, Xiaozhen also became curious. It seems she never saw Han Ziran's maternal relatives when they married, only some contact with the Yugus family. I don't know. This wine is really good. Old Xiao sipped his wine and said. Xiaozhen tasted a sip and agreed. Yes, it's very good. Dad, next time I'll buy some for you to take home. Good. Old Xiao smiled happily. Did the second brother of the Han family spend a lot on his wedding? Aunt Xiao looked at the table full of good wine and dishes. It seemed like everyone was riding high, but she wasn't jealous at all. Xiao Zhen is a scholar's wife after all. Mom, don't ask about these things, Xiao Zhen said as she ate a piece of fish that melted in her mouth. The chef did a great job. As long as we do well with the ox cart business, that's enough. All right, but when will your belly get big? Cough, cough. Xiao Zhen almost choked on the fish she was eating. Then Aunt Xiao said again, you see, I can tell the Han family doesn't treat you well. They didn't even invite you to share the wedding sweets. They clearly don't see you as one of their own. Once your belly is big and you have a son, the Han family will treat you differently. Got it, Mom, Xiao Zhen replied. She couldn't say much about this, afraid her mother would keep talking, so she just nodded in agreement. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Someone shouted, Master Kai, the county magistrate has arrived. It's Master Kai. Master Kai is here. Everyone in the Han family hurried out to greet him. The people present looked surprised and envious. They all went out to welcome him. Even Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao quickly went to see the county official from Sheng County. When the county lord left, he also took away the future imperial tutor, Che Fei Mingliang. Clearly, the real reason for the county lord's visit was Lord Che Fei. Friends and family dispersed, and it was nearly midnight. The helpers began clearing the wine tables. Compared to the original number, the Han family added 3 more tables later, but all the dishes had been eaten up, leaving hardly anything behind. Xiao Zhen and the others worked late into the night, still not finished. Seeing that the older women helping out were exhausted, Xiao Zhen said, Everyone, Go home now. There isn't much left. I can handle it myself. Since there wasn't much left and it wouldn't take long to finish, the women didn't refuse. They yawned and left. Xiao also yawned, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to work when Han Ziran suddenly said, "Let me help you. Don't do it all alone. Rest for a while." Xiao turned around and saw Han Ziran coming over. He pulled her to sit on a nearby stool, rolled up his sleeves, and started tidying up. "Have you not slept yet?" Xiao asked curiously, even though it was so late. "Aren't you still awake too?" Watching Han Ziran clumsily clear away the leftovers, a warm feeling filled Xiao's heart. "Have you been watching me work all this time?"
Yes.
I wanted to help, but I was afraid the villagers would say, "I let my wife do these chores." How thoughtful he is. Xiao rested her face on the table, watching him tidy up. He was handsome, and even his way of working was pleasing to see. Compared to Han Ziran in her previous life, he was more talkative, cuter, gentler, and more caring now. No, these words simply couldn't be used to describe Han Ziran in her past life. However, Xiao also noticed that besides her, Han Ziran was always somewhat distant with others. She didn't care how he treated others, as long as he was good to her, that was enough. Xiao thought this. Suddenly, the noise behind her stopped. When Han Ziran turned around, he found Xiao had fallen asleep. He chuckled softly, wiped his hands, and walked over to her. He squatted down and gently said, "Get up and go inside to sleep. You might catch a cold like this." Xiao was sleeping quite soundly. Han Ziran had been close enough to see this woman before, but it was the first time he saw her sleeping. She looked peaceful and obedient, with delicate features, her eyebrows, eyes, and nose. Though her face was a bit ordinary when all together, it was very easy on the eyes. Han Ziran thought that even if he kept watching her like this, he wouldn't get tired of it. After thinking, Han Ziran wanted to carry Xiao into the house. But at the next moment, black and red appeared on Han Ziran's forehead, and tears streamed down his face. This woman was a bit heavy. He couldn't lift her. Xiao suddenly moved, and Han Ziran quickly put her down, pretending he hadn't done anything. When Xiao opened her eyes in a daze, he cleared his throat and said, "If you're tired, go inside and sleep. Don't stay outside. You'll catch a cold." "I just want to look at you properly," Xiao said, her eyes still blurry but genuinely looking at him.
Han Ziran blues head. Why are you looking at me?
"You'll blush," Xiao said. "I always thought you were out of this world, not like ordinary people. I'm not a fairy, so I do breathe the air of this world. So, your pure and simple appearance is really annoying," Xiao added. Han Ziran was speechless. Xiao stood up, stretched lazily, and looked at the things that were almost fixed. "I'm going to sleep now. These past 2 days really exhausted me." When she reached the door, she turned back to look at Han Ziran. "Hey, eat more and gain some weight. Even though I know you're not strong, I'm not fat either." After saying that, she closed the door. Han Ziran stood stiffly in the yard, blushing again and again. What Xiao and Han Ziran didn't notice was that, just as Han Ziran started washing things, Han's mother was about to come out the door. Han's father saw that his wife suddenly closed the door again and looked through at what was happening in the yard. He approached, but when he saw his daughter-in-law asking her younger son to do chores, he angrily said, "The third daughter-in-law is crazy. She actually makes Ziran do such rough work." He was about to go out and say something. Han's mother stopped him, her face looking very displeased. She coldly watched the two people in the yard laughing and talking. "Ziran has argued with me several times because of this woman. If you talk like that, Ziran will still protect her." "That's true," Han's father said with a look of concern. "Ziran has never done any work since he was born. You always treat him like a treasure. It's only been a short time since his wife moved in, and she dares to order him around. Ziran can't fall in love with her."
"What?"
"Ziran has a bright future. If he can pass the imperial exam and become the top scholar, many officials and noble women would be willing to marry him." Hearing this, Han's father found it strange.
"What are you talking about?"
Ziran is only 17. Even if he doesn't become the top scholar this year, he can try again. Before he turns 23, I absolutely won't allow them to be together. Han's mother clenched her fists. You're saying that when Ziran is 23, the third daughter-in-law will be 25. In the village, women at 25 have already had several children, and no one knows how many. If Ziran cannot become top scholar after turning 23, I will only accept her as my daughter-in-law. Father Han was confused at first, but he was not a foolish man. Now, hearing Mother Han's words, he said, "What if Ziran does become top scholar this year?" "I just said, many noble ladies are willing to marry him," she replied. "But Ziran is already married. Which noble daughter would be willing to be a secondary wife?" Father Han thought his wife was daydreaming. Children will have their own blessings. Even if the third daughter-in-law isn't a good match for Ziran, marriage is destined by fate. After Ziran becomes top scholar, he won't stay in the countryside. I absolutely won't allow Xiao to go to the capital with Ziran, not even in death. Mother? Father Han looked at his wife in shock. You can't do that. Why not? The Xiao family can use such underhanded methods to lure Ziran and force him to marry Xiao. Why can't I? The candlelight flickered softly, casting shadows that made Mother Han's face look uncertain and changeable. Miss Zhang was quite pretty. In the countryside, having big eyes, a prominent nose, and full lips wasn't unusual, but even the most delicate features needed good clothing to look their best. Miss Zhang's attire was complete and elegant, making her naturally look like a beauty. On their wedding day, second brother Han walked out of the room holding his bride's hand, smiling foolishly. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyue shyly lowered her head. Second brother Han was not bad-looking, but he had a sturdy build from years of hunting in the mountains. Zhang Xinyue looked delicate beside him, like a little bird, and they seemed quite a good match at first glance. Xinyue bowed politely to everyone, saying, "Greetings, father and mother, big brother, sister-in-law, third brother and third sister-in-law." Her voice was gentle and her manners proper. Mother Han was increasingly pleased. "Child, you woke up so early. Are you hungry? Come, let's eat." She also helped Zhang Xinyue set the bowls and chopsticks. "Thank you, mother." Lu Shi was watching Zhang Xinyue's dress. It was made of silk, bright and elegant, yet simple. Comparing it to her own plain cotton clothes, the difference was obvious. In the past, when she married into the family, it was a topic of admiration because her father was a scholar. But compared to Zhang Xinyue, she seemed more modest and humble. Mrs. Lu glanced again at Xiao, who was eating bread across from her. Xiao wore a rough cloth long gown, which was even worse than her cotton coat. Her embarrassment eased a little, but when she saw Han Ziran beside Xiao, her feelings became mixed. Although Xiao's clothes were plain, having a scholarly husband who might become a top scholar in the future made her think differently. Suddenly, Mrs. Lu lost her appetite. She glanced at Zhang and saw that she was secretly watching Xiao and her second brother, especially lingering on her face. "Ziran, the teacher and the county magistrate are waiting for you in town. You should eat quickly," said Han's mother halfway through her meal, then stood up to pack her younger son's things. Han Ziran said, "Mom, you can sit and eat. I've already asked my wife to help me pack." Han's mother nodded. "Really?" She sat down but said nothing more. Xiao, who was carefully eating bread, looked up in surprise at Han's mother. Why was she acting so differently today? Had she not gotten angry? Han Ziran also looked at his mother with a surprised expression. When he saw Xiao's confused gaze, he gave her a reassuring smile. "See, mother is gradually accepting you." Could she really accept it overnight? Xiao naturally didn't believe it. But Han Ziran was in a good mood and ate another bread. After finishing, he stood up. "Parents, older brother, older sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, I've finished eating and am going back to school. Take your time eating, no need to see me off." Seeing that Xiao also seemed uninterested in seeing him off, Han Ziran tugged at her clothes under the table. Reluctantly, Xiao had to stand up and see him off. When Xiao saw her father outside the Han house, She glared at Han Ziran. You really are lucky. My ox cart has become your private ox cart now, she said. You silly child. What nonsense are you talking? Ziran, don't take it to heart, Uncle Han hurriedly said. It's fine, Dad. Han Ziran smiled and got on the ox cart. My wife always likes to say silly things in front of me. I'm used to it. What nonsense are you talking about? Who's been saying silly things? Xiao looked at Han Ziran with displeasure. Your wife, I'm leaving now. Remember to miss me, Han Ziran suddenly said with a sad look. Xiao was stunned. His tone suddenly turned so affectionate, which she found a bit strange. She cleared her throat and turned her face away uncomfortably.
Got it.
Be careful on the way, she said.
Han Ziran smiled happily.
Watching the ox cart go farther and farther, Xiao muttered to herself, maybe, in this life, she and Han Ziran can really grow old together. With this thought, Xiao suddenly felt a bit more spirited. Today, she was doing the dishes. Xiao had guessed the right time when everyone finished eating to go into the kitchen. Just as she entered, she sensed that the atmosphere among the Han family members was a bit strange. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xinhua. Zhang Xinhua still looked shy and delicate. She glanced at Xiao and softly said, I don't do heavy chores and I don't like doing them, nor do I want to. So these, she pointed to the remaining dishes and food on the table. You can't ask me to do them. Of course, she smiled. I will pay, I won't work for free. Xiao was surprised. Had Zhang already revealed her true self so quickly? In her previous life, she had at least pretended for a few months. Seeing everyone just staring at her without speaking, Zhang Xinhua took Han's second brother's hand and sweetly said, Hubby, you promised me last night too. Don't just say it and not do it. Did I? Last night, he was so excited and happy that he only remembered what he did and said, but had already forgotten if he promised anything. Han's second brother thought hard, but couldn't recall any promise. Zhang stood up suddenly, looking at Han's second brother with a sad expression. Hubby. Seeing his wife look at him with such sadness, her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Her lovely appearance was like a flower, making Han's second brother feel moved. He quickly nodded, yes, you don't have to do anything. I promised. Anyway, with Mom, the eldest sister-in-law, and the third sister-in-law here, it's fine. Lu, listening to Zhang's sudden words, was surprised but also a little angry. She knew Zhang wouldn't want to do heavy chores since she was pregnant, but she still needed to help out a little. After all, she was carrying a baby. She couldn't do as much work as before. But hearing this, her mother-in-law hadn't said anything, so she decided to speak up first. Noticing her husband kept glancing at his mother's expression, Lu tugged at his sleeve and secretly pointed to her belly, looking at him anxiously. Only then did Han's eldest brother say, Second sister-in-law, what you're saying is not quite right. We don't have much heavy work at home. Besides, your eldest sister-in-law is pregnant. The doctor said she needs to be very careful in the first 3 months, and her body is weaker now, so she can't do too much work. You should help out a bit. But washing dishes, sweeping, and doing laundry aren't heavy work? Zhang replied softly. Is that what you call heavy work? Han's eldest brother didn't know how to respond for a moment. Old Han sighed inwardly, thinking, your mother has been busy preparing for the second child's wedding these days. She's exhausted. She needs good rest these days. These matters, you all decide how to handle them. Then let third sister-in-law start working on this first. She used to go hunting in the mountains, so these simple chores are much easier for her. Big sister-in-law shouldn't do it. Mother is busy with her marriage affairs and needs to rest for a few days. That leaves only third sister-in-law. Han's second brother looked at Xiao with hope. Xiao thought that Han's mother's attitude toward her seemed to have improved a bit. She couldn't let the relationship stay so tense. She decided to speak calmly and kindly. With this in mind, Xiao smiled lightly and said, Big sister-in-law Han has indeed been tired these days and should rest well. But since second sister-in-law has come into the family, she should help with some household chores. Big sister-in-law can do lighter tasks and I will help out too. Liu Shi gently said, Third sister-in-law hasn't been pregnant before, so she doesn't know how hard pregnancy can be, especially in the first 3 months.
It's really exhausting.
Big sister-in-law can rest if she's tired. If I can help, I will naturally do so, Xiao replied. That's easy to say, but it's better to be cautious. This is my first child. Brother Han naturally protected his wife, hoping she wouldn't do anything for these 10 months. I won't do it anyway, Zhang Shi said coldly. Xiao Zhen smiled faintly. She truly wanted to help Liu Shi as much as she could, but she wasn't good at household chores. Liu Shi should be there to guide her. As for Zhang Shi, she wouldn't share any chores at all. But from their words, it seemed they wanted to put all the work on her? That's impossible. Xiao Zhen said, since brother-in-law cares so much about sister-in-law, he should help share the household chores. What? Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen didn't think she said anything wrong. The Han family was big. If all the chores fell on her, she'd be exhausted. Second brother Han looked at Xiao Zhen carefully and asked, You won't also want me to do those things for my wife? Xiao Zhen didn't really want to say much to second brother Han. She was lazy about people who married and then lost all sense of boundaries. But since he asked, she replied, Why not? Second sister-in-law just said she'd pay money to cover her chores. I have no problem with that. But that money should go to the person who helps with chores. Anyway, it definitely won't be me. Liu Shi wouldn't do it either. Mother Han, who cares about face so much, definitely wouldn't. I, a real man, can't do these things. If people see me, they'll laugh. Second brother Han hurriedly said, This money and everything, we are all family. It feels strange to keep it all to ourselves. Xiao Zhen nodded. Yes, it is strange. Then let second sister-in-law buy a maid to help out. Buy a maid? How much would that cost? Second brother Han said in disbelief. If the villagers find out that our Han family bought a maid just because we don't want to do chores, they'll say all sorts of things. Are you saying second sister-in-law doesn't want to do housework? Second brother Han was a bit annoyed by this comment, but couldn't find anything wrong with it, so he said, Third sister-in-law, what's wrong with doing some rough work? It's just some chores, and it's not tiring. While watching Xiao Zhen with a cold gaze, Zhang suddenly said, I hear that third sister-in-law seems to be targeting me. Xiao Zhen hurriedly shook her head and smiled. No, not at all.
How could that be?
Both big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law don't do chores, and mother needs to rest. There are many of us in the family, so I definitely can't do all the chores alone. Washing clothes alone can take a whole day. In the countryside, families rarely split up, those who usually do so because of disagreements. The Han family's harmony has always been seen as a model by the villagers. Also, since the elders are still here, not splitting up is a tradition. Not splitting up means everything in the family is done together. If others have things to do, those chores fall on one person. Everyone stop doing chores. I will do everything myself, okay? Mother Han suddenly stood up, looked coldly at everyone, and left the kitchen. When she passed Xiao Zhen, she paused and looked at her with a mocking gaze. How can you say that Zijie and Zai should do chores? Buying a maid? With so many women in the house, what will the villagers think of us? Xiao Zhen nodded. Mother Han is right, but this isn't something I caused. It's no use telling me. I will share the chores I should, and I won't be lazy. You? Mother Han felt her forehead throbbing with pain and stormed out of the kitchen angrily. Lu hurriedly said to Big Brother Han, I'll go comfort Mother. After speaking, she also left. Old man Han sighed and left the kitchen. Big Brother Han also looked upset and left. Xiao Zhen was about to leave when she heard Zhang speak sweetly, Husband, why did third sister-in-law call mother-in-law Big Sister Han? Is it because our Han family still hasn't acknowledged her as a daughter-in-law? Xiao Zhen looked at Zhang, who was speaking to second brother Han, but her eyes were filled with ill intent as she looked at her. What are you saying? Second brother Han looked slightly embarrassed. Isn't that so? Mrs. Zhang was holding Han's second brother's hand, acting cute. Mrs. Zhang's hand was soft and comfortable to touch. Seeing her act cute and her big eyes blinking, Han's second brother suddenly felt a warm feeling inside. He pulled her to go outside. I have something to do. Let's go back to our room first. Mrs. Zhang was surprised. Go back to the room? What for? Just tell me here if you have something. In the kitchen, only Xiao Zhan was left. There were 8 people, 8 sets of bowls and chopsticks and 8 dishes. Xiao Zhan thought about what had just happened and sighed. Throughout the day, Lu's wife and Mrs. Zhang didn't do any work at all. Xiao Zhan felt that maybe the morning talk shouldn't have led to this. But she was busy all day, and only she was working. Han's mother was resting inside, and Lu's wife was also resting inside. Old Han went to the fields to rest, and the eldest son went to the mountains to set traps. Han's second brother and Mrs. Zhang went into the house in the morning and didn't come out again, so no one knew what they were doing. There was no need to prepare lunch, just reheat the leftover dishes from yesterday's wedding feast. Xiao Zhan didn't mind and simply made the meal. Han's mother and Mrs. Zhang's meals were brought in by Han's second brother. Lu's wife said she was feeling unwell but ate a big bowl of rice and then went into her room. She didn't seem unwell at all. Old Han was drinking alone. Finally, Xiao Zhan poured herself some wine and drank with Old Han. Old Han looked at his third daughter-in-law and sighed silently. Honestly, he was very pleased with Xiao Zhan. She could drink, chat, work diligently, and had a good temper. Since marrying into the Han family, he had never seen her raise her voice at anyone. Even if the children's mother scolded her, she either endured it or just smiled. But sometimes, she spoke without thinking, which made the children's mother angry. After finishing the wine, Old Han didn't eat and went to check on Han's mother before heading back to the fields. In the afternoon, Xiao Zhan did everything she could. She was exhausted by evening because she had stayed up too late the night before. Lu's wife and Mrs. Zhang still hadn't come out of the house. Xiao Zhan sat on the stairs to rest, her gaze thoughtful as she looked at the doors of Lu's wife and Mrs. Zhang. Lu's wife, relying on her pregnancy, was trying to be lazy. Mrs. Zhang had told everyone from the first day not to do heavy work and even offered money to compensate for her chores. Han's mother had been exhausted these days. And she herself, even if she did all the housework, wouldn't get any appreciation. Besides, she didn't want to wear herself out. Xiao Zhan sighed. She disliked these people making excuses to avoid work while taking her efforts for granted. Where did they get such confidence? Who gave them the right to be so self-assured? So, is it really because she is weak? Actually, what keeps her from standing up to him is because Han Ziran's attitude toward her in this life. Also, she promised him to give Aunt Han more time. In short, she is not a vengeful person, but she doesn't want to be bullied like this. Even if she doesn't resist, she probably won't have to work for long. Xiao Zhan is quite confident about that. Looking at the sky, regardless of everything, dinner still needs to be prepared. At this moment, although Han's mother has been tired these days, she doesn't want to sleep anymore after a whole day in bed. So, she got up early. When Xiao Zhan was resting outside, she saw her through the window slit. The yard was quiet and cold. The men went out to work, but what about the women of the Han family? Usually, at this time, they would be cooking and washing vegetables and also hanging clothes. Now, she saw Xiao Zhan get up to collect the clothes, and soon after, she cut some vegetables and washed them. What about the eldest and second daughters-in-law? Could it really be, as she said this morning? Han's mother closed her eyes, thinking about what her second daughter-in-law said early in the morning. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. What does it mean that once you make money, you don't need to work? She kept convincing herself that her second daughter-in-law was just not used to the Han family yet. As for the eldest daughter-in-law, although she was pregnant, she had no reaction to pregnancy, no nausea or fatigue, and even said she would rest for 3 months. When she was pregnant with Ziran, she was very sick but still worked hard. Since Xiao Zhan entered the house, the eldest daughter-in-law's personality changed a lot, and the second daughter-in-law changed even more completely. Han's mother looked coldly at Xiao Zhan, who was stretching lazily after washing the vegetables. She closed the window, as if to keep everything out of sight. Dinner was still simple, leftovers from Han's second brother's wedding. Although many leftovers had been shared with villagers, there was still enough for 2 more days. However, Han's family never kept overnight leftovers. Xiao guessed that today's leftovers would be fed to the pigs. If it were someone else's family, that would be impossible. In the evening, the men of the Han family returned home one after another. Han's father, the eldest brother, and the second brother. The first thing they did after coming home was to clean up and then report to their wives. Xiao watched all this and thought that the men of Han's family were truly good to their wives. Naturally, she thought of Han Ziran. In this life, Han Ziran was very good. He played his role well. But what about in the previous life? Under the influence of such a family, why was he so mean to her? After preparing all the food, the Han family members went into the kitchen. It seemed they knew that everything inside and outside the house was done by Xiao. Old Mr. Han and the eldest Han brother looked at Xiao with happy smiles. Old Mr. Han naturally liked her because he already had a good impression of his third daughter-in-law. Second brother Han kept staring foolishly at his new wife, Zhang, as soon as they sat down. He kept helping her with food, showing affection, as if he wanted to share his heart with her. After the parents sat down, their son and daughters-in-law also took their seats. Xiao served everyone food alone, and no one came to help. While Xiao was filling her own bowl, Zhang asked, "Aren't these dishes leftovers from yesterday?" Second brother Han nodded, "Yes, they taste really good. The kitchen skills from the county are different." Zhang put down her chopsticks and said unhappily, "We don't usually eat leftovers at Zhang's family." She added, "It's fine if it's family, but these dishes have been touched by villagers' chopsticks. I don't feel comfortable eating them." Lu quickly looked at Mother Han and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't it good?" After a few re-steams, it's more flavorful. Zhang sighed, "We at Zhang's don't have the habit of eating overnight leftovers. But there's so much food left, and throwing it away feels wasteful. Our family isn't so poor that we can't handle this. If needed, I can use some of my dowry to buy new food," Zhang said generously. Everyone in the Han family looked at Zhang, while Xiao ate her food quietly, ignoring her. That day, Zhang didn't speak much, but every word made the Han family feel uncomfortable. Mother Han said, "Just throw away the leftovers. Tomorrow we'll buy fresh fish and meat." Xiao thought about it and nodded. Seeing that her mother-in-law didn't ask her to buy groceries, Lu felt secretly happy. It seemed her mother-in-law listened to what she said this morning. She probably wouldn't have to do chores for the next 3 months. Xiao washed the dishes and cleaned the kitchen, then went back to her room to sleep. The next day was nice weather. The Han family was still sleeping, so Xiao got up early to go shopping for groceries. When she returned, she prepared breakfast early, waiting for the Han family to wake up. The newest daughter-in-law, Zhang, was the last to wake up, along with second brother Han. When they entered the kitchen, the whole family was already eating. When Zhang sat down and saw that there was porridge and pickled vegetables in front of her, she asked curiously, "Husband, is this your breakfast? What's wrong with it?" Han Ziran drank a bowl of porridge in one gulp. "Didn't you say there were steamed buns? You also said your family's buns are big, fragrant, and very tasty." Han Ziran looked at Xiao and asked, "Yes, why aren't there any buns today?" "Those are made by my eldest sister-in-law. I don't know how to make them." Xiao truly couldn't. Even though she learned cooking at the Han family, she only knew how to make rice cooked. "Then learn how to make them," Han Ziran said with a slight complaint. "Why doesn't second sister-in-law learn?" Xiao casually asked. "I already said I don't like it and I don't do housework," Zhang said unhappily, looking at Xiao. "I can give some silver." Lu Shi, nearby, quickly said, "Third sister-in-law, I can teach you how to make steamed buns. Right now, the eldest and second sisters-in-law don't do housework. When would I have time to learn?" Lu Shi forced a smile and said, "I told you after I got pregnant, I haven't been feeling well. I probably can't do housework." Suddenly, the eldest brother of the Han family said, "Learning to make steamed buns isn't hard. Besides, third sister-in-law needs to learn someday." "Mother, what do you think?" Han's mother looked at Xiao and said, "It's good to learn more." Then she stood up to leave, but, upon seeing some freshly bought fish and meat by the stove, suddenly asked, "Why did you buy so much?" Everyone looked at Han's mother. Lu Shi, seeing the fish in the bucket on the ground, hurried to the vegetable cabinet, opened a small drawer, and after seeing that the money for buying vegetables was gone, she anxiously asked Xiaojun, "Where's the money you used to buy vegetables today? How much did you spend?" "All used up." "All of it? That's 10 days' worth of vegetable money," Lu Shi exclaimed. Xiaojun hesitated and said, "No one told me." "Is that even necessary to say? Even a 3-year-old would understand," Lu Shi said sharply. "All bought at once. We won't need to buy anything for the next couple of days. It saves time," Xiaojun said casually. "You?" Lu Shi was speechless. "This fish doesn't look very fresh, and the meat is so fat."
"Why is that?"
Han's mother looked angrily at Xiaojun. "You can't even choose vegetables properly?" "I've never bought vegetables before," Xiaojun honestly replied. "These don't look too bad, do they?" "Not bad. Look at this fish's eyes. It's clear they've turned white. It's probably a dead fish." "Third sister-in-law, you can tell if a fish is alive or dead at a glance," Lu Shi said, feeling the pain in her heart knowing all the money for 10 days had been spent in a single day. "The fish seller's uncle is a kind man who said he would help me scale the fish, so I didn't look too closely." Faced with the angry family, Xiaojun thought to herself, "I can tell if the fish is fresh, since I used to catch fish in the river when I was young. I picked the best ones, so I believe the uncle probably swapped the fish I chose." Mother Han took a deep breath and looked at Xiaojun with anger. "And what about this meat?" Big sister-in-law who sells meat said this is the best part, the tenderloin. "That looks like a lot of fat. Our family doesn't eat much fat." "Third sister-in-law, since you've married into the Han family, you should know that," said Han's eldest brother. "I didn't notice," she replied. Usually, when she ate some meat, Mother Han's sharp eyes would stare at her like knives. So, she usually ate quietly, saying, "It all looks like meat to me. What's the difference?" "Looks like you bought a lot of fish and fat meat," Han's second brother said as he approached. Looking at the bucket of cleaned fish and meat, he mumbled, "People outside might think our family has some celebration going on." "Third sister-in-law, how much per jean for these fish and meat?" Lu asked. After Xiaojun gave the prices, Lu gasped, "Are they expensive?" Xiaojun felt a bit embarrassed. "Back home, my mother bought them, and here, my sister-in-law is responsible for buying. I don't know the exact prices." At this moment, Zhang exclaimed, "There are bugs on the vegetables." Everyone looked over and saw Zhang inspecting the washed vegetables. "Who washed these vegetables?" Zhang clutched Han's second brother's sleeve in fright. "Can't you see such big bugs?" Following Zhang's finger, everyone saw a large green worm on the green leaves. "It was me who washed them," Xiaojun said calmly. "It's normal to find green worms on vegetables." Yes, Xiaojun really wanted to answer her that way. In fact, she even thought about deliberately doing so. Unfortunately, she was not familiar with household chores and was quite clumsy. "Sister-in-law, I was wronged. Since I married into the Han family, I told everyone that I can go hunting in the mountains and work in the fields, but I am not good at housework. I haven't learned much, and I just can't be that careful. If I could do it well, I wouldn't still be only cooking and washing dishes, right?" After Xiaojun said this, Lu Shi really couldn't say anything. Xiaojun had indeed said these words, and she had seen it all these days. His rough manner was hard to watch, but if Xiaojun didn't do these things, who else would? "Since I've been managing the household these days, everyone should stop worrying about these small matters. Once Grandma Han and sister-in-law recover, everything will go back to normal," Xiaojun said cheerfully. "No, that won't do," Zhang Shi said anxiously. "How can I eat dishes made like that?" "Then, second sister-in-law, do it yourself," Xiaojun said coldly, glancing at Zhang Shi. "You, second sister-in-law, haven't done anything but expect ready-made food. Picking at everything like this is a bit too much, isn't it?"
"You."
Zhang Shi stomped her foot in anger and, feeling wronged, said to Han's second brother, "What did I do? Third sister-in-law is really good at stirring up trouble. I already said I can pay." Han's second brother wanted to say something, but saw that his mother also had a cold expression. He could only tug at Zhang Shi's sleeve. Zhang sure couldn't believe her husband wasn't helping her. She puffed out her cheeks in anger. She was stirring up trouble? Which eye of hers saw her doing that? Does Zhang sure even understand what stirring up trouble means? Xiaozhen rolled her eyes inwardly, looking at the bought rotten fish and fatty meat, and thinking about how all the expenses for 10 days were gone. Han's mother clenched and loosened her hands that rested by her legs. After a moment, she said, "From now on, Ahui should handle buying and washing vegetables." "Mother, Ahui is pregnant. If it weren't for her fainting that day, we wouldn't have known." The doctor also said that the first 3 months are the most dangerous, and she shouldn't do heavy work, Han's eldest brother quickly explained. "I understand," Han's mother nodded. "But buying and washing vegetables are small matters. Hui just needs to pay more attention in her daily life." Seeing her mother say this, Han's eldest brother couldn't say anything more. Her husband couldn't persuade his mother, so Lu Shi bit her lip and had to agree, but she cast a somewhat resentful look at Xiaozhen. At this moment, Han's mother looked at Zhang Shi. Mrs. Zhang saw Han's mother suddenly looking at her. She quickly tugged at her husband's sleeve. Han's second brother asked Han's mother, "Mother, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. Your wife just came in. Normally, I would take her to meet our relatives in the village, but I am quite tired, and anyway, they'll get to know each other over time." Han's mother looked at Mrs. Zhang and smiled softly. "For now, you can go shopping with your eldest sister-in-law and learn how to pick vegetables." "Mother, I already said I don't like doing these chores, and I don't wanna." "I'll give you some money," Mrs. Zhang said, pulling a small bag of silver from her and handing it to Han's mother. Lu looked at the silver bag in Han's mother's hand, feeling uncomfortable inside. Who would want to do so much housework? If she had money, she would also want to hand her money bag directly to her mother-in-law. But even if she didn't have money, just because Mrs. Zhang took out money didn't mean she had to do her share of the chores, right? Xiaozhen saw Mrs. Zhang put the money bag into Han's mother's hand. The expressions of the Han family members varied greatly, very colorful. "Ziran," Han's mother looked at her second son. "Han Ziran, why don't you tell your wife?" "Why should my husband tell me?" Before Han Ziran could speak, Mrs. Zhang looked at Han's mother with confusion. "Yesterday, my husband promised me not to do housework. Also, when I married in, my father said I could live comfortably." Second sister-in-law has always been known for her kindness outside. Han's eldest brother frowned. "But now, she seems different from what we've heard." "Really?" Mrs. Zhang thought for a moment and said, "Maybe my father deliberately let people say that." Xiaozhen. So direct. Although she really disliked Mrs. Zhang in her past life, seeing her with a different mood, she suddenly thought she was quite straightforward.
"What?"
Han's eldest brother couldn't believe what he heard. Lu also looked at her in surprise. Han's father, Han Ziran, and Han's mother all looked at her with shock. "Anyway, I really don't want to do housework. My hands will become ugly if I do chores," Mrs. Zhang said, stretching out her hands for Han Ziran to see. Mrs. Zhang did have very pretty hands, white and tender, clearly not used for rough work. Han Ziran initially didn't react when his wife said, "That was probably my dad intentionally letting people say that," but when he saw her smooth, tender hands, he was drawn to them. The women he knew growing up all had rough hands with bumps, but his wife's hands felt like silk to the touch.
"What do you mean by that?"
Han's mother frowned. "What do you mean your dad deliberately let people say that?" "My dad said that a girl's reputation is very important, so he hired some people to praise me everywhere," Zhang said naturally, as if she didn't notice anything unusual. Han's mother staggered, but Han's father caught her in time. "Second brother's wife is joking," Lu said nearby. "No, she wasn't joking. Zhang can confirm that." Xiaozhen thought to herself that at first, Zhang seemed straightforward, but after getting to know her better, she found her to be very selfish. Still, her behavior today made her quite happy. After all, she also had many complaints about the Han family. So, seeing Han's mother so upset, she felt a little pleased. "I'm not joking, but that's not the main point. The main point is, I don't want to do housework," Zhang repeated. "I'm a bit tired and want to go back to rest," Han's mother said, her face turning pale and more exhausted. After putting the money bag back into Zhang's hand, she said to Han's father. Han's father hurried to support her as she tried to leave the kitchen, but Zhang said, "Mother, did you hear what I said? Don't ignore my words."
I really dislike that.
Everyone looked at Zhang again. Han's second brother tugged at Zhang's sleeve. "Just stop talking." "No, I need to clarify, so there are no misunderstandings in the future." Before Zhang finished, Han's mother coldly said, "What do you think this place is? Can money solve everything?" Han's mother's face was colder than ever, making Zhang momentarily stunned. "You married into the Han family, so you are part of it. I don't care how you lived at your parents' house. Once you enter the Han family, you must follow our rules. Everyone has chores to do, and money can't fix that. Do you understand?" Han's mother spoke with restraint, losing her usual calm. Zhang looked unwilling. "Then should I call my maid to do my chores? Did you not understand what I said? All housework must be done personally. I have money and a maidservant. Why must I do everything myself? Why am I punishing myself so much?" Zhang's voice also grew louder. Second brother Han saw his wife and mother about to argue, so he quickly pulled her away. "Why are you talking to your mother like that? If she asks you to do something, just do it." Zhang shook off second brother Han's hand and said angrily, "You won't help me. I've only been married to the Han family for a few days, and you're already bullying me. You're my husband, but you're also bullying me." "I didn't," Han's second brother hurriedly said.
Fine.
"From now on, you'll do all the work my mother asks for." "Okay," Han's second brother agreed immediately. Xiao watched Han's mother's reaction. Seeing her face turn pale, she no longer held back her anger. "This is ridiculous. Men have their own work. Hunting in the mountains, protecting the fields. These are what men are supposed to do. Why are you making the women do these chores and leaving it to your husband? What will outsiders think of our Han family?" "Then, let my husband do it quietly," Zhang suggested after thinking. Han's mother's face darkened from pale to grim. She stared at her second son until he lowered his head, then said, "If you tell your wife what she should do, and I find out you helped her, don't ever call me mother again." She angrily left the kitchen without even letting Han Laodai help her. Han Laodai looked at Zhang and sighed, then left. After Liu and Han's eldest brother left the kitchen, Han's eldest brother saw his wife looking upset and said, "Really? Everyone is so hard to deal with. Ah Hui, you're the best. Since you married in, you've helped share the household chores." Liu forced a smile. "But I never expected that my second sister-in-law's personality would be like this. We've been fooled by rumors outside about the Han family. But she's married now. What can we do? Mother must be furious." Thinking this, Han's eldest brother felt his wife was noble. Suddenly, Liu asked, "Will my husband help me share the chores?" Han's eldest brother was surprised.
What are you talking about?
"Didn't you see how mother looked when your second sister-in-law said that? You can't say things like that again. Are you going to help or not?" Liu seemed quite persistent. "Don't overthink it. Go rest now. If there's anything, let third sister-in-law handle it. I'm going to work." He then went to the firewood shed to get a. When he returned and saw his wife still standing at the door lost in thought, he said, "Ah Hui, go comfort mother. Don't let her get too upset, okay?" Then he left through the door. Watching her husband's figure disappear at the door, Mrs. Liu felt her mind was a bit confused, as if she was thinking about something but couldn't figure it out. At this moment, a sudden sound of something crashing was heard from Mrs. Han's room, as if something had been dropped on the ground. Mrs. Liu was slightly surprised. As she approached Mrs. Han's door, she heard her father-in-law's gentle voice. "Don't break it if it breaks. You'll have to buy a new one. I know you're upset, but what can we do? We've already married." Mrs. Han was actually throwing things? Mrs. Liu was shocked. She had known her mother-in-law since she was a child. Her mother-in-law was usually gentle and only looked cold when angry, but she had never seen her throw things before. Although she hadn't said much earlier, it seemed that Mrs. Zhang's matter had made her so angry she couldn't control herself. Yes, she had thought that her second uncle's son would marry a kind wife, but unexpectedly. At this moment, In the kitchen, Xiao was washing dishes while watching Han's second brother comfort Mrs.
Zhang.
Han's second brother always liked Mrs. Zhang very much. She was beautiful and lively, recently married, and the excitement hadn't faded. Although he wasn't good at comforting others, he had been doing so for nearly half an hour without showing impatience. But Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. She thought it was too much. After quickly finishing washing the dishes and preparing to leave, she saw Mrs. Zhang suddenly stand up and point at her. It's all her fault. If she hadn't bought the wrong thing, how would your family talk about me? Han's second brother also looked at Xiao with some complaint. His complaint wasn't because Xiao bought the wrong thing, but because he was exhausted trying to comfort his wife for half an hour. If it happened again, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Hey, are you doing this on purpose? No, you definitely bought the wrong thing on purpose, Mrs. Zhang said firmly.
Yes.
I did it on purpose, Xiao said with her arms crossed, looking at her. You, husband, see? I told you she did it on purpose. Mrs. Zhang hurriedly pulled Han's second brother's hand. You scold her. Stop arguing, Heart Moon. Third sister-in-law isn't good at buying these things. In the past, it was always the eldest sister-in-law who bought them. Third sister-in-law doesn't know these things. Not only the family, but everyone in the village knows this, Han's second brother said helplessly. Seeing her husband not supporting her, Mrs. Zhang was angry. She rushed in front of Xiao and said, Xiao, before I married in, I heard you seduced the third brother to marry you. People say your family is not good. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. I really think you're so malicious. Why do these people always like to talk about the character of the Xiao family, no matter what she does? What does it mean to have a malicious mind? Xiao Zhenxin's anger also rose, but if she kept arguing about Zhang's words, the argument might go off track. It would only make things worse. She took a deep breath and said calmly, I will do what I am responsible for, and I won't slack off. Things I shouldn't do, I won't take on either. I can help for a few days, but you can't take my willingness to share your burdens for granted. Also, money is good, but I value my strength even more. That sounds so nice. I just got married 2 days ago, but I see that my mother-in-law isn't very kind to you. Take yesterday, for example. When I told her I wouldn't do housework, she even supported me and let you do all the chores, Zhang proudly said. Yes, that's right. So today, Aunt Han realized her judgment yesterday was wrong and corrected it.
You
have the nerve. You should tell your mother-in-law that. You're so timid in front of her. Xiao Zhenxin nodded happily and admitted, I'm a child who respects elders. You're saying even more nice things, Zhang sneered. Xiao Zhenxin shrugged, not caring whether she believed it or not. Now, Han Ziran treats her very well. Even without the relationship with Han Ziran, she wouldn't argue with others over small matters. After going through 2 lives, her mind has opened up. Right and wrong are just things to laugh off, as long as they don't involve principles or bottom lines. Otherwise, she would only hurt herself. Seeing Xiao Zhenxin ignore her, Zhang's anger grew. Xiao Zhenxin, you're really annoying. Xiao Zhenxin didn't bother to give her a glance and directly left the kitchen. Just as she stepped out, she heard a loud crash from inside. The table was overturned. The teapot on the table sounded like it was smashed to pieces. The noise was so loud that Mother Han and Lu came out to see Xiao Zhenxin standing outside the kitchen. What's going on? Mother Han asked. It seems like the second sister-in-law overturned the table, Xiao Zhenxin honestly reported. She overturned it? Lu gasped and looked at her mother-in-law. Sure enough, her face was dark. Since she married in, she hadn't dared to do anything like overturning a table or even raising her voice. At this moment, Zhang rushed out angrily and stormed into her own new room. Second brother from the Han family chased out and, upon seeing his mother, hesitated, unsure of what to say. He stood there for a moment before heading toward the new house. But before he took a step, Zhang sure stormed out of the room, holding a bundle and looking angry. What are you doing with that bundle? Mother Han shouted. Going back to my parents' house, Zhang Shi replied with a look of grievance. Lu Shi gasped in surprise. Xiao glanced at Mother Han, whose expression was quite intense. Your return to your parents' house is not until tomorrow. Why are you going now? Second brother Han snatched the bundle from Zhang Shi. I was wronged in your house, so I'm going back to my parents' home, Zhang Shi said, trying to take the bundle back. Mother Han was so angry she trembled before she could speak. When she did, her voice changed. What kind of person are you going back to your parents' house now? What will the villagers think? What will they think of our Han family? That's also because you forced me, Zhang Shi said sadly. Forced you? What did we force you to do? Force me to do things I don't like, Zhang Shi replied with grievance. You? Mother Han stared at Zhang Shi, then suddenly fainted.
Madame Han.
Xiao quickly stepped forward and caught her. Lu Shi and second brother Han were shocked. Neither expected Mother Han to faint from anger. They panicked until Xiao shouted, What are you all doing? Hurry and help Madame Han inside. Second brother Han hurried over to carry his mother back inside.
Why did she faint like that?
Zhang Shi muttered. Did I make her faint? If anyone should be angry, it's me. For a moment, Zhang Shi didn't dare cause trouble and just stood there, unsure of what to do. Inside, Mother Han woke up slowly after being helped onto the bed. When she saw the three people in front of her, she closed her eyes and said tiredly, Everyone, please go out. Mother, please don't be angry with Xian you, okay? Han Ziran whispered softly. Mother Han's face darkened as she looked at her second son. Mother, Xian you didn't do it on purpose. Where is she? Lu Shi hurriedly said, Don't worry, Mother. Second sister-in-law didn't go back to her parents' house. She's probably just outside. Xiao Zhen left Mother Han's room, feeling useless here anyway. Zhang Shi stood outside, facing the landlord Zhang Xiwang, watching. When Xiao Zhen came out, her face looked stiff. She wanted to ask something but couldn't speak. Looking at the sky, it was time to prepare lunch. Half a day had already been wasted. Xiao Zhen felt that these 2 days, she had only been dealing with 3 meals a day, and she still felt there wasn't enough time. When she was at home before, she only took care of going up the mountain and working in the fields. She didn't interfere in anything else. At that time, she thought her parents were old, and it was right for her to do light chores at home. The heavy and tiring work was naturally done by her. But she didn't expect that even simple household chores could be so time-consuming and exhausting. The mental effort was even more demanding than hunting. Just thinking about what to eat for 3 meals a day made her mentally tired. Is Mother okay? Seeing Xiao Zhen about to enter the kitchen, Zhang Shi quickly asked, pretending to be brave. Why don't you go in and check yourself? Seeing Zhang Shi's awkward expression, Xiao Zhen found it amusing. Zhang Shi moved her mouth, hesitating for a while before saying 2 words. No. She's your husband's mother, isn't she? Even if not, she's still an elder, Xiao Zhen said. Zhang Shi thought, in my house my parents always listen to me and spoil me. Why should I have to accommodate my in-laws after marriage? If she thought like that, Xiao Zhen felt there was nothing more to say. Sometimes, when she was angry, she also had such questions, but she knew it was childish. Living is not just for oneself, but also for others. When something happens, it's better to consider others more. That's why, when she faced difficulties, she received help from others. A world centered only on oneself doesn't exist. Even if she told Zhang Shi this simple truth now, she was afraid she wouldn't listen. Besides, why should she tell her? As long as my husband treats me well, Zhang Shi murmured again. While preparing lunch, Old Han and Big Han returned. When Old Han heard that Han Mu had fainted from anger, he glared fiercely at Han Er. During this lunch, the Han family looked very serious and no one spoke. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhang Shi took a few bites, but couldn't eat anymore. What's wrong? Han Er saw that his wife still had more than half her rice left and asked. The food is really bad, Zhang Shi replied, her tone subdued, not like earlier when she was angry. She just said, I can't eat anymore. Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly, knowing that Zhang Shi wasn't causing trouble. She herself thought the food was bad. Looking around, the Han family hadn't eaten much, and Mother Han hadn't even touched her chopsticks. At least you have to fill your stomach, Han said, putting a piece of meat into Zhang Shi's bowl, even though he also thought it was bad. At this moment, old Han suddenly coughed heavily. Everyone looked over and saw Mr. Han signaling to his second son with a glance and a slight nod toward Mrs. Han. The second son quickly picked up a piece of meat and put it into Mrs. Han's bowl, saying, "Mother, eat this." Then, he kicked Zhang's leg under the table. Zhang was very unwilling. The second son of the Han family tugged at her sleeve, and Zhang reluctantly added a piece of meat to Mrs. Han's bowl, saying, "Mother, I don't know much.
Please don't be angry with me."
Mrs. Han's face still looked unhappy. Old Mr. Han also helped himself to some dishes, saying as he did, "Mother, the children are still young. If they do something wrong, you can teach them. But you shouldn't get so upset that it affects your health." Xiao quietly ate her food. Although the dishes were not tasty, at least she cooked them herself. Plus, Zhang had already joined the family, and with her noble background, Mrs. Han was very pleased. So even if Zhang's gentle and virtuous words didn't match her personality, Mrs. Han wouldn't really make things difficult for her. Sure enough, Mrs. Han started eating and took the meat Zhang had given her. After chewing for a few moments, she swallowed it with some difficulty. Xiao, old Mr. Han, and the second son sighed in relief. Lu's face was very complicated, as if lost in thought. Big brother Han just looked at the food, thinking that since he would need to do some physical work later, even if the dishes were bad, he should still eat some. Then Mrs. Han said, "From now on, I and Ahui and you will do the shopping and cooking." Zhang opened her mouth to object, but was stopped by the second son under the table. Lu wanted to speak, but usually wouldn't argue in front of Mrs. Han. Besides, the dishes cooked by her third sister-in-law were really too bad. Okay, Xiao nodded, feeling pleased inside. She had already expected this result. The Han family was used to eating the refined dishes cooked by Mrs. Han and Lu. She didn't need to do anything. In a few days, they would naturally take back the chores they had been doing. However, she didn't expect to be unable to endure it after just one day. She hadn't thought it would happen so quickly. Xiao had to admit that she also hoped to taste Mrs. Han's cooking. The food she made herself was truly not good. At this moment, Zhang pushed away her husband's hand that was holding her under the table, stood up quickly, and was about to say something to Mother Han. However, when she saw her husband's face suddenly turn unpleasant, she hesitated. Feeling uncomfortable inside, she noticed Xiao calmly eating her meal nearby. She changed her mind and said to Mother Han, "Mother, third sister-in-law has spent all the money on food. The fish and meat she bought are of poor quality. Shouldn't she repay some of the money?" Xiao looked at Zhang. "Repay what? We're all family. It's only a small amount of silver," old Han dad said rarely. "Brothers should settle accounts honestly, right?" Zhang snorted. Old Han dad was about to speak, but Mother Han's cold gaze had already shifted toward him. He immediately closed his mouth. Seeing that Mother Han, Lu, Han's eldest brother, and her husband didn't say anything, Zhang raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao.
"What?
Third sister-in-law wants to avoid paying?" Xiao put down her chopsticks, looked at the Han family members, and noticed that except for old Han dad, no one wanted to speak up for her. Even Han's second brother, who usually got along well with her, was just lowering his head now. "No, I won't avoid it. It's 10 coins in total. I will pay it later," Xiao said coldly. Fortunately, she had some private savings. Otherwise, a single coin can kill a hero. Before her words finished, a colder voice came from the door. "I'll pay for my wife's money."
Ziran?
Mother Han exclaimed happily. The person entering was Han Ziran, who looked as cold as jade but also gentle and warm. He stood at the door, coolly looking at everyone inside. Why did Han Ziran come back now? Xiao was slightly surprised. "Third brother, why did you come back suddenly at this time?" Han's eldest brother asked. "I'm here to get some things," Han Ziran replied and walked in. His gaze fell on Xiao, who was staring at him blankly. Why was her reaction like this now that he was back? She should at least look a bit happier. "Just ask someone to bring what you need. I will arrange for your father to take it," Mother Han said. Seeing her youngest son, who rarely came back, keep looking at Xiao with displeasure. She was unhappy. Usually, when the children returned home, the first person to look at was her, the mother. "Mother, I want to say a few words to my wife," Han Ziran said. Without waiting for Mother Han to speak, he pulled Xiao, who seemed to be lost in thought, and they left the room. "Third brother, what's wrong?" Usually, when he comes back, he first greets his parents, Lu said to her husband. Zhang added, "Sister-in-law means that in third brother's heart, she is more important than his mother-in-law?" I didn't mean that," Lu Shi quickly said, glancing secretly at Hanmu, noticing her face was very grim and feeling annoyed that she had spoken out of turn. Zhang Shi raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly less upset inside. As for Xiao, who was pulled out by Han Ziran, she was quite surprised to see him earlier. Although her life now is different from the previous one, she kept telling herself not to think about the past. Still, when she saw Han Ziran, she instinctively wondered if he had returned home at this time in her previous life. The answer was no. "Why did you come back?" Xiao asked curiously. "I missed you." Unlike earlier when he was cold, Han Ziran's eyes now had a hint of warmth. Xiao slightly opened her lips.
"Huh?
"And you? Do you miss me?"
Huh?
"Are you unhappy to see me back?"
Happy."
Of course she was happy, but it was a bit sudden. "Then do you miss me?"
Han Ziran lugte her expectantly.
"You've only been away for 3 days, Xiao said, stating a fact. Also, in the past, Han Ziran would never ask such a blunt question. He was always very restrained. In her previous life, she thought such questions were quite foolish. "It's not about time, it's about here." Han Ziran touched his chest. "Do you miss me?" Xiao shook her head.
"No."
Han Ziran's face showed an unmistakable disappointment. Seeing his childish expression, Xiao couldn't help but laugh. His openly emotional look was quite adorable. Though she was still getting used to it, she really liked this side of him. After thinking for a moment, Xiao said, "Actually, I sometimes miss you too." Han Ziran's dark eyes sparkled like stars. "Really? Really?" Han Ziran felt satisfied. "What do you do every day?" He had many things to do, but even if he told her, she wouldn't be able to share the burden. "Why did you come back suddenly?" he asked instead of answering her question. "Your second sister-in-law wants you to repay some money?" "You haven't answered my question yet. You first answer mine." Xiao was silent, then explained the whole story. When Han Ziran heard half of it, he frowned. "Can't you fight back? What's the point? If your mother fainted because of me, what then?" "She's your mother," he said. As long as Han Ziran continued to treat her well, a little teasing didn't matter much. Han Ziran suddenly fell silent. "Don't be like that. Do you think it's easy for me to have such a big heart? I don't know why they are being so excessive and making you feel wronged," Han Ziran said sadly. Xiao smiled and said, "It's not that long ago that I was being overly sweet. Now it's already resolved." Seeing Xiao relaxed look, Han Ziran felt even more upset. "I feel especially useless in front of my wife." Xiao exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Han Ziran was momentarily stunned and was startled by Xiao's loud shout. Why did his wife look so unconvinced? At 27, he had become a high-ranking official, and at 17, he was a top scholar, an extraordinary genius. Yet, he was telling her he felt useless. Xiao thought Han Ziran was too modest this time. "Does my wife think I am useful?" Of course. Who else in this world became a scholar at 17 and was so appreciated by the emperor? "Among all the people around me, you are the only one. In others' eyes, you are like a shining star in the sky, distant and unreachable," Xiao said sincerely. Xiao probably didn't realize her face was glowing as she said this. Han Ziran was surprised to realize that he was such an important presence in Xiao's heart. Remembering her previous rejection and coldness towards him, Han Ziran felt uncertain again. "Am I also an unreachable star in your heart?" Seeing Han Ziran looking at her with hope, Xiao initially wanted to tease him but thought of her past life, her longing for him, her deep love, her anger and resentment. Until her death, she looked at the starry sky. thinking of Han Ziran as one of those stars, beautiful but out of reach. She gazed at those stars until she died. Now, looking back, she couldn't bear to look directly. Yes. But now, I only want to pick those stars I can reach. Han Ziran suddenly took her hand. Look, I've taken this star of mine, and now you have to be responsible for it. Xiao. Enough of this, back to the main topic. Why did you suddenly come back? To get some clothes. I'm heading to the capital, Han Ziran said with a smile. The capital? Isn't it still more than a month before I go? Why so much earlier? The current Grand Scholar appreciates me and has accepted me as a disciple. He hopes I can go to the capital early to study with the young scholars there and prepare for the imperial exams. Han Ziran smiled faintly, with a confident but slightly hidden sense of pride. The young man under the sunlight was as handsome as a painting. Han Ziran's beauty didn't make people want to get close. There was a natural coolness about him. At 17 years old, having such achievements should be proud and confident, and perhaps a bit flamboyant. Who says otherwise? It's just that Han Ziran has hidden it very well. The word confident always feels a bit uncomfortable to use, but on Han Ziran, combined with his cool demeanor, it becomes a sense of calm steadiness. Then go get ready quickly, Xiao said. No need, I actually don't lack clothes. Xiao looked at him in confusion. You just said you wanted to take some clothes? Why do you say now that you don't need any? Han Ziran's ears suddenly turned red, but he replied calmly, I just wanted to see you before coming to the capital, so I told my teacher I needed to bring some clothes from home. Seeing Han Ziran's shy but awkward expression, yet pretending to be indifferent, Xiao felt warm inside. Was he coming back just to see her? Do you really want to see me that much?
Han Ziran nodded.
Although we've been married for a few months, we haven't spent many days together. If I don't come back often, will you forget me? Are you worried I'll forget you?
Han Ziran nodded again. How could that be?
We are married, and the marriage certificate is still kept by the officials. It's like a birthmark. No matter where she goes, it's imprinted on her. But this marriage certificate doesn't really mean much to her. I always feel like this marriage certificate doesn't mean much to you, Han Ziran suddenly said. Xiao was surprised. Han Ziran actually said what she was thinking. She hurriedly replied, of course it does. How did he know what she was thinking right now? What about the matching lock I gave you? Han Ziran looked at Xiao's waist, where she wasn't wearing the matching lock, and said with some dissatisfaction, It's here. Xiao took out the natural stone matching lock from around her neck. It's too troublesome to carry around, so I just wear it on my neck. She also took out the jade piece Han Ziran had given her earlier, which she was wearing around her neck. You're wearing two on your neck? Xiao nodded. When the weather gets hot, I'll put the matching lock back on my waist. Although it looked a bit odd, seeing Han Ziran happy, Xiao felt that wearing it this way seemed to satisfy him. Later, I'll give you something better, Han Ziran said seriously. I don't care about those things, Xiao replied. This was the second time Han Ziran had said that to her. She remembered it clearly because both times his eyes were very serious. So serious, it seemed like he was driven by some strong determination. If I become the top student in high school, I will definitely come back to take you to live in the capital, Han Ziran said. Xiao was momentarily stunned, looking at Han Ziran's seemingly serious and vow-like expression. She was confused. What was going on with him being so earnest? You have to believe me. You are my wife, the only woman in my life. I will never let you down, Han Ziran hurriedly said, grabbing Xiao's hand when she didn't respond. What's wrong with you? Xiao wanted to smile cheerfully, but seeing his serious look, she couldn't. Over these days, although she tried to forget her past, the closer the day Han Ziran would go to the capital, the more worried she became. She wondered if his fate would follow the same path as in her previous life. But she never showed her worries or told anyone. Why does Han Ziran's words today seem to confirm what she was thinking? She pulled her hand away from Han Ziran's grip and took a step back, looking at him with doubt. Why are you looking at me like that? Han Ziran looked away, feeling nervous inside. It's nothing. It's getting late. Aren't you leaving? Xiao said. just then hearing her mother calling from the front yard. She quickly said, "Let's go." When Han's mother arrived, Han Ziran and Xiao couldn't talk much. She didn't listen to her mother's advice to Han Ziran and just waited outside for her father to come. From Han Ziran's words, it seemed her father had brought him back earlier, but he had gone home on some matter and would come back later. While Xiao was pondering Han Ziran's strange behavior today, Uncle Xiao arrived with a cart pulled by oxen. "Father." Old Xiao happily shoved a package into Xiao's arms. "Your mother asked the county doctor to get this. I heard it works well." Xiao sniffed and found it was herbal medicine. "I'm healthy. Why do I need medicine?" "Yes, there's no rush. Han's son-in-law doesn't come home often. Having children can wait until later," Uncle Xiao muttered. Xiao thought, "I've really lost my mother," and quickly changed the subject. "Father, how is the ox cart business lately?" Talking about business, Uncle Xiao didn't seem as happy as before and said angrily, "The ox carts at Lake Ridge Entrance Village were bought for nothing. Last month, Chun Bao, that kid, still managed to pay most of the money, but this month he didn't pay at all." Chun Bao is Aunt Feng's son, the cousin who works as Zhao's family's carriage driver. Xiao had already expected this and asked, "What did your mother say?" "Your mother was so angry with him that a few days ago, she even went to your aunt's house, but she didn't want her grandmother to be there. When I think about this, I remember what your daughter said that day, and I feel a bit guilty as I look at Xiao." Xiao seems fine and says, "Dad, after you go home, tell Mom to buy a few more cows so we can match them with the remaining big villages in our county for the wagons." "Buy more cows? We already have 5 wagons now," Xiao worries. "If we get too many wagons, we won't be able to manage. What if everyone is like Chun Bao?" "I've already prepared for this," Xiao replies. "We need to hire some people." "Hire people?" Xiao nods. Chun Bao does this because he is both the driver and the cashier. If we add a cashier to each wagon, the problem can be solved. Add another cashier? But that means paying them money. For now, that's the only way. Compared to losing a month's income, this small expense is worth it. Xiao thinks for a moment, then nods. Weighing the pros and cons, his daughter's plan seems more reassuring. At this moment, Han Ziran comes out with his family. Xiao says, "Dad, just tell Mom what I said honestly. Don't worry about anything else. I will handle it." Xiao nods. As long as Xiao has made a decision, he will support it. Meanwhile, Han's mother is holding Han Ziran's hand, repeatedly urging him, while the Han family surrounds her, talking about health and safety. Xiao can't join in or get close to the crowd, so he talks with his father. Suddenly, Han Ziran walks over, pulls Xiao and faces Han's family. He says to his mother, "Mom, please remove all the beds from my study. Just put the clothes and bedding in your room."
"What?"
Han's mother is stunned at first, then her face darkens as she understands what Han Ziran means. Xiao is also confused. Why put those things in her room?
"What are you talking about?"
Han's mother asks coldly. "Son, I am not joking. Xiao is my legally married wife. Isn't that normal?"
Han Ziran replies.
"Do you forget what I said on our wedding day?" Han's mother says angrily. "I remember." Han Ziran looks straight at his mother, with determination in his eyes. "If I pass the exam and get top honors, I hope you will do this. If I don't, then everything will be as you say." Mrs. Han looked at her young son, whom she had loved since he was a child, and was so angry she couldn't speak. No one else in the Han family dared to step forward to comfort him. Mrs. Zhang was curious. "So Han's third brother and Xiao sleep in separate rooms?" "Oh my, it seems Xiao is not well liked in the Han family." Uncle Xiao was not surprised by Mrs. Zhang's reaction. Wasn't it strange that his daughter hadn't shared a room with her husband yet? They had been married for several months. He walked over to Han Ziran and asked in disbelief, "Ziran, what you just said, is it really true?" Han Ziran nodded and replied, "Please rest assured, father-in-law. When I return to the capital, I will definitely come to apologize." Since the son-in-law had spoken, Uncle Xiao had nothing more to say, but he felt deep sympathy for his daughter. After a moment of confusion, Xiao felt warmth in her heart. Han Ziran had been very kind to her in this life, but today's kindness made her suspicious. Her heart felt both at ease and uneasy, so different from her previous life. What could have caused the normally cold person to suddenly become so kind? Was it because she was beautiful? So Han Ziran fell for her?
No, no.
Falling in love over time?
No, no.
They had only known each other for a few days. Did she do rough work?
No, no.
She couldn't even convince herself of that reason. Until Han Ziran left, Xiao couldn't figure out why. Later, she decided not to think about it anymore. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will go naturally. What's meant to come will come, and she couldn't avoid it. With this thought, Xiao continued to do whatever she needed for the next 2 months. Of course, Mrs. Han grew more and more displeased with Xiao. But there was no point criticizing her. Mrs. Han, proud and aloof, wouldn't mistreat her daughter-in-law like other mothers-in-law. She wouldn't even act out or force her. At most, she just gave cold looks. With the income from the ox cart, Xiao no longer had to ask Mrs. Han for clothes and food, unlike in her previous life, which saved her a lot of trouble. After settling the Han family's household affairs, Xiao spent more time helping her family run the ox cart business. She had never done business before, so at first everything was difficult. Things went wrong here and there. But these flaws helped her develop many new systems. At the same time, news spread that Xiao was hiring a cashier for the ox cart business. Soon, it caused a stir in the 3 nearby large villages. Although the salary was much lower than that of a coachman, it didn't require physical labor, just sitting and collecting money every day. Many women wanted to apply. Xiao worked hard all day and returned to the Han family late in the evening. Recently, she has done what she needed to do. Mother Han did not make things difficult for her. Usually, the Han family's lights were already off, but this time, she saw the stove room still lit. Xiao didn't pay much attention and washed her face and hands with well water. Just as she was about to take off her shoes and clean the mud from the soles, the door to the stove room opened. Han father, Han mother, eldest brother, second brother, Lu Shi, and Zhang Shi all came out of the stove room. Xiao quickly put on her shoes, looking at them with a confused expression. "Come in," Han mother said coldly to Xiao, then went into the stove room. "What's going on?" Xiao wondered silently. After entering, the whole family sat around a square table, all looking at her. "Did something happen?" Xiao asked quickly. "Sister-in-law, it's because of your matter that mother is upset," Lu Shi whispered beside her. "My matter?" Xiao looked puzzled. "What about my matter?" Hearing Han mother say, "Xiao, our Han family has always been a family of rules. Since you married into the Han family, what your parents do is no longer your concern. Before, your mother was busy, so I turned a blind eye and let you help. But now, what's going on? I heard people say that the ox cart from your family is actually managed by you?" At first, the Han family members didn't believe what Han mother said, but after hearing more from villagers, they had to believe it. For a moment, Lu Shi and Zhang Shi considered that if Xiao could still be the head of the household in the Xiao family, then all the money earned would be in her hands. They heard that Xiao family's ox cart was very profitable. Han eldest brother and Han father looked serious. They believed that since Xiao married into the Han family, she should follow proper womanly conduct and do her duties. How could she act like a man and run a business? Moreover, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants have always been looked down upon. Xiao wondered how to respond to this. She knew there were many rumors about her in the village. Sometimes she felt helpless. She did her part, so why should others interfere? But some people, watching her have a good life, feel uncomfortable and want to cause trouble just to be satisfied. I only helped my parents a little, but my parents only have me as their daughter. It's not wrong to say I'm the head of the household. Xiao thought for a moment and spoke honestly. Does our Han family lack food or clothing? Do we need you to go out and show yourself like this? Han mother looked at Xiao coldly. Moreover, since you married into the Han family, you are part of the Han family. Even if your parents are over there, I won't allow you to help them with such things. At this moment, Lu gently said, "Third sister-in-law, you keep making mom angry. Since we women are married, we should stay at home to take care of the family and be respectful to our elders. How can we keep running back to our parents' house every day? Exactly, Zhang agreed, but her eyes showed a hint of schadenfreude. My family is in the same village, so close. If I don't help out, can I still be considered a daughter? Xiao said. Besides, I haven't neglected Han's affairs. I've finished everything I need to do before coming here. From now on, you are not allowed to help your family make carts. Han's mother suddenly stood up, glaring coldly at Xiao. I can't do that. My parents are running a proper business. Besides them, there is no one else. I naturally have to support them, Xiao replied. Say that again? Han's mother asked sharply. I can't do that. I must help my parents grow the cart business and make it bigger. Xiao looked directly into Han's mother's increasingly cold and disgusted eyes, her expression calm and serious. Xiao, do you really think that with Ziran backing you, I won't dare to do anything to you? Han's mother said angrily, her voice losing its usual gentle tone. Madam Han, I am not saying this because of Ziran. What my parents are doing is something I want to do myself. No one can stop me, Xiao replied firmly. Third sister-in-law, you are now part of the Han family. Before doing anything, you should think of your husband's family first. Running back to your parents' house all the time and helping with their business. What do outsiders say about this? Han's eldest brother said. Third sister-in-law, what makes Mom so angry isn't just that. The second brother, who had been silent, said helplessly, it's also because people say that your family relies on Ziran being a scholar and favored by the emperor, monopolizing roads in several large villages. This has caused the people who used to run cart businesses to stop doing so. And the driver of the cart at Hyukunku, who is said to be your cousin, is charging others extra money, taking advantage of his connections. Many people are angry but dare not speak out. What do you mean by charging others extra? Xiao Zhen's heart sank. How could she not know about this? Don't you know? Han's eldest brother said angrily, isn't that Qinbao your second aunt's son? He took money for the carts, but didn't give the proper change. When people mentioned it, they directly mentioned Ziran's name and said they should just go to Ziran to ask for their money. Xiao Zhen truly didn't know about this. She frowned. I heard that Qinbao even led people to beat someone who was originally running a cart business. Liu Shi also said nearby, that person wants to complain, but Qinbao said her cousin-in-law is a scholar and has a good relationship with the officials. Her cousin-in-law is Ziran, isn't he? She didn't know about this matter. Not only did she not know, she had never even heard anyone mention it. Xiao really felt her heart sinking little by little. Seeing everyone from the Han family looking at her, she hurriedly said, I will handle it. Handle it? How can you, a woman, handle such a thing? Since Xiao married in, Mother Han's mood has never been good. She is uneducated and short-sighted. She never thought about what she could bring to the Han family. As long as she didn't cause trouble or embarrass Ziran, that was enough. But she didn't expect that after Ziran passed the imperial exam and became a scholar, this woman started causing trouble. Madam Han, before Ziran was accepted as a scholar, my family planned to start a cart business. We never relied on Ziran's reputation to get by, Xiao explained sincerely. Who are you fooling? Zhang suddenly interrupted. People say that your Xiao family was very poor before. You only farmed and hunted on the mountain to make a living. That was enough to keep your family fed. But after you married the third brother, you suddenly started a cart business, and life improved quickly. Anyone with eyes can see that this idea was inspired by the fact that the third brother became a scholar and was favored by the emperor. You wanted to profit from his fame. Making money is one thing, but now your little brother-in-law's reputation has been ruined by your Xiao family. Third sister-in-law, is this really true? Old Father Han asked. No matter whether everyone believes it or not, I, Xiao Zhen, never thought of using Ziran's reputation to do business, nor did I want to ruin his reputation, Xiao said sincerely. Now, it's not about whether our family believes it or not. Anyway, your family and your cousin have done this. Outsiders think that the Xiao family is bold because of Ziran's connection, and after these incidents, people are talking behind our backs about Ziran and our Han family. Han's second brother didn't blame Xiao Zhen, He found this matter troublesome. He disliked trouble the most. What do you think should be done? What else can we do? Zhang sneered. Just tell the Xiao family not to do the cart business. Xiaozhen looked at Zhang coldly, but Mother Han said, to avoid affecting Ziran's reputation, Xiaozhen, if you truly care about Ziran, go and persuade your parents not to do the cart business.
I can't do that.
Xiaozhen's voice remained calm. I do the ox cart business to provide for my parents' future. Even if Ziran doesn't pass the imperial exam, I will still do this. Are you still arguing? The facts are clear. Since Ziran became a scholar, your Xiao family has changed. If it weren't for Ziran's reputation, why didn't you do the ox cart business before? Faced with Xiaozhen's attitude, Mother Han felt increasingly annoyed. Xiaozhen, your family's actions are damaging Ziran's reputation. If you keep doing the ox cart business, I will make Ziran divorce you. When she said this, everyone in the Han family looked at Mother Han in shock. Lu usually didn't have many disagreements with Xiaozhen. Although Xiaozhen sometimes annoyed her, she never thought about making Xiaozhen leave the Han family. After all, being divorced is a lifelong matter for a woman. Thinking of this, Lu quickly said to Mother Han, Mother, calm down. Child, it's not that serious. Don't say such hurtful words. Old man Han also said nearby. Look, you've scared the children. Second brother, Han also felt regret for saying so much. He hadn't even considered driving his sister-in-law out, let alone divorce her. But his sister-in-law was good in every way, just too stubborn. Zhang raised her eyebrows, clearly convinced that her mother-in-law disliked her sister-in-law, who was even older than her. Otherwise, how could she be so angry about the idea of divorce? Xiaozhen was not frightened. She was just stunned that Mother Han would say such a thing as divorce. She always thought Mother Han was a person who cared about face, so in the previous life, she would rather be left in the countryside than ask Ziran to divorce her. Now it seemed that it wasn't that she didn't want Ziran to divorce her, but that in the previous life, she was too timid and hadn't found a reason to leave him. Thinking about how warm and caring Ziran was in this life, Xiaozhen felt a bit reluctant. But no matter what, she firmly said, even if Ziran divorces me, I will still work hard to do the ox cart business well and make it bigger. Mother Han, I told you, my business isn't based on Ziran's reputation, but on my genuine desire to do this. Everyone looked at Xiaozhen in surprise again. Third sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Divorce isn't that important, Lu exclaimed. Just like Aunt Han's hopes for Ziran, I also have my own hopes. Aunt Han wishes Ziran not to stay in the poor mountain village, hoping he will bring honor to the family and make us proud. As for me, I only wish to live a good life, and even better. I hope I can still find some money to help my parents when they are sick, and I wish I wouldn't always have to beg and pray when facing difficulties. So I must work hard to do something. Xiaozhen looked calmly at Aunt Han, whose face was turning paler. You're just a woman. Aunt Han's anger grew. Women should focus on supporting their husbands and raising children, stay obedient, and take good care of their families, not cause trouble everywhere. Yes, what you say isn't wrong. But I don't want to be a small woman who only cares about her home. I don't want to be someone who depends on a man all her life. Besides, since I'm married into the Han family, and Han hasn't treated me like that, right? What? I know I can't do much. Like Aunt Han, who is educated and polite, I once had hopes for a better life. But over the past 10 years, I got used to doing rough work. I can't handle delicate chores, and a life like Aunt Han's doesn't suit me. Moreover, deep down, Aunt Han doesn't want to teach me. You are self-aware. How could I not be? Aunt Han dislikes how I look, and she shows it on her face every day. It hurts to be disliked by my in-laws, but why should I suffer just because you all dislike me? Xiaozhen said calmly. Is it just because I'm married into the Han family? Third sister-in-law, stop talking, Han's eldest brother said quickly, seeing his mother's bad expression. Xiaozhen paused for a moment and then said, I also don't want to marry Ziran. The person I least want to marry in this life is Han Ziran. What? Han's mother sneered coldly. Xiaozhen's words left her speechless. She knew deep down that what Xiaozhen said wasn't wrong. Although it sounded disrespectful, the last sentence made her feel mocked. The least person she wants to marry is Han Ziran?
Ha.
The reason I don't want to marry Ziran is the same reason Aunt Han dislikes me. In the cave, I had a high fever and didn't know what was happening. When I woke up, my mother told me I would become Ziran's wife. Is this fate? I really want to kneel to fate. Last life, I was thrown into the Han family by my aunt. This life, I was tricked into the Han family by myself. That's easy to say. Mother Han coldly looked at Xiao and said, "But this is just your side of the story. Your aunt is also your mother. She used to visit my family often, and back then, she liked someone." Perhaps thinking of Zhang's presence, Mother Han only glanced at her second brother and did not continue. She said, "After what happened in the cave, your mother came to my house and forced Ziran to marry you. I really suspect that everything in the cave was arranged by your Xiao family. Otherwise, how could you have coincidentally entered the mountain on the day Ziran returned?"
Madame Han.
Enough. Mother Han said sharply, "Xiao, I really dislike you. No matter what you do, I dislike you. Even if it's not your fault, it's still your fault." "I understand." Xiao looked up and met Mother Han's gaze. "So, I won't stay in an environment that dislikes me. To leave this dislike, I will work hard to create my own path and live happily."
What are you talking about?
Madame Han can make me do all the dirty work, can drive me away from the Han family, or even make Ziran divorce me. These are all small matters to me, not worth worrying about. I will do what I need to do without hesitation. No one can stop me. Her words were clear and firm. Suddenly, there was a loud slap. Mother Han stepped forward and slapped Xiao. Xiao's face quickly turned red and swollen, showing the force of the slap. "Mother?" Second brother Han exclaimed. Everyone else was also surprised that Mother Han would hit Xiao. Xiao didn't expect Mother Han to hit her either. "Child's mother, what are you doing?" Old Han hurriedly pulled Mother Han back, then looked at Xiao and said anxiously, "Why are you so stubborn? Can't you just soften a little?" All right, Mother Han said with a cold smile, then her face turned stern and stared at Xiao. "Even letting Ziran divorce you is considered a small matter? Xiao, what are you? Who do you think you are to speak such disrespectful words about Ziran? My youngest son, at 16, became a scholar and is favored by the emperor. And what about you? You are just a relative using Ziran's name to run a cart business, letting relatives do as they please. And now you have the nerve to say such things to me?" Mother Han was shocked, especially by Xiao's earlier words. The Xiao she knew was ignorant, but now, Xiao's eyes shone brightly, full of courage and confidence, as if she had countless brave ideas in her heart. At the same time, she was furious and couldn't hold back her anger. Xiao was becoming more and more unreasonable, caring less and less about the Han family. She originally had no intention of marrying Ziran. She thought, to leave this unpleasant situation, I will work hard to create my own path and live happily. The more she listened, the angrier she became. Who does this woman think she is? Even when Ziran made her heart ache with anger, she never dared to scold her son. Yet, in her words, she clearly looked down on Ziran. Faced with Mother Han's anger, Xiao wanted to reply, but then she thought it was pointless. In Mother Han's eyes, she was nothing. Mother Han only cared about the Han family. Her thoughts and concerns wouldn't include her. If she truly cared, their relationship wouldn't have been like this from the start. She rubbed her sore face and sighed softly. She realized she had spoken too much earlier.
She shouldn't have said those things. The more she talked, the more mistakes she made.
I will never allow anyone to ruin Ziran's reputation, Mother Han said sternly and left. The Han family was always led by Mother Han. Once she left, the others naturally followed. Zhang Shi saw that Han's second brother hesitated, seeming to want to say something to Xiao. She glared at him and pulled him away. Suddenly, only Xiao was left in the kitchen. She looked down at the ground, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. She knew the Han family would never understand what she was doing now. Everything depended on herself. Yes, she had to act. Only by daring to do so could she, even if she couldn't escape her past fate, at least free her heart a little. Third sister-in-law. Lu Shi's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Xiaozhen turned around and saw Lu Shi coming in from outside. Big sister-in-law, how can you be so foolish? How can you talk like that to mother? Lu Shi looked at her worriedly. Mother is angry, but she has her reasons. You're now part of the Han family, so how can you still care so much about your family? Ziran is your husband, and you should focus on helping him. Xiaozhen smiled. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. Lu Shi gently said, just apologize to mother tomorrow and tell her you'll talk to your parents. Tell them to stop doing the cart business. For Ziran's reputation, I believe your parents will agree. Do you think so too, sister-in-law? Xiaozhen asked, feeling that her question might be a bit unnecessary. Of course. You don't know that the Han family has given their all for Ziran. I have been married into the Han family for 3 years and haven't even made many new clothes, all to save money for Ziran's education and success. The Han family relies heavily on Ziran. Mrs. Lu, she said, when I married in, I was also somewhat unhappy. After all, my husband's earnings mostly went to support his younger brother. But the younger brother is quite promising, and I always thought he wasn't destined for a simple life. Over time, I changed from dissatisfaction to support. When he succeeds in exams, he will naturally take more care of his older brother. Seeing Xiaozhen remain silent, Mrs. Lu thought she had convinced her and felt relieved. Third sister-in-law, I was really shocked when you spoke back to the mother-in-law just now. If she gets angry and asks Ziran to divorce you, what will you do? Xiaozhen knew that Mrs. Lu was truly worried that she wouldn't persuade her parents, but her genuine concern was clear. She just cared more about who was involved. I understand what you're thinking. If my family isn't strong enough, as women, we can only rely on our husband's family and our husbands. What's wrong with making some sacrifices? The younger brother is so talented. Even if he doesn't become top scholar this time, he will achieve great things. When he succeeds, he won't forget to take care of your parents. Xiaozhen smiled. In her previous life, she thought the same way and looked forward to Han Ziran's success, so her parents could enjoy a better life. In this life, maybe Han Ziran really can bring benefits to her and her parents. But she couldn't afford to lose again. She had lost her whole life. Whether this life is different or not, she would kill the same mistakes in the cradle. Big sister-in-law, thank you for telling me all this, Xiaozhen said after thinking. Isn't there a saying that goes, having parents is better than not, and that a husband still needs to be supported? I believe that in life, you can't always rely on others. If you want something, you have to work hard for it. But big sister-in-law, I won't burden the Han family, and I won't burden Ziran.
You can rest assured about that.
Mrs. Lu wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words. She only handed Xiaozhen a bottle of medicine to promote blood flow and reduce swelling before leaving. The next day, Xiaozhen got up early, finished her chores, and then went to her parents' house. Last time, when Xiao Shizi and Xiao Shunzi's relatives caused trouble, Xiaozhen spoke up in front of her parents, and it did help a little. But when her own family caused trouble again, Xiao Shunzi hesitated and couldn't say harsh words to her own family members. Thinking about what Big Brother Han said last night, Xiaozhen suspects that her mother might have hidden things from her out of fear of being scolded. These matters have reached the Han family, and it seems they've been known for some time. During these days, Xiaozhen has been quite busy. If she weren't busy, she would surely have noticed something. Today's weather is very nice. Xiaozhen arrived home just before her parents left, and no one was in the yard. She then went to the back ox cart shed. Since buying the ox cart, Uncle Xiao had built a small shelter behind it to make it easier to store the cart. As Xiaozhen approached the shed, she heard Aunt Zhao's voice inside. What should we do about Chen Bao? Aunt Zhao's voice was full of worry. With a Zhen's personality, she definitely won't let Chen Bao be the driver again. But he's my second sister's only son. Since our family is doing well now, don't you think we should help out some relatives? Helping relatives is right, but we shouldn't hide things from a Zhen, Uncle Xiao said. What can we do if we don't hide it? After all, they're my family. Even if they treated me badly before, blood is thicker than water. It's because they're too poor. I blame them, but now that our family is doing well and I see them struggling, my heart softens. This matter, Zhen will find out sooner or later. Have you thought about what to do then? Aunt Xiao didn't reply, and the shed suddenly became quiet. Xiaozhen closed her eyes, feeling a headache coming on. She couldn't help but massage her temples.
Zhen?
When Aunt Xiao came out of the ox shed and saw her daughter standing outside, she was startled. When did you get here? Seeing her mother's anxious look, Xiaozhen sighed tiredly.
I heard what you and Dad said.
Uncle Xiao hurriedly said, Zhen, don't blame your mother. This is something your parents should have told me from the start, Xiaozhen said, rubbing her temples hard. If they told you, you definitely wouldn't let Baozi be the driver, Aunt Xiao replied. Aunt Xiao hurriedly went forward with a smile. Second aunt sneered a few times and raised her voice, saying, Sister, Baozi said you arranged someone to handle the cash for her. What's going on? Don't you trust him? Baozi is your own nephew. Aunt Xiao smiled politely and replied, Second sister, I do trust Baozi. The person handling the cash is just because this cart has more items and it's harder to manage, so this happened. Second aunt glanced at Xiaozhen nearby, her face turning more unfriendly. Xiaozhen has also returned home? I heard the person handling the cash was your idea? She thought about how this person has been closely watching the money since he arrived just 2 days ago, and her son hasn't received any private money.
She felt angry about that.
Xiaozhen smiled calmly.
Yes.
Remove the cashier from your cousin's side. Your cousin doesn't need it, said Aunt Second Aunt, looking at Xiaozhen with disapproval. She muttered, It's true. Without family ties, there's no real affection. No, Xiaozhen replied firmly, with a gentle smile. Not possible? You have so much money, you don't know what to do with it, right? Second aunt's voice grew sharp. Baozi is your cousin, not a stranger. Having someone handle the cash around him is just guarding against thieves. What do you think Baozi is?
Huh?
Second aunt, you're overthinking, Xiaozhen said patiently. Privately, Baozi is my cousin. But with private matters, there are also public ones. Publicly, Baozi is my family's coachman. If this were a private matter, I would naturally remove the cashier out of family affection. But since it's a public matter, we must follow the rules. Otherwise, how can our Xiao family manage other coachmen? Second aunt hesitated before saying, private or public, isn't this card all your family's? It's just a matter of your word. She then lost interest in arguing and pulled Aunt Xiao aside, sharply saying, Sister, the Xiao family has always been led by you. You say the word. Should the cashier handling Baozi's money be removed or not? Aunt Xiao looked at Xiaozhen, noticing her smile had disappeared. She had no choice but to say to her second sister, I can't decide this. I have to listen to Zhen.
Why not?
You've raised her so big and given her so much dowry. She's already married out, and you still want to listen to her? Second aunt sharply said, Sister, she's not born from your own body. Are you out of your mind? Aunt Xiao's face darkened. Aunt Fong said, Little sister, you ignore your own family and help an outsider? Xiaozhen is not your biological sister and won't take care of you in old age. Instead, my precious child has always been thinking about you, little aunt. I think it's better if you adopt the treasure as your son. Who's got their head in the clouds? Aunt Xiao suddenly scolded her second sister sharply. Who's the outsider? I told you before, don't speak badly of Zhen in front of me. Zhen is my own daughter, my child. Sister, if you say a bad word about Zhen again, don't blame me for not considering our sisterly bond. Aunt Fong was stunned for a moment. Uncle Xiao was already furious and wanted to take a stick to chase her out, but his wife couldn't hold back either. She's right, sister. Xiaozhen was also startled by her mother's sudden harshness, and then felt a bit of tears welling up.
Why are you shouting at me?
I didn't say anything wrong. We are real sisters. Xiaozhen is just an outsider, Aunt Fong kept talking. Mrs. Xiao grabbed Aunt Fong's hand and pushed her toward the door. Go, go. Our Xiao family doesn't welcome you. Fong Xiangqin, how dare you drive me out? Mrs. Xiao forcefully pushed her outside the yard, closed the door, and let Aunt Fong shout outside. She wiped her tears. Mom? Xiao came over, unsure what to say, but she hugged her mother first, a sudden idea flashing in her mind. Is Mom very weak? Mrs. Xiao choked. Xiao shook her head. Mom is not weak. Mom has always been the strongest. If it weren't for you, I and Dad would have been bullied to death. Besides, you're famous in 3 villages as a fierce woman. If you were weak, how could you deserve the words fierce woman? Are you comforting me or making me angry? Mrs. Xiao pretended to be angry and glared at Xiao. Xiao hugged her mother tighter, voice trembling slightly. Mom, why am I not your biological daughter? If I were, no one could hurt us like this. Xiao said this intentionally. Sure enough, hearing her say that, Mrs. Xiao looked extremely guilty. Zhen, don't think too much. Even if you're not my biological daughter, in my heart, you are my real child. Does Mom really think so? Of course. But my relatives over there. Xiao bit her lip tightly. In my heart, Zhen, you are the most important, Mrs. Xiao quickly said. Xiao shook her head and said, I know my mother cares about me, but the people over there are also her close family. I can't ignore what happened to Brother Bao, but I also understand my mother's difficulties. Uncle Xiao angrily said, What difficulty? When our Xiao family was so poor we couldn't even afford a meal, they wouldn't even open their door. Now that we finally have some extra money, why should we help them? Even if we help out of family love, how do they treat us in return? Seeing her daughter's sad and troubled face, Aunt Xiao felt very distressed. She hadn't expected these issues to hurt her daughter. Zhen has always been a strong child. She has never seen her upset over anything. Although she hoped her family members would stay close, over the years, only her husband and Zhen have been around her. Aunt Xiao seemed to make a firm decision and said, I was foolish before. Zhen, do whatever you want, don't worry about your mother. Mother? I know. Although I am strong outside, at home I am weak. But Zhen, family is family. You can't just cut ties easily. Aunt Xiao looked sad and said, Even if they treated me that way before, I still hoped we could see each other during holidays and festivals. Xiao was silent. She knew her mother's position in her heart. When her second aunt spoke like that, she pretended to be hurt so her mother would side with her. That made handling things easier. But she only wanted to quickly solve the problem, ignoring what her mother truly thought. Yes, family bonds and blood ties are hard to break. Even if those people are unkind, as long as her mother still harbored some hope for family love, she shouldn't have done that. She realized she was being foolish. Thinking of this, Xiao said, Mom and Dad, besides Brother Bao taking our ox cart money for himself, do you know he also used Ziran's reputation to do bad things? Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao nodded sadly. Mom, as long as it's within our ability, helping family is right. But the ox cart was only because we did that business that we had the means to help them. I can't forgive Brother Bao taking our money, but what about using Ziran's reputation? Have you thought about how the Han family would see me? Aunt Zhao's face suddenly showed panic. The Han family also found out? Xiao nodded and said, Even if we don't know everything now, we can't stay in the dark forever. Then what should we do? Aunt Xiao asked anxiously. I already said that hiding things isn't the right way, Uncle Xiao added hurriedly. To protect Bao, we made things worse for Zhen. No matter how important family is, our daughter is more important. I plan to give some money to Aunt Second's family so Bao's cousin won't have to be a coach driver anymore. Xiao shared her thoughts. Aunt Xiao nodded quickly, accepting that this was the only option. Just then, Granny Liao from next door hurried in and said, Xiao, something terrible has happened. Your second sister's son is about to be beaten to death. The 3 of them were stunned. Xiao stepped forward and asked Granny Liao what happened. That Bao, he was caught having an affair with a widow from Hyukinku village. The woman's family saw them and called others from their clan. Now, they're beating him badly, Granny Liao explained. Xiao felt a sharp pain in her forehead. When they arrived at Hyukinku village, Bao was already badly beaten and barely alive. Aunt Fong, who came rushing over, saw her son's terrible condition and screamed, then fainted. Nearby, a woman wearing a white flower on her head looked pale and collapsed nearby. She was quite pretty, and must be the widow Granny Liao mentioned. She looked stunned, as if she had been frightened to the point of losing her mind. Just as Xiao Zhen called someone to take Shen Bao to the clinic, the woman suddenly rushed over and, using all her strength, yelled at the fainted Chen Bao, "You promised me you'd be the one to collect money for the ox cart. You promised me you'd be the one to collect money." Xiao Zhen was speechless. This was so upsetting to hear. At that moment, Aunt Second woke up and saw her son covered in blood. She cried loudly. Soon, people from the same village arrived and quickly carried Chen Bao to the clinic. "Throw this shameless woman into the pig cage," a woman in her 40s shouted sternly at the woman sitting on the ground. Soon after, a group of people came and took the woman away. She didn't resist at all, as if she had lost her mind. Xiao Zhen watched as the woman was dragged away. Even after she was taken far away, Xiao Zhen kept frowning and watching until Uncle Xiao called out, "Ajin, Ajin? Everyone's gone. What are you still looking at?" Xiao Zhen snapped back to her senses and realized only she and her father were left in the large space. "Where's Mother?"
she asked.
"She went to see Chen Bao. He was beaten badly. We don't know if he'll make it," Uncle Xiao said sadly. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground and the woman's figure being dragged away, Xiao Zhen softly said, "Dad, why doesn't anyone feel sorry for that widow? What's there to pity? She didn't follow proper morals herself. I heard her husband died less than half a year ago. Didn't you see the white flower she still wears on her head?" Uncle Zhao's tone was full of contempt. "What about Chen Bao? That widow was thrown into a pig cage. How can he still be alive? Chen Bao was also beaten half to death. He deserved it. Sadly, your second aunt's family only has this one child."
Sigh.
Uncle Xiao shook his head and continued, "Let's go see him quickly. I don't know how he's doing now. By the way, Ajun, I know Chen Bao did wrong, but he's like this now. Let's just forget about those things, okay? Don't mention it in front of your second aunt." Xiao Zhen nodded, "I understand." As she left, she looked back at the widow being dragged away, feeling upset inside. But she couldn't do anything about it. She was just an onlooker. Since Chen Bao was beaten half to death, she could only accept what had happened to him. What else could she do? The unresolved issues, caused by Chen Bao's dissatisfaction with her family, she had to face alone. Xiao Zhen felt a strong urge to find someone to fight. At the same time, at least Chen Bao wouldn't cause trouble anymore, and the ox cart at Lake Ridge could be replaced. That day, Aunt Xiao didn't come back, but Uncle Xiao did. He said Chen Bao needed money for medical treatment and was angry as he said, "Your second aunt said Chen Bao's accident happened while he was pulling a cart. Now we have to pay for it. It's really unfair." But even so, he still handed over the money. Xiao Zhen cursed silently. What the heck? But she couldn't do anything. If the Xiao family didn't pay, even if it wasn't their fault, who knew how others would talk about them? The matter with Chen Bao took a whole day. When Xiao Zhen returned to the Han family, it was already night. The kitchen lights were on. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she heard Han's eldest brother say, "That Chen Bao is really no good. He secretly did such things with the widow. It's really unlucky to be related to such a family." "Brother, don't say that. If the third sister-in-law hears, she'll feel bad," said Han's second brother. "What's there to feel bad about? The character of the third sister-in-law's family isn't good. I heard her mother was a notorious troublemaker. Her mother's sister's children can't be any better." The soft, gentle voice of Mrs. Zhang sounded very pleasant, but the way she spoke didn't match that voice at all. "All right, eat your food and stop talking," said second brother Han. "We're family, so just say what's important," Mrs. Zhang insisted, teasing gently, "right, Mother?" Mother Han didn't say anything, but her expression probably wasn't very happy. Xiao Zhen closed her eyes, really wishing she could leave the Han family. What if she had run away from an early age? She would probably be scolded and criticized harshly, maybe even causing her parents to be humiliated and unable to lift their heads. What if she escaped now? No, she was just overthinking. If she ran away, what would her parents do? And the newly started ox cart business, how would that be affected? What if she acted freely in the Han family, ignoring their opinions, doing whatever she wanted? But no, that wasn't her nature. She couldn't be like her mother. Besides, if she did that, would her heart truly feel at ease? So many problems to solve. How could she feel comfortable? No matter what, she wouldn't run away. After enduring so much, if she truly escaped now, it would be too cowardly. Xiaozhen took a deep breath and pushed open the kitchen door. I'm back. As the door opened, the candle in the kitchen flickered once, then went out, only to flare up again. The figures of the Han family swayed in the candlelight. You're back, old man Han nodded. Did you eat? Xiaozhen was about to nod, but Mother Han looked grim and said, I didn't cook her meal. Then just have some sweet potatoes. Old man Han took out a few hot sweet potatoes from the bamboo steamer. And some vegetables. Just make do with this today. Before old man Han finished speaking, Mother Han set down her bowl and chopsticks heavily, her face long as she left the kitchen. Old man Han wanted to stop her but couldn't, so he followed her out. Suddenly, the cheerful atmosphere in the kitchen became tense. Mother Han went into her own room after leaving the kitchen. When old man Han came in, she snapped, What are you doing? You know how much I dislike her. Are you deliberately trying to upset me? You're pushing me too far. I'm afraid you'll do something that makes Ziran divorce Xiaozhen, old man Han said helplessly. So what if I do? That kind of woman should be dismissed, Mother Han replied. No, I won't allow it. Our Han family has never been one to divorce easily. Old man Han's face suddenly became serious, and his voice grew louder. Xiaozhen has many faults, but she's still a good girl. Mrs. Han was momentarily stunned. She had been married into the Han family for over 20 years. Her husband had never been angry with her or spoken loudly to her. He had always been patient and accommodating. There had only been 2 serious moments, once when her late mother-in-law was unhappy with her, and he defended her by arguing with her. And now, all along, I followed your lead because you are gentle and forgiving. You've raised our children very well, and I thought you would teach your daughters-in-law the same. But look at you now, tell me, do you act like a proper elder? Mr. Han sighed. You know how things are with Ziran and Xiaozhen. If you keep this up, what will be the result? Mrs. Han's eyes turned red. Mother, we are old. All we want is for the next generation to be safe and happy. As parents, we must not become the cause of their unhappiness. Mrs. Han looked at her husband. I understand everything you say, but I can't do it. I've always disliked that child, not just her, but her family too. I've disliked them for many years. It's not just recent. Have you ever thought about Ziran's feelings? If Ziran also doesn't like Xiaozhen, then fine. But Ziran wasn't against marrying her. He even clearly said he wanted to have a good life with Xiaozhen in front of you and me. Hearing this, Xiaozhen couldn't stay in the kitchen any longer. She came out as Mrs. Han's room was next to the kitchen. She overheard everything Mr. Han said. She had always thought Mr. Han was a man who followed Mrs. Han's lead and had no opinions of his own, since Mrs. Han made all the decisions in the family, big or small. Also, he hadn't gone to school much. Hearing Mr. Han speak like that, Xiaozhen felt grateful. Suddenly, her gloomy mood lifted. She realized she was very easy to satisfy. Mr. Han wasn't even defending her, but she felt comforted anyway. She thought self-deprecatingly, maybe it's because I'm too kind-hearted. Anyway, the matter with Chun Bao was over. Xiao's family's ox cart business was booming. After 2 months, their ox carts almost monopolized half of Shun County. Xiao's family had over 100 full-time workers, making them well-known far and wide. I'm not sure if it was because of what old Han said that day or something else, but Xiaozhen also noticed that since that night, Han's mother's attitude toward her seemed to change a little. The change wasn't obvious, but sometimes she could clearly feel that Han's mother's gaze was less cold. Although she was still distant, this kind of coldness made Xiaozhen often think of Han Ziran. The eyes of these mother and son are sometimes too similar. When she was looked at, she even found it a bit enjoyable. Is this because she likes Han Ziran? Xiao sighed and thought she was quite silly. She was quite happy about this small change in Han's mother. Overall, if she could have a good life and live peacefully, she still wanted to be Han's wife. Xiao also started buying things from Han's family. Since cooking wasn't her strong suit, she mainly bought fabrics and the like, even pulling Liu and Zhang to go shopping for clothes. Naturally, her relationship with her sisters-in-law also eased quite a bit. On the day Han Ziran took the imperial exam in Beijing, Xiao nervously bought a dress for Han's mother, already prepared for her to coldly reject it. But she didn't reject it. She didn't even wear it. The next day, Han's mother surprisingly told her not to spend money recklessly. Although Han's mother still kept a stern face, that was the most normal thing she had said to her. Xiao finally felt that Han's mother was truly starting to change her attitude toward her. Pinching her face and feeling the pain, Xiao happily smiled foolishly. Even Han's mother was beginning to accept her, and the most unlikely person was slowly starting to accept her. Xiao began to believe that her fate was changing. That night, Xiao couldn't sleep well, feeling very complicated and a little excited. In 2 days, the results of the imperial exam in the capital would be announced. Han Ziran would be the top scorer and return home for a family visit. She even felt a bit hopeful. If it was different from her previous life, then maybe she and Han Ziran could be together forever. She would truly be the wife of the top scorer, and perhaps the future wife of the chancellor. Thinking of this, Xiao rested her hands behind her head and looked at the ceiling of her bed with a silly smile. Being the wife of the chancellor, that was such an honorable thing. Gold, silver, and jewels everywhere, maids and servants in groups, able to command the wind and rain, do as she pleased. Suddenly, Xiao slapped her face and said, "That's so."
How could I think so?
Never mind, I won't think about it. Sleep, sleep. She covered her head and fell asleep. Just as she was about to doze off, she heard some noise from the yard. The next moment, she heard someone shout, Uncle Han, your Ziran has sent a letter." Xiao quickly stood up and opened the door. He saw several soldiers standing in the yard. The man at the front calling Uncle Han was from the village, probably the one who brought the soldiers. The Han family all came out. "Has my son Ziran written to us?" Mother Han almost rushed out of the house.
Who are you?
The soldier looked about 20 years old, tall and strong. Despite being young, he didn't look like an ordinary soldier. His every move showed he was a decisive and quick person. "I am Ziran's mother." The soldier took out a well-preserved letter from his pocket and handed it to Mother Han. He smiled softly and said, "This is a letter from Han Ziran for you." "Thank you. Thank you. Why did Ziran write to me at this time? It must be good news," Mother Han said happily, talking to herself. Then she quickly said to the soldier, "I've been worried about my younger son. Sorry for the trouble. I'll go inside to read the letter." The soldier smiled and said, "No problem, madam. Please." Mother Han went inside to read the letter. Father Han hurried to greet the soldiers. Liu and Zhang quickly brought some snacks. The eldest and second brothers of the Han family led some soldiers to the kitchen. It was clear everyone was very excited, probably thinking there was good news in the letter. The soldiers were invited inside for tea. The soldier who had just delivered the letter moved slowly, observing the Han family as he entered. Soon, his gaze met Xiao, who was watching him intently. Xiao looked very excited. "You?" The soldier was curious and wanted to ask something, but felt it might be rude. He said, "I am Situcheng. I don't know this young lady." Before he finished, Han's second brother, who was preparing tea, peeked out from the kitchen and shouted to Xiao, "Third sister-in-law, the older brothers must be hungry. Please kill a chicken." "Oh, okay," Xiao replied stiffly and turned to the chicken coop. Situcheng, the son of the mighty general and Xiao's former teacher, was the future most powerful general of the Heavenly Dynasty and Ziran's best friend. It was surprising that he appeared now, delivering a letter for Ziran. What surprised her even more was his status. How could he be just running errands? She thought he must be on some important mission. In her past life, Xiaojun spent 3 years in the countryside before going to the capital to find Han Ziran. However, she had no money. Determined, she disguised herself as a man and joined the army. Although she wasn't skilled at hunting, her alertness was higher than most, which earned her the admiration of a mighty general. He personally trained her and made her a bodyguard. She often went on missions with Situ Chung. Over time, their relationship became like that of brothers. Despite his serious appearance, he was actually quite fierce. Seeing her brother from her past life, Xiaojun was very excited, but she quickly controlled her feelings. Can she really kill chickens? Situ Chung watched Xiaojun walk away. It's okay, said Han's second brother with a smile. My third sister-in-law isn't bad at anything. She's quick at killing chickens and butchering pigs. Situ Chung thought to himself. Third sister-in-law? I heard that Han Ziran is the third son of the Han family. That means she's Han Ziran's wife? I heard she's only 17 years old. Someone so highly regarded by the scholar official must be a rough woman who can kill chickens and butcher pigs. Situ Chung felt strange, but more curious about how a seemingly delicate woman could do such things. However, following her around would be impolite, so he decided not to. Meanwhile, Han's mother was excitedly reading a letter. When she opened it and saw the first line, her face suddenly looked strange. Halfway through reading, her face turned pale. After finishing, she looked worried and happy at the same time, but her joy soon took over. Ziran really scored top in the imperial exam, truly top, Han's mother whispered. My goodness, he has such achievements. It's a blessing our Han family has worked for generations to build. Her eyes welled up with tears, but she quickly wiped them away. She looked at the candle and read the letter again. That's wonderful, so wonderful. But what should I do? She started pacing around the room, thinking hard but unable to come up with a plan. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Han's father's voice came from outside. Mother, have you finished reading the letter? Come out and greet the guests. Oh, coming, Han's mother replied. She thought for a moment, then burned the letter over the candle and quickly left the room. It was late at night. Since some officials and soldiers hadn't eaten, the Han family brought out good wine and delicious food to entertain them. Xiaojun slaughtered a chicken and was tidying up the mess on the ground when she heard the cheerful laughter of Han's second son in the yard. She looked up and saw several members of the Han family gathered around Han's mother, talking and laughing happily, all with excited expressions on their faces. It was obvious that Han Ziran was surely the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Why would he still write a letter? He would be home in a few days, right? After the soldiers finished eating, they got up to leave. The Han family expressed their gratitude a few more times. Han's mother tried to give them some silver, but Situ Chung politely refused. Before leaving, Situ Chung looked at Xiaojun again. She was looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes, which confused him. Why did she look at him as if she knew him? And her gaze was so bold for a woman. Han Ziran's wife was truly. Tonight's moon was full and bright, casting a gentle glow over the land, making everything look like it was covered in a white halo. Even though it was late at night, the Han family was wide awake, full of energy. Xiaojun was happily nearby, but knowing Han Ziran would definitely be the top scorer, she wasn't as excited as the others. She yawned and was about to go back to her room to sleep when Han's mother called her, Xiaojun. She looked at her in surprise. Han's mother rarely called her by name, and even less often with such kindness. For a moment, Xiaojun was a bit taken aback. Han's mother wanted to smile at her, but saw her surprised look, so her smile stiffened. Ziran said he'll be back in 3 days. When he comes, he'll bring some good friends from the capital. I was thinking, since our house doesn't have much space for him to sleep, I plan to clear out the firewood shed in the next few days. What do you think? She thought it was just a simple matter. But did she really need to tell Xiaojun? Xiaojun found it strange. Lu Shi and Zhang, who were nearby, exchanged glances. Zhang sneered inwardly, feeling uncomfortable as her mother suddenly became kind to Xiaojun. She looked at her husband, who only farmed and hunted, and felt even more uneasy. Lu Shi was more cheerful than Zhang. She was happy because her younger brother, though cold-looking, was very loyal. Over the years, she and her husband had saved money just to send Han Ziran to school. Her younger brother knew this, and they believed their good days were finally coming. At this moment, Han's mother said again, "After the firewood shed is cleared out, Xiaozhen, could you temporarily stay there?" Everyone looked at Han's mother in surprise.
Me?
"Xiaozhen," she said, "are they really making her sleep in the wood storage room?" Mother Han smiled and said, "It's only temporary." "Look," Ziran said, "he brought an important friend back. We can't just let him stay at someone else's house, right?" "Of course, you can stay with Ziran, but for now, I want to wait until this busy time passes. You are husband and wife, and there will be plenty of time to be together, right?" This reason wasn't very convincing, but since Mother Han usually disliked Xiaozhen so much, Xiaozhen thought it made sense. Although Mother Han had changed a lot towards her now, truly accepting her wasn't something that could happen overnight. Clearly, the Han family thought the same way. Father Han sighed, knowing it was hard for his wife to accept Xiaozhen immediately, but he appreciated her gentle attitude. He said, "Third daughter-in-law, just listen to your mother for now." Xiaozhen nodded and said cheerfully, "Got it, father. Tomorrow morning, I'll go clean the wood storage room." That night, after talking a few words, Father and Mother Han went to sleep. Mother Han looked at the ceiling, closed her eyes, then opened them again, appearing troubled. She kept staring at the sky until dawn. Older brother Han and second brother Han only slept for a little while before getting up to pack things, wanting to tidy the house better to welcome the top scholar. Lu Shi wanted to help but couldn't because she was pregnant, so she went to rest. Mrs. Zhang fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed. Xiaozhen clasped her hands behind her head, lying on the bed, thinking about what Mother Han had said earlier. Although she agreed quickly, she felt a strange sensation that she couldn't shake off, and she couldn't figure out why. The next day, before dawn, the house was already crowded with villagers at the gate. No one knew who told them that Ziran had become the top scholar, so they all came to congratulate him. Some even started tidying up the Han house. In less than 2 days, the Han family looked completely new. Of course, after learning that her son-in-law had become the top scholar, Aunt Xiao and Aunt Zhao's wife couldn't stop smiling. They had been helping out at the Xiao family these past days. Once everything was ready, Aunt Xiao took Xiaozhen to a corner and covered her mouth, smiling. "Daughter, you are now the wife of the top scholar." Xiaozhen smiled and said, "Mother, you're so happy. Are you not happy too? Look at you, your face is all smiles." Xiaozhen quickly touched her face. "Where? Mother must be mistaken." Aunt Xiao rolled her eyes at her daughter. "Mother wouldn't get it wrong. You're clearly very happy inside." "See, Mother's decision was right, wasn't it? If it weren't for my mother's insistence, I wouldn't be the wife of the top scholar now." Xiaozhen smiled and nodded. "Yes, yes, yes. Mother is the best. Tomorrow night, when Han Ziran returns, everything will be clear, whether it's the same as last time." She took a deep breath and looked up at the bright moon that hadn't changed in 2 lifetimes. Xiaozhen wondered, will Han Ziran really not change this time? Will fate really treat her so kindly? But what if Han Ziran does change? What will she do then? "Oh," Xiaozhen thought, "I feel so silly asking these questions. Is my existence only for Han Ziran? I have many things to do, and I need to take care of my parents. I shouldn't spend so much time on a man who isn't worth it." If Han Ziran turns out like last time, Xiaozhen feels she might truly let go. She had already tried to let go, but Han Ziran's strange behavior this time made her heart, which had been unwilling and broken in her previous life, stir again. "Enough, whether foolish or stupid, I will believe once more." That night felt especially long. Early the next morning, the Xiao family went to the village entrance to welcome Han Ziran. Actually, everyone in Tangxia village was there, along with many from the town. The narrow road was packed with people. Old village chief Lu was dressed very grandly. Almost every household wore new clothes, rarely seen with patches, and everyone was eagerly waiting for the first top scholar of Ganlin. A 17-year-old top scholar was rare in history, so it's no wonder everyone in the town was so excited. Here he comes. Look, look. Someone shouted excitedly. The crowd immediately surged forward. Not far away, there was a small red object, probably a flag. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it. No one knew who had such sharp eyes. As the crowd moved, the Xiao family members at the front had to step forward. The team that should have been waiting at the village entrance had walked a mile to see the top scholar approaching majestically. The spring breeze fluttered the banners, which rustled loudly. The soldiers looked proud and serious. The crowd's noise suddenly quieted. Release, a soldier called out. The sedan carried by soldiers was lowered, and they lifted the curtain. One soldier whispered, "Sir, your parents and villagers are here to welcome you." A young man in bright red top scholar robes stepped out. He stood straight and looked calmly at the crowd. At 17, he was shining brightly. A 17-year-old young man, Han Ziran. The word sir combined with his handsome appearance, his cool demeanor, and his seemingly gentle yet actually distant attitude towards everyone fit perfectly. "A new top scholar has come to pay respects," a soldier shouted. The villagers all knelt down and bowed their heads, calling out, "Greetings, Lord Top Scholar." "Get up." Everyone stood up, and the soldier announced again, "The new top scholar is returning home to visit family." As soon as he finished speaking, Han's mother, overwhelmed with excitement, stepped forward, choking back tears as she held Han Ziran's hand. "Child, my child, I knew you wouldn't let us down."
Han Ziran smilade faintly.
Just as he was about to speak, Han's mother said, "Don't say anything now. Let's go home and talk later, okay?" "That's so strange," Zhang, a few steps away, nudged Han's second brother's arm. "Third brother never looks at us, no matter what. With so many people, he probably doesn't have time to notice us. Anyway, we're family. We can talk about it when we get home." Han's second brother was already smiling so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. From now on, he would be the second brother of the top scholar. Such pride. Hearing Zhang's words, Lu's wife smiled happily nearby. Han's eldest brother and Han's father looked at Han Ziran with comfort, feeling that all their hard work over the years to raise him was truly worth it. Xiao Zhen felt that although Han's second brother was right, Han Ziran, a few steps away, gave her a feeling of familiarity that was hard to describe. What was that feeling? Just as Xiao Zhen was thinking this, Han Ziran's gaze suddenly swept over here. When it met Xiao Zhen's eyes, it only glanced away. Yes, Xiao Zhen felt a shiver in her heart. Han Ziran now was suddenly overlapping with the Han Ziran from the previous life. After getting out of the sedan, the Han Ziran in that life also looked at her with eyes like she was a stranger. "Ah, Zhen, what are you standing there for? Hurry up." Aunt Xiao urged when she saw her daughter staring blankly at Han Ziran, who had already left. "This child is just too excited." Uncle Xiao chuckled happily. "Oh, she's now a top scholar's wife, and she's still acting silly from excitement. Isn't that embarrassing?" Despite saying this about her daughter, Aunt Zhao's face was glowing like the sun. She then pulled Xiao Zhen to catch up. Up ahead, Han's mother was talking to Han Ziran, but Han Ziran only smiled faintly at Han's father, eldest brother, second brother, Zhang, and Lu, except for Xiao Zhen. "Why doesn't son-in-law come to say hello to us?" Aunt Xiao asked curiously. "What's there to say? He's your son-in-law. When can't he say hello?" Old Master Xiao happily said indeed. All the officials from Sheng County came to the Han family. The Han family began preparing a feast. After all, so many important guests had arrived. Even if they didn't hold a big celebration, they still needed to serve food and drinks. Xiao Ziran had indeed brought a few friends from the capital. Xiao Zhen seemed to have some impression of these people, but couldn't remember where he had seen them before. "Third sister-in-law, do you think these friends of little uncle are strange?" Zhang Shi said while cracking sunflower seeds and walking over to her, observing the courtyard. "They don't look like scholars at all. How could little uncle be friends with these people?" Xiao Zhen also thought so. Like attracts like. Since Han Ziran was a scholar and liked peace and quiet, his friends were all decent and polite. Sima Cheng, for example, was a general but looked like a gentleman on the outside. These people, however, were strong and muscular, clearly trained fighters, and their martial skills were not weak. They didn't seem like friends, but more like protectors of Han Ziran. Could someone be trying to harm Han Ziran? He had returned home, but hadn't seen his third brother. Oh, by the way, Zhang looked at Xiaozhen with envy and said, I heard the emperor gave your third brother many good things. Aren't you curious about what the emperor rewarded him with? Xiaozhen smiled but said nothing. Of course she was curious. Treasures, gold, and silver. She loved those, right? But talking too much might cause trouble, so she thought it was better not to say too much to Zhang Shi. Third sister-in-law. You're just too soft, Zhang Shi said with a pout. If it were me, I wouldn't let my mother-in-law keep those things. Xiaozhen still smiled. The more she interacted with Zhang Shi, the more she felt that she had no real manners or education. Her words and tone were like a gossiping village woman, and she seemed to have bad intentions. Dealing with such a person made Xiaozhen feel very tired. Why aren't you talking? Zhang Shi stomped her foot. I'm washing vegetables, Xiaozhen replied, arranging the cleaned vegetables. Since the rough work was done by villagers, she only took on some lighter tasks. Make sure to wash them thoroughly. I don't want to see bugs again. Zhang Shi snorted and then, seeming to remember something, leaned close to Xiaozhen and said, Doesn't your third brother usually come to see you first when he gets back? Why does it seem like he forgot about you this time? Xiaozhen straightened her back. Zhang Shi's question was exactly what she was thinking at that moment. Could it really be? Just like in her previous life, after experiencing the prosperity of the capital, Han Ziran no longer looked down on her as a country girl. The top scholar has returned, someone outside shouted. Oh, third brother has returned from the temple after the sacrifice, Mrs. Zhang said as she went out to greet him. As soon as Han Ziran returned to the village, he was called by the village elders to the ancestral hall to pay respects and thank the ancestors for their protection. He changed out of his top scholar robe and put on casual clothes. Now he was talking with a few officials who accompanied him. Though his face still showed some youthful innocence, his manners already displayed the demeanor of a future prime minister. At this moment, Han Ziran's figure overlapped with how he looked in his past life. Xiaozhen felt her chest tighten. She was about to go and call him, but then she heard Han's mother call out to her, Xiaozhen, come here. It seemed urgent. Before Xiaozhen could speak, Han's mother hurried over herself. We don't have enough pickled vegetables at home. Can you go to your house and bring some? Your mother gave us some last time and I really liked it. Seeing Xiaozhen staring blankly, Han's mother smiled and said, Hurry up, we need it for tonight. Did Han's mother ask her for her mother's pickled vegetables? Weren't they usually not involved with her family's things? But since Han's mother had been kind to her these days, Xiaozhen didn't think much. She nodded, glanced at Han Ziran, and went to her mother's house. At this moment, Han's mother sighed in relief. Lu Shi, coming out of the house, saw this scene and muttered curiously, Didn't she just take pickled vegetables from my house? Why is she sending her younger brother's wife again?
What are you talking about?
Han's eldest brother, carrying a bow, came out. Nothing. Lu Shi shook her head, adjusting her husband's clothes. If there are no prey in the trap, he can come back. Honestly, we have money now. Just buy what we need. Why send him up the mountain to hunt? It's just to check the traps. The banquet tonight is for important guests. If we can catch some fat prey, it would be good. Lu Shi nodded. Mother said if Ziran stays in the capital, our whole family can move there. Then, she said, Yule and second brother will have work, and we won't have to hunt in the countryside every day. Does mother really say that? Yes, Lu Shi said happily, touching her still flat belly. When our baby is born, we can study in the capital. That would be great. Exactly. I'm leaving now. Be careful and come back early. Lu Shi watched her husband greet his younger brother-in-law before leaving. She then remembered she hadn't greeted her younger brother-in-law and walked over to Han Ziran with a smile. Third brother, congratulations. Thank you, sister-in-law, Han Ziran replied with a faint smile. Are you tired from the sacrifices? Go and rest for a while, Lu said.
I'm okay.
My older sister-in-law is pregnant, so she needs to take good care of herself, she added. Hearing her concern, Lu looked very happy and nodded. Ever since the third brother became top scholar, he started to care about others, Zhang's voice interjected. Second sister-in-law. Zhang nodded in response. At this moment, the county lord and several officials came into the courtyard, chatting happily. Han Ziran went to greet them. Lu and Zhang saw this, and quickly stepped back. While Lu and Zhang watched these noble guests, people they might never see in their lives, Han Old Master appeared from the main house, looking very upset. Lu and Zhang exchanged glances, feeling curious. Then Han's mother also came out from the main house, her face even worse than Han Old Master's, with red eyes as if she had been crying. What's going on? Zhang asked in surprise. Did the parents argue? Lu shook her head. No, father always treats mother very well. They wouldn't argue. Just as they were talking, Han's mother approached them. Mother? Han's mother nodded. Go call Zile and Zinan, then come to my room. I have something to tell you. Her serious expression made Lu and Zhang feel nervous, wondering what had happened. Zhang hurried to call her husband. Zile went up the mountain. He'll be back soon, Lu said. Han's mother nodded. You can tell him when he returns. Soon, Lu, Zhang, and Han's second brother entered Han's mother's room. After closing the door, Han's mother looked at her two daughters-in-law. She had watched Lu grow up and knew her well, so she was quite satisfied. As for Zhang, she had been deceived by rumors, but her family background was good, and she was a good match for the second son. Only the youngest daughter-in-law, Xiao, she disliked very much. But Ziran liked her, so no matter how much she interfered, it wouldn't change anything. So, she decided to accept it. What else could she do? However, unexpectedly, heaven had given her another chance, and she was determined to seize it. She absolutely couldn't let this woman ruin Ziran's bright future. Mother, what's wrong? Did something happen? Han's second brother asked, chopping firewood. Han's mother took a deep breath and looked at the three of them. Remember this. In front of Ziran, you must never mention Xiao's name. Zhang and Lu looked at each other in confusion. Han's second brother asked curiously, Mother, what do you mean? Xiao was originally Ziran's wife, so her words sounded strange. Ziran has forgotten Xiao, Mrs. Han said. Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Lu were stunned and said together, What? They still looked confused and didn't understand. Second brother, Han, also didn't understand. Ziran lost his memory and forgot Xiao, Mrs. Han explained. The three of them blinked, still not understanding. They had never heard of losing memory before, so they were a bit slow to grasp it. Ziran somehow hit his head. When he woke up, he didn't remember many things, Mrs. Han said. She felt sad when she first learned this, but after reading the letter, she thought maybe it was a blessing from heaven. Second brother Han was the first to react. He hit his head? He doesn't remember many things? Mother, do you mean to say that third brother has forgotten you and all of us? Mrs. Lu asked in surprise when she realized. Mrs. Han nodded. It doesn't seem like it. He calls us, doesn't he? Second brother Han said. That's because I told him everything when he returned, Mrs. Lu suddenly understood. No wonder when they greeted Ziran outside, he didn't look at them, but later he signaled to say hello. It was because their mother was introducing him. Mother, what do you mean just now when you said we shouldn't mention Xiao's name in front of Ziran? Mrs. Zhang asked carefully. Mrs. Lu and second brother Han looked at Mrs. Han too. I told Ziran that he wasn't married, and that Xiao was just a maid in our family, Mrs. Han said with a deep breath. The three of them stared wide-eyed, then looked at Mrs. Han in disbelief. Mother? Second brother Han looked at her in shock. How can you say such things to Ziran? Why can't I? Originally, it was because Aunt Xiao from the Xiao family was causing trouble, and to protect Ziran's reputation, I had him marry Xiao. So why can't I say that now? Mrs. Han said, trembling. She also felt guilty, but when she thought about how Xiao married into the Han family, she felt it was not wrong to do so. But Xiao is innocent, second brother Han said. You know how she has been treating our family these days. Our whole family doesn't need her kindness. In fact, if she hadn't married in, I would be much happier, Mrs. Han sneered. All of this is her own fault. Mrs. Liu was still shocked by what Mrs. Han had said to her. Mrs. Zhang was also very surprised to see Mrs. Han. Had Mrs. Han already changed her attitude toward Xiaozhen? Remember what I just said. If anyone dares to tell Ziran anything, don't call me mother anymore, said Mother Han with a serious face. Mother, this is too cruel to third sister-in-law. You're going to ruin her life, said second brother Han, feeling that his usually gentle mother was not acting like herself. If she doesn't do this, she will ruin Ziran's life. Mother, you can't do this. Father wouldn't agree either. Father has already agreed. What? Do you remember the letter sent to me 3 days ago? Mother Han said. That wasn't a letter from Ziran, but a handwritten letter from the current Prime Minister Ren. Prime Minister Ren?
Who is that?
Liu, Zhang, and second brother Han had never heard of him. He is the person who took Ziran as his student, said Mother Han. Is he the one who recommended third brother to the emperor? So third brother was excused from the imperial exam and could go straight to the capital? Liu asked softly. Yes. In the letter, Prime Minister Ren detailed how Ziran was injured, and he also said he liked Ziran very much and wanted to marry his daughter to him. But Miss Ren is only 15, so he asked Ziran to wait another year, during which he hopes Ziran can handle family matters. This implies that Prime Minister Ren is the one who asked Mother Han to do this. Zhang understood this clearly. Mother Han nodded. But this was also my idea. Ziran is so outstanding. How can Xiaozhen be a good match for him? Moreover, with Prime Minister Ren as a relative, Ziran's career prospects will be smooth. Mother Han took a deep breath and said, if Ziran becomes top scholar and is favored by Prime Minister Ren, once he goes to the capital for official duties, our whole family will go too. With Prime Minister Ren's help, Ziran and Zile can find good jobs in the city. Second brother Han clenched his fists but said nothing. Liu closed her eyes. Don't worry, I'm not a cruel person. I will give half of Ziran's wealth to Xiaozhen, so she can live without worries. Besides, she and Ziran are only married in name. Even if she remarries, she should be able to find a good family. Zhang curled her lips. She used to feel sorry for Xiaozhen, but now she thought this woman was too lucky. Half of third brother's wealth is more than what the Zhang family has. She wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing, and living another year would be enough. And now she was at the Xiao family. Aunt Xiao was excited when Han's family asked for pickled vegetables. She and Uncle Xiao moved the entire clay jar of pickles over, ignoring what Xiaozhen said. When they reached Han's house, Aunt Xiao said, Zhen, the county magistrate is inside. My husband and I aren't dressed well enough to embarrass Ziran, so we won't go in. You can carry the jar inside alone. Don't you want to see your top scholar son-in-law? Xiaozhen teased. In a couple of days, it will be fine to visit. It's not like they're going anywhere, Aunt Xiao said happily as she and Uncle Xiao left. Xiaozhen chuckled. Just as she was about to move the jar, she saw Han's eldest and second brothers come out. The eldest said, Third sister-in-law, let me and second brother do it. It's okay. I can carry it, she replied. She was strong enough for that. We'll handle it, said Han's second brother, already helping Han's eldest brother lift the jar. Why are they being so helpful all of a sudden? Xiaozhen wondered. Usually, her brothers never helped her with heavy work, thinking she was strong enough on her own. She muttered, could it be because Ziran became the top scholar? Ah, that makes sense. Now, I am the wife of a top scholar. Since the guests were all important officials and noblemen, Han's family didn't invite villagers to avoid making a mess. They only set up a few tables and bought some items to give to each household as a thank you for raising Ziran. It was a gesture of respect. After the helpers left, Han's eldest and second brothers tidied up the firewood room. Liu, who was pregnant, went inside to rest. Zhang also went back early to sleep. Old Han and Han's mother stayed in the kitchen working. Because the guests were still there, they couldn't sweep the yard, as it might seem rude. So Xiaozhen only tidied up some small things in the yard, waiting for the officials to leave before cleaning thoroughly. At this moment, Han's mother came out of the kitchen, looked at the dining area, and saw the guests still enjoying themselves. She said to Xiao Zhen, "Once you finish tidying up here, go to bed. I'll clean up the guest area later. There are 2 tables inside, and there's a lot to clean." "It's okay. Your father will help," Han's mother interrupted. After the guests finish eating, Ziran will come out to see them off. Even though Ziran no longer recognizes Xiao Zhen, she still wants to prevent them from meeting too often. "Okay," Xiao Zhen nodded. As Mother Han turned to go inside, she hesitated, thinking it might not be right. She decided to let Xiao Zhen go back to the storeroom to sleep. But when she saw Xiao Zhen looking at her strangely, she felt that being too direct might make her suspicious. She forced a stiff smile and said, "It's okay if you don't do these chores. You're tired today, so rest early." Is Mother Han genuinely caring for her? Xiao Zhen smiled and said, "It's nothing, just some work. Do you need me to do kitchen chores?" "No need.
Just go to sleep if you want."
Xiao Zhen blinked, feeling that Mother Han was very strange today. Usually, she would insist Xiao Zhen do all the rough work, but today she let her rest early. Could it be because Han Ziran scored top scholar and suddenly became nicer to her? "Why are you just standing there?
Go."
Mother Han didn't want to be so direct, but inside, she couldn't bear it. She didn't want to see Xiao Zhen for a moment longer and wished she would just disappear.
"Oh."
Xiao Zhen untied her apron and put it aside, then walked toward the storeroom. Mother Han finally relaxed and turned back into the kitchen to busy herself. Xiao Zhen felt more and more puzzled. Just as she was about to push open the storeroom door, she turned back to look at Mother Han. But Mother Han didn't see her. Instead, she saw the door to the guest dining room open. Han Ziran came out holding a wine jar. When their eyes met, Han Ziran gave her a distant but polite smile and asked, "Do we still have wine at home?" Xiao Zhen stared at him blankly. Although he had changed out of his top scholar robes, he was no longer wearing the rough linen long gown he used to wear. Instead, he was dressed in fine silk fabric, moon-white in color, like the moonlight pouring from the sky. His face carried a gentle but distant and cold smile, making him seem very aloof. Xiao Zhen felt her eyes sting from his coldness. "Yes," she answered hoarsely. "Bring me 2 more jars." Quickly, Han Ziran said calmly. Xiao Zhen nodded. When she saw him about to go inside, she hurriedly called out, "Ziran." He looked at her. "Is there something else?" Yes, she had many questions to ask, but in his increasingly cold black eyes, she couldn't say anything. She just walked over and said, "Give me your wine jar. There are no extra jars at home." Han Ziran handed her the jar. "Are you drinking?" she asked, smelling alcohol on him. Han Ziran smiled silently and turned to go inside. As the door opened, Xiao Zhen heard inside people praising Han Ziran's youth and talent. The more she listened, the more she felt that the Han Ziran in front of her was becoming more distant from her. When greeting outside the village, Xiao Zhen saw Han Ziran for the first time. Seeing that he ignored her, she was mentally prepared but still somewhat hopeful. She even thought of several reasons to justify his coldness. As expected, just like in her previous life, after visiting the capital, she gained new insights, and her personality changed. Xiao Zhen took a deep breath, opened a wine jar, poured the wine, and then knocked on the guest room door. It was not Han Ziran who answered, but a well-mannered, slightly overweight middle-aged man, probably drunk, with a reddish face. As he opened his mouth, the smell of alcohol hit her. "Come in, pour wine for all of us." Xiao Zhen looked inside and recognized a few people, all well-known in the county. The seat of honor was naturally the county magistrate. Han Ziran sat beside him, talking happily with the magistrate. Han Ziran's lips held a faint smile, seeming quite pleased. When the magistrate raised his wine cup toward him, he stood up, took a sip, then sat down again with a gentle smile, calm, confident, just right. But Xiao Zhen knew that deep in Han Ziran's dark eyes, there was definitely a coldness. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour wine for the magistrate," said the person from Sheng County's largest grain merchant, who was well-dressed and displayed smooth manners. The magistrate glanced at Xiao Zhen and then asked with a smile, "Ziran, who is this?" Xiao Zhen didn't think the magistrate would recognize her. Although he had come when she married Han Ziran, it was just a quick glance, so he probably wouldn't remember. His question likely stemmed from curiosity. She's someone who serves my mother and is from the same village, Han Ziran said with a smile. Xiao clenched her hand holding the wine jar, her gaze cold as she looked at Han Ziran. When did she become someone who served his mother? Yes, as a daughter-in-law, she should serve her in-laws, but how could he introduce her like that? The magistrate nodded, and the smile and politeness in his eyes disappeared. He didn't look at Xiaozhen again, but continued talking with the others at the table. After pouring another round of wine, Xiaozhen left the room. Throughout the evening, except for the brief glance Han Ziran gave her when introducing her, he never looked at her again. Night fell deeper. Looking up at the bright moon, Xiaozhen took a deep breath. Her anger surged as she suppressed it all day. She had reached her limit. Even if Han Ziran wanted to abandon his wife of many years, he should at least tell her himself. Did she think he would cling to him?
Haha.
How funny! Xiaozhen clenched her fists tightly, anger flooding her heart like a rising tide. Memories of every little thing she experienced with Han Ziran since her rebirth flooded her mind. The more she thought about it, the more her anger grew. She knew she should have given up long ago, but she had softened her heart for Han Ziran in this life and even started to imagine a future together. If her ignorance in the previous life caused her suffering, then her current misery was caused by her own foolishness. Both her past and present lives had been hurt by the same man. Xiaozhen closed her eyes. Her heart was hurting so much. Why should her pain be caused by his mistakes? Although Xiaozhen was angry now, her cautiousness from 7 years of military service in her past life hadn't disappeared. She frowned and looked toward the room where she used to sleep. Someone was watching her, perhaps monitoring her. That room was where Han's mother's good friend from the capital stayed, but since arriving at Han's house, these two friends had never come out of that room. Xiaozhen was furious, but didn't care about these two anymore. She took a deep breath and went to sleep in the firewood shed. Of course, she wouldn't give up so easily. She was waiting for the right moment. Night deepened. In summer, the night air was just cool enough to allow restful sleep. Xiaozhen wasn't sleeping. She sat upright on the long bench in the firewood shed, quietly listening to the sounds outside. She kept listening until she heard the voices of the noble guests leaving and the respectful farewells from Han's parents. She also heard Han's mother affectionately speaking to Han Ziran before everything fell silent. Xiaozhen closed her eyes. When she opened them, she left the firewood shed and headed toward Han Ziran's room. But after just a few steps, 2 shadowy figures suddenly appeared in front of her. One of them blocked her with a hand. Please don't disturb the top scholar. The person blocking her was Han Ziran's 2 friends from the capital, tall, broad, with a stern face and a gaze that carried a faint sense of menace. Xiaozhen was very familiar with this aura. These 2 were probably well-trained guards, but why were they following Han Ziran?
Who sent them? I want to see the top scholar.
I am his wife, Xiaozhen said. The top scholar isn't married yet. How could he have a wife? You're just a servant of the Han family. Go back to the firewood shed, one of them replied. Servant? Who told you I'm a servant of the Han family? Han Ziran married me openly, and the villagers can testify to that, Xiaozhen said. We say you're a servant, so you are a servant. If you don't go back to the firewood shed, don't blame us for being rude. Xiaozhen was not really angry. Instead, she felt confused and a bit suspicious. If this were in her past life, it would have been easy to win over these 2 people. But now, although she often went hunting in the mountains, she lacked the military training and quick reflexes she once had. Moreover, if she acted rashly, she might raise suspicion, and she couldn't explain that clearly. What do you mean? Why won't you let me see Han Ziran? Things seemed complicated, and Xiaozhen couldn't quite understand what was happening. Go back. I want to see Han Ziran. Go back. Taking a deep breath, Xiaozhen shouted toward Han Ziran's room. Han. Before she could finish shouting, one person covered her mouth, and another struck the back of her neck. She could dodge, but she couldn't avoid completely. Xiaozhen had to pretend she was knocked out, then someone carried her and threw her into the firewood shed. The two seemed afraid she would cause trouble again, so they took a rope and tied her to the bed. Seeing this, Xiaozhen's doubts grew even more. She heard one person say, "Why did Lord Ren not let us kill this woman? Wouldn't it be easier if we did?" Did you hear what she just said? She's the wife of the top scholar, married properly. This isn't just known by the villagers. With such an outstanding scholar, probably the whole Sheng County knows. If we kill her, and a year later the scholar marries Miss Ren, wouldn't that cause trouble for him? The other replied, "That's true. But such a weak woman doesn't need us to do this together." Lord Ren checked her background. At first, she had nothing, but later, she used the scholar's fame to start a cart business. I heard she does very well. She must be smart. Lord Ren sent us here for safety. Even with brains in front of force, she's still just a woman. The two left the firewood shed. As soon as the door closed, Xiaozhen opened her eyes and silently stared at the ceiling. She remained quiet for a long time, with no words. Miss Ren? Huh. So this was the reason Han Ziran abandoned her in her second life. She married the daughter of a high-ranking official? In her past life, she had always wondered why. Was it really just this reason? Could it be that he truly abandoned her because of this? Xiaozhen felt a faint sense of confusion. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she told herself she was just a small country girl. How could she compare to the daughter of a high-ranking official? Master Ren, a powerful figure in the court who can influence the emperor's decisions, is someone even the current ruler fears somewhat. Xiaozhen sneered. Hearing this reason, she found it hard to believe. Could Han Ziran really be such a person? Actually, she had already prepared herself mentally, hadn't she? Whether in her past life or this one, Han Ziran has always been like this. When he ignored her after getting off the sedan, when he returned to the Han family and paid her no attention, and last night when he asked her to pour wine and told the county magistrate that she was serving her mother, she realized her fate from her past life was starting to change again. It's funny that she still had expectations of him. What does reaping what you sow mean? It describes her perfectly. Feeling bitter, Xiaozhen mocked herself inwardly, then relaxed and untied the rope, covered herself with a quilt, and went to sleep. She thought, with her sadness, it's not worth it. The next day, before dawn, Xiaozhen woke up and retied the rope. The two men daring enough to tie her up at the Han family and not let her go, she had already guessed many things. Staring at the ceiling, Xiaozhen fell into deep thought. She felt like crying. She really wanted to cry her heart out. Just as Xiaozhen sniffled and couldn't hold back her tears, the door moved, and her tears, which had just come out, were forced back. When the door opened, 3 people entered. 2 men who had tied Xiaozhen up and Han's mother. "She's awake," one man said, seeing Xiaozhen sitting on the bed, looking coldly at them. "She's not crying or shouting. It seems she's already realized the truth," another said. Though it was not yet dawn, the faint morning light was enough to reveal the expressions on their faces. Han's mother sat on a stool by the bed, looked at the ground for a while, then raised her eyes to Xiaozhen. "Xiaozhen, Ziran was accepted as a disciple by Master Ren earlier. Master Ren likes our Ziran very much and wants to marry his daughter to him.